The master instructed you to slay demons and save the people after you go down the mountain. But on the first day you descended the mountain. You turned a blind eye to the people slaughtered by demons, and only took action to kill demons and pick up the pieces after many people were killed and injured. Everyone scolded you as a trash who colludes with demons. But what they don't know is that although you slay the demons that harm the world, you also have a heart as ruthless as a demon. Originally, just now, you who were ordered to go down the mountain to slay demons were drinking alone in the inn. At this moment, a man and a woman walked into the inn. The two looked around and found that the restaurant was already full. The woman's gaze fell on you. Seeing only you, she asked, "Can I sit here?" Seeing that you didn't speak, the woman took out a silver ingot from her body and placed it on the table. "Can we sit here? Consider it our treat." You glanced at the silver on the table. "Sure. Extend your hand to collect the silver and tuck it into your bosom." The woman nods at you, then sits down in front of you, sizing you up before introducing herself. "I am Huang Yan, and this is my senior brother Lu Su. We are disciples of the Shanshuan sect. And you? Li Fan." You respond with a sound and continue to lower your head to eat on your own. After a while, there was a sudden gust of wind outside the inn, carrying a bit of chill. Wisps of gray air flowed into the inn through the inn's main door, and the wooden door made a creak sound. Someone looked outside and said, "Where did this strange wind come from?" "Waiter, close the door." Upon seeing this, the waiter rushed forward to close the door. However, halfway through, his movement abruptly stopped, and his body fell straight back. The people in the restaurant were stunned, turned around to look, and saw blood flowing out from the waiter's neck, staining the ground red. However, the wooden door still makes a sound, and the cold wind blows into the inn. Yen Huang and Lu Su looked outside. Such a strong demonic aura. Lu Su stood up, drew his long sword and walked outside. "Don't go out here." Huang Yan smiled at you and then walked outside as well. At this moment, the wooden door made a loud noise, and a black mist swept towards the inn, enveloping everyone with a terrifying sense of oppression, causing tables and chairs to be overturned continuously. You reached out to press down on the table, glanced at the black mist, and the black mist seemed to sense danger in your eyes, receding like a tide. A loud bang. The inn's door was smashed open, and black mist was forced out of the inn. Truly a chi practitioner. Everyone looked at Lu Su, only to see him standing there with a sword, driving the monster back, and couldn't help but praise him. Lu Su stood with a sword in hand, looking towards the shadows outside the door. Surrounded by demonic energy, he could faintly see a pair of eerie eyes, seeking death. Lu Su suddenly rushed forward, his sword splitting the demonic energy in two. However, the severed demonic energy quickly surged towards him, engulfing him in an instant. Huang Yan stood aside and watched the battlefield, not making a move. After a moment, accompanied by a sharp whistle, Lu Su's body was knocked away. His clothes dyed red with blood, the shadow rolled forward, and at this moment, Huang Yan finally made a move, the gemstone sword emitting a blazing flame, as if the scorching sword energy would tear the shadow apart. But that terrifying demonic energy instantly enveloped Huang Yan, and then exploded. Shortly after, the demon's true form appeared, a huge cat demon. Huang Yan's body was also sent flying, crashing into the table where you were. The cat demon, with a fierce look in its eyes, stared at Huang Yan and spoke in a strange voice, "You will all die." Its sharp claws reached out towards Huang Yan. Huang Yan's face changed in shock. She stood up with her sword, but only heard a loud bang, as the cat demon's body was hit by a punch, and was actually blasted out of the inn. Huang Yan was stunned. Such a strong force. Outside the inn, the cat demon lay on the ground, its eyes gleaming with a cold light, staring at the crowd, seeming weak and powerless. As you walked towards the cat demon, you heard a sarcastic voice behind you. "You used to shrink in the corner, but now you want to take advantage." You turned around to see Lu Su approaching, looking at you disdainfully. He and his junior sister had worked hard to injure the cat demon, and now that the demon was dying, you were trying to take advantage. You are quite calculating. The group of warriors behind you saw that the cat demon was dead and no longer a threat, so they all approached. This cat demon had cultivated into a spirit, and its body contained valuable demon pills. If you were to take them, they would naturally be unhappy. You looked at the crowd, then glanced at the cat demon, and then smiled brightly, saying, "What you heroes said is right." With that, you turned and walked towards the stables next to the inn. However, just as Lu Su stabbed the cat demon on the ground, a strange red light shimmered in the cat demon's eyes. Boom! A violent demonic aura swept out, instantly engulfing Lu Su's body. A glimpse of a figure passed by. Sharp claws pierced directly through Lu Su's throat. The sword in Lu Su's hand fell to the ground, and he instantly lost his breath. The cat demon violently smashed Lu Su's body to the ground, then walked towards the crowd, a terrifying pressure enveloping the heroes. People looked at Huang Yan, only to see Huang Yan looking alert as she stepped back. They then looked at you coming out of the stable, and someone shouted, "Seeing the monster wreak havoc here, are you just going to leave like this? I am young and my cultivation is weak. I will leave this great opportunity to you, heroes," you said, and then led the horse away. The demonic energy swept towards the crowd. The cat demon rushed over. Blood splattered, and there were heavy casualties in the crowd in an instant. At that moment, a loud shout came from the dark street, "Evil beast, a strong aura was coming this way." The cat demon's eyes showed a hint of fear, and it leaped towards the alley behind. In the front, a woman was leading a 7 or 8-year-old girl on the bluestone alleyway. The cat demon's eyes flashed ferociously as it directly pounced over their mother. The girl was so frightened that she flung herself into the arms of the woman, who was pale and her legs trembled. "Sinful animal, you dare!" In the direction of the distance, several figures came flying over the eaves. On the other hand, Li Fan on the horseback looked back. His eyes turned into gold, and in the sky, a terrifying vision even appeared. And in the darkness of the night, there was even a golden light that converged and was born, transforming into a sharp sword. This sharp sword ran through and down, seemingly piercing through the night sky, transforming into a brilliant sword light that landed on the cat demon's body. And the cat demon couldn't even scream in time before it was nailed to the ground. 3 figures descended in the distance and appeared above the houses. The person in the lead had a pair of sword eyebrows and eyes like stars, his gaze gazing at the cat demon on the ground and the sword mark that ran through the cat demon. "Dharma?" Chen Luoyun secretly said in his heart. In front of the inn, those martial artists raised their heads to look at the white-clothed man that appeared, with reverence in their gazes. That sword was too splendid. "Greetings, Duke Chen." Someone arched his hand and shouted, and at that moment, everyone else reacted that the person in front of him was Chen Luoyun, the Chen family's son. Chen Luoyun, innate Dharma phase possessor, genius Qi practitioner. In Linen County, there were only a handful of people who possessed an innate phantasm. Chen Luoyun clasped his fists at the crowd, and Huang Yan also stepped forward. Huang Yan of the Upper Xian sect. "Meet Mr. Chen. I've heard of the name of the Upper Xian sect for a long time." Chen Luoyun responded. "The demon beheading assembly is waiting for you." After saying that, he once again looked in the direction of the cat demon, only to see that there, the mother and daughter fell to their knees and kowtowed in the direction where he was. "Pack up the demon corpse," Chen Luoyun commanded. His gaze looking around and not finding a target, he turned to leave. A genius of a lineage. Truly extraordinary. The crowd in front of the inn secretly praised in their hearts this demon beheading conference. It was feared that there would be quite a few stormtroopers coming. Huang Yan's gaze was thoughtful. Then she glanced at Lu Su's corpse in front of her, and a look of disgust flashed through her eyes. Lu Su was a disciple taken in by her father, with average cultivation talent, but he had a nasty heart for her. Rather, the teenager. Interesting. Huang Yan looked at the distant riding figure, took a step toward that side and chased it, and the people saw Huang Yan leave and looked at Lu Su's body, which is also a little too miserable. On the streets paved with green stone slabs, the white-robed boy rode on a white horse. His name was Li Fan, ordinary Fan. From Lei Shan. Chapter 4, The Taoist. At night, the houses on both sides of the street were hung with lanterns, and the moonlight poured down, making it seem a little quiet. On the streets of Linen County, Li Fan rode on top of a white horse. Occasionally people would pass by. There were chivalrous people stepping on their horses. There were monks striding under the night color and chanting Buddhist slogans. And there were Taoist people wearing bagua suits and carrying long swords on their backs. The city of Linen at night gave off an air of mystery and danger. "Hey!" A voice came from behind him. Li Fan turned his head back and saw Huang Yan chasing after him, smiling sweetly. "Not waiting for me?" Li Fan looked at Huang Yan with some surprise. Her senior brother's corpse was not yet cold. How could she laugh so happily? Sure enough, cultivators can't be too licked. Of course, he didn't have much sympathy for that Lu Su. "Thank you for your help in the inn earlier, young master Li Fan." Huang Yan smiled brightly with a sweet and moving smile. She was referring to the punch that Li Fan had used to repel the cat demon. "You're welcome," Li Fan responded with a smile. "You practice martial arts?" Huang Yan curiously sized up Li Fan. That punch was able to send the cat demon flying without sensing the presence of qi. It was pure martial power with a strong physique. "Body refining and marrow cleansing?" Huang Yan continued to smile as she pursued. "It can't be a patriarch, can it? I've never seen such a young zone master." The first realm of Wufu was body refining, which was further divided into copper skin, iron bone, and marrow cleansing, while the second realm was the Zongshi realm. Although martial artists are not as good as qi practitioners, I heard my father say that if there is a chance, people practicing martial arts are able to break through the barriers to cultivate to a high realm and condense the martial spirit, and its power is not weaker than that of qi practitioners. Seeing that Li Fan still didn't answer, Huang Yan skimmed her mouth. Hey, aren't you being rude? Huang Yan feigned some anger. We met for the first time, and we don't know each other very well, Li Fan said back. Won't we be familiar with it if we talk more? Huang Yan smiled. Where are you going now? Together? Not so good, Li Fan muttered. It's okay, Huang Yan said. I'm going to sleep. Li Fan looked back at Huang Yan. Huang Yan blinked her eyes and looked at Li Fan's handsome face, red-faced and somewhat shy. Would it be a bit too fast? Li Fan, I'm afraid it's also harder to find an inn now. Why don't we go to the Chen family? The Chen family held a demon beheading conference, so there should be a place to land. Huang Yan said. Demon beheading conference? Li Fan muttered. His senior sister had asked him to go out to the mountain to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils, but she didn't say anything about attending any demon beheading conference. However, since it's a demon beheading conference, it should also be about killing demons, right? Since they were killing demons, they naturally had demon pills, right? Huang Yan nodded. This time, the Chen family is holding a demon beheading conference. Not only has it attracted Linen County cultivators, I've heard that quite a few sects within Chu State will be rushing to Linen City to attend the conference. And the one who made a move to behead that cat demon before was the Chen family's young master, Chen Luoyun. Ha! Li Fan blinked. Chen Luoyun decapitated the cat demon? Who am I then? Did you see the vision just now? That is the innate phantom. Phantom communicates with heaven and earth to give birth to the heaven and earth vision. The sword cuts down the demons in the air. It is a genius among geniuses. Huang Yan seemed to be interested. Innate phantasm? Genius of geniuses? Li Fan didn't even know he was this good. How come it's not the same as what the senior brothers and sisters said? He remembered his master's senior brother and their wise teachings. Little Fan, you have mediocre qualifications and your senior brothers and sisters are so good, so you need to cultivate well and not be left too far behind by your senior brothers and sisters. Junior brother, diligence can make up for clumsiness. As long as you cultivate hard, even if you don't have enough talent, you can eventually catch up with your senior brother. Could it be that he's met someone who appreciates him? Thinking of this, Li Fan's heart was touched and looked at Huang Yan with a friendlier look. Huang Yan blinked when she saw Li Fan looking at her with strange eyes, then smiled. Then, together? Li Fan said. Good. Huang Yan's smile grew a few points brighter as she looked at Li Fan on the white horse and whispered, Can I go up? If you don't mind. Li Fan's words just fell. Huang Yan jumped onto the horse with a long leap and sat behind Li Fan. Feeling the softness coming from behind him, Li Fan blinked. The girl at the bottom of the hill is real friendly. The Chen family of Linen County was a branch of the Chen family of the Chuzhou family. The royal power of the Dili dynasty is supreme, but some big families and powerful clans also control the cultivation resources, and the Chen family belongs to the Chuzhou family. When the demons in Linen City rebelled, the Chen family of Linen County utilized their influence to convene a demon beheading conference, inviting heroes from all sides to come and behead the demons, and even inviting a number of sects. Li Fan and Huang Yan arrived at the Chen family, and the two of them entered the Chen mansion very smoothly. The Chen mansion covers dozens of acres of land, with pavilions and small bridges. There was also an artificial lake inside the mansion, and many rooms were built near the lake, which was used to receive guests from all directions. Do you two want one room or two? The steward looked at Li Fan and Huang Yan and laughed. He saw the two of them riding their horses and thus asked this question. Huang Yan looked at Li Fan with a smile, seemingly letting him decide. 2 rooms. Li Fan said. Where's the promise together? Huang Yan smiled sweetly. Li Fan looked into her eyes and said, Miss Huang, those who cultivate should not be mistaken by beauty. You're complimenting me? Huang Yan said. Li Fan shook his head. Huang Yan froze and quickly reacted, giggling as she looked at the handsome face in front of her. So, he's beautiful? The two of you will rest first, so I will retire. The steward excused himself and left. Let's go around the lake first. Huang Yan looked toward the lakeshore and said, It's quite lively there. Li Fan followed her gaze, only to see that there are many people Jianghu guest lakeside chatting and drinking. The atmosphere is lively. One of the place many people surrounded a piece. When the two walked over, they saw the crowd surrounding a Taoist man, dressed in tattered Taoist robes and rags, with half gray and half white hair, somewhat disheveled, who appeared to be telling his fortune. Divination? Huang Yan smiled. She was a cultivator. Naturally she didn't believe in these types of Jianghu magicians. The trigrams are out. Only the Taoist frowned and looked at the tortoise-shell trigrams on the ground. How? The crowd asked in an uproar. I see that all of you are afraid of a bloodbath. The scruffy Taoist spoke. Bah, old man. Your charlatan tactics have long since gone out of fashion. I think it's because the Chen family is too nice, letting in anyone. The surrounding crowd said as you spoke. The Chen clan held a demon beheading conference, and the followers were a mixed bag of arrivals. Believe it or not, the silver is not refundable. The Taoist put his hand into his pocket and hid the silver, ignoring the abuse from the crowd. Consider it a reward, the surrounding people said. When the Taoist looked up, he saw Li Fan and Huang Yan standing there. His eyes narrowed into slits as he kept staring at Li Fan. Does the young man want to tell his fortune? The old Taoist who had been staring at Li Fan spoke at this moment. Li Fan shook his head. He was shy. No, Guajin. The Taoist seemed to have guessed Li Fan's thoughts. That's not a no. Li Fan said. How do I count? Give me your hand. The old Tao spoke. When Li Fan squatted down, he saw the old Taoist stretch out his hand and put it on Li Fan's palm. A moment later, he held out his other hand. Not bad, not bad, the old Taoist said as he squeezed Li Fan's palm. What? Li Fan retracted his hand back. Did this old man have some special fetish? Hey! The old man smiled at Li Fan. Le Van, how are the trigrams? Li Fan asked. You're going to be in for a heist these days. The old Taoist smiled in response. Li Fan was non-committal. Seeing that Li Fan didn't seem to believe it, the old Taoist continued. Not only you, but those close to you, all have a fate. If I ask how to dissolve it, do I have to charge Guajin? Li Fan asked with a smile. It can't be dissolved. It's up to you. The old Taoist smiled and shook his head. Alarmist? Li Fan smiled disinterestedly. This old Taoist tricked him? Old Taoist? Then you tell me a fortune too? Huang Yan next to him said. The Taoist looked up and swept her a glance, saying, there is a small intelligence, but no great wisdom. Old Tao, you haven't counted yet? Huang Yan said. The old Taoist walks in the Jianghu and can tell by looking at the face. The old Taoist said. Yan Huang. Chapter 5, Boundaries of Vision. Li Fan ignored the Taoist as he and Huang Yan walked to the lake. This side was already filled with people. Can we sit here? Li Fan looked at a middle-aged man with a girl sitting beside him. The two should be father and daughter. Please sit down if you don't mind. Young warrior, the middle-aged man said. Li Fan sat down and looked at the girl beside him, only to see that the other party was thin and weak, with dark skin, simple but clean clothes, and his small hands were grasping a chicken leg. His mouth and hands were oily. Seeing Li Fan looking at himself, the girl also curiously surveyed him and asked in a childish voice, do you want to eat it too? Li Fan blinked as the girl looked down at the one chicken leg left in front of her and wiped her left hand towards her body before picking it up and handing it to Li Fan. Huang Yan gave the girl a somewhat disgusted look, thinking that it was no wonder there was no one sitting here. The Chun clan held a demon beheading conference, but there were quite a few people who came to spam the conference. Seeing the girl's small hand raised in midair, Li Fan reached out to take it and said, thank you, brother, are you here for some good food too? The girl asked quietly. The girl's father looked at Li Fan and Huang Yan with some embarrassment, arching his hand and saying, my name is Yang Kuei, this is my daughter. She, young and small and unintelligent. Young warrior, do not blame. Li Fan. Li Fan looked at the girl and smiled. Yeah, I'm here for the good food too, said he, also gnawed up the chicken leg. Looking at the girl, he remembered his own childhood. Back then, if not for the master sister adopted, he now also do not know where to wander. The girl giggled when she saw that Li Fan was just like herself and said, brother and sister are so good looking. You're cute too. Li Fan reached out and rubbed the girl's head, while Huang Yan ignored the other party. This chicken leg is not that tasty. At that moment, the old Taoist sitting next to him interjected. Old sir, what does that mean? Yang Kuei asked. But there's no harm in it. Someone who ate her chicken leg will naturally take the heat off of her. The old Taoist looked at Li Fan and laughed. Disaster elimination? Yang Kuei was puzzled. Before, the old Taoist also said that they would have a blood disaster. Taoist master. At this time, someone on the seat next to him looked over. It was a green-shirt middle-aged man who opened his mouth to the old Taoist and asked, my name is Linhua. Just now, Taoist master mentioned the word disaster again. The Chun family is a prestigious family in Linen County. In addition to those of us practicing martial arts in the Chen Mansion, there are still quite a number of Qi practicing practitioners in the inner courtyard. So how could there be a disaster? The scruffy Taoist smiled and returned. This Linen County demon rebellion is not simple. Old Taoist alarmist. The Chen family backs up to the Chuzhou lineage. The Chen family head Chen Yuan is a top-grade patriarch, half a step into the innate. The Chen family's eldest son, Chen Luoyun, is an innate Dharma phase practitioner who has entered the realm of God refining. What kind of genius character? How can he be afraid of the demonic creatures? Someone said back. Just sitting on the well and watching the sky. The Taoist smiled in response, seemingly inscrutable. What does the Taoist master have to say? Lin, he said. Although the Chun family is a prestigious family in Linen County, but when you look at Dili, it's nothing. And as for Chen Luoyun, he's still far from being a true genius. The scruffy Taoist spoke eloquently. Good old Taoist, big talk. Leaving aside the Chen clan, Chen Luoyun has an innate dharma phase. No matter where he is placed, he is considered a genius, right? The people around them refuted it, and their attention was drawn to this scruffy Taoist again. Huang Yan's gaze toward the old Taoist was permeated with mockery as she said, "Stinking Taoist, you know about cultivation? Why don't you understand?" Dirt Taoist said, "There are people, demons, ghosts and gods in heaven and earth, each with their own way of cultivation, in which human cultivators are the strongest. Some can borrow the power of the sun, moon and stars, some can borrow the power of the mountains, rivers and lakes. There are Confucian cultivators who read books to view the heavens and the earth. There are Buddhist cultivators who borrow the power of the wish of all beings to cultivate. And there are also sword paths of heavenly pride who planted the sword seed. The world is very big. The stinking Taoist is a bit insightful. No wonder he can cheat outside." Huang Yan responded lightly. She naturally knew about all this, just that those rumors were too far away from her, and unusual chi practitioners were more likely to absorb heaven and earth's aura, or borrow treasures to cultivate. In Linan County, Chen Luoyun of the Chen family and Li Hongyi of the Li family were undisputed geniuses, although what the Taoist master said is reasonable. "It's too far away for us." Lin He spoke up next to him. "Not far, not far." The Taoist smiled and said, "This time, the demonic chaos is rumored to be related to Mount Li in the outside world, so all of you may have a chance to see it." The people around them were talking. They had also heard these rumors. Leaving the mountain? Li Fan heard the chatter around him and pondered. Why is the demon rebellion related to Lei Shan? Sister let him go out to the mountain to kill the demon and did not mention it. Could it be that there are other deep meanings behind Sister's doing so? You don't know about leaving mountain? Next to her, Huang Yan looked at Li Fan. "No, a little bit," Li Fan said. Huang Yan was a little disappointed. Although Li Fan is a martial artist, but he unexpectedly does not even know about Lei Shan. It is inevitable that his knowledge is shallow. The surrounding crowd chatted individually again, did not bother to pick up the old Taoist's topic. Away from the mountain is too far away from them. Most of the people here are martial artists without the talent of practicing Qi, and come to the Chen family also want to make a living. If they can enter the Chen family, at least they will be able to have a place to make a living, and it would be better if they can get the resources for cultivation, and maybe they will have the chance to be a patriarch in the future. Daddy, I also want to cultivate. On the stone table, the girl looked at his dad, Yang Kuei, and innocently said. Yang Kuei's eyes were a little ashamed, not to mention whether the girl had any cultivation talent. Even if she did, with his status, he was not capable of allowing his daughter to obtain cultivation resources. "Oh, why do you want to cultivate?" The old Taoist looked at the girl and asked. "That way daddy won't have to work so hard," the girl said innocently. Yang Kuei wrapped his arms around the girl, his eyes a little red. Huang Yan snorted coldly. "Village girl, also want to cultivate?" Glancing at Li Fan beside her, she felt a bit bored. Although he had a good skin, he was still a martial artist after all. Things come in small packages. Everyone. Right at this moment, a figure came from not far away, only to see a line of figures walking towards this side. The person at the head was wearing a purple colorful dress. Handsome and extraordinary, it was Chen Li, the second son of the Chen family. Behind him, followed by a line of youths, each with an extraordinary temperament, all Qi practitioners. Second prince. The people on this side rose and saluted. The Chen family is holding a demon beheading conference. All of you have traveled a long way to come here. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. If you have any requests, please feel free to mention them to the housekeeper. Nowadays, the demons are rampant in Linan County, and a lot of things have happened outside, so all of you should not travel alone at night. Chen Li arched his hand at the crowd and said, "Thanks for the reminder. Second prince, second duke, have you found any traces of demons? We can't wait." All of them went forward, wanting to show off. "There are already some clues. If there is any definite news, I will definitely inform you all at the first time, and together we will behead the demon," Chen Li said. Li Fan sat there quietly. Yang Kuei looked over there and saw the crowds of people. There was some loss in his eyes, while the scruffy old Taoist shook his head. The world is bustling with people. All of them are coming for profit, and the worldly and powerful families. How can it be that easy to climb up? That is somewhat insightful. Huang Yan opened her mouth and said that she got up and headed that way. Walking up to Chen Li and arching her hand with a sweet smile, Huang Yan of the Upper Xian sect, "I have come to participate in the demon beheading conference. I have met Mr. Chen. I have long heard of the name of the Shangxuan sect. Miss Huang came and the housekeeper did not inform me. Please follow me to the inner courtyard. I will arrange for the place where Miss Huang lives," Chen Lei said verbally. "Many thanks, Mr. Chen," Huang Yan said happily. Walking to Chen Li's side, and then glanced towards Li Fan's side. Seeing that Li Fan's back was turned to her, probably because the teenager was high-minded and did not know how to seize the opportunity, but it was just idle boredom. Although Li Fan has extraordinary looks, he is still young and his eyesight is still narrow, so it is okay to tease him, but they do not belong to the same category after all. The Chen family left with Huang Yan, and only then did the crowd realize that Huang Yan was a qi practitioner. Many people looked at Li Fan sympathetically and even whispered. Even the old Taoist and Yang Kuwei beside him looked at him with strange expressions. What? Seeing Li Fan raise his head, the old Taoist smiled ambiguously while Yang Kuwei lowered his head to diffuse the embarrassment. This made Li Fan a bit depressed and said softly, "If I say that it was her who had been following me, would you believe me?" "I believe." Yang Kuwei looked at Li Fan and nodded. Brother Xiaofan is by no means the kind of person who climbs, but it is Miss Huang, who is a bit snobbish. "I climbed her? Brother Xiaofan, I didn't mean that." Yang Kuwei was busy explaining. "I'm saying that Brother Xiaofan is not a person who tends to be wrong." Yang Kuwei stammered, not knowing how to explain things clearly. Seeing his anxious appearance, Li Fan smiled and shook his head, not bothering to say much, saying, "Brother Yang doesn't need to explain." Yang Kuwei froze and looked at Li Fan and said, "Yang Mao is from a humble background. Brother Xiaofan with this name of Brother Yang. Yang Mao has climbed high. Big Brother Yang came to the Chen family to behead demons as well?" Li Fan asked. Yang Kuwei shook his head. "My cultivation is only at the first layer of body refining. Still at the level of skin and flesh. I can't behead a demon. I come to the Chen family with a thick skin, but also to make a living. If I am lucky enough to be able to stay in the Chen family, and find a place to settle down for our qi." With that he glanced at the girl, who also leaned into his arms and looked at her father with love in her eyes. The old Taoist got up when he heard Yang Kuwei's words, shook his head and sighed. Poor man. The meal, which was not so easy to eat. He stood up and left the side straight away. Chapter 6, The Prince of the World. The next day, Livan was woken up. When he pushed open the door of his room, he saw many people gathered around the lake, talking. "Brother Xiaofan." A voice came from the side. Li Fan saw that next door lived Yang Kuwei and his daughter Qi. The girl seemed a bit scared and shouted at Li Fan, "Brother Xiaofan." Livan smiled at the girl and nodded, asking, "What happened?" "Two people were drunk last night and their bodies were found in the lake," Yang Kuwei said. "Or they were drunk and accidentally fell into the lake and drowned. It's not that simple. A few other women went missing last night. I'm afraid it's the work of demons." At this time, Lin He walked over and arched his hand at Li Fan and Yang Kuwei. "Brother Xiaofan, Brother Yang, the two of you should also be careful. Thanks to Brother Lin for reminding me." Yang Kuwei nodded, his eyes heavy, and whispered, "The Taoist priest was right last night." "Where is the Taoist priest?" "Strange to say, Lin He said. I also searched for the Taoist master and found no trace." Li Fan looked strange. There was indeed something odd about that old Taoist. Lifting his feet, Li Fan walked towards the lake, and when he came between the crowd, he saw two corpses on the edge of the lake, their bodies swollen from soaking in water. At that moment, a line of figures walked over in the distance, and at once the crowd moved aside. The head of the person is Chen Li. He was followed by a middle-aged, dressed in black, waist sat on a large knife face, body qi and blood strong, standing there to give a strong sense of oppression, followed by a group of constables. "The mighty wind. It's Sheriff Chen." Someone spoke up, and instantly the surrounding martial artists arched their hands. "Greetings, Sheriff Chen." It turned out that the visitor was Linen County Constable Chen Zongji, a mid-grade Zongshi realm, with a powerful body, vigorous qi and blood, and fierce and overbearing sword skills, who had killed many demons and evils. Chen Zongji stepped forward and squatted down to check the body, then opened his mouth and asked, "What other clues are there?" 3 women have been found missing so far, all under the age of 18, Chen Lei said orally. A number of women also disappeared within Linen County last night. Again young women. This demon seems to have come for the women. Chen Zongji spoke. "Search the Chen mansion. There are no demons mixed in." Chen Li nodded and said to the crowd, "Gentlemen, I'm afraid I'm going to be offended. Checking out your residences." Naturally, the crowd had no problem with this. The people of the Chen family took the constables along with them and Chen Li and Chen Zongji stayed behind as the people around them talked. "Has your excellency heard the rumors?" "What rumors?" "The mastermind behind the demon taking the young woman captive this time may be that mountain village in the west of the city." "Voltron Villa?" someone exclaimed. "Shoo, keep it down. What is the Voltron Villa?" Li Fan asked to Lin He who was walking beside him. "The owner of Voltron Villa is a demon. The body is a scaly dragon. Sexually promiscuous. There are 100 wonderful women in the villa for his pleasure. Rumor has it that behind this scaly dragon is Li Shan." Lin He frowned. Could this demonic rebellion really be related to Li Shan? Leaving the mountain again? Li Fan revealed an odd expression. He also hadn't heard his senior sister mention the matter of the Voltron villa. The Chen mansion was in chaos, and after the search there were still no clues. The people gathered around the lake also gradually increased, and there was a constant stream of discussion, with many people clamoring for the demon to be cut down and eliminated. Li Fan quietly sat on a stone table aside and looked over at the corpse. Behind Chenli he saw that Huang Yan was also there. No clues have been found. The constable returned and reported to Chen Zongji. After Chen Zongji and Chenli talked, only to see Chenli walked up to the crowd and said, "You must have heard the news. This demon is afraid of rushing to the young women. For the sake of your safety, the Chen house has decided that the women will all be accessed to live in the inner courtyard, and be guarded by the chi practitioners in the house. At the same time, the Chen house will strengthen its patrol, and I also hope that you all will cooperate with the patrols together, so as to avoid any further accidents." Everyone nodded their heads, and many of those with women's families put their heads down. A few moments later, Yang Kuei brought Achi to the side and looked at Chenli. "Mr. Chen, my daughter is young. Can I accompany her?" Chenli swept him away indifferently, and the chi practitioners behind him all had some disdain in their eyes as well. "Unconscionable," Huan Yan said in her heart. Seeing this scene, Yang Kuei tensed. "Mr. Chen, I can be responsible for keeping watch outside. Is your excellency not trusting my Chen family?" Chenli asked rhetorically, and Yang Kuei immediately stammered a bit. "Mr. Chen, Yang Mao has no such intention whatsoever. Your excellency, the second prince protects your daughter, yet you still have conditions?" Someone from the side spoke up. "Brother Yang." At this time, Lin He came forward and said, "My daughter Lin Min is slightly older and can help take care of Qi." Yang Kuei glanced behind Lin He. His daughter was 17 or 18 years old and quite calm, so he hesitated a bit. Qi also looked back at Lin Min, then reached out his little hand to touch Yang Kuei's beard and said, Dad, Qi will be obedient." Yang Kuei looked at his well-behaved daughter and nodded. "Big brother Yang, Qi is still young, so don't go to the inner courtyard. Just take care of it yourself." Li Fan, who was sitting there, looked over and said. Yang Kuei, who had already compromised, hesitated when he heard Li Fan's words, but still chose to listen to Li Fan's opinion. "I'll listen to brother Xiaofan." With that, he said to Chen Li, "Second Duke, Mr. Yang will take care of his daughter himself. It seems that you don't trust my Chen mansion." Chen Li spoke coldly. "Second Prince." Yang Kuei didn't know how to explain, and didn't want to offend Chen Li. After all, he came to the Chen family because he also hoped to find a place for Qi to settle down. "Mr. Chen, I see that corpse. It looks like it was done by a ghost." At this time, Li Fan continued. "Ghost?" The surrounding people all looked at Li Fan, seeing that he was extraordinarily young, but extremely handsome, with a white coat of snow, casually sitting there, as if he was the protagonist here. Seeing Li Fan sitting and talking to himself, Chen Li raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Your Excellency? Li Fan, the one who came to behead the demons." Li Fan responded. Behind Chen Li, Huan Yan whispered in his ear. Chen Li had something in mind and looked at Li Fan somewhat playfully, saying, "So what if it's a ghost?" This ghost was able to blend into the Chen mansion without a sound. "I'm afraid it's an inside ghost," Li Fan said. "Just now, Mr. Chen has already checked the place where we live. Is there any place in the inner courtyard of the Chen mansion that has a heavy qi? Have Mr. Chen and all the constables checked it?" Bold. "Your Excellency is so unbridled." Before Chen Li could say anything, a chi practitioner behind him chided. Chen Li narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Fan, saying coldly, "In addition to the people of my Chen family, the inner courtyard of the Chen mansion is also inhabited by quite a number of chi practitioners who have come to decapitate the demons. So how can any demonic ghosts be mixed in there without being detected? Yesterday, the demonic ghosts mixed into the Chen family, and the Chen family chi practitioners found out?" Li Fan asked strangely. "How did he manage to be so righteous? Unbridled." Chen Li droned, mana fluctuating on his body. The surrounding martial artists also rebuked Li Fan for not knowing what he was doing, as if Li Fan was talking about them and not Chen Li. "Don't be offended, Mr. Chen. Brother Xiaofan is young and didn't mean anything else." Seeing this, Yang Kuei hugged Qi and bowed to Chen Li. "I will leave the Chen mansion and not add to the chaos of the Chen family." Although he wanted to stay, he didn't want to involve Li Fan. Li Fan's words, "I'm afraid that he has already offended the second duke. He's still young and doesn't know what's important." Chen family is a powerful family in Linnan County. In Linnan County can be said to be a hand in the sky. These martial artists said that they came to behead the demon, but in fact, they all want to rely on the Chen family. Chen Li is the son of the Chen family's head, and it would be easy for such a person to pinch a martial artist to death, and the government offices wouldn't even look into it. The head constable, Chen Zongji, is said to be a cousin of the Chen family, who supported him. Demons are in turmoil outside. Where can you go with your young daughter? Only Chen Zongji chided. Since you are unwilling to go to the inner courtyard, take care of yourself. Chen Zong's middle-grade patriarch was like a huge mountain pressing down on young Kuei as he buried his head low and nodded his head in agreement. It's normal for young people to be young and unaware of the heights of heaven. But in the future, pay attention to your words to avoid any trouble. Shanli said coldly, then whisked his sleeve away. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Young Kuei trembled with fear, not daring to raise his head. After Chanli left, many people looked at Li Fan, and someone laughed and said, the woman you like went away with Mr. Chen. It's no wonder you have a grudge against him. Miss Huang is a chi practitioner of the Shangxuan sect, just a toad trying to eat swan meat. Everyone, speak less. Lin He came forward and said to Li Fan, Brother Xiaofan is a bit impulsive. Li Fan looked at Lin Min behind Lin He, who was similar to him in age, and said, Miss Lin is already a cultivator, and with Brother Lin around, there is no need to go to the inner courtyard. Lin Min froze, not expecting Li Fan to advise her. She sized up Li Fan, handsome and extraordinary, except that she had walked the rivers and lakes with her father when she was young, and her mind was precocious enough to know what she wanted. This time she came to the Chen family. She and her father wanted to enter the Chen family, so that her father could utilize the Chen family's resources to impact the Grandmaster realm, and she could also be exposed to a broader world. This time, entering the inner courtyard was exactly the right opportunity, so she naturally wouldn't miss it. Thank you, Brother Li. I'll take care of myself in the inner courtyard, Lin Min said in response, his words tinged with politeness. Although Li Fan had extraordinary looks, he was only a person who practiced martial arts, and was not within her eyesight. Li Fan didn't say much and stopped looking at her, respecting the fate of others. Little Fan brother, even you are aggrieved. Yang Kuei hugged a Chi and walked up. His mood was still a little heavy. A Chi also tightly wrapped her arms around his neck due to fear. Only after seeing Li Fan did he relax a little and shouted out, Brother Xiaofan. Ah, Chi is good. Li Fan smiled and said, don't worry, Brother Yang, nothing will happen. He remembered the chicken thighs he had eaten yesterday. Could it be that the old man is really something? Chapter 7, Attack. A busy day in the Chen mansion did not lead to any clues, but this was expected by Li Fan. As night fell, Li Fan sat alone and quietly by the lake. There were people constantly walking around them, those who practiced martial arts for the Chen family's night patrol. Occasionally people would even whisper as they passed by, with a hint of flirtatious sarcasm. Since you suspect that there is a mole in the Chen family, why are you sticking around? There are real demons out there. How dare I go out? Just showing off my mouth. Li Fan ignored the gossip. He wanted to see what ghosts the Chen family had. Now it is rumored that this demonic chaos is related to Lei Shan. He naturally does not believe it. Brother Xiaofan. At this time, Yang Kuei walked over. Hasn't Brother Yang rested yet? Ah Chi went to sleep first. Yang Kuei sat down across from Li Fan, looking a little sullen. Brother Yang has something on his mind? Li Fan asked. This time to come to the Chen family. I wanted to seek a place of peace, but now it seems that the Chen family is afraid to stay. Now the outside world is full of demons. I do not know how many people suffered. My own rotten life of death is not enough to spare. But as 7 she is only 6 years old. Yang Kuei heart depressed. As a father, he feels guilty for not being able to protect his daughter. Li Fan was speechless. Back then he was lucky and met his master to bring along Lei Shan to survive. But not everyone is lucky. It should be the duty of the court to eliminate demons and devils. The night was getting cooler, and there was a wind blowing by the lake with a few chills. Li Fan looked up at the sky. The moonlight seemed to be blocked. It looked gray. Why does it feel a little cold? Someone elsewhere on the lake whispered. It is a bit. The person next to him also said that people who practiced martial arts had strong chi and blood, and were not afraid of the cold. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the full moon hanging in the sky seemed to be obscured by the fog, and even a shadow could be vaguely seen. Coming. Li Fan glanced towards the lake, and a golden light flickered in his eyes. What demonic creature? A thunderous shout came from the direction of the Chen mansion's inner courtyard, and then a figure was seen breaking through the air and standing on top of the high pavilion. Looking from afar, one of them could only be seen with a figure like thunder. It was Chen Luoyun, the young master of the Chen clan. A figure broke through the air and stood on top of the tall building. In an instant, each chi practitioner simultaneously displayed powerful might. At the same time, only to see dark clouds covering the sky, a horrifying mist swept towards that side. A roar came out, and the battle erupted in an instant. Demon. The demons actually attacked the Chen mansion directly. Many figures came running, looking towards the direction of the Chen mansion's inner courtyard, and Yang Kuei also turned to look over there, somewhat worried. In the middle of the lake, A cloud of dark shadows crawled up the corner, stretching toward the ground in a dense mass. "What is it?" a martial artist beside him coldly shouted. And in the dim light, many long black hairs traveled all the way up his feet, instantly binding his legs securely. "Demon! Demon!" he screamed in terror, but he couldn't move his legs as the black hair skyrocketed and covered his entire body, then burrowed into his nostrils, eyes, and pierced out the back of his head. Blood flowed along the black hair, and the people around them only felt their livers and guts split and their feet trembled when they saw this scene. "It's a demon! Escape!" A shout. In an instant chaos, "We're just chatting," when the heroism. The long hairs in the lake madly wriggled up to the shore, more and more, surging at a terrifying speed. The sound of plopping continued, and one after another, people were directly pierced through their bodies, and were subsequently swept into the lake. Yang Kuei only felt his scalp tingle when he saw the situation around him. Ah chi! Panic appeared in his eyes, his body was unsteady, and then violently ran wildly towards the direction of the house. One after another people beside him were pierced through the body by the long black hair, but at this moment his courage overcame his fear, and he just crazily shouted his daughter's name. Next to him, a figure was running in the direction of the inner courtyard, with the same worry in his eyes. It was Linhwa, the two of them rubbing shoulders. Yang Kuei's eyes were red, staring dead on at the door in front of him, and with a creak, only to see the door open. A girl appeared there, rubbing her eyes and shouting, "Ah, Dad!" The black-haired tentacles on both sides swept past Yang Kuei like he was crazy and curled towards the girl. "Ah chi, run!" Yang Kuei shouted. As if he was crazy, the girl raised her head to look at her father. Then she saw the black hair in the sky curl towards her, and for a moment, she stayed there, the scene in front of her, as if it was like hell. "Run!" Black hair curled towards the girl, and Yang Kuei let out a desperate cry from his mouth. Right at this moment, a blinding light suddenly blossomed, causing him to be in a bit of a trance. And in the next moment, Yang Kuei only saw that there was an additional figure in front of Achi, and that figure stood straight there, releasing golden light all over his body, and the young fire within his body burned like a blazing sun, and his chi and blood blazed like a dragon. The girl looked up, then she also saw the handsome figure in front of her. She saw a pair of golden eyes that were as brilliant as the blazing sun, and golden lines even appeared between her eyebrows, like a god or a demon. "Brother Xiaofan." The girl's voice sounded like it came from within a dream. Li Fan squatted down and picked the girl up. His palms gently closed over the girl's eyes and softly said, "Close your eyes and don't look. Sleep." The girl nodded obediently and leaned into Li Fan's arms and closed her eyes. Behind him, Yang Kuei fell to the ground, raised his head and saw Li Fan turn around. At this moment the teenage figure was actually incomparably tall and magnificent in his eyes. Those black-haired tentacles around him were far away and did not dare to come close to the slightest bit. Yang fire blazes and can subdue ghosts and gods. Yang Kuei's nose and eyes came out and he cowed out heavily to Li Fan. "Big brother Yang, Ah Chi is for you." Li Fan opened his mouth and said. Only then did Yang Kuei climb up and took Archie in Li Fan's arms, hugging her tightly to prevent her from looking at the surrounding scene. "Brother Yang, follow me." Li Fan opened his mouth and said, walking in the direction of the lake. Yang Kuei certainly understood that Li Fan was an unusual person at this moment, and followed closely behind Li Fan. In the surrounding direction, there were constantly martial artists losing their lives, pierced by those black hairs, and there were corpses everywhere, but the roaming tentacles were the only ones that bypassed them. Yang Kuei was also shaken inwardly when he saw this scene. During the day, Li Fan offended Chen Li. No one spoke for him, and the martial artists in the Chen family even spoke sarcastically in order to climb the Chen family. Otherwise, I'm afraid it wouldn't have ended up like this. The young man in front of him looked gentle and nice, but at this moment, he looked like a cold-blooded and heartless person who saw death. Coming to the edge of the lake, Li Fan looked towards the lake water. His eyes were like sharp blades, only to see the lake's surface emitting a whirring sound, and the black hair in the sky curled crazily towards him. Li Fan's golden eyes flashed with a touch of sharpness, sharp to the extreme, stabbing towards the lake water. Under the surface of the water, there was a white shadow, a female ghost. The female ghost's face was covered by her long hair. Only a pair of deep eyes could be seen. Her eyes looked towards the lake shore, as if she saw a round of blazing sun. The blazing sun fire was printed on her body through the lake water. The long hair in the sky faded away like a tide, and the lake surface was surging with water waves. Demons, evil spirits and ghosts are most afraid of cultivators with strong yang fire. At this time, there was a line of figures in the distance darting towards this side. The two people at the head were extremely fast. There were thunder swords and flaming lances that came through the air, killing the black tentacles that roamed the sky and cutting them off. Soon, two figures kill this side, a man and a woman. The man is dashing and dusty. Innate phantom sword hanging in the air, contains the power of thunder. The woman is dressed in red, gentle and beautiful and through the valiant posture. Is Linen County another genius character? And Chen Luoyun flushed Li Hongyi. Li Hongyi's innate dharma phase was a flaming lance, and she was seen bathing in flames, mirroring her red clothes. Run! Chen Luoyun stood on top of the fence at the edge of the lake and looked into the lake water. The female ghost's breath had already vanished and disappeared without a trace. Li Hongyi looked towards the shore of the lake, only to see that there were many corpses on the ground, dying in a miserable state. And there were also martial artists who were lucky enough to survive who had their livers and guts cracked, and were paralyzed on the ground. Many thanks to Mr. Chen and Miss Li for saving us. Someone rose and bowed. The demons have receded. You all can go rest first. Chen Luoyun opened his mouth and said, but his eyes were heavy. The demons had retreated, but they had suffered heavy losses, and many women had been taken captive by the demonic mist. Big brother Yang, take Achi back to rest. At the shore of the lake, Li Fan said softly to Yang Kuei. Yang Kuei nodded without saying anything more and carried Archie in the direction of the room. Li Hongyi looked to Li Fan's side. The three were actually immaculate, especially that Li Fan, from his calm face, could not see the slightest panic after the robbery. Chen Luoyun also looked at Li Fan's back, vaguely feeling somewhat familiar. Li Fan didn't care about the gazes of others and walked towards his room as well. Why aren't you alright? At that moment, a paralyzed martial artist looked at Li Fan and shouted. He was almost killed. Li Fan paused in his footsteps and frowned, then continued forward. Why did the demon attack only bypass you? The man shouted. No one responded. Li Fan stepped into the house and closed the door as if it was just an ordinary night. Chapter 8, Scapegoating. After all, the queen is 1,000 gold body. Why this great king's residence is simple. His men are clumsy. Is to go to your country to lead a few exquisite and well-behaved eunuchs, to facilitate the golden sage queen close to the use of the call. And at this moment, looking at the cellar that was like an abyss, the other five believed even more in what Lin Yu had said, that in the underworld, there seemed to be a pair of hands manipulating all of this. Fujimai knew it was bad when he saw the movement change in Akutagawa's bat. The lesson he learned earlier made him set up a direct move to block the whammy in response. When the ball was stopped by the purple racket, the back half of the court actually gave out a loud jolt, no less than when Fujimai received Sonata's aggression like fire. The officer in charge of the city's defense was trying to stabilize the situation and direct the defense, but a loud explosion suddenly came to mind under the city wall, and the whole wall shook, and many people were shocked and frightened by the sudden vibration, and fell directly to the ground. Actually, if she wanted to kill someone, she could ask Lyle or Bill to do it, but this time she decided to do it herself. It was also a reminder to Jehoshaphat that if he dared to get suspicious, even she would be able to kill him handily on the spot. The success of the tribulation. Ji Xuanyuan's cultivation will not be weakened, and can even say, even if he now reveals the body of Zhu Aoi, the eastern boundary cannot take him to do anything. Such treatment, even if the supreme demon tribe came to the eastern region, cannot be obtained. Seeing her do so, the two teammates hurriedly followed suit, saluting Master Ellen and following her into the boundary. Li Fan Yu is very plain. Talking about these involves the life and death of two big enterprises. It is like saying I am hungry, or I am sleepy, as plain as. For a useless tool, either refrigerate it or throw it away. If it's a human being, naturally, you eliminate it. At those words, Shonair withdrew his hand that was trying to help him in his defense, and chopped his axe at the root of the black-spotted tiger's fangs. No, you guys just stay at this table and keep eating. I'm not willing to eat your leftovers, Lu Tianhao said with a playful smile, turned around and walked towards another empty table to sit down. Taisher Ci looked back at Lu Tianhao with a grudging expression on his face, looking at Lu Tianhao secretly happy. Yes, their intelligence is not low, and they know that being a witness is their only choice. From this point of view, in the chaotic world, the intelligence given by the system to these humanoid NPCs, none of them is a saving grace. With this dark room, the sound of gasps rose and fell from weak to strong and back again. Waves of ambiguous air currents endlessly washed over this lustful indulgence. Xia Wuji was a bit surprised. He didn't ask about Shangwan Xian just now, and thought that Zhu now would have a way to subdue this person. But he didn't expect Shangwan Xian to kill himself in the blink of an eye. Up on the second floor, on both sides of the corridor were private rooms, one next to another. Each room had its own name, and it felt like the layout of this place was similar to that of a hotel, except that these private rooms were used for eating and drinking. Zhou Junlin was thinking about what to do and hadn't made a move when he suddenly saw Lu Xia being lifted up out of thin air. Unfortunately, Xia Wuji didn't need to explain his purpose to them, so they could only follow orders. Come to me. We need you. The immortal Saint Emperor's voice continued to come. And other than the words that were suspiciously like a self-introduction, all the other words had the same meaning, telling Lu Xia to go to his place. But at this time Yanqi didn't have the heart to maneuver. The midday sun was a bit dry and hot, and he was already sweating profusely. Where are such nakedly unfair conditions nowadays? It's all about controlling other countries as colonies in some slightly more subtle way. Bowie Cow's footsteps naturally could not be hidden from Dodgy. Dodgy turned her head. A pair of seductive eyes in the dark night seemed to emit a faint yellow light. A little bizarre, but even more enchanting. They can fly. Watch your head. Can't fight hard. All of them go in. Xiao Ling ignored Officer Li and yelled directly at the several SWAT officers who were blindly strafing in midair. Alas, grabbing a handful of those two Mahayana stage cultivators, cool is cool, but we can't stay in this 100 changes space forever. Yi Jianfeng heard, couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Xiao Ling, because of Wang Hui's words just now, although he did not show a smile, his face had eased quite a bit. Everyone knew Mou's fierce authority. No one dared to speak. Even the children were filled with fear and shrunk into their parents' arms. Hearing the sound of the explosion of the blossom bombs a little closer, Lu Zongmin didn't dare to delay any longer, and immediately took his personal soldiers and a few carriages to run towards the south gate. Luckily, Li Yan's men are small and have not formed an encirclement of Taiyuan City, and there are still quite a lot of troops in the south, so it is still safe. This gun is really good. The genetic warrior was blown up as usual. Over the top. Outside, this Duan Wuya guy was firing his gun and clamoring at the same time. Who are you? Your territory. Have you made a mistake? This is your territory. How come I don't know? Yi Jianfeng couldn't help but turn around at his words. This sect had a high status in China, and there were many talented disciples among them, except that in the past 400 years, they rarely entered the world. I followed closely, following the battle scent of the two of them all the way around the inside of the southern city, to the gradually sparsely populated area, and saw that the ground was filled with white bones one after another. All I know is that after Sister Qin Qin came back from the police station that day, she went to the department store to finish the formalities for leaving her job. As soon as she got home, she locked herself in her room for several days and didn't get up and go out until last night. The third aunt still had no whereabouts. Many things piled up in my heart. I lay on the sofa, only to feel that my eyes were heavy. Even if he says he's here for the money, I'm still willing to define the relationship as a partnership, and I'm more than willing to be on the same plane as Adam. Now I can't calculate how many meters we are from the ground at the moment. It should be pretty deep anyway, yet strangely enough, there was plenty of oxygen. And I was a little surprised to find that the rock walls around us were smooth and neat, with occasional reliefs on them, which would suggest that the dark river had been carved out artificially. Chapter 9, The Grandmaster. Upon hearing this, everyone mounted their horses. Food? Just make do with what you've got. As long as you don't starve. Water? Drink whatever you want. As long as you don't die of thirst. In a time of life and death, how can you think of enjoying yourself? At a glance, there was no danger to be seen. But perhaps it was the restraints of the ban, or perhaps it was the extraordinarily hot and humid air that made people feel uncomfortable when they arrived here. The crowd nodded their heads, and between them, the 100 insect poison kings split into two, and one of them had already rushed into the black hole. Just at this time, only to see the milkmaid seem to have a puzzled and a bit scared expression, staring at Yi Nimi and said something, and Yi Nimi, after listening to the words of the milkmaid, all of a sudden reached out his hand and pinched the milkmaid's throat. And with a vicious face said something to the milkmaid. And all of a sudden, the milkmaid shouted out in a great panic. Who are you? Why did you appear here? Chang Ro asked as she saw Tone Bell walking towards her while stroking her zither. Lin Feng got up early today, early in the morning when he came to the school. The school is still quiet. The campus in addition to the cleaning staff and security guards. Along the way other people have not seen one. How did this happen? The beast attacked them and buried the bodies here? Tone Bell asked in disbelief. A plate of xiaoruwashi just smiled and watched Lin Feng and the Zhou general manager being polite to each other. She did not have the intention to open her mouth to speak. Anyway, this matter has Lin Feng to step forward is good. Since there's a problem, you need to hurry up and defuse it before you meet the client now, or it'll be too late once you do. Wang Sanhu's several people with the 1,000 troops withdrew to the interior of the base, where they have long built the second fortification, but just now the explosion has let them to see dumbfounded. The original that the thick wall was originally used as a bait to send out. Lalo Vice Alliance. This move cut meat is really smart. Only then could the batters get their morale up and gnaw a piece of meat off Sawamura's body in one fell swoop. It's just a shame that Yakuza's original reputation was so modest, and its subsequent performances, while stunning, lost touch with the shrine and Koshian, depriving it of its newsworthiness. Now the main thing is still to enlist the third house. In case Wang Qixian really went to apply for the examination this year, and then if he won, then the longhouse really need to be taken care of by the third master Wang. Sube hissed as he madly swung his bright silver hammer and smashed it. The heavy bright silver hammer was just like dense rain, falling in a steady stream. Xiao Lingxiao held up a halberd and resisted in vain. The horrible brute force smashed both his hands and Tiger's mouths with severe pain. His arms were numb, and his chest was so stuffy that he was about to spit out blood. That score wouldn't be desperate in baseball, and the chances of a possible turnover are just not great. The Trolls' training may be a little less intense than the powerhouses of Aodo High School and Inagaki Industries, but it's definitely more grueling than ever. The baseball flew out flat, and the speed of the ball that was hit was not slower than a knotted ball in the slightest. The people from Holy Light Academy didn't even have time to react. The baseball had already gone through. As soon as Gurov opened the cupboard in his room, the clothes in it were hanging neatly, and it was obvious that a good number of them were still new. In the face of such a stern momentum, Yanlong's face remained unchanged. He stood calmly in the hall, as if what he saw in front of him was a piece of green grass and yellow flowers, and he was nothing more than a minstrel trekking in the green. Chengdu Ling's ID hangs high on the side of the bar all day long, and as soon as you enter the bar, you can see that the bar owner fishes alone for the cold river snow. These words. Then through the white lining, he fumbled around for a while, finally stopping at the side of his waist. I'll be damned. Second brother, where did you hear about this competition program? This is too much bullshit. It might as well be a straight-up fight. Lu Mang skimmed his lips and said with some chagrin. In the next second, a strange color flashed in the eyes of the ice wolf and threw my body straight into the magma. Tang Mingyu did not say further, but I have guessed. The larger the shares, the greater the responsibility. Tang Chang did this, is to use himself to protect Tang Mengyu. Tang Chang cannot fight Fei Hua Group, can only use their own maximum possible to protect Tang Mengyu. Well then, I'll take everyone to settle down now, and after that I'll go with you to the Yellow River. Heron said to me, if people want to live in peace for the rest of their lives, they have no money. As long as you don't have any money, you keep working part-time and making a few $1,000s a month. No one will come back to count on you. Xiao shouted. I flapped my wings, intending to go back, and just then, through the ghost network, I felt a trace of abnormality, hastily twisted out a black long sword, slashed towards the bottom. It was an orange dream ghost. How he came to me, I only felt it through the ghost network. Splatting sound, almost no whip, is 2 or 3 of the Brahma temple disciples, was shocked to vomit blood, and that wildly howling unwilling black dragon. But also in Guchensi this series of rage under the whip, was smashed to the eyes of the Gold Star Child. Being able to reach the present level, all of them have no problem with their heads and can naturally understand what I mean and know what they should do, and I don't have to nag them too much. It doesn't usually show anything, but in critical moments, this deep bond cries out. The city's command center mobilized a number of police forces from nearby, closing several exits on the highway in an attempt to seal the outie on the highway. On top of that, several police cars were reinforced from the avoidance lanes, only to make Sven very sad. At that time, several of his good friends also joined the battle, but they did not survive, and became the food in the mouth of the big dragon baron, dying a very miserable death. It was also at this time that Dynasty FAI noticed a pile of information on the computer desk on the wooden bed, and, in many cases, he would often search the internet to see if there were any character names he liked. Roar! Tens of thousands of cannon fodder insects hissed neatly, forming a powerful airwave that attacked Lorenzo's men first. Chapter 10, Phantasm? This last remark of Lin Yunhong's hit the nail on the head, stating the real reason why she was in no hurry to see Xiao Shu. And all I could do was glare hopelessly at Lin Hao before lowering my head and picking at the watermelon chunks and the iced rice with a disposable spoon, casually pressing the clumped glutinous rice into loose form. Time passed slowly, and on reaching the hour of noon, a modest vessel approached the shore of Oleander Harbor. Xiao Changdao on the city wall couldn't help but change color with a huff. He had been in the army of crusaders for 2 years, but he had never seen such powerful artillery. The key was that more than a dozen heavy artillery guns were firing at the same time. The power was too much. Even veterans like him, who are used to seeing siege battles, were shocked. Rune pattern is a very mysterious thing. The direction of its pattern is more like some spiritual power spell formations, through some circuits and nodes, to play a role that ordinary people cannot understand. So to make the runic pattern ineffective, in fact, it is also very simple. Disconnecting his nodes is actually one of the methods. Zi Yang gestured a few times in front of the two of them, and they seemed to see a golden light flash. Then it didn't enter their eyebrows, and then everything in front of them changed dramatically. It was then that I thought of my dad, who was probably still at home, and shut my mouth, covering it tightly with my hands for fear that he would find me in my current state. Feng Yunshan looked up and saw a sea of warships parked on the river. The two in the center were extraordinarily huge and very conspicuous. People like the Anchor Tian AI to gather here for the same purpose. As for these guys curious about how the Anchor Tian AI herself is, stay and find out. You Roy feel strange. Always feel that this lamp were not right. Since there is a can turn even if it is not a mechanism must be hidden organs. Drinking tea is also good. Grinding sex. This is the initial feeling of Wang Tiancheng. Into the tea house. Wang Tiancheng saw at a glance not far from a table. Sitting and drinking tea Lu Feng. Behind it seems to sit a few gangster look-like people. Wang Tiancheng knows that now Lu Feng has been the boss of Fenglin County. Surrounded by this kind of people naturally less. Lu Feng laughed out loud and pointed his finger at Wang Tiancheng as if he was saying that Wang Tiancheng was cunningly crafty. Of course Wang Tiancheng knew what Lu Feng meant. It was also heartfelt. It was very enjoyable to drink a cup of good dragon well. Li Shi think about it, then took out his cell phone to play Ouyang Ming's phone, but unexpectedly even dialed the number twice. Are prompted by the user has been turned off. Then he remembered something and looked at the mouth of the cave he had just climbed out of. At the mouth that was no longer quite so high up from him, and a ho-ho-ho sounded in his throat and throughout his body. Hearing Lin Shi's words, not only did Jiang Shui's face turn even paler, the rest of the people were also even more chilled. Mr. Lu, the chief as a national leader, our general hospital has the responsibility to defend his safety. You casually pull an unidentified person in to treat the chief. In case something goes wrong, what to do, who will bear the responsibility? The most important reason why the Void God Tower was so valued and the rankings decided were so recognized was that the train would allot you the appropriate supplies on a monthly basis based on your rankings in the Void God Tower. Some of the rare ones that you would have to rely on your luck to get even if you had the points and the red crystal. It's like going to a bakery and buying buns. It's supposed to be 2 for $1. And then the owner tells you that he thinks you're nice and gives you 20 for $1. Is that normal? The sword in the hand of this Immortal One Academy's sword master still stabbed the shoulder of this Zhengzhou guard sergeant, but his eyes bulged instantly. Fei Liangyan was not the kind of person who was very good at expressing his feelings. Although he had practiced a good bar of mouth by working as a bartender in a bar for so long, he still couldn't say anything when it came to business. While at this moment, Shiman Long was sweating profusely, with one hand covering his stomach with a bitter look on his face. With an expression of wanting to shit and not being able to do so, Dong Zhanyun clenched his teeth as his spiritual power attempted to penetrate his opponent's communication area. Wanting to learn his opponent's exact location, the green-robed man pulled the red-robed man and left without looking back. At that time, the dynasty also vigorously eliminate this person, but the means of Yuaning stage cultivator is very mysterious, bent on hiding and escaping, almost impossible to find its trace. In the end, the entire dynasty at the expense of huge manpower and financial resources, under extreme martial law, Expound Blood Devil only gradually disappeared. On the side, Wang Xuanlong's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he turned to glance at Xue Qiqi. The alarm bells in his heart rang loudly, and Yuanlong True Qi was rapidly running in his body. The scene sank at this moment, and almost everyone's gazes swept to the duo of Li Qi and Lu Li. Not far away, Cui Feng was already able to see a thin silhouette that flickered and disappeared, and every time it appeared, it directly spanned a distance of hundreds of meters, claiming that it was shrinking. Looking at the reluctant Dong Zhanyun, Lu Jingxue was instantly defeated and said, "Didn't you go and collect the materials? Since you've collected them all, let's start now." After Lu Jingxue finished speaking, he reached over with a look of willingness to fight and punish. Seeing this fellow, Linger frowned, and at that moment, she no longer paid attention to it, and with a twist of her body, she leapt out in the direction of the square. Seeing this, Chang Zizi smiled, and at that moment, she also went in the direction of Linger's departure, and chased after him. "Shameless, nasty, you're an asshole." Ma Fei was instantly furious as her chest rippled and she cursed. Although Shang Jingtian and Xia Yaorong were both good in their own right, they were obviously no match for the Ronglong who had prepared in advance. Ronglong took advantage of the gap between the two people's attacks and darted towards Baiyu, grabbing the unresponsive Baiyu with a single stretch of its giant claws. Later he was terminally ill and died alone in a hospital. When he was dying he didn't even have a family member or friend by his side. After his death he was inexplicably reborn back to his youth. But unfortunately he had a car accident on the way home in a hurry. Then he met Zhou Bai, who accidentally got part of his memory information. "I came here this time to prepare to bring Nana back." The Fox King swept her gaze over Luoyi and said with a bland expression, "Damn, what the hell?" Controlling the emanation of the venom with his Xian force, Xia Yaorong glared fiercely at the ferret that was now claiming credit from Baiyu. Chapter 11, The Demon Army. On the streets of Linen City, passers-by were in a hurry, without the usual slackness. Pedestrians on the road are also mostly Jianghu people. These 2 days, the demon is more and more rampant. The people in the county are in a state of panic, especially after nightfall. The people are scared and trembling. On the street, a white-clothed young man was walking with a white horse, and on the horse sat a girl with a candy cane in her hand, flanked by a middle-aged man. The scene in front of him attracted a lot of attention, only because the young man leading the horse was handsome and extraordinary, while the girl on the horse's back was dressed in ordinary clothes and had a dark and thin figure. "Hey!" A shout came. Li Fan looked up and saw a head sticking out of the window of the second floor of the restaurant next to him, and it was actually the old diviner, Grandpa Taoist. She also saw the old Taoist and shouted happily. It seems that the Taoist master has cheated a lot of silver again. Li Fan looked up at the old Taoist and laughed. "Not much, just enough for a drink." The old Taoist smiled and spoke. "Do you want to come up for a couple drinks?" She looked to his father, and young Kuei hesitated for a moment before saying, "Taoist, we have a journey to make, so we won't accompany you." With that, he looked at Li Fan again and said, "Brother Little Fan, I've already bothered you to escort us all the way, so let's go on our own next. Want another ride?" Li Fan said, "It's been a long time since we've bothered Brother Xiaofan." Yang Kuei was a loyal person. Li Fan had already saved his father and daughter's lives and was unwilling to trouble anyone else. "Ah Chi, come down." Yang Kuei held out his hand to his daughter on horseback. Ah Chi looked at Li Fan with some reluctance, only to see Li Fan smiling. "It's too slow for you to walk with Ah Chi. This horse has a good footing. It shouldn't take long to get out of the city." It didn't matter to himself if he offended the Chen family, but it was better for Yang Kuei and the others to leave the county. "Brother Xiaofan." Yang Kuei wanted to say something, but he saw Li Fan waved his hand and said, "Brother Yang, Ah Chi called me a brother. The horse is for her." Yang Kuei glanced at his daughter, then kneeled down on both knees and kowtowed to Li Fan. "Brother Yang doesn't have to be like this." Li Fan reached out and pulled him up. Yang Kuei's eyes reddened as he said, "Brother Xiaofan, I'm afraid that the great favor will be hard to repay in this life. If there is an afterlife, I'm willing to be a cow or a horse." "Words are not enough," Li Fan said. "Take care of Archie." Yang Kuei nodded heavily and said to Chi, "Chi, say goodbye to Brother Xiaofan." Aki's eyes were a little red and she said reluctantly, "Brother Xiaofan, can Aki go to you when she grows up?" "Sure," Li Fan said. "Where does Archie go to find you?" the girl asked. "Leaving the mountain," Li Fan said casually, and Yang Kuei, who was on the side, rippled inwardly. "Leaving the mountain disciples. No wonder. Leaving the mountain." She murmured and whispered, memorizing these two words, then smiled and said, "Brother Xiaofan, she will definitely look for you." "Good." Li Fan nodded with a smile. Yang Kuei didn't say much and arched his hand at Li Fan once again before looking up at the old Taoist. "Farewell, Taoist master." Saying that, he also stepped onto the horse's back, holding Archie. His legs clamped on the horse's belly, and the white horse headed forward. "Goodbye Brother Xiaofan." Archie's eyes reddened and he looked up at the restaurant window again and shouted, "Goodbye, Grandpa Taoist." On horseback, Archie asked, "Father, where is Lei Shan?" "Mount Li, the highest mountain in Dili." Yang Kuei said softly as the leading mountain disciple led the horse. "Perhaps this is the highest moment of Archie's life. Ah Chi, although we may not always have the chance to repay in this life, you must remember Brother Xiaofan's kindness. Without Brother Xiaofan, both Ah Chi and Ah Dad would not be in this world. If Archie is taken by a demon in the Chen residence, then he will die in the Chen family, and their lives are given by Li Fan." "Ah Dad, I want to cultivate," Ah Chi said in a tender voice. The figure of Li Fan standing in front of her like a god or a demon lingered in the girl's tiny head. Yang Kuei hesitated, then nodded with a smile and said, "Good." After the white horse was far away, Li Fan came on top of the restaurant, sat down opposite the old Taoist and poured himself a glass of wine. "The Taoist master knows me?" Li Fan asked as he looked at the old Taoist. "Young man, you understand the old Tao's rules, right?" The old Taoist looked at Li Fan with a smile. Li Fan placed a grain of broken silver in front of the old Taoist, who narrowed his eyes and collected it. "Recognize and do not recognize," the old Tao responded. "Why did the Taoist master appear in the Chun mansion?" Li Fan asked again. The old Taoist glanced in front of him, and Li Fan handed over another grain of broken silver. "Chance," the old Tao responded. "What chance? This old man, playing dumb riddles?" The old Taoist remained silent. Li Fan took out a whole ingot of silver from his pocket and placed it in front of the old Taoist, who wanted to reach out and take it. But Li Fan didn't let go of his hand and asked, "Is it enough?" "Enough, young warrior, feel free to ask," the old Taoist said politely, and only then did Li Fan release his hand and look at the other party. "The old Taoist is getting old and wants to find someone to take up the mantle and see someone in the meantime." "Found and seen?" Levon asked. "Found and seen." The Taoist nodded in satisfaction. "Why do you say that the demon rebellion is related to Lei Shan?" Li Fan continued to ask. "Listen yourself." The old Taoist looked inside the restaurant, and Li Fan listened with his side ear, only to see that the Jianghu guests in the restaurant were all talking about the demon rebellion. Yesterday a woman went to the government office to report to the police, identified the Voltron villa, and indeed found several female corpses. It is too tragic. The sinful animal has been honest for some years, and now it has begun to make waves again. More than 100 women for its pleasure but still do not know enough. So what? This Jiao Long is a great demon with great ability. There is even Lei Shan behind him. The government doesn't dare to move. Could it be that Lei Shan is behind this matter? Otherwise how could so many demons appear in Linen County? Keep your voice down and watch out for little lives. What are you afraid of? I heard that the Chen family was also attacked by a demon last night. It was too rampant. But people from all walks of life are gathering towards Linen County. The demon beheading and dragon slaying is close at hand. Li Fan frowned. The fact that this type of rumor appeared in a big way in the restaurant meant that this type of news had already spread in Linen County. You've heard it too. This isn't the old Taoist me talking. No matter what the relationship is, it can't be dissociated from leaving mountain anyway. The old Tao smiled and spoke. So, the Taoist master was serious about his fortune telling that day? Li Fan asked. The old Taoist divined for him that day, claiming that he and those around him were in for a disaster. You are doubting the character of the old Taoist. The Taoist glared at Li Fan. You have character. Taoist? Li Fan glanced at the old Taoist's bulging traveling bag and wondered how much silver he had cheated. The old Tao earned it with his skills. The old Tao said carelessly. Just as the two were talking, the restaurant shook, causing the crowd to clamor. Li Fan looked towards the direction in the distance, only to see a line of vast figures coming towards this side on the streets of Linen County. As the tremors grew stronger, the crowds on the streets retreated to the sides. An aura of solemnity filled the air, and everyone looked towards the arriving figure. A group of figures in ebony armor stepped on their horses, carrying long spears behind them, and everyone was silenced. It's the Demon Suppression Army. The crowd in the restaurant was shocked. What a strong qi and blood. In order to suppress the demons, the Dili dynasty established the Demon Beheading Division and the Demon Suppression Army. The Demon Beheading Division was full of qi practitioners, while the Demon Suppressing Army was martial artists. But there were more of them. Wufu strong qi and blood, to military formations to attack, qi and blood rushing sky, unusually in ghosts and demons and evil things encountered, dust and smoke. If by the patriarch Wufu composed of the Jin Demon Army, is even more horrifying. It was rumored before that the Demon Beheading Division would arrive in Linen County, and now that the Demon Suppressing Army had arrived as well, everyone smelled an unusual aura, and Linen County was afraid of a big mess. However, seeing the scene in front of them, the people around them are a bit relieved. The Devil Suppression Army came from Chuzhou City, will be able to suppress the demons. Li Fan, on the other hand, acted as if he had something on his mind. Everything that had happened in Linen County as well as the words of the old Taoist had given him a vague feeling that there was a conspiracy looming over Li Shan. Someone is looking for you, the old Taoist said to Li Fan. Following the old Taoist gaze, Li Fan saw the opposite direction of the Jin Demon Army appeared a figure riding a black steed. Even in front of the Jin Demon Army, the red dress and beautiful face is still eye-catching, and it was Li Hongyi. Looking for me? Li Fan looked at the old Taoist in confusion, only to see Li Hongyi sidestepping the Jin Demon Army, waiting until the Jin Demon Army had gone by before she continued to move forward, and when she looked up she happened to see Li Fan, and dismounted next to the tavern. A few moments later, Li Hongyi arrived at the restaurant and walked straight towards Li Fan's side. Li Hongyi came to Li Fan's body and glanced at him before looking at the old Taoist. The old Taoist sensibly got up and smiled. The old Taoist will not disturb you too, he said, gathering up his traveling bag and heading out of the tavern, shaking his head and sighing. Miss Li is looking for me? Li Fan opened his mouth and asked. Li Hongyi nodded, then sat down opposite Li Fan and spoke. Wanted to say sorry to you. This matter has nothing to do with you, Li Fan said. Since I was there, I naturally have a connection, Li Hongyi said. In addition, there is another piece of news to tell you. Li Fan looked at the other party, only to see Li Hongyi saying somewhat apologetically, the Chen family has already made you wanted by the Linen County officials, although she also knows that Li Fan is bound to come from an unusual background, but the government wanted to catch Li Fan. There will be some trouble. Linen County Yamen cannot help Li Fan, but behind is the court. Moreover, knowing that Li Fan had a background, the officials still wanted him, so the matter was afraid that it was not simple. Chapter 12, Li Hongyi. Li Hongyi had heard her father mention that the current majesty of the Dili dynasty was so ambitious that he would not allow the sects and families to override the imperial power. Over the years, the imperial court had grown stronger and stronger, and the Demon Beheading Division and the Demon Suppressing Army could not only be used to deal with demons, but likewise, they were also aimed at the various sects under the Great Lich World. In this incident, Li Hongyi of course saw that Li Fan was pushed out to take the blame for the crime, and that Li Fan was wanted by the imperial court, which was entirely caused by the Chen family. Miss Li, you mean us? Li Fan asked. Yes, and the father and daughter. Li Hongyi nodded. What are the charges against the two of them? Li Fan frowned. Li Hongyi couldn't answer that question. The Chen family practice. She is also disgraceful. Chen Yuan was afraid of Li Fan's background, so he asked Chen Zongji to issue a wanted notice and used the court's hand to deal with Li Fan. Miss Li, can I borrow a horse? Li Fan asked. Li Hongyi looked up at Li Fan, then nodded. Li Fan leapt down from the window and pulled Li Hongyi's black horse next to him with a neigh and a rush of hooves. Li Hongyi froze at the sight, then similarly leapt straight down from the window and Mercedes. Miss, you haven't paid yet. The inn's junior shouted at the window. It's Li Hongyi. Who is that man? Some people in the inn murmured as they looked outside, only to see that in the direction of the distance, the man was riding a horse while the horse's owner, Li Hongyi, galloped along behind him, which caused many people to reveal odd looks. Is that really Li Hongyi, the daughter of Linen County? Li Fan rode his horse and galloped through Linen County, all the way to the west gate of the Linen County city, where Yang Kuei and Qi would exit the city. The entrance to the city was guarded by some people. Pedestrians were streaming in, steeds neighing. Li Fan directly stopped at the entrance to the city, looking ahead, and sure enough, he saw the Chen family's constables appearing here, and naturally, they saw Li Fan on the back of the horse, and their eyes flashed with a touch of ferociousness, but they didn't dare to make any sudden move. Li Fan even dared to kill in public in the Chen family. Bold and courageous, these cultivation sect disciples, relying on their own strength, did not put the court laws in their eyes at all. They did not doubt that Li Fan dared to touch them, so although a wanted notice was issued, they wouldn't dare to let them really get their hands on Li Fan. They were only responsible for watching the man. Li Fan sat on his horse and stared at them, and those constables didn't dare to look directly at his gaze. At this time, Li Hongyi came flying and stopped beside Li Fan. Her gaze was a bit complicated as she gave Li Fan a glance. This guy, even really let her follow him all the way? It was her horse that Li Fan was riding. Miss Li. When the constables saw Li Hongyi, they all arched their hands in greeting. Unlike Li Fan, Li Hongyi was the daughter of Li Daoqing, who was known as the #1 expert in Linen County, and even the governor had to be polite when he saw Li Daoqing. Where are the two of them? Li Fan asked, looking at the constable. You are now a person wanted by the court, so get off your horse and follow us back to ask for punishment, one of the constables said. Li Fan raised an eyebrow. An aura exuded from his body. The constable's color changed slightly. His palms gripped his long sword as if he was facing a great enemy. His face was embarrassed as he looked at Li Fan and said, If you strike out at the court constable, it is a blatant confrontation against the court. As he spoke, a fierce aura permeated his body, and sweat oozed out of his hand holding the knife. Not long ago in the Chen family he had witnessed the cold-blooded killing tactics of the handsome young man in front of him. Li Hongyi walked forward and looked at the constable and asked, Have you seen that father and daughter duo? She was worried that the situation would continue to expand. Li Fan had killed 2 martial artists in the Chen family, which could be big or small. Jianghu people kill each other. The court usually turn a blind eye. Only the Chen family and Chen Zongji intentionally make bad, which is wanted Li Fan them. But if he was openly laying hands on the Linen County constable on the street, the matter would be even more serious. When the constable saw Li Hongyi's question, he also found a step down and shook his head. I haven't seen it. Not out of the county? Li Hongyi said. The other nodded. Li Fan knows the speed of the white horse. If everything is normal, Yang Kuei and she should have gone out of the city, unless they saw the constable blocking him. In that case, the two may still be in Lin County. Tell Chen Zongji, if you dare to take the father and daughter duo, I'll take his life. Li Fan pulled the reins and the black horse's front hooves rose abruptly, letting out a neighing sound, and then he violently stepped down and turned around. Traveling back, Li Hongyi glanced at the constable, then followed Li Fan. Looking at Li Fan's back, the constable's hand holding the sword was shaking, veins exposed. These people of cultivation were simply lawless. However, they were also a bit afraid of the aftermath. Li Fan was young and gifted. Such a person was young and wild, and did things with the most ruthless determination, often regardless of the consequences. Many of the ordinary men who commit offenses in the county are young men of great strength. Li Fan rode on his horse, a thoughtful look in his eyes, knowing that he should have given Yang Kuei a ride. But since he hadn't been arrested and taken down quickly, he was a little relieved. Hey! A voice interrupted Li Fan's thoughts. He turned back to look at Li Hongyi who was walking under the horse. There was sweat dripping from that delicate face, and his eyes like the bright moon were just looking at him quietly. She ran along the whole way, and the guy didn't even say a word, and he was on her horse. So she keeps running? Li Fan reacted, rolled over and dismounted, pulled the reins and handed them to Li Hongyi and said, Many thanks to Miss Li. When Li Hongyi took the reins, she saw Li Fan walking forward and couldn't help but look odd. This is leaving? The men she had met in the past had hated to be around her. Li Fan is good. Let her run all the way. Pat her ass and just walk away? She mounted the horse's back, her bright eyes looking curiously at Li Fan's back, hesitated to follow her and asked softly, "Where are you going?" "Looking for someone." Li Fan returned. "Miss Li, you go back first." Li Hongyi, is she that much of an eyesore? Li Hongyi looked at Li Fan's side face, which was as handsome as a carving, and was actually mesmerized for a few moments. He seemed younger than himself, didn't he? Wouldn't it be faster to ride a horse? Ghostly, Li Hongyi whispered, after saying that she regretted it a little. How could she ride with only one horse? Is it hard for Li Fan to ride behind her? Wouldn't that be a bad idea? Ha! Li Fan also froze when he heard Li Hongyi's words and looked up at the other party. Seeing Li Fan looking at himself, Li Hongyi only felt her cheeks burning, and her heart was actually rarely nervous. A person who cultivates should have a heart as if it were still water. What's wrong with her? Li Hongyi pretended to be calm and peaceful. Would it not be good to let Miss Li continue to run? Li Fan said. Li Hongyi, she keep running? Hiya! Li Hongyi's legs clamped down on the horse's belly, and the black horse galloped forward, skimming past Li Fan, not looking at him with a black face. What's with the anger? Li Fan thought in his heart as he looked at Li Hongyi's back. Into the night. Linen City at night and Linen City during the day looked like two places, cold and somewhat scary. Even those who practiced martial arts were much fewer, and those who still dared to walk outside today were mostly cultivators who were more confident in their own strength. Li Fan still did not find young Kuei father and daughter. Linen County is not big, but want to find out two people, but it is not an easy thing. Li Hongyi didn't really leave. During the day she was a little reluctant after she left and returned still following Li Fan, but she didn't pay any more attention to him. The sound of the horse's hooves was extraordinarily clear in the silent night. Li Hongyi followed Li Fan and couldn't help but ask, "When are you going to find it like this?" "Find it until you find it." Levant returned. "You knew each other before?" Li Hongyi asked. Levant shook his head. "Last night at the Chun family." "Why didn't you save those people practicing martial arts? And why did you have to save that father and daughter?" Li Hongyi was a bit curious. She was a bit unable to see Li Fan. "Save if you want to save. Don't save if you don't want to save. Why is there a reason for that?" Li Fan gave Li Hongyi a strange look. His senior sister had taught him a lesson when he was a child, not to be kidnapped by anyone to do anything, including herself, unless one is willing to do it. Since he knew that young Kuei and Chi were in trouble, he naturally couldn't do anything to let it go. It doesn't always feel good to have things on your mind. Li Fan's words made Li Hongyi freeze there. This kind of casual answer was something she had never heard before. "Miss Li, why have you been following?" Li Fan asked. Li Hongyi froze, then skimmed her gaze without looking at Li Fan. Riding on her horse she straightened her chest, her voice soft but somewhat arrogant. "I'll follow if I want to." Levan. Chapter 13. It was only 7 or 8 breaths before the third apostle, the tower, appeared. A giant square block, suspended in the air. Every point of the square block could emit laser waves outward uninterruptedly with amazing destructive power, and its inner Dan was at the center. I giggled a little and started kissing Menjiang's hand. She had a beautiful hand that I especially liked, and as I kissed it I climbed up on the table and squinted over. It had to be said that the mantra that Yi Xian had passed on to him was indeed very subtle, and the fire attribute and wood attribute mantras that Yi Xian had passed on to him were indeed much more superior when compared to this water attribute Gungfu. The Dao introducing sect master was very angry in his heart. Just now he was scared half to death by a dead man, and then he encountered such a monster here, with heavy deaths and injuries, and after fighting for half a day, he failed to kill it, so he was furious and wanted to follow it up. At that time, Dharma sect master Zheng Xiao was deliberating with the elders in the astrology hall, when the sky collapsed with a boom, and the roof of the room seemed to be toppled off. The god of creation eventually let them go, and Gwyn shuttled back to their base with the chimera. He scrutinized it up close. The surface of the dragon egg wasn't pitted like a normal stone, but was very smooth, probably because it had been too long ago. The surface of the dragon egg was somewhat petrified. Humph. Zenanawai snorted coldly and raised his hand to strike the dagger that was originally stuck in the ground that flew behind him. Chang Xian looked at how blunt and simple Zhao Rui's written words were, and immediately felt her ears become a little burned. The room was still quiet, and Yanhuan was finally going crazy from the quiet atmosphere of this two-person world. Hearing her tell me that today at noon there will be people blocking Shinlin Feng, or people in the community. I have been scared to death from the inside, but I am not stupid. No one will be good to you for no reason. In addition to Shinlin Feng, I do not trust anyone. Hearing Luo Hao's words, Mo Ling's face changed slightly. She had also heard more or less about Luo Hao. If she went back at this moment, she might put herself in danger. I was taken aback. Nearly half an hour had passed. Amber actually did not find Fu Lin in them. Could something have happened during this period? After all, Zhu Yan was with Fu Lin, but Wei Wu was also by Fu Lin's side. Thinking about this, I was quite relieved. That's the root of the Tianji battle clan. Where's the thing? Di Lingsha was of course clear that with this thing in hand, as long as it was utilized properly, wanting the Tianji war clan to submit wasn't even impossible. Xian Gui. Yehua wanted to move here but it was too late. He could only reach out and pick up Kyer, watching the distance between the spiked blade and Hua Xian Gui shorten point by point. Taicho returned with serious injuries, but not too serious. But he announced to the public that he was dying of serious injuries, and the entire Boundary Mountain was suddenly under martial law. It just so happens that now that the Yin Soldier Domain and the Ghost King have retreated at the same time, there is no pressure of war on this side of the city wall, and I need to wait for news from Lu 13, so I'm going to go over to Yin Mountain to find out what's going on. But you're doing this all because you're forced to, right? Zhang Yingying took my words hard without waiting for me to finish them. Old Chen's meaning polite, if later came, but also can climb a little relationship. Who do not want to know some people who can talk to Aunt May? So Huan even if you leave the place, and then something Old Chen still do. I heard Cheng Yingying's words and wanted to walk out, but at this time the figure of Chinger suddenly appeared in front of me, so that they were waving at me, they were smiling, they were holding each other's hands and waving at me. They seemed to want me to find them without. Time flies like an arrow, the sun and the moon like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, time flies away from us like a flying horse. The crowd of the Divine Temple also seemed to have realized at this time that it was absolutely impossible to escape with their strength, and that they would surely die today. Prince doesn't have to. Prince doesn't have to. This is the holy dragon of our dragon clan. I can't afford it. Moreover, this great patriarch has also said that as long as it is helpful to our holy dragon, we will not turn our backs on it, let alone these few lousy medicinal herbs. The old man immediately stopped, only to hear from the blue 7 or 8 meters away from the direction out of a burst of heartbreaking scream. Is so miserable, so heartbreaking. Laws, just a general term. The universe exists in the gold, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 basic elements. These 5 elements is also the foundation of the universe. Each element of the comprehension of the extreme will penetrate the elements how to frame the origin base, which is the law. Bai Fei gave him a grateful smile and didn't say anything else as she leaned back into her chair and closed her eyes. The few male players on the side were staring lustfully. If that scene from earlier were to occur again, it would be embarrassingly faceless. There are 2 universities in South Creek. South Creek University of Science and Technology and South Creek University of Technology. It was learned through information provided by the elderly that most of the people who died last night were students of South Creek University of Science and Technology, and some were students of South Creek Polytechnic University and people from outside the university. Qingli looked at the dripping hourglass on the side. It was already c.m. time to still do the morning class. Qingli had not slept all night but felt refreshed. It seems that practicing cultivation does have its benefits. Hearing these words, both by Shouqing and by Jingfeng sighed in relief, and the confident and arrogant look they had just worn returned to their faces. I haven't seen you in a few months, but Emperor Han has grown into an adult, Sun Jian said with slight surprise as he got up. Almost every master has 1 or 2 non-professional skills, like I have 2. One is rock climbing and the other is soul binding chain, but these are not output skills. He hurriedly stretched out his sleeve to wipe the false sweat on his forehead, and said to Liu Bei on the other side, Envoy is really a man of faith and righteousness. I am not as good as also. He retreated behind him, not daring to interrupt one more sentence. Liu Bei didn't have time to pay attention to him, and seeing that the front was losing, he immediately went forward to supervise the battle. Strength, in a tear after the invisible increase. Yu Yang slowly dispersed appearance wrapped in the ground fire. With its barrier, even if the wind is again big, but also impossible to penetrate the defense of the ground fire, but it will help rise the fire, so that the Yu Yang more unscrupulous just. In this process, Yan Sheng has been staying beside Yi Muir. Nothing else. At this time, the Xian Yuan Qi within the mountain river creation figure is almost all surging towards Yi Muir's body. Standing in it, the power of his divine soul compared to usual, almost reached 3 times the speed of the upsurge. How can he still move the pace? Chapter 14 Collusion. The sound from the box traveled through the parking lot as Monkey and Wei Qiming each drove their cars out of it. On the iron gate of the parking lot, several iron locks that they had prepared in advance were also hung. With that said, Lu Xian pulled out his portable dagger, and regardless, he shot it fiercely towards the flash of golden light hundreds of feet away. Yang Ju should be hungry. She lifted her hands to hold the noodle cake handed over by Qi Hui and chewed it with a big mouthful. Some crumbs leaked out from the corners of her mouth and fell to the ground. The dry crumbs didn't go down well in her mouth. Yang Ju drank some more water and swallowed the crumbs with the water. How come? Even though Lu Jie said that, She vaguely felt that there was something not quite right about these people. In fact, it is really the eagle and the big mouth racing. Do not look at the eagle, what all seem calm and incomparable, but especially like the feeling of adrenaline rush when racing. Tianji's sect is really extraordinary. If not for Lu Wanshan's early preparation, I am afraid that more than half of the people present would have died under this purple brilliant heavenly thunder umbrella. Putting his finger on the tip of his nose and probing, how this person's breathing is so weak. Could it be that he was attacked by a wild beast and seriously injured? Seeing Zhao Zilong's appearance, Sumo's words that he originally wanted to say, hard also did not come out, and he only roared at Zhao Zilong in disappointment. Pig Buyao and never head down to cross each other, and at the same time to the back of the sweep, ring knife and iron stick in the second intersection. Through the strength of the weapon intersection at the same time turn around and face each other again. A violent shout came from the uppermost seat, and that lean old man stood up with a face of unbelief. With this anger, the several burly men standing around him immediately took a step forward in unison, eyeing Shinshin, who was sitting on the guest seat, intently. Seeing Yi Tianping break the formation so easily and get the immortal weapon, those few strong dragon clan members looked at each other with incredulity in their eyes. They did not expect Yi Tianping to break the formation so easily, but they should know that this formation had made them use all sorts of methods to not break it. Fei Quan pulled Li Shrimp Child, picked up a clean tree root, sat down. Began to Li Shrimp Child said the year's grudges and feuds. Chang Qingyun of the Sword Sect. Wang Fong whispered. Knowing that this person was the elder of the Sword Sect who had just declared himself, he was originally curious as to how anyone was paying attention to him now that it was so chaotic. What? Beishan Madness was furious at the words. This kind of naked threat had exceeded the limit of his patience. It was hard to quell the anger in his heart if Wang Fong was not removed. For a moment, they fought chaotically for the delicious food that was the evil god, leaving only the evil god behind. And besides taking down the southern barbarians, Xiong Er, had a second happy thing. That is, after experiencing in failures, he finally resurrected Yin Daping as well. After carefully searching a 300-meter radius, a total of 3 ninja bodies and 2 bloodstains were found. Donkey sighed deeply and whistled again grudgingly. It was a clear message for the brothers to put on some more gas and hold on. Schneider, although for the end of the Ming Dynasty history, is not very understanding. His insights half from the initial in the office in Guangzhou contact with the feelings of the officials of the Ming Dynasty, half from listening to Ning Qi earlier after the explanation of the idea, but it is a mistake to hit one of the key points of the problem. Het was directly striking out to destroy the layout of the Qingtian trio, and there would be no need to worry about the traps overhead after delving deeper into the heavenly organization's sphere of influence. Could it be that it was because Lu Yoshi terminated her contract with him that Boss Joe also learned the importance of lawyers? I didn't want to dislike you, but you're good. You opened your mouth first. And the title of Talking Chouwei's King of Strong Mouth isn't just a title that's not for nothing. What about the real Ludwig? How do we get out of this? The fake one inside must be a pure death sentence if he's discovered? Xin Sui Sui only thought she was here to report on her work, and she didn't look up until she noticed that the person at the door hadn't left. Fengning chose to leave in the first place because this old colorful batch even put his hand on her. What kind of person is Fengning? Tolerance? Doesn't exist. According to Qi Qing's prophetic dream, the mutated natural disaster was followed by earthquakes and great floods, with existing continents falling apart and new continents colliding and being created. Such huge natural changes were something that manpower simply could not fight against, and the shelters that were now relying on the Earth's surface might not be able to carry it off. Mom, it's too expensive to be hospitalized here for who knows how long, Guguafan said to old Mrs. Lu. Xin Sui Sui walked in with a slight frown and found Yiqingza, who was drinking one glass of spirits after another, on the bar not far away. She detects the means of distance is so far away. The detection technique is still too much restriction. Sui sighed lightly and looked at the text message. Jia Half-Xian immediately stitched up the wound again. Fortunately, Li Lin and the others had some emergency medicines and stitching threads in their traveling backpacks. Just in case something happened, they were able to deal with it urgently. Jia Half-Xian sewed up the wound, put on some gunshot wound medicine, and then bandaged it up with gauze, before it was considered finished. Yi Feng smiled. The gaze in his eyes sank. He slightly used a trace of his own law divine chain. The moment his own law came out, the surrounding laws of heaven and earth all trembled and submitted. Xianyan sniffed and nodded at Shu He. Her willow-like eyebrows arched, revealing a charming smile, and her slender figure rushed into the sea of 5-colored flowers. Just like encountering that 4-winged archangel, his left eye slowly began to emit silver-purple points of light, turning into a void of emptiness, and his back began to bulge, with 2 blackened, sky-shadowing wings that had silently unfolded at some point, as well as that enormous demonic tail that would crack the ground everywhere with a light tap on the ground. Actually, I have a bit of a purpose for returning to the imperial capital this time. Kara said to the crowd without caring about Lu's tirade. I see. Was the commotion just now from when you were fighting him? No, error does not skip a beat. By the time he was panting and flopping back onto his beloved pillow, Suyu was genuinely unwilling to move a bit more. If you like it, take one. Try it on yourself. Zhang Qingting was very generous. As expected, in just a few seconds, the bandit leader's tongue actually grew out and he was able to speak fluently. With this watch, I was in a super good mood that night, and for the first time in my life, I had the idea of treating myself to a check. The cross then erupted with light, as if plundering, drawing the soul fire that was about to be extinguished by the fallen undead, as if seizing it, into his own silver cross, and through a mysterious connection, turning it into points in Kant's mind. In fact, you don't have to be overly concerned. The girl still believes in you. It's just that your current situation is full of crises, and there are some things you don't know that are safer for you instead. Chapter 15, Sword Cultivator. A delicate girl, however, quietly came around to his flank, and seeing that he was covered in armor and had nowhere to strike, she turned the large iron spatula in her hand upright and upward, and pounded it hard into his chin and chin. Wu Qingyuan spat in his heart. Then you still have a bunch of Japanese wives, and I don't see you inclined to the Japanese. You claim to love me. Is this the way you treat the one you love? Isabel pointed at the space prison and said with dissatisfaction. Time passed unconsciously. Ji Changche searched for 81 tracks on the first golden armored Rex ice sculpture before confirming that there were no more new ones. Bathing in the warm winter sun, rubbing his hands on the dry and warm withered grass underneath him, he felt that his heart was just like this grass, silent, yet unspeakably relaxed, as if he had discarded everything. Ding! The swords and knives resonated crisply, and dozens of cracks visible to the naked eye actually appeared in the surrounding void. These were perhaps the last 10 or so Moon Elf warriors on planet Adele, excluding, of course, the Moon Elf children who had taken refuge in the world. I have a lot of things to trade with you guys. Don't you guys have no good clothes to wear? I have a lot of these clothes. Taking out his whisker belt, he swept it up and the mountain of resources nearly blinded Barbara. When she finished, she set the alarm time for 12 o'clock without a word and left without looking back. Just see, the center of the field is a plain thatched house. Years and years there are many places have been destroyed. Huanjin looked down and looked carefully, but a yellow satin bib, embroidered with a gold-woven coiled dragon. He did not understand, looked up at Zhou Kuei, waiting for him to say a reason out. After the ball out, Zhou quickly interspersed running position, but led him more depressed. Ronnie Brewer seems to identify himself, even if the ball is not in their hands now, still on their own is in hot pursuit. Even a step refused to fall. Yes, 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 master, sure you said it. The shopkeeper nodded his head vigorously like a chicken pecking at rice. She didn't know, but Fang Yixi was only puzzled for a moment, and then she was able to figure it out. She was also angry just now, and forgot what people are in the family of Mr. Li, who has business dealings with his company, and with their support, the Amei sect will be able to do a lot more maneuvering on top of Huining Island. If we are busy doing our own tricks, we will definitely neglect to monitor the Amei sect's cultivators. If the two families work together, there is no doubt that the Amei sect will be able to do much more, and it will be much more powerful. And Zhou Tianzi was not the kind of person who took too much power, and he gave a positive response to this kind of temptation from the other party. Not long, suddenly, above the sky, the white veil covering the valley converged, quickly and unparalleled, restored to a foot long and short, crystal bright, seemingly virtual like real flying sword. Huanjin eager when a sentence out of the mouth, the heart immediately regret, but also apprehensive, do not know what kind of reaction Yuan Chongguan will have. Is the fear of horror, or shock and awe? He clenched his fists, palms undershirt are drenched in cold sweat, to the cold wind blowing, cannot help but shiver slightly, but did not think of Kangxi but just let himself drop 5 levels of use. Official promotion and demotion in the emperor's idea. A few days between the resumption of the example is not uncommon. This is definitely not painless discipline. Is somewhat at a loss for words at the time? Xinjin rushed his fist, then fluttered away. Pallas blushed slightly. Now she realized why such an important treasure as the scepter of kingship was in Athena's hands. So it must be her own. Whimsical, thinking how charming she is, thinking that Inishwan can be so mesmerized by her that she doesn't know her own last name at all. It seems that she has miscalculated this time. Today Tianyu Peak has been flooded with a large number of inner Shaolin disciples, and even the chief elders of the various houses have come to this Tianyu Peak, making the already thriving Tianyu Peak even more bustling on weekdays. It's just that the mountain is full of crises. If only you and I traveled together, I'm afraid it would be difficult to protect ourselves. Now there is the second master to protect you. I am more than assured. I can see that the scenery here is very nice, so there shouldn't be any danger, so you can go ahead without worrying. Ning Yu winked at Xiaoyan, telling her not to worry about her. Brotherly, what's wrong with this Lo Yang? Not a bit of life at all? Yuan Zhao asked him as soon as he took his seat. Chito Keiichi's face also changed suddenly, because earlier in the day, Lin Shan had asked him to help investigate this matter. But before the matter had been investigated, their Chito family had invited Lin Shan to go over and be their guest, only they hadn't thought that Lin Shan had already investigated the matter on his own. Since you have the guts to do these things, then you should have the guts to take the consequences, shouldn't you? Yu Yun opened her mouth with a cold face. She was not a saintly mother. She couldn't muster up much sympathy for someone who had tried to harm her, even if maybe that person had just been used. The black orb erupted with a brilliant light, as if it had been activated. And then this black orb transformed into a ray of light and went directly into Nailin Yunfei's mind. That wasn't all. After the sound of the explosion, Li Jing's spiritual sense clearly sensed that an even more powerful force had risen from beneath that explosion. Do not want to think that their own little heart was actually seen through by the battle dragon at a glance. Ning Yu was ashamed to be ashamed, but at this time it was difficult to ride the tiger. She could only go along with the situation. Of course, Ning Yu whispered back. I've heard news that someone from the Dark Team is going to assassinate Hawk's nephew, and I'm going to find someone to protect him. Chen Feng tried to fish in troubled waters. Chapter 16, Protecting the Shortcomings. Formally, 2 words, put together like this. But the greatest sorrow and helplessness of the Holy Sea, the incompetence and weakness of the Holy Sun, so that the Holy Sea, which should command the Western world in name, really can only say so in name. However, His Highness, Saint Blue, will cut all of this all to pieces. How is that possible? And when Long Dingtian, who was looking proud on the opposite side, saw this, his face changed slightly and he lost his voice and exclaimed in shock. Lin Mei Yan looked at the table of food. In her heart she already knew who that person was. Only someone who had followed her for years would know her preferences so well. As for the concentration in the Chaco South, almost all of the Japanese and pseudo-army artillery, but has been in Li Ziyuan counterattack troops attacked to the distance from their own. Less than 50 meters under the circumstances has been self-conscious, where there is still the spirit to support the artillery fire under the bitter resistance of the infantry. Also blame the Jade Emperor. A moment of confusion. Even listen to the tie by Jin Xing's slander. Will be the monkey recalled to the world. Repair the government's sealing official, which raised a tiger into a problem, and ultimately led to the tragedy of the heavenly palace of the heavenly court. After wiping a tear from her eye, Karit stood on her tiptoes and kissed Jose deeply on his stone lips that were so cold they didn't have the slightest bit of heat. Yes, he forgot about it. He really forgot a lot. A lot. So he's going to die. Click followed by a soft sound. The stone platform around the teleportation array completely crumbled, completing its mission. But this is precisely his weakness. Such a person tends to be afraid of death. So if there is the slightest danger, or something he is not certain of, he must refuse to do it. Feng Xian picked up. Brother Shan, what's wrong with you? How did you suddenly faint? Although Qiu Shui's eyes were full of smiles, her cheeks were streaked with obvious tears. The meeting place was a tea house. The two looked at each other with the same thought in their heads. There's fun to be had today. Smelling the fresh hair fragrance, looking at the soft lines of the stunning side face, Su Yang suddenly had a heartwarming feeling, just like the day he first saw Lin Miao Miao when he first entered the company. Lu Shang looked at the guy in front of him, twisted his head and slapped himself. How this mouth is always guilty of twitching. Saying something. The doorway strides in a fluttering young man. Looks white skin, imposing, a pair of big watery eyes is very good. Perfect inheritance of the mother Yan's advantages. The 6-eared macaque's eyebrows were furrowed just short of cursing. He was being besieged by the shadowy lands on his side, but Qinfen was actually laughing on the other side. After seeing the ghost's miserable condition, the fear in Su Yang's heart was suddenly swept away. He recited the mnemonic in his heart, then pointed towards the human-shaped black gas. I wonder where Mr. Wolong has gone? Liu Bei was put on the spot by Liu He, and did not get angry, and still opened his mouth gently to ask. Li Yanjun didn't know Wei Wei's mind was cataloging herself. She only felt that the other party's eyes looked at her a little differently than yesterday, and was worried that her life would be in danger if she went down there later. Last time Shen Yi's report was stonewalled by him. This time with that Guomo's report, Sima Yi is afraid to have to believe. Speaking of that day, he saved himself, and before he could thank him when he came back from the thrill, he had already disappeared. It was still the god-punishing slash. The magic light flashed, the body of the void mosquito stuttered, and then Han Wolf kicked it up and disappeared into a rain of light. Reinhardt's treatment of Mosley was, in this view, a good one, although his tactics against the Duke of Windsor were shameless to the extent that they had no bounds. In terms of results, he gave George V to Mosley as a great gift. Unfortunately, Zhou Xiaoxiao did not believe me a little bit. Hummed, said Zhang Cheng, You what kind of person Ijo Shasho is not clear. Do not give me a sophistry to find excuses. She was looking forward to those bottles. As long as one of them came out with a sound, she would be able to save Qin Yushing, Jiankuan bag and Tianji mirror. Redeem these two first. Tang Abomination remembered the artifacts he had just seen and casually said too. Tang Abomination picked up the Aurora slate and browsed through the invincible Tang Abomination system mall for a while, and he suddenly had an idea with a twinkle in his eye. See Pan Ning like this. I hurriedly squatted down. After a glance at her white feet, said, rest assured that the injury is not serious. Said, I put my hand on her feet. Clear a pinch. Asked her, pain? What an abomination. If only these balloons would settle. Hyrian said with some anger. Master, I'm here. The system's voice came to mind. Still the same as before. Only heard but not seen. The third prince's face was also vaguely uneasy. He felt that things seemed to have been slowly developing in a direction that they could not control. Although the certainty of refining the Qi grass pill was extremely high, because he had boasted in front of Tang Lang that he would definitely be able to refine a fine Qi grass pill. But in reality, the probability of a fine product appearing every time was not very high. Fortunately, this time it was not disappointing. Between the hands of experts, the slightest carelessness is the life of the Yellow Springs. Although Huang Fourth Master is not a person, but it is also difficult to escape this law. Zhang Yin heart is very disappointed. To Chu Yutong only remaining a trace of sorry, and that is how it was erased. Before it was in order to save Dad cannot wait to want to carry out that plan. And now, she is hate Chu Yutong. Just walked 2 steps, then saw a black fog blank. Then that black fog dispersed. Out of thin air more a sedan chair to red. All the way chasing the mark left by the cloud in the crane southbound. Chasing more than 2 months, but did not see the trace of the cloud in the crane. You volunteered for these. I got angry. There's no such thing as appropriate or inappropriate. And don't talk about this here. If you want to talk about cooperation and talk business, we can go to my office to talk. This is a private reception. After saying that, I walked out without looking back. The color of the eyes under the eyes looked so indifferent. Along with the smile is getting deeper and deeper. Turn around to want to go around him, and give blocked the way. She had no choice but to dismiss the crowd. Otherwise there was no telling what unexplainable things might come out of the conversation. But if one's good intentions were not touched, but instead became a deserved demand from her, then Chu Yutong would definitely flip out. Soon return to the original inn. Will be the matter with that Zhao's mother and son? That Zhao saw the portrait of the moment. Instant hot tears. Can no longer control? The heart is full of misery. Chapter 17, A Matter of Swords. How is it possible? It's just a breakthrough to the Star Ocean realm. And our joint formation couldn't even isolate all of them. Another elder said incredulously. Li Tong saw that she was determined. Left and right could not but compromise, but insisted that the 3 Xinshui follow. Tara Yun Chang, are you afraid? Don't forget that you were the one who issued this mission. There are still great thieves who are not dead. Are you not afraid of their revenge? Su Killer stared at the middle-aged man in death. This is the end. Hung Buddhist, this addiction is completely stimulated. In the lower world we all know that Hang Buddhist as a teacher will always discuss some things with the juniors. This explanation up is very likely to be a few hours of problems. This time it will provoke Hang Buddhist's addiction. An evil cultivator is an evil cultivator. Apart from the evil ways, what else is there that can be taken off the stage? Battle Extreme laughed coldly and casually waved his hand. After saying that, Hung Bu threw the fire heart into the brocade box to the man-faced tiger. I guess I threw it farther away, lest this money-obsessed guy would come running over to ruin his plan again. What? Is it going to be in a fight? Do you want us to give you 2 to make room for you? The always non-speaking Crimson Resignation lost his temper this time. The more non-speaking a person launches his temper is the most terrifying. The current Yen Yushuan had completely thrown all honorifics out of her mind, only remembering to say the 3 words Senior Brother Yun. Xiansu's expression still did not change much. Shinju only saw arrogance, imperturbability, and expressionlessness on his face, as well as a small amount of tenderness that Shinju found inexplicable. You should be given a little punishment. Pei Mo Yen was almost speaking with his lips pressed against her ear. His low, mellow voice interspersed with warm breaths that raced inside her ear together, bringing a tingling sensation. This moment, Ningyan's heart also roamed through different emotions. All over the body is a tingling feeling. This feeling has had, before, such as that time with him on the stage to cooperate in the recitation. She in the eyes of his eyes is such a feeling. Before Ji Changmu could leave she had already entered dreamland. Her hands clenching the quilt tightly, her long eyelashes lowered, casting a circle of light shadows on her eyes. Josnian was dumbfounded by what she said, and for a moment he was really angry, annoyed and unable to do anything about it. And by this time, Suja had already ridden his red rabbit, leisurely stepping over the bloodied corpses and bones of his enemies. and entered Shako City. We're all together. What's to stop them from being together? Bo Kitchen reaches out and clutches Yin Yanqi's hand underneath the table, his fingers threading through and interlocking with her fingers. Master Qiao is polite. Ji Changmu gave a thank you and stood up, walking out of the tea room with Xiao Mu Yuan. One must know that Ling El looked sunny and harmless. But, in the end, he was the descendant of the Ni family and Ling Ji's younger brother, so how could he not have some special means? Suja, heart-shocked, put down the hands of the military newspaper. Cannot help but look at the Kai Shu, thinking that she even know their grain shortage. It seems that this must be the Kai family and the stabbing knife. There are a lot of valuable things in this world. Pearl agate, diamond emerald, Pharaoh's crown, Sishi's mouth of the night pearl, the ageless medicine in the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. People dream of gold, silver and treasure, or dragon meat and phoenix claws, but the preciousness of these things, in front of a finch, are insignificant. After Stumble started to disperse his soul, he did encounter the problem of boulders blocking the way. He thought hard for a long time, and only then did he pick a strand of his soul to strip off other attributes, refined it into a pure earth spirit seed out of thin air, and passed in the laws of spirit cultivation and advancement, and then managed to plant it into the boulders, later into the Chen family as also. Even if the initial time Chen Fangping did not pay attention to their own, but as always, they did not cry and make a scene, because in this world if the people who cared about them the most are not there, then show weakness. This behavior will only show their weakness. With their own at all does not have any help. Too bad people aren't things. People have hearts. Big sister, I said as I patted her shoulder. Both the great elder of Gong and the band elder watched as Ah Huang went and returned, even brushing shoulders with the giant insect that was charging over, and could not help but let out a breath of relief. Despite the fact that there was no air in the void, and inhaling was not possible, exhaling was still possible. Also wondered up in his heart. It really had changed so much that he couldn't tell what was going on right now. Didn't Mr. Strong say that he would reimburse you for the potion money? What are you excited about? Don't let the thieves rush over, or we won't have a good time, the archer reminded. Lin Feng's maneuvers made him feel threatened. If he didn't pay attention, he might be accounted for here today. Purple man, your hands are stained with the blood of innocence. No matter where in the world you run to, I will definitely not let you go. The blood-red uniformed man's tone was ice-cold. Tanya blinked strangely to look at Chen Tianyi, was wondering what it meant, but saw Chen Tianyi's big hands gently covered her eyes, and then his lips pasted up. It was at Shen Yin's house that I ran into him. I was cruel enough to still lie to my favorite man, but then a strange roaring sound reached his ears, and Earls quickly looked up to see several helicopters hundreds of meters away taking off, heading inexorably fast into the distance. Sun Fengzhao was only slightly stunned when he heard these words from the beautiful servant girl before he reached out and took the silver token in the hand of the beautiful servant girl. Nalan Luo's indifferent eyes were filled with the peace and quiet that only settles out after years of scrubbing. Gu Yuqing this time, however, did not answer her words, but raised his eyes to look at the teenager who was already stopping not far away. Thinking about it, but our master signs. His eyes still kept looking outside the training ground a few times, and in his heart, he should still be quite looking forward to it. Right. Chinatsu was able to come over and take the initiative to explain his unceremonious departure yesterday. Chapter 18, Sword Seed. Thus, Morongchen took out the headband-type glasses that served the same purpose as the virtual helmet that he had previously used for Chu Shen, and replaced a built-in memory card, and then, gently brought it on Tesla's head, and flipped the switch. The Holy Dragon form debuted as I sort of consolidated my defenses a little bit, and my huge body in gusts of what sounded like a taunting dragon roar almost attracted close to half of the hatred of the team's monsters. In fact, Zhou Bufan could have completely cut off that long sword at this point in time. Only, he didn't do that. Instead, he allowed Yang Yun to grab the sharp longsword in his hands. At this time Xia Yanhua was tossing on the kitchen. How Xin tiptoed quietly behind him, then hugged him. At midnight, the stars swayed in the sky and cast themselves into the oasis. Zhao Tianhe felt that the formation around the oasis was a few points stronger. This isolation formation was related to the stars. Maybe you will think that this ending is not happy enough, but there is no way. At that time, the contracted word count arrived, so I can only simply write this not very perfect, but it is still a good ending. Morong Chen, who had regained his spear, put away the 6 styles and just floated in midair looking at Morong Feng, who didn't take advantage of the opportunity to make a surprise attack, but instead rose up into the air and Morong Chen in the air facing each other from a distance. Lin Feng didn't say anything and directly chose the robot, bringing flash and weakness, answering Mrs. Question with practical actions. Seeing Lin Feng's choice, Lu Sisi smiled sweetly and picked ADC, Dark Hunter. The crowd selected their characters, and the game officially began. Only Tang Sini's dagger in her left hand was held backhanded. while the dagger in her right hand was held squarely, intending to attack and defend at the same time. Why not blow up the whole of Raccoon City? Wouldn't the harvest be greater that way? I remember that both you and Morong Chen have large-yield nuclear bombs in their hands, right? The replica body, Zhang Jia asked in disbelief. Wang Shen's heart floated for a while, and suddenly his nostrils became hot, and a hot nosebleed dripped onto the top of the map. He set his gaze hard and violently pinched Xue Jiangwei's chin, his unspeakable rage seeming to scorch her. Chen Rui thought about it and simply left it alone. She shoved her cell phone under her pillow and closed her eyes and went to sleep. The powerful airwave emitted by the body carried an equally powerful demonic force that rushed straight into the meridians and acupoints of Outlaw Air and Emoli's bodies, causing the two of them to feel a very heavy resistance in their bodies. At the same time, the 6 roots of purity bamboo god light flashes will be forced to retreat from the red jade stick, actually want to leave with the ink feather. Visible ink feather. This trip has been planning for a long time. See, things cannot be done. They will rely on the saint's supreme power to leave, so that Kong Xian cannot do anything about it. And at that time, when Elder Fu discovered it, 18 whole years had passed, and the doctor who delivered the baby had long since passed away. One by one, the crimes about the Lannisters were made public, and nothing else. Just the fact that Joffrey's identity was born to Jaime and Cersei was enough to kill both men. This Taoist is the Interceptor sect head of the big disciple duo Bao Taoist. Cheng Saint Tong Tian teach the Lord's decree to come. In front of the boundary card pass set up the immortal execution sword formation. Must give the Jade Void lineage a good look cannot be. Each of them was the strongest existence in the era, with the qualifications of a Dao Lord, and there were more than 100,000 of them, frozen in the ice of time. Niu Gao is a person who likes to find things to do. He also thought about his own after coming to Hunan. It is estimated that after leading the troops to fight, things really can't take their turn. In this way, how to establish merit in the battlefield, how to establish a foothold in the army. The middle-aged man sitting beside Zhang Yang, who had not opened his mouth, had some admiration for Zhang Yang's ability to speak blindly with his eyes open. He had not heard Feng Zhenghua talk about this matter, but at this time, with his presence, Zhang Yang's words had some credibility. Then what exactly happened to you guys last night? It was Alan who used a flying sound transmission to let me come, and when I arrived, you had already fainted, and Alan was also seriously injured, and your clothes are not in order. Situ Evening Kong paused. The impact of the formation of fluctuations in a circle spread out. Shin Qingcheng eyes look forward. The impact of the center. The black dragon was waving a fist. The previous sword on has disappeared. And that the black dragon waved a fist on the actually half a bit of injury marks are not. It was at this moment that a low voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Evening sky. Tang Jiwei took it all in, and without waiting for Situ Evening Kong to react, he pulled her out of the way again and dodged out of the way. However, just when he was enduring the humiliation, Yi Sun unexpectedly stood on his side, and also came out and said something like this. Yi Tian desperately paddled the water despite everything. Fortunately, although the speed was extremely slow, the huge package still followed Yi Tian's movements slowly forward. The most amazing thing was that she was able to control her body and turn it completely into a puddle of water that fit into a cup. Gu Morili first froze, and then shook his head with a bitter smile. If he were to come out in his own body, this would be a great time to sneak away. Alright, don't get snotty with me here. Go to the Zhang clan and find those Dr. Huangs and get the wounds of your men taken care of. Although there are no immortals in his world, there is a unique existence of the spirit race. Although this race is mortal, but this innate can use spells, such as Tai Hajinjin, such as Yili, Chu Huainan. Where are you guys from? What are you doing in my territory? Lecoult asked Zhuahai in a bullish manner. Those who come out to mix before starting a war usually need to ask each other's origins. According to the words of the mob, death also need to know in whose hands to die. Chapter 19, you get out. Especially in the face of a few standout good players every year. He was to receive them in person and was immensely proud to have these warriors in his country. Old ancestor Wu Mei and Mo Shirhan didn't get it right away either, but they both knew that Mo Xing did things reliably, and they chose to remain silent. Mo Xing was not in a hurry to strike. He could see that this giant man's skin was thick, and also had infinite strength. In order to kill him, in addition to his special means, if he relied on physical strength alone, he would need to run the ceiling of the god strong, increasing his own strength. In other words, Ning Hongyuan's ploy only had a certain success rate, and even if he adopted Ning Hongyuan's ploy, it didn't necessarily mean that his sister wouldn't die. Ruan Mian didn't know how to answer this question from Tuanzi. She slightly pursed her lips and didn't say a word, but her gaze was gently sweeping Tuanzi's eyes, and then faintly moved away. Yi Lime was feeling a bit inappropriate, but she also felt that Lin Shiqiu really shouldn't be that kind of person. Many people say that this mother-in-law is vicious and unenlightened in her thinking. What age is it? How can a newborn baby stand up to this slap? But medically speaking, why should a child be born crying? Most of the time it's also commented on whether the movie is good or crap. But of course most of the time it's crap. In the past, he had just hated him. But now, slowly and subconsciously, he felt that he, with himself, was the most special. Kong Miao Miao was greatly curious, not knowing what kind of brilliant strategy Mo Xing had. However, Mo Xing did not speak right away. Instead, with a wave of his hand, he set up a boundary outside the two of them, directly blocking Kong Qingqing and the two male guards. To think that those men had taken him away with such a face and with the same seemingly respectful tone of voice. Often they spouted the most righteous words, but did the most heartless acts. Not to mention, in the south, there are Yan Yafeng, Lin Zhonghu, Lu Qijing, 3 generals, the Tiger Cavalry Battalion, the left and right Primus Guards, more than 100,000 elites. This made him even more uptight about the terror of the latter family. Which of the ones that could be called a certain family of Tian Yuan didn't have a great terror in their underpinnings? A lot of things. Lu Qian is already strange, but when he came in, Lu Qian's powerful sense of smell still smelled a touch of unique flavor, some fishy gas. As for the worldwide international led by Lin Qingyi, in terms of cosmetics, with a large number of advanced formulas and traditional Chinese medicine formulas given by Lu Yuan, products such as makeup and beauty care have a very good reputation, and the domestic market basically occupies most of it. Old Man Gu now only felt that his 5 group members had a bit of a nerve problem, discussing the details of an impossible, meaningless theory. What was this if not a brain disease? It was the total collapse of the Khitan cavalry that caused them to inform each other, causing the Eastern cavalry to abandon the war and withdraw in haste. At the same time, the soul power that had just emerged instantly rolled backward, as if that terrifying scene just now had never appeared. There were only but 2 or 3 people left in the Qi clan's affiliated clans. At this time, you looked at me and I looked at you. The fear of being chosen by the god of death filled their hearts, not knowing who was going to be chosen. This feeling of waiting for death was just too terrifying. Lu Qian also slightly sighed. Now he kind of understood. 1,000 sect level bloodline, roughly able to withstand a demon king level bloodline. He now certainly has a few thousand sect level bloodline in his hands, but not as good as 2 or 3 of these 40 or so demon kings. The heart is such an idea, and is extremely arrogant. For that in front of these ordinary people, they naturally is more and more. Is not care up. After all, as Gu Rujia, who was at odds with Yun Yang and had a domineering nature, was really too suspicious. Out of respect for him, Lu Shan and Li Mingjie didn't laugh out too freely. Instead it was Kong Yixian who couldn't hold it in after hearing him sing half a song and laughed until her eyes hurt. Tian Yu's character is extraordinarily commitment-oriented. Once a promise is made, 8 horses can't pull it back. I smiled bitterly. What did I really want in my life? I've given everything, and this is what I get in return. After returning to the thatched hut, Shui Yan's mood had been bad. Until the end of the reality show, Shui Yan had a stern face. In her last life, Jinxiu was unable to find a good marriage due to her birth, which led her to become a concubine in the 3rd prince's house, which was not favored by his majesty. Conneal, don't be impulsive. This is all very unusual. Finking's voice came from beside him, his tone calm but his expression equally angry. Chao Yun laughed bitterly in his heart and bowed respectfully to thank him. Since when the official, he is specifically responsible for the emperor to do the dirty work, pull the hate value. Now the court up and down. The 6 ministries and 9 ministers of hate and fear of him, private impeachment of him, countless folders. Leaster was no exception. The moment she saw the string, it was the corners of her mouth that rose. Although she didn't say she liked it, her expression had already betrayed her. Doing good. Luli pulled the corner of his mouth, his heart a little disdain. Although not cynical, Luli to do good, this word or a bit of honor. Seeing that one of the students had already mastered this skill, everyone fell into a defiant stare-off, desperate to glare at each other. Bon Ao Tian did not move, still in a running position. All of Peikel's moves were expected by Dahlia without any surprises. One by one, Lin Yuer's fans in the live broadcast room were in mourning with a lifeless look on their faces. Borrowing Zhao Renzi's words, Chu Chun's official momentum was actually stabilized under the tremendous pressure, and although it was like a floating leaf in the midst of a huge sea wave, seemingly unable to withstand a single wave attack at all, it just happened to be in the midst of the winds and waves, and it had been floating above the surface of the sea, unable to sink, due to the loss of so many supplies that even the daily use of the expeditionary force is now affected, and the rear transportation system tends to be stagnant. Until this problem is solved, the large logistical material transportation fleet does not dare to set sail for departure again. Chapter 20, Xing Wong. Bread Yi Miao is to choose their favorite raisin bread. Milk is also sweet milk, so delicious and nutritious breakfast. Lu Shiyu should not refuse it. The solemnity and thoughtfulness of the two complement each other in just the right way, baking a kind of different temperament on her, and all of a sudden attracted all the sight of Xiao loyalty, and he was a little bit dumbfounded, froze and opened his mouth, and also forgot to greet him. Shang sat on the edge of the couch, gazing at her brother's peaceful face. She did not speak, and no one dared to speak first. Slowly, the spacious bedchamber was filled with a chill if anything. Princess Tian, who was carrying a large belly, couldn't help but shiver, and was instantly stunned by her own behavior. Looking up at Chao Shang pitifully, Duan Weiqi didn't know if needing space was what he thought it was, but he felt uncomfortable and he didn't want to hear anymore. Walking into the ASEAN Group's headquarters, the chairman of ASEAN Group, Yoshioka Tsuyoshi, had already gotten the news and was waiting in his office. And seeing Zhang Guangxian and the others come over under the leadership of Kurosawa Hajime, he then walked out from behind his desk with a false smile on his face. Song Tongtong took Zhang Jialiang's bag from his hand at this time, and stood there playfully with a smile. It could be seen that she was also in a good mood. Anyone who said this efficacy, Suyi would think it was a Mongolian daifu, but coming from Shurye's mouth, she probably already understood what it was. Duan Weiqi became even more angry. She even apologized to him for this shit, polite as a stranger. Turning and walking to the window, he ended his arms and gazed out into the deep blackness of the night in deep thought. Fortunately, Zhou Lizhan didn't stay too long, and after she finished dinner on Thursday, she was finally convinced by Duan Yanfu to go back with him. Orphans are not just people who have been abandoned by their parents and are spiritually alone. Zhang Fear, completely speechless, said, "No, I just ask you a sentence. Can want to return to Heavenly Thunder Mountain? You have to give more than 700 people to open the General Assembly? This kind of material. You are not the head of the door. Who will be?" Tiger Ping said, "At home. Going back to sea?" Zhang Fear said yes, put away the formation flag and said, "Let's go." Tiger Ping then lifted Zhang Fear with one hand, holding Fu Ling with the other hand, like the wind fluttering in the grass, like electricity back to the stone house. It's not impossible. The sheriff originally organized the banquet because she wanted to meet Miss Xian. And how could Miss Xian not want to meet the sheriff? Dongfang Xian's expression just now laughed me to death. Ha 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 ha. First time I've seen him like that. Laughed me to death. Sun Zhong almost rolled on the ground with laughter. Ran Yuan Fong, just this exchange of hands. Palmold up and down that is completely loose through. Strength sent over to press the other side of a hard point but cannot find. Now look. Hong Lao's gossip legs. Taiji waist. Xingyi's fist. In fact, not so obvious. Just all parts of the body are practiced to the extreme. It seems to be the old man from the martial arts into the Tao. Don't worry. Niu Daju also knew that the matter was important and could not be taken lightly. He received the syringe and opened the potion. The refreshing medicinal fragrance once again wafted inside the ward. Even the sea cannot stop the unceasing power of the 9 specters without any pain. Nirik lightly waved the broken arm, immediately restored to its original shape, and in the operation of the power of the 9 specters quickly began to return. It was still early in the morning when the streets outside the Chu Garden were filled with all kinds of cars and vehicles. If a fire was set here at this time, it could burn at least half of the powerful and noble families in the capital city. Thinking of last year's birthday of the old lady Zhang, just in time for the return of Xinzhongyi glory soon, he brought a top encrusted with Xinzhongyi brought back from the palace of the king of South Vietnam Knight Pearl Xia crown, envied all the people at the banquet, even envoy to the province of congratulations on the birthday of the Zhang Guifei all smiled at her. However, this cannot be helped. He has long been deep into the bone marrow of the kung fu to observe the words and colors. Lin Yu, even the slightest wind and grass will disrupt his nerves. Just boasted about his own usefulness. If because of a sentence to provoke the new master unhappy. If the new master is unhappy because of a word, then it will be more than worth it. At this moment, Zonglan had already taken out the powder for disguise from the box and was about to rub it on Yun Qing's face when Luo Chen swept his palm over and directly swept Zonglan's hand away. The ear-piercing cutting sound came out, causing Hao Xingning to not be able to help his face change dramatically, and immediately, he gave up the chopping attack, and urged the shield with all his might, bouncing the sword pellet out of the way. Xin Yun could care less about anyone's opinion when he was with Zhao Ling, but after all, he had to consider Zhao Ling's feelings. Huang Qi saw Lin Yu reveal a puzzled look and knew that he had spoken out of turn, so he hurriedly greeted the 2 men and a dog and marched forward. If it gets out, it will not be good for the princess, or the king, and it will have an impact on the reputation of Mr. Wind. As the saying goes, a big tree attracts the wind. The Lin family's side gathered too much wealth. It had been so much that it had made everyone red in the face, so it was no surprise that the Lin family was being targeted. It's quite stupid, but it did a good job, Knight Mo said, his gaze seemingly falling on Yun Qing. Unlike the last time, This time, because of that pleasurable feeling that erupted from the chaotic layer, Sher Sancheng instantly understood what was going on, and was aggravated as he slammed down to the ground in a hurry. Over the past 2 years, Jiang Ming and the opera flower were almost inseparable, so as long as they saw Jiang Ming's figure, then they should know that the opera flower must be in this neighborhood. Someone who would even frame Brother Wu, who sacrificed his life to save you. Why should I trust you? Chang Chuofan's sharp eyes stared at Yi Jianghe. Chapter 21, Masters and Grandchildren. Young lady. Green clothes stood in front and smiled softly. Behind her was a group of maids, one of them holding a plate in their hands, which had a red cloth that was supposed to be on it, half bending their bodies, and very humbly facing ice dance. Gong Yishuan embraced Fu Yunxi and entered the house, and with a wave of his big hand, the room's door automatically closed, cutting off the pair of eyes outside. With a loud boom, Ouyang Pengcheng waved his hand and threw out a lightning bolt that made everyone raise their scalp, smashing into the huge head of the Hell Demon Bear, directly shattering Mu Yuhan's already split and smoking brain, and in the gradual fading away of the life force, the almost perverted defenses of the strong Hell Demon Bear became a lot more fragile. Okay, then, let's take a look first. Coco, after last night's chat with the baby and Yi Xiang, was already very Yi Xiang not raw, and at this time, she was actually blinking her eyes mischievously. Back, Xiaoshui gently walked over, and Yi Xian's heart instantly dropped by half. La and were very similar, but having been with Xiaoshui for such a long time, he knew that this La represented that Shui was in a good mood at the moment. Gu Chaoxi's business was big, but he wasn't busy, and Ice Dance wondered how he could be so laid back. Qin Beifeng glanced at Zhou Xiaogua, and used his mind to send a message to Zhou Xiaogua, saying, "You just like to scare the child. Don't scare him." Zhou Ziogo glared at him. She couldn't use her mind to send a message, so she could only annoy Qin Beifeng in her heart. He was the one who said that she spoiled the child, and he was the one who said that he was strict with the child. Yi Xian cooking. While thinking about that previous time when the temple at the base of Mo Yang who was uncomfortable as soon as he approached the stone spirit baby, the side lady was imprisoned, not allowed to step out of the Fairview Park half step. The master never came over to see a glance, never asked the side lady of any situation. The 7 guards are still out looking for news of the young lady, but they have found nothing. Things were just as Feng San had said, the strong of the training improved day by day. However, because of the gradual approach, most of the remaining soldiers had persevered, except for a very small portion who were eliminated. Gong Sun Yu smiled, but seeing his smile and Zasuk couldn't help but shiver a little, and the majestic tall tiger body couldn't help but shrink back slightly. As soon as the words ginseng fruit entered their ears, Star Luo and Duan Luming involuntarily trembled. Star Luo and Duan Luming involuntarily trembled. Vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon's roar coming out of heaven and earth, and immediately, it was seen that on top of the light cover that enveloped the body of Fei Zhua, there was a golden scaly dragon coiled around it. Does it hurt? Suddenly noticing that the delicate body of the beautiful person under his body was slightly stiff, the man was stunned and stopped his movements, kissed her delicate lips and asked in a soft voice. The man surnamed he is the owner of a street here. At that time Gong especially trust him. But where do you know that this man to Gong played enough after she got drunk to the leadership? He also because of this thing and rose up. Now is the comprehensive law enforcement office of a master. Sure enough, it was an imperial mind trick. Being able to encounter something incomparably familiar on the other side of the planet. Lear's emotions were too complex to describe. Aimlessly, Jing Kite watched the sky getting darker and darker, and she did not have that gold and silver thing on her body. That is, she could not even drink a mouthful of water, not to mention filling up her stomach. After saying that, Ying gave a bow and took his leave. Sect Master Lin is tired from the wind and dust. Ruosu will not delay you any longer to take a rest. After saying that, she left in a flutter. Chen Bingwen hated the death of a big color demon in the heart of a lot of aggrieved long so big and who dares to treat themselves like this. Thinking about crying more sad, Soha just hastily glanced as to withdraw his gaze. Now is as much as possible to stop along the ladder to climb up the beast tribe army, and so on, even if the alliance guard down the castle of Constantine, but also will certainly be a heavy loss. Suha and Luyan both raised their heads at the same time, looking at the 3-headed white-plumed snow eagles that gradually disappeared under the dark night. Li Liqui, you, what are you doing? Although His Majesty Li Air had some guesses in his heart, he was still a bit surprised to see Li Liqui's behavior. Previously, he could do nothing for Wang Jing, but now, he could only use this practice of suing for his old age to console his spirit. A vast and magnificent giant, like a steel wall, appeared in front of the eyes, standing in the forest. Unknowing people see, as if it belonged here. As a result, a shocking scenario appeared. That dagger, after a crackling impact on this green-colored stone wall, was actually blocked, failing to leave the slightest trace on the stone wall. Next, Li Si was in the belly of this mountain, quietly restoring his yuan in seclusion. However, what Li Si did not expect was that the magnitude of his loss of yuan far exceeded his original expectations, and naturally the time spent was a bit longer. Li Si a few people but very simply agreed. In the case of the ability to do so, they are certainly to extend a hand. And over there, Jiang Manhu saw that a few people didn't care about Fang Jiaqing and the others, so he didn't say anything more. It seemed to be true that the consequences were not very good. According to Yin Yin's understanding, it was true that the first live broadcasts of professional players had to agree on a time with the signing platform, and then publicize it, before they started. So she was now the one who had run out of first-timers and couldn't sell them for a good price. Was she? It seems that Li Mi did just that. Li Mi did it very purposefully, killing only officials, landlords and gatekeepers loyal to the Sui dynasty, but leaving those who defected to him in the clear, slowly standing out in a taekwondo stance. At the referee's command, he preempted. Drink! A fierce kick chopped down from above. Don't look at Nanyu, who usually has a gentle and watery demeanor, but once it comes to this kind of thing, she won't keep her hands off. Didn't she just experience a social beating herself? Holding more than 10 pieces of clothes in her hand, Sister M.O., who has a severe phobia of choosing and already has a super long reflex arc, instantly made a mistake and didn't know which one to choose was better. She was merely a step behind Warwoji, that is, a minute or two slower in establishing the guild, and the benefits that this ultimately reaped was much less. Chapter 22, Killing Demons and Gods. The people saw the first lady leaving in tears, and looked at the second master's interactions with the second lady, and for a moment they couldn't figure out what was going on inside the Yuan family castle. Zhou Yuhao heard her going out and immediately said to order takeout. Tian Chanshan narrowed her eyes at him. Is this guy trying to imprison himself? Exasperated to the point that her face was flushed, Lily Wang became more and more a little groundless amidst the laughter of her classmates. The old lady's home is not far away. On the road turned in several directions, and finally arrived at a rather ordinary farmhouse. Pushed open the door. The farmhouse is a green and spooky vegetable garden. At the end of the not-so-neat stone road, the old lady's house quietly stood there. Wang Liyan did not see Yusilan, and the latter did not intend to go up to greet her. On the contrary, Yusilan did not bother to see Wang Liyan. She slipped out of the airport from one side and then took a car and left. Uncle, are your camels for sale? Qing Qing surprisingly read the camel's eyes. She wanted to buy the camel over and slowly ask about the situation. Fourth master, concubine is wrong. Concubine doesn't dare. When Nian heard Injin say this, she was scared in her heart. After the end of that battle with the underworld ghost race, the most dominant forces above the Pan Huang ancient realm were wiped out 9/10 of the time, and even those forces that didn't fall were dealt a huge blow. This is to make from the beginning is ready to spend money on China is a bit surprised. At the same time also said, the first batch of vaccines to complete mass production, willing to first share 30% of the finished product to South Africa. The same is free of charge. Shen Yun, under this actually impact, his body line could not help but sway. His ears buzzed, his chest was stuffy, and he nearly fell to the ground. Shit, you can't even do that to a 70-year-old master. 9 Dragons East could not wait to kill Master Wu with a knife to vent his anger. But unfortunately reality would not give him this opportunity. 9 Dragons East didn't even think about it when he found out about it and directly dialed by Bob Wu's number. Before Mordor could answer, she walked over to the red chicken with extreme impatience, and after carrying it a long distance away, she herself turned around and walked back to where she was. But then I thought about the last opening incident, and I felt that I must not apologize. Apologizing would be giving in. It would be the same as the last opening incident. Yi Jinmu looked in the direction the voice came from, only to see Yi Qin and Yuan standing in front of the sofa, looking at her with an excited expression. Shen, also surprised towards the blood ninja, glanced. The fire of the country will be able to earth escape is not a small number of people, but also not too much. Like the blood ninja such as the long famous top ninja, if he will be able to earth escape, there is no reason why the information will be omitted, unless he is a recent learning of the earth escape. Liao Ruwashi's training for them was different from everyone else's. In short, they were now just as good as modern special forces. They were awesome, and completely different from the soldiers of this world. As soon as this youth got out of the car, he was talking to those friends of Qian Yuan about something, and the gang of social vipers, once they saw someone, didn't joke and curse, as if they were also discussing something. This time, in the end, to use what kind of approach? To be able to let Yi Jinmu, to avoid suffering such a thing? The car just drove to the entrance of the villa, and before Su Mengyao had time to get on the car, the fat man who followed him out couldn't help but leap up. Monstrous roars came from the sky, and those sinful people hordes had already rushed close to the front, less than 3,000 feet away from the Iron Fortress defense line. Everyone knew the power of the rat tide. They didn't even have time to think. Only one thought flashed through their minds. Escape. Tens of thousands of gophers, even if each of them was of first or second grade cultivation, it was enough to drown people in an instant. As a royal special, as a strategic grade magic armor capable of changing the entire battlefield, and also requiring the high consumption Aurora system, the Aurora Dancer was in the highest that class no matter what that aspect was. Rorschach was aware of the mage's strength before, but the reason for not choosing it was always the fact that spellcasters needed more than enough time to learn, and his own natural ability also limited his learning progress. The arrows we carry along with our army form a complete suppression. At most, they can only last for a while. Chen Xingji guessed Liang's intentions and shook his head. Liang is not too surprised by the news. After all, he has long conquered the 2 phases of Persia. Even if you can't steal the city, even if it's an open fight, you can still fight it down. The government will be handed over to Wang Mang. Liang immediately rushed to Moronku's place. He has to personally sit in the town for the establishment of the state to prepare for the matter. This second piece of news of such significance is a truly big deal for the people of LW County. Rorschach, who had his head lowered, looked up again, and his pupils had regained their calmness. His clenched fists had been loosened, and his expression had regained its candor. If in the past, being chased like this, Su Zoyan was sure to run away, but this time it seems to be some effort, because the hand injury is not yet well. A fierce running up. The hand injury will be torn. A burst of pain. Su Zoyan didn't run for long. He was already sweating from the pain, and was a bit overwhelmed. This one loud sound rang out right beside Yu Shang's crowd, and their eardrums instantly could no longer hear the movement around them, and their world immediately became clear and quiet. It's fine. Since they're all here, it's good to meet them. They'll be family from now on. Father Su didn't seem to quite understand Su Zoyan's nervousness and responded calmly. Question after question had difficulty. Su Zoyan reddened his face and covered his head with the quilt to death. Agility. The main attribute of long-range physical professions used to increase the hit rate of long-range physical professions also increased the attack power. After waiting for a few moments, the overhead skylight creaked and just opened a crack. A white silhouette had already darted in, followed by a clang, and the cell door closed again. There is also the fact that it is now more difficult to explode equipment. While making equipment more simple, the time required is also reduced very much. I have a lot of gear now, and only 3 people who can use it, but it's fine for selling it for money. After they were full of wine and food, More and the others exited the tavern when a big man staggered up. Oops, idiot. Taking a hard and deep breath, Taisher Ci violently rushed towards Yin Yin, but the collision just now, it was obvious that he didn't get the benefit of the doubt. Between running, one of his legs stumbled and staggered. One of the twin halberds originally held in his hand was nowhere to be seen. Tensing his face, the fire in his eyes burst out. I really don't know. If I knew, I would have just purified the 3 of you, left out to plague the world. Especially you, Qiu Ruoming, who was attached to Long Ying's body, shot back unwillingly. Knight, I want you. Saying that, Manhwa fiercely climbed onto Zhongli Yuyao's neck, pressing her blazing lips onto his sensual lips, crazily plundering them as if she wanted to suck his soul away altogether. Chapter 23, Li Daocheng. This time, we have the same purpose, but we only care that Gu Meng has to stay alive. As for the person you pledge allegiance to, that's up to you. The other party spelled out his purpose. Some of Tang Chuan's luggage had already been put in the villa when he came to Shanghai last time. In the school dormitory, he planned to use all the bedding and whatnot provided by the school, and if he lacked, he would go to the nearby supermarket to buy it. Even Flame City, which is protected by a chandelier, is not an exception. It is the task of the class master to interfere with the weather of the box, but there is a difference in climate between the Eastern District, where it is always springtime, and the Northern District, so even the masters are unable to do so. Zhang Xingdian saw the discussion between Tang Chuan and Chen Tao on the topic of artificial intelligence, which made him recognize Tang Chuan even more. Guan Yuchen gave a follow-up, while the words did not dare to say more. Immediately went downstairs with Guan Xingji, while Gu Meng looked at the departing figures of the two. That face color changed. If you want to forcefully break the spacetime seal, you have to have an existence that is more powerful than a super magical beast. Enter the spacetime seal's loyal main sealing point, and utilize your strength to forcefully destroy the energy source of the spacetime seal, and the spacetime seal's exit opens up, and before the spacetime seal destroys itself, you can escape from the place where that exit is. Early the next morning, Yi Tianyu woke up and saw that Lin Wuxuan didn't have any abnormality. His heart let out a sigh of relief. It was obvious that Lin Cc didn't say anything. Shui Manhwa had a difficult look on her face, while just as several other beauty queens were looking at her, she suddenly trembled lightly and frowned as she held her forehead. Autumn winds were blowing, and it was already late fall. In the blink of an eye, Binglian has been gone for more than a month, and Zhao Fushan's wedding is just 3 days away. Her face couldn't help but become even redder, and she vaguely had a strange feeling as if she had suffered from Yi Tianyu's aggression there, and her body even had a heat flowing through her. Just now it was even a test to see how strong the two actually were, since it was so unbearable. What was the point of keeping a vicious and insidious bandit like this one? Every step Jingtian took was like stepping on Zhu Jiangping and Iron Monkey's hearts, trembling with fear. Crazy, actually turning into his body and burning the Danci. Hua Shixin coughed up blood, and his gaze towards the black dragon couldn't help but grow fearful. Rumor has it that Ouyang old ancestor, the best work in his life is only 5 or 6. The most favorite is this crossbow. There are rumors that after the death of the old ancestor, the descendants of this crossbow martyrdom, so the 9 Eagles crossbow, although the name of the great, nearly 100 years have not shown up. After Sun Quan realized, Jia Yan was not an enemy in his eyes, but a traitor and a fighter who came to his door. After the change of heart, Sun Quan did not have much hostility towards Jia Dang, and as for the unreasonable request of Han Dang, who was in hot pursuit behind Jia Dang, to ask for a joint attack by Sun Quan several times, he was rejected on the spot by Sun 100,000 people. It doesn't matter if Lu Chunyun is the first choice. Our Zhong family wants an obedient emperor. Zhong Songfeng only said one last thing. No, what I just said was, challenge the two of you. Xiaton looked towards Shintaikue behind Yao Wok. Boom! A direct palm shot out a 5-colored light curtain towards Xiaton. Pressure. Thick aura called the mountain cannot withstand. Open when shaking violently. Although he was participating in the bloody and violent black market boxing, Kamita Masao still bowed and saluted first like a regular professional match. However, his opponent didn't even bother to make a half-hearted effort to show that he was doing so, and didn't even look at him squarely, but just stood on his tiptoes and looked at the two old and young men with strange origins in the corner from a distance. Su Jiangnan know what she means. Then the situation of the country, Western Xia and Liao Jin if the death of the war, and not pleasing, and there is a tiger on the east side of the North Qi. If the North Qi involved in the war, the Western Xiaotan does not survive one. Xiaotong directly elbowed the masked man in the back of his heart, and it was the masked man's turn to stumble and walk. Xiaotong left behind a single golden residual shadow and chased after him. No, it was past 10 in the morning, and the sun wasn't particularly incendiary, or he wouldn't have been so stupid as to let the sun beat down on him. After leaving the door of 6th Grandpa's house, Han Feng seemed to be in a much better mood and had a faint smile on his face. Is it to leave your favorite anchor industry in disgrace? Or to survive and become a plaything to be humiliated by others? Some of the forces on Harker Street he hadn't figured out, let alone, when faced with the upstart biker gang, that was even less of a clue. Even the suits inside the White House King of Soldiers did not dare to move. Looking at the violent atmosphere in these warriors, paralyzed, it is simply that you move, no matter what you do, the next second to ensure that your head blossomed. Brain for fly. Yuan Ing was near the port, and his lawful eyes saw many Chinese laborers, dressed in rags, some with short hair, some simply shaved bald, who did the work of the animals and ate the food of the animals, but could not get the corresponding pay. In the end, he chose the fairy tale magic engraving, the power crystals, and one master ball containing the 3 divine birds. Artificial shikigami are these simple ones, made of talisman paper, with some manipulation jutsu attached to them, which are imperiously used with spiritual energy to perform various commands, such as scouting, monitoring, and the like. In fact, after struggling for so long, he was now nothing more than a slightly more powerful mole cricket. Many thanks, grandfather ancestor. Lu Jingxing felt the changes in himself and was shocked beyond measure as he gratefully said. In the end, the two thrillingly competed. Tian Shui slightly won, turned his horse around and laughed. Du Qian was so angry that she clenched her teeth and directly dismounted and left, waiting for Wanqi to finish changing her clothes and go out. The car is driving away. Silver urn brimming floating red face, CUI sleeve attentive hold jade bell, the original full of prosperity, only to set off the Irina left behind in the world. This is a restaurant in a Gothic-style building. Not only the restaurant, but the Burger Hotel is also in the style of this type of building. Speaking of the New Year's Eve vigil, Lam remembers a folk legend he heard and tells it. Of course, what made him even more fearful was that his own compensating sense of confidence in his secret techniques had failed to escape from the striking range of this point of light after expending cultivation-damaging essence blood. Usually at this time, the restaurant staff had long since gotten off work and gone back to their homes. When Yemo came back, he saw that the lights were brightly lit, as if a ball was being held. Chapter 24 Who dares to come? The people of the Chen family then arrived as well, and Li Fan saw familiar faces. Chen Yuan, the Chen family head, and Chen Luoyun, the genius of the Chen family. Behind the crowd of the Chen family, Lin Hua, who had participated in the demon beheading conference in the first place, was also there. After his daughter had disappeared, he had been hoping that the Chen family would be able to retrieve the person, but there was no news of any kind after a long delay, and at this time, he had already pined away a lot. Li Fan. Seeing Li Fan's eyes hiding killing intent, Chen Yuan took a step forward and opened his mouth. County Magistrate Wang, this person killed my son Chen Li as well as Chen Zongji. Why don't you take him down immediately? Wang Magistrate looked at Chen Yuan. You say it is light. This young man has that easy to take down still make such a big storm? Li Fan looked at the visitor and said in his heart that he had come really fast. It seems that he demolished the city god temple is to poke a hornet's nest. The city god temple secret things cannot see the light. These come quickly for fear of collusion. This sun is ferocious. All of you quickly kill this thief to save me. The city god howled miserably, and as the surrounding people watched this, the image of the city god had collapsed. It turns out that the so-called gods and goddesses are no match for those who practice. If that's the case, what kind of blessing do you expect from the gods? County Magistrate Wang waved his hand. At once those Jin demon army who were stopped by Li Daoqing turned their horses around and faced Li Fan. Behind County Magistrate Wang, County Lieutenant Chao Gong also brought his men forward, and the people of Chen family likewise went forward, ready to surround Li Fan. Take it down. Magistrate Wan opened his mouth and said. As his words fell, all of them rushed towards the direction where Li Fan was at the same time, and the fierce aura behind Li Fan rushed to the sky. On Li Fan's body, the sword intent flowed, and the light at the center of his brow was so bright that a sword chi whistled out and chopped towards the legs of the sitting warhorse of the Jin demon army, and the warhorse wailed and flopped down towards the front. The Jin demon army leapt up one after another. Their formation was not messed up after a long time in the battlefield, holding their lances and leaping towards Li Fan at the same time. Roll! Li Fan shouted. His rapier turned into a beam of light towards the Jin demon army to kill them, but he saw the other side forming a battle formation to impact. Their chi and blood were monstrous, and at the same time they shot out their guns, which actually formed a resonance, and the guns shattered Li Fan's rapier. In the other direction, Chen Luoyun's innate Dharma phase appeared. Mana converged in the sky and thunderous swords appeared. A streak of lightning streaked across the sky as Chen Luoyun opened his mouth. Li Fan, why did you want to kill my younger brother Chen Li? You're asking me? Li Fan asked rhetorically. You don't know what the Chen family did? Sword cultivators, are they this bad? Chen Luoyun was disappointed in his heart. He has been practicing outside for many years, and now he has just returned to Linen County, so he knows a little bit about all the sects under the Dali world. How could he not know the name of Li Shan? The land of Lei Shan, although not entirely sword cultivation, but the most prestigious to sword cultivation. The world's chaos, Lei Shan out of the many top big sword cultivators. Even though Li Shan is no longer as prestigious as it once was, Li Shan sword cultivators are still in existence to be looked up to. Luoyun, don't bother talking nonsense with him. Kill. Chen Yuan, the head of the Chen family, opened his mouth and said. Chen Luoyun nodded his head as his Dharma sharp sword accompanied by lightning killed Li Fan. Li Fan's internal chi and blood roared. His body was like a furnace. He raised his fist and blasted out, with a loud rumbling sound. The sword of the thunder phantom that killed him was even shaken back by Li Fan's fist. Chen Luoyun could not help but doubt himself in his heart when he saw this scene. He had been practicing hard for many years and had an innate phantasm. He was praised as a genius, and his innate phantasm attack could not even shake Li Fan's fist? The name of the so-called genius couldn't help but make him suspicious. He ran his body towards the front. His hand pinched his sword, and immediately, thunder mana exploded within him, and between his arm swings, multiple thunder swords appeared at the same time, turning into lightning to kill Li Fan. Li Fan's arm retracted, turned his fist into a finger, and pointed out that the sword chi spread out, tearing those lightning bolts, but behind him, the Jin demon army continued to charge and kill. Li Fan waved his sword with his other hand, and in the land above him, the token in the hands of the Wang magistrate flew out, and the golden light flashed, and the order characters appeared in endless streams, and continued to suppress and kill. Bang! Under the siege of many parties, Li Fan's body was finally shaken back. Save the city god! Magistrate Wang shouted from the back as the demon suppressor army rushed towards the city god. Roll! A brilliant sword light cut through, blood splattered out, and the heads of several of the forward Jin demon army soldiers were instantly pierced through by a sharp sword, a 3-inch flying sword. Sword seed. County Magistrate Wang's pupils contracted as he stared over there. He had been defending himself against Li Fan's sword seed and thus attacked from a distance, not daring to get too close. This sword cultivator's sword species is truly terrifying. Not only is the killing power strong, but it is also incredibly fast, shuttling as it pleases. After the flying swords killed, The city god just wanted to get up to run. He was stabbed by the flying swords again. His body was already semi-transparent. He hadn't touched the third realm yet, and now that it was daytime, he was getting weaker every moment. He couldn't hold on for much longer. Li Fan's flying sword returned to his brow. Although flying swords killed people quickly, but with his current realm moving, the sword kind of extremely consumed God. If he hadn't encountered a siege, he wouldn't have used his sword C to kill. When he saw this scene, Magistrate Wang also understood that flying swords hurt the gods, and Li Fan couldn't kill a few, so he waved his hand and said, "Kill!" Li Daoqing, who was standing on top of the gun, glanced at Magistrate Wang. This county magistrate is the strongest, but standing behind the back to sneak attack and strike, letting the others rush to kill. But it is insidious. It was more or less shameless for so many people to surround and kill a teenager. Found it. At this time, Li Hongyi's voice came from the direction of the demolished city god temple. Li Daoqing looked towards that side, only to see Li Hongyi running towards this side, and opened his mouth to say, "There are prisons underneath the city god temple, imprisoning a number of women." The people watching this from afar exploded, especially those who believed in the city god, only feeling as if the sky had collapsed. Behind Li Hongyi, figures appeared one after another. They were disheveled, their hair was scattered, their breath was weak, and they were even a little afraid of light. Done. Xingwan's body actually trembled with fear. Since he became a ghost god, he had done wrong and enjoyed all the glory. But now that this matter had come to light, he knew it was completely over. They must preserve me. Hope flared in the heart of Shingo. Mandy. Only Lin saw one of the women wailing and running towards that side. He grabbed a woman with both hands and ruffled her long hair. It was really his daughter Lin Min. But now Lin Min, which has the original Shoei, has been shaped like a wither, and even the eyes are a little dull. Looking at her father Lin Hua, Lin Min froze for a moment, which shed tears. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Hua let out an agonizing roar, his eyes crimson as he looked towards the city god. City god, is this true? Those believers fell to their knees, their faith collapsed, and all thoughts were lost. The city god, after all, is an evil ghost. Magistrate Wang, it seems that my daughter is justified in doing this. Li Daoqing spoke to County Magistrate Wang. Wang Yuan's color changed, then stared at the city god and shouted angrily, "As a ghost god enshrined by the court, you don't think about your duties, but have committed such a monstrous crime. The crime is unpardonable." The magistrate is dumbfounded by the city god's words. "Shoot to kill." County Magistrate Wang shouted, no longer hiding. The token in his hand flew out, suspended in the air, and in an instant, countless order characters suppressed and killed. Li Fan's thoughts. The sharp sword rushed straight to the treasure token, but saw that the token steeply imitated large, transformed into a behemoth. An eye-catching and incomparable order of the word to kill and down. The roaring and cracking sound came out. The might of the horror. To kill the ghost, to silence it? Sword light blossomed between Li Fan's eyebrows, and his flying sword exploded out, blasting on top of the token and stalemating with it. "Why don't you still make a move to exterminate the thieves?" County Magistrate Wang droned, and at once everyone else stepped forward. "Roll!" Li Fan let out an explosive shout. His body was covered in sword chi, and for a while, he actually shocked the crowd so much that they did not dare to face forward. "How can you do this?" The city god's face was white. Now it became Li Fan wanted to protect him, and Wang Magistrate and the others wanted to kill themselves. How could he give up the city god in all his glory? And those women, he was not the only one to enjoy them. This Linen County is withering in talent. A teenager can't even hold it. Only a lazy voice was heard, and amongst the crowd of the Chen family, a young man in a fancy dress slowly stepped out, only to see his palm reach out, seemingly flat, but there was a large hand falling on top of Wang Magistrate's token, fiercely pressing downward. The token roared, and the terrifying power suppressed the flying sword. Rumble! A bursting sound came out. Li Fan's body flew back. The flying sword had flown into his eyebrow, but he was stifling a grunt. His chi and blood rolled over, and his eyes gazed ahead, only to see that the city god had been suppressed and gone up in smoke. Now, there's no proof of death. Li Hongyi wanted to rush forward, but was pulled back by Li Daoqing. In addition to the clans from Linen County here, there were also quite a few foreign cultivators who had come. The one who stepped out today was just one of them. Indeed, the talent is withering. One after another, people walked out. Ba. Li Fan saw that the Vajra Temple's phaseless monkmaster and brother were also there, and the young monk stared at Li Fan's side, his eyes hiding the intent of war. The city god colluded with demons and ghosts, scourged the people of Linen, and has been ambushed and killed. Magistrate Wang took the token back and looked at Li Fan. Although you found the city god problem, but killing people in the street is a fact. The crime cannot be pardoned. if you are willing to bind yourself and follow me to the county government office, or you can be exempted from the death penalty. This old city god has been plaguing the people of Linen for many years under your watch, and you don't know about it? Li Fan asked rhetorically, his gaze sweeping the surrounding crowd. There's a lot of people coming, all to deal with Lei Shan? It seems that all these people in Lin County are just little people with deep water behind them. Therefore, Senior Sister's asking herself to come down to the mountain was by no means as simple as just beheading a demon. Stubborn. Magistrate Wang said, since you are obstinate, you have no choice but to do it yourself. When he said that, he wanted to strike again, and the man in Chinese clothes who had struck before also walked towards Li Fan, and the Jin demon army approached at the same time. Father, Li Hongyi wanted to break free from Li Daoqing's hand, but she only heard Li Daoqing open his mouth and say, Yuan watch, there are a number of major sect practitioners in the area, but, how can they be so easy to kill if they come from the mountains? Hearing her father's words, Li Hongyi looked at Li Fan, only to see Li Fan say, deceiving me to be here alone today? Saying so he bellowed and asked, Jun your brother, are you there? I am. In the middle of his mind, an echo came, and beside the sword seed in Li Fan's mind, a flash of light lit up, like a sword aura. The people around them were all startled, their eyes looking around. Li Fan mocked, just kidding with all of you. As his words fell, in an instant, a monstrous sword intent filled out from his body, and the entire area was whipped up into a horrifying storm, with killing intent filling the sky, causing one to feel chills. The man in Chinese clothes just now was also stunned. His expression was grave, and he looked at Li Fan with vigilance. Whoever dares to come, kill. As Li Fan's words fell, a terrifying killing sword intent filled the sky and earth. Chapter 25 Wine and Beauty. The land of the ruins of the city temple was silent, and no one dared to answer. The people who were previously prepared to kill Li Fan stopped dead in their tracks. What a strong killing sword intent. The crowd looked at Li Fan with awe in their hearts, not daring to move, for fear that if they did, Li Fan would first take his own sword sacrifice. You are harboring someone else's sword intent in your body? The Chinese-suited youth eyed Li Fan, his body's mana surging, and even inadvertently his wrists twitched, and a magic treasure appeared in his hands in case of any mishaps. His name is Chen Yan, is the Chuzhou Chen family clan to people, has entered the fourth realm. The future is boundless, since cannot be planted in this Linen County. Although Li Shan was strong, if he was planted in the hands of a teenager, it could be considered a disgrace. This sword intent is not something he can defeat. It must be the sword intent of the legendary mountain sword cultivator. So what if it is? Li Fan didn't deny it and let the other party guess. This sword intent can only protect you once, right? He tested Li Fan and said, killing you is enough. Li Fan responded coldly, and the Qin clan youth did not reply. County Magistrate Wang. Li Fan looked at the magistrate with a provocative look in his eyes, and that magistrate Wang was currently wearing a black face with his mouth tightly closed. You can lose face, but you can't lose your life. Li Fan looked around the crowd with a mocking gaze and said, so many people are besieging me today. I'll make a note of it. My senior brother will be here on another day, so I'll let him and all of you spar with him on the Tao of the sword at that time. With that, he turned around and walked away, ignoring the crowd. All the people are still standing in place. A move dare not move. Li Fan young and frivolous. They are really afraid of a move Li Fan impulse sword to kill. Lose their lives will not be cost effective. Li Hongyi seemed to want to follow, was pulled by Li Daoqing, and thought that it is really a woman who is not a woman. Only when Li Fan's back was far away did these people breathe a sigh of relief. Amit Ba Buddha. This Li Shur master has killed so many people and is harboring a demonic aura. And I don't know which division taught him out to wreak havoc on the living beings. The phaseless monk clasped his hands together, his precious face solemn. Li Hongyi glared over there, knowingly. This monk is so shameless, he dares to say it only after he's gone. Li Daoqing pulled his daughter's hand. This girl followed Li Fan to mix for a few days. How come she is also so impulsive? It's true that it's close to the ink. Magistrate Wang. My daughter is ignorant and has been compelled. On account of the fact that she has been convicted of a crime and found out what the city god has done. Can the magistrate be lenient? Li Daoqing looked over to Wang Yuan's side. Li Hongyi wanted to say something was glared back by a glance from Li Daoqing. Brother Daoqing still needs to be disciplined. County Magistrate Wang's target was not Li Hongyi. She was only secondary and naturally did not want to offend Li Daoqing, so he might as well sell him a favor. Thank you, Magistrate Wang. Li Daoqing arched his hand and said, Mr. Li will bring the person back under strict discipline. With that, he pulled Li Hongyi away. This matter is over. The people are dispersed one after another, but the surrounding people are a long time cannot be calm. Lin He and Lin Min father and daughter are in the ruins of the city god temple above the kneeling and crying. If he had believed in Li Fan that day, would it have been a different ending? Lin He is also a person who has been in the jungle for a long time. At this time, how can he not see that it was indeed the Chen family that set up the situation in the first place? But so what? What can he do? Li Daoqing and Li Hongyi walked on the road. Li Hongyi was silent and seemed to be a bit sullen. Blaming your father? Li Daoqing said. Li Hongyi shook his head and said, I am not a person who does not know what is right, but also know that even if you intervene in this matter, it is difficult to be good. But this is a clear sky. These people are so wanton. Really no one can cure? Looking at it today, there are a lot of people standing behind Shingo. Those who built the temple for him back then are afraid that they all had a hand in it. Li Daoqing sighed. Father, did you already know? Li Hongyi suddenly asked. Know some of it. Li Daoqing responded. Hongyi, if you want to survive in this world, you have to understand that it's hard to be confused. Your father and I are just ordinary people, and to be able to raise you safely is my pursuit. Ordinary people? Li Hongyi said. If father is an ordinary person, what are those imprisoned women? And those people who died in vain? They are poor people. Li Daoqing sighed. Hongyi, this world is very big. I didn't let you contact those dark things too early. Is because I don't want you to be contaminated by the turbid world. Today's matter you see is only the tip of the iceberg. Just now what you see is also only the people on the surface. There are still quite a lot of people in the dark. There are a lot of people who can kill your father among these cultivators. This time, they were rushing to leave the mountain, and the mastermind behind the scenes was simply invisible to them. Not something he was qualified to get involved in. The Chen family and the magistrate of Linen County were just minor characters who arranged to jump out. Li Hongyi was silent and speechless, and Li Fan's figure appeared in her mind again. Wanton and dashing, doing whatever she wanted to do. What? Thinking about that kid? Li Daoqing asked with a smile when he saw his daughter not speaking. Rather, I'm a bit envious of him that way, uninhibited and unrestrained. Li Hongyi said. Like it? Li Daoqing looked at his daughter. This girl actually followed that kid for 2 days without a trace, everywhere in trouble, which in the past, he simply did not dare to think. Li Hongyi's heart was shocked, and she actually panicked a little inside, saying, Father, what are you babbling about? Also, you are older than him, Li Daoqing said. Li Hongyi? Father, what do you mean? Li Hongyi glared at his father and saw Li Daoqing looking at him with a smile. Not with you. Li Hongyi walked forward, her heart poofing. How could she like that guy? He looks wrong. He's gifted. Not right either. He has no character. Bad character. Likes to play tricks on people. But is that a drawback? Li Hongyi was a bit distracted. What's wrong with her? How to go? Li Daoqing shouted. I mean, don't look at him younger than you. But the truth is more calm than you. Although he did these things, but after all, there is a departure from the bottom of the mountain disciples in. You completely just follow the nonsense. Li Hongyi heard her father's words and then remembered that Li Fan had asked her to leave 3 times. And before that, he had left without even looking at her. So it seemed that he did not want her to get into trouble. Thinking of this, Li Hongyi's heart is even more chaotic. Hongyi, why did you go and do all this? Li Daoqing asked. Li Hongyi pondered for a moment and returned. Do it if you want to. Aha? Li Daoqing looked at his daughter with a smile and asked. Who did you learn that from? Dad. Shut up too. She glared back at Li Daoqing fiercely. What is all this nonsense? Li Daoqing stood in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. 2. Learned the hard way. But Li Daoqing was a little sad again. Li Hongyi 19 this year. Has not been to whom the heart. But that boy is different. This girl is afraid to be hurt for love. The Lei Shan sword cultivator was not the Chen family's heavenly pride. Chen Luoyun stream. Li Daoqing had a bit of a headache. Linen County. West of the city. Li Fan came to this area. People on the streets. Still bustling and lively. As if not experiencing the chaos of the demons. Also, the buildings in this area were well preserved. At least Li Fan didn't see any that were destroyed like the others. Here, near the Voltron Villa. The outside world rumors that Voltron Villa is the culprit of this demonic chaos. But close to the land of Voltron Villa. On the contrary, nothing happened. Li Fan found a restaurant. Came to a remote corner to sit down. Still a pot of wine. A few small dishes. After the battle and some tired. Eat and drink to find a place to rest. As for that sword intent from before, it wasn't a bluff. But the youngest brother said that if the sword is out, everyone who has seen it must be killed and die. How can I kill this? Not to mention that there are many innocent people there. Li Hongyi and his father Li Daoqing also killed together not? It's not that hard. Just have to let them off the hook for now. Senior sister let him go out to the mountain to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Now it seems that there are ulterior motives. Such a big matter. Can't let him this junior brother to deal with it, right? He couldn't handle it either. The city god was killed and silenced. This black pot Voltron villa is afraid of not being able to get rid of it, and I am afraid that it is still ultimately rushing to leave the mountain. Now, it was important to find out what the relationship between leaving mountain and Voltron villa was, and why the senior brothers and sisters hadn't mentioned it. When the wine and food came up, Li Fan poured a cup of wine and drank it all in one go, and immediately his body was on fire. Little brother said that swords and wine go best together, and beauty. In life, one must use the fastest sword, drink the strongest wine, and sleep with the most beautiful beauty. The youngest senior brother looked at the senior sister when he said this, and was violently beaten by the senior sister. Li Fan thought to himself at that time, who in this dolly world can make a fairy like senior sister drink with her? It would be worth it even if I had to die. Someone as proud as junior brother could only take a beating. As for him, laundry and cooking suits him quite well. You want sister to drink with him? He wouldn't dare to think of it even if it killed him. Missed my brother and sister a little bit again. Just as Li Fan was thinking wildly, there was a sudden agitation in the restaurant, and all the people's gazes were looking towards the direction of the entrance of the restaurant, and Li Fan also looked over there, and suddenly his eyes lit up. That is a woman. The body of the long skirt is inlaid with jewels, and extremely sexy. Long and snow-white neck and collarbones are exposed. The chest has a gully, deep bottomless. The skirt hem at the fork, revealing long and slender jade legs, born with a pair of peach blossom eyes, smiling when charming, seductive soul. The woman's gaze looked around the restaurant, and at that moment, the men in the restaurant were quiet, and a pair of eyes looked straight over there. However, the woman's gaze was towards the corner, and then she smiled seductively and walked towards that side. Li Fan froze. Why did he feel that the other party was looking at him? Just as he froze, a fresh scent hit his face and the sexy woman was already standing in front of him. This made Li Fan look odd. Just when he thought of wine and beauty, this beauty came? Chapter 26, The Big Man. The woman walked to the position next to Li Fan and sat straight down. Li Fan's gaze went to her and he couldn't help but look down. He was young. Where could he stand this kind of temptation? And immediately his face turned a little red. Is the young gentleman alone? The woman propped her hand on the table and dragged her chin, leaning her body forward, and all of a sudden Li Fan's perspective looked deeper. He coughed, nonchalantly. Not too young, Li Fan said somewhat coyly. Almost 17. That is not small. The woman smiled shallowly, exhaling her breath like orchids, and said, my name is Lu, and the young gentleman can call my name Lu Ji. Sister knows me? Li Fan said with some doubt. Could it be because he was good looking? Don't we know each other now? Ryuji laughed. This wine is a bit strong. Li Fan nodded. Drinking is hot. So hot. Can my slave accompany your excellency to drink a few cups together? Lu Ji winks like silk. Sister, please help yourself. Li Fan was never a petty person. Lu Ji poured herself a cup of wine and drained it in one gulp. Immediately a blush appeared on her face and her fingers held her head. This wine is really a bit strong. My head is dizzy. Her eyes are a little bit confused. The drinkers in the restaurant are anxious to watch. This is born good looking is to have a good fortune. This kind of woman, TSK, is afraid to be able to lust for death. At this time, another figure stepped into the restaurant and sat down at the center position. This person looked to be in his 30s, wearing a white robe, with long hair draped over his shoulders, and had an elegant temperament that was casual and spontaneous. Mr. Yu is here. The restaurant fellow obviously recognized the visitor. Being a regular customer of the restaurant, he greeted, Mr. Yu, today is the usual? Add one more today, the white-robed man said, and the restaurant fellow froze. This was the first time, but this Mr. Yu was generous and gave him a bounty every time he drank, so he looked forward to the other party from time to time. Okay, Mr. Yu, wait a moment. Luigi beside Li Fan stood up when Mr. Yu came in, and then quietly walked behind Mr. Yu and stood, with no more of her previous fawning manner on her body, looking very peaceful. This made the guests of the restaurant show strange colors. This Mr. Yu has many people recognized, often come to this restaurant, but this woman they have never seen. Could it be his beautiful concubine? How could Mr. Yu have such a beautiful concubine? The innkeeper was even more wide-eyed. What was going on? Today's Mr. Yu seemed a bit different from usual, and I wondered if it was because Lu Ji was standing behind him that he looked different. Indeed, he would have been less so if Yuji had stood behind him. Unfortunately, no such blessing. Drink a few cups together? Seeing Li Fan's gaze go to and fro, the white-robed man took the initiative to open his mouth. Li Fan understood when he saw Lu Ji standing behind the other party. It seemed that it was this white-robed man who was looking for him, not Lu Ji. Good. Li Fan nodded and carried his own wine in small dishes to the white-robed man's table. The white-robed man raised his cup and gestured at Li Fan before taking a sip. Li Fan was not polite. He picked up the wine cup, poured it into his mouth and drank it all in one go, and soon there was a hot stream of air in his body, and his body was paralyzed. It's really hot this time. The wine is still good from this restaurant. It smells good and is strong enough to drink. The white-robed man smiled and said, just like you as a person. Looking svelte, but also strong enough. You recognize me? Li Fan said. You've made a mess of Linen City, killed the sheriff, the young master of the Chen family, demolished the city god temple, and slaughtered the city god, so you naturally recognize it. The white-robed man responded. This news has traveled so fast? Li Fan, who had only just come over from the side of the city temple, said, if you say so, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink properly. As expected, there was an uproar around them, and they all looked at Li Fan and murmured, this harmless-looking young man is the one who killed Chen Zongji and Chen Li? Moreover, he demolished the city god temple and slaughtered the city god? Did they hear wrong? Lu Ji also looked down and smiled at Li Fan. This guy, acting can be really good at. If it is a good family, I am afraid that I do not know what to be cheated by him. Don't worry, no one here is disturbing your drinking. The white-robed man's voice was bland, yet full of confidence. Li Fan had a vague guess in his mind and probably knew where the one sitting across from him came from. Or, could it be the rightful owner? Ruji, last name Ryu. Besides, she's a demon. That night, the man who confronted the faceless monk, the ghost woman called him Mr. Ryu. Your Excellency really killed the city god? A cultivator in the restaurant looked at Li Fan and asked. Li Fan didn't deny it, but it wasn't that he killed it with his own hands. Seeing that Li Fan didn't deny it, the man continued. City god is a ghost god enshrined by the court. Why did your Excellency want to kill city god? The city god secretly captures young girls and builds prisons underneath the city god temple. You all will know if you go and take a look. Li Fan said. The people around all showed unbelieving looks and talked. In that case, you killed Chen Zongji and Chen Li. Also both have a reason? Shouldn't the Chen family be killed for colluding with the government and demons to plague Linen? Nonsense. The Chen family held the demon beheading conference to behead the demons. It is the duty of the government to get rid of the demons. How could they collude with the demons? Is it not the Voltron Villa? Who told you that it was Voltron Villa? Li Fan asked. The outside world is saying this, and the master of the Voltron Villa is also a great demon. We came over here to investigate this matter, in addition to bringing together heroes from all sides to get rid of the demons together. Li Fan glanced at the white-robed man on the opposite side, only to see that the other party looked as usual, still drinking lightly, while Lu Ji swept her cold eyes towards the other party, with a few evil vibes in her eyes, and Li Fan clearly perceived a killing intent. I see that this area is the most intact and has not been victimized by demons. If it was done by the Voltron Villa, wouldn't this be the first place to suffer? Li Fan asked with some curiosity. There's no silver here. Wouldn't this be more of an indication that the demons are under the control of the Voltron Villa? The other party responded. Levon froze at the explanation. Justified. Li Fan shook his head. Too lazy to argue. He looked across the room and said with a slightly deeper meaning. Mr. is quite elegant, and can still drink this painfully. How else? The white-robed man seemed unconcerned. What you're seeing now is still just some minor characters. The big names behind them, none of them have arrived yet. Also, probably a bunch of horse players. Was that Mr. Win's sword intent before? The white-robed man asked. You know about my little senior brother? Li Fan was curious. Wen Ruyu was the name of his youngest brother, but his youngest brother didn't like the name. The name is taken from the humble gentleman, gentle as jade, which is the hope that brother Wen's father has placed in him. But little brother never considered himself a gentleman. But Li Fan thought it was a good name. And the elder sister's name was even better. Probably the only one with the most mundane name. It's as ordinary as his person. That's why he's called Li Fan. That sword intent killing aura that heavy is probably Mr. What? Mr. You drank another cup inside. It's a bit of a pity. Pity? Li Fan was a little curious. The other shook his head. I've always admired Mr. Wen's name and wanted to meet him, but so far I've never had the chance. The white-robed man's expression seemed to look a little down, drinking alone and glancing at Li Fan again. In terms of looks, Li Fan was handsome and extraordinary, and his talent naturally needed no introduction. After all, he was a leading mountain sword cultivator. Boldness and vigor to kill are also all top choices. It's just that it's still a bit of a shame. If it was that one Ryu, perhaps he would be more acceptable. Mr. You knows my little brother well? The youngest 5th realm sword cultivator in Dili. The son of the generation sword head on Mount Li. There are still some people in Dili who know about it. The white-robed man responded. Levon, like this? Although he knew that junior brother was powerful, he didn't know it was this powerful. It seemed that the senior brothers and sisters were right. He was indeed mediocre in talent, and his name did not fail him. Come, drink, the white-robed man continued. You killed that city god today. It's considered a merit for Linen City. Although he was a bit lost, he still accepted it. After all, Li Fan was also very good and he quite appreciated it. The leaving mountain sword cultivator. His talent wouldn't be that bad. The root of the evil is not removed. Kill the city god. I'm afraid there will be the next city god. Li Fan shook his head, remembering the grandfather and grandson. The court does not act. The bitter ones will always be the people. That's true. The white-robed man looked at Li Fan with a smile. Could it be that you still want to kill cleanly? Li Fan shook his head. The old blind man said, to achieve is to help the world. Poor is to be alone. There is not enough ability. Their own live well is the most important. He cannot kill clean. If you come across a few more demons to kill, it will be considered a good deed. The people in the restaurant were all listening with their ears to the side, and there seemed to be a mystery hidden in the conversation between these two people. Just then, the restaurant shook violently, like an earthquake. The people in the restaurant were all whispering. The sound of horses' hooves came from outside, and soon an extremely strong sense of solemnity enveloped this side of the restaurant. Many people walked out of the restaurant and looked out, and they saw a neatly organized army marching towards this side. The governor has arrived. The governor has arrived. In Linen City, came a loud yell from outside. Lord Jizhou led a legion of Jin demon army to come and pacify the demonic chaos, and the demon beheading division also came with orders. Linen County is finally saved. The people's voices boiled, and the people of Linen were in a frenzy. The demonic chaos has made the people of Linen City in fear of everyone, and it seems that the Linen County officials have not been able to get rid of the demons. Now that the Lord Governor of Chuzhou has personally arrived in Linen County at the head of his army, the demon rebellion will finally come to an end. Opposite Li Fan, the white-robed man picked up his wine cup and took another sip of wine, saying, the big man has arrived, and the main show has opened. I'll leave someone to guard you. The white-robed man looked toward Li Fan. No need. Li Fan shook his head. That sword intent can only protect you once after all. The white-robed man got up and said to Li Fan, Lu Ji stays and is at your disposal. The white-robed man didn't wait for Li Fan to agree, so he turned around and left in large strides, throwing an ingot of silver at Xiao with his back. Chapter 27, The Snake Demon. After Li Fan and Lu Ji came out of the restaurant, the streets of Linen County were filled with people cheering and running around. The officials are already posting notices that from this night onwards, there will be a curfew in the county town of Linen City to get rid of the demons. The gloom of the demonic scourge was swept away. With the arrival of the governor, Linen County will finally be able to restore peace again. Yes, although the demon scourge of this area is less, but ultimately daily fearful of life. And now this heart can finally rest assured, and in the future you can live in peace. It's still early. When the governor clears the great demon from that mountain village, he will be able to completely put his heart down. It makes sense. It's said that great demon spends his entire day in the mountain villa lusting and enjoying himself, so he should be gotten rid of at an early date. The pedestrians on the road were talking a lot. Lu Ji's evil eye swept a glance at the person talking next to her, instantly hooking that person's soul over. A pair of eyes looking straight at Lu Ji. As Ruji turned around, a touch of mockery flashed in her evil eyes. These stupid humans. The master is really not worth it. What a beautiful foxy girl. Can that little white boy stand it? Li Fan and Lu Ji walked away. They were still talking. Lu Ji whispered in Li Fan's ear. They are asking if Gonzi can stand it? What is sister talking about? Li Fan replied. He was too young to understand. Lu Ji looked at Li Fan with a playful smile. This little white boy is able to act. The master let her follow and protect Li Fan. And I don't know what the intention is. The two of them then found a mansion nearby and stayed there. Nowadays there are wanted notices for him outside in addition to the curfew posted. Li Fan was practicing in the courtyard to recover his strength. At nightfall, Linen County curfew. Every household closed their doors and windows. The whole county was quiet. In the courtyard, Li Fan sat on the ground and practiced with his eyes closed. Lu Ji walked behind him. Her evil eyes flickered with a strange light. A touch of turquoise color appeared in her eyes. She opened her mouth and her long tongue spat out, making a hissing sound. The master has been under house arrest in this Linen County all these years, and now he is even facing a crisis. All thanks to Lei Shan, right? This teenage boy, then, was also from Mount Li. Li Fan, who was practicing cultivation, moved his eyebrows slightly and spoke. Doesn't sister rest? Lu Ji's eyes returned to normal. Her tongue licked the air, and she said coquettishly, waiting for Gonzi to join her. Not too good. Li Fan looked back at Lu Ji and said, Sister, just rest on your own. There's no need to care about me. How can this demon harbor murderous intentions? It's true that people can't be trusted, and neither can demons. What did that mister? You have in mind when he asked Lu Ji to follow him? It doesn't matter. Master has ordered it. Slave is at your disposal. Lu Ji laughed. Dispose of it any way you want? Li Fan's eyes lit up as he looked at the place where Lu Ji's peaks rose and fell. As long as Gongzi wants to, slave will cooperate. Lu Ji's smile became more and more evil as she twisted her sexy body towards the front. Li Fan stared at the fullness of the place eyes light. This Lu Ji do not know is a few realms of the great demon. Her chest inside the demon den must be a great compliment, right? Forget it, sister will definitely backtrack. Li Fan said. How will you know if you don't try? Ryuji took a step closer. If Li Fan really dared to touch her, she would eat him. This little white boy's skin is so tender. It should be delicious, right? Or not? Li Fan said somewhat coyly. Seeing Li Fan's sense of humor, Lu Ji didn't continue to dwell on it, but asked, I heard that Gongzi is a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators cultivate differently. Some people raise their swords with the power of the sun. Some people raise their swords with the power of the Taiyin. What do you raise your sword with? Those are powerful sword cultivators. I have poor talent. Just unusual means. Li Fan said. Is sister a great demon? What kind of demon? Do you want to see it, my lord? As Lu Ji's words fell, she saw her eyes transform into turquoise color and her face became evil and demonic, with turquoise gem-like scales appearing while her legs transformed into long snaketails that swung back and forth. The human body was snake-tailed, and that pretty face was even more evil. Snake, Li Fan said in his heart. Lu Ji's body glided to Li Fan's body in an instant. Her tail rolled Li Fan's body in vain, and her evil eyes came to Li Fan's face, exhaling into his ear. Did it scare the Gongzi? More heartfelt. Li Fan's heart raced as he looked at the evil face near him. Such a big transformed demon. The demon pills must be very beneficial, right? Lu Ji laughed evilly, put her hands on Li Fan's shoulders, spat out her tongue, and said, Then, does the gentleman want to try the snake demon taste? Want to, but forget it. Li Fan spoke from the heart, really wanting to make a big meal out of it. Lu Ji stared into his eyes, then transformed into a human body and seductively said, If the gentleman wants to, he can look for his slave at any time. If Li Fan had bad intentions, she shouldn't be blamed for eating Master Li Fan, right? Sister Snake Demon is so nice. Li Fan thought to himself. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the courtyard door. Who? Ryuji asked as she returned to her head. The officials are searching for demons. Open the door. A voice came from outside the door. Lu Ji glanced at Li Fan, then walked forward and opened the courtyard door. And at once 3 government officials rushed in. After the 3 came in, Li Fan turned his back to them. After all, he was a wanted criminal. But the 3 officials didn't look at him either. Their gazes kept falling on Lu Ji. You guys go search? The man in charge said. And at once the other 2 entered the courtyard to search. While the official in charge asked Lu Ji, who is the girl's name? And how many people are there in her family? My slave. Lu Ji. There are only 2 people at home, my brother and I. Lu Ji responded in a low voice. N. The official almost nodded and shot a glance at Li Fan's back, his eyes rolling. Soon 2 other officials came out and said, Nothing found. Who said no? That the head official's eyes stared at Lu Ji's eyes were glowing. Said, This woman was born so bewitching. I'm afraid that she's a demon. We need to strip down and check it out properly. Follow me into the house. The other 2 froze when they heard this, and then both smiled when they looked at Ryuji as well. Levan frowned. For her part, Yuji giggled and said, No need to go inside. No need? The official's eyes brightened even more and he nodded. Fine, fine, the courtyard will do. Can my slave close the courtyard door first? Ryuji said. I'll go. One of the men rushed forward, locked the courtyard door and came, saying, Head, it's done. Does the girl want our help? The head official said to Lu Ji. No, I'll do it myself. As soon as Lu Ji's words fell, a sudden surge of mist came over her. The officer really has a good eye. As Lu Ji's voice came out, the 3 officials' faces directly paralyzed with fear as they looked up at the lime green python that appeared in front of them. Demon! Demon! The 3 people just wanted to shout, but they were directly rolled by Lu Ji's body, squeezed together and could not make a sound. Ryuji's eyes glowed with a cold turquoise color and her long tongue spat out, but when she thought that her master wouldn't let her eat people, she had to strangle the 3 of them alive. Throwing the 3 corpses on the ground, Lu Ji transformed back into her human body. Seeing Li Fan looking this way, Lu Ji said sarcastically, The people of Linen County treat the government as a savior. I'm afraid that for many people, the government is more ruthless than the demons. And if they can't deal with the demons, it's more than enough to deal with the people. And that's the human race. Li Fan was silent. Lu Ji seemed to hate humans and harbored murderous thoughts towards him. But she wasn't wrong. Since it happened here, It meant that something similar would happen elsewhere, and it was the people who suffered. Levon lifted his feet and headed outside. Where are you going? Ryuji asked. Go out for a walk. As Li Fan's words fell, his body leapt up and jumped directly above the roof. He would like to see how the officials and soldiers would get rid of the demon. Yuji followed up. Linen City curfew, but still a lot of movement. Observation around the search. The Demon Beheading Division and Jin Demon Army also have to mobilize. In addition to the cultivation of people from all over the active, Li Fan was walking on the eaves, only to see that many places were filled with demonic aura, and occasional battles took place, and the fact that the governor had arrived to get rid of the demons was not entirely false. However, there was a lot of banditry. At this time, Li Fan's gaze, he saw a place, a mansion and an elder kneeling on the ground, will be on the body of silver money to come to the investigation of the officials. Naturally, Lu Ji also saw it, and her eyes showed sarcasm, but she didn't bother to meddle in matters between humans. Li Fan continued to move forward. Along the way, Li Fan saw quite a few similar situations, and that was just in the west area of the city. It was true that the hearts of people were sometimes more ruthless than the demons. At this time, Li Fan again saw a hissing sound coming from a courtyard. He walked towards that side and came to a roof, only to see that inside a courtyard below, there were officials in disheveled clothes coming out from the door of the room, and a few people kneeling on the ground outside the room were held by knives on their necks. Chief, how does it taste? What about these ones? An official asked. A demon infested this place and killed this family. The official who stepped out said indifferently, and at once several people laughed and raised the knives in their hands. But, just as he was about to chop down, a cold light appeared and a sword stabbed into his throat. Who? The head official raised his sword, but he saw that person continuously use his sword, and in the blink of an eye, he finished off the officials in the courtyard. The person who shot was a woman, wearing a black suit, black cloth masked. Li Fan looked but vaguely feel some familiar. The woman seemed to have sensed something as well. Looking up and seeing Li Fan's face with the help of the moonlight, she leapt to the roof and took off her mask, revealing an exquisite face, which was clearly Li Hongyi. Why are you here? Li Fan looked strange. Didn't she leave with Li Daoqing? And, this time, changed into black clothes and used a sword. Looking for you, today. Li Hongyi walked up, just wanted to say something, then saw a figure behind Li Fan. That figure is bewitching and sexy. Saw her gaze looking, then also walked in a graceful manner, body posture swaying, smile seductive. It's okay. Li Hongyi turned around and headed downwards, ignoring Li Fan. Half a day gone. Ha! Chapter 28 Old and Young. Li Fan looked at Li Hongyi's back, only to see Li Hongyi walk a few steps and then stop. Really let her go? She clenched her fists and turned to look up at Levon, glaring at the other woman. She walked towards Li Fan and glanced at the demonic woman behind Li Fan. So she likes this kind of She is blind to risk running to inform him. She leapt onto the roof again and walked to Li Fan, saying with an expressionless face, the governor has arrived in Linen County and summoned Linen subordinates. My father has heard the news that they will get rid of the demons in Linen and claimed that Voltron Villa has colluded with the demon scourge and harbored wanted criminals, and that they will unite all the forces to besiege the Voltron Villa and will capture you alive. That wanted man was obviously Li Fan, and after she heard the news, she quietly came to the west side of the city wanting to relay the news to Li Fan so that he could leave Voltron Villa. However, this time she was much more cautious, deliberately dressed in black and masked, but on the way to see the officials and soldiers for the wrongdoing. So the scene just happened. Thank you, Miss Li, Li Fan said. It seems that this governor is very important to himself, and even deliberately mentioned him. What are your plans? Li Hongyi asked. Don't know. Li Fan shook his head. He indeed did not know. Senior sister both let him come to Linen County, for the things that happened in Linen County naturally have a number in mind. The youngest senior brother should be arriving soon. There were still a few things he hadn't figured out. The court is going to take down Voltron Villa. Why don't you go back to the mountain first? Li Hongyi advised. If he returned to Lei Mountain, Li Fan should be safe. Li Fan shook his head. Seeing that there were officials and soldiers coming this way, he spoke. Miss Li, it's dangerous outside. Be careful on your way back. Li Hongyi? She looked to Ryuji again. It looked like she had come at a bad time, but I'll leave when you tell me to? Seeing Li Hongyi standing still for a moment, Li Fan said, Miss Li, farewell first. With that, Li Fan turned around and left. He was really unwilling to involve Li Hongyi in this storm. Lu Ji smiled seductively at Li Hongyi and followed closely behind Li Fan. Li Hongyi glanced at the two of them, biting her lips lightly and silently following behind. Gongzi, she's still following. Lu Ji didn't seem to mind as she whispered in Li Fan's ear. Li Fan stopped in his footsteps and returned his head to look at Li Hongyi, only to see Li Hongyi seemingly a bit stubborn and said, I'll follow if I want to. What does it have to do with you? Levon, it's just. This Li Hongyi appeared to be a cold beauty on the outside and didn't like to talk much. However, the heartland was as fiery as the attribute she practiced. Miss Li, what is the strength of the governor of Chuzhou? Li Fan asked. There are more than 100 counties in Chu Prefecture, and the governor of Chu Prefecture is in charge of tens of millions of people in more than 100 counties, and is a giant figure on one side. And according to my father, the Lord Governor of Chu Prefecture has at least the late stage of foundation establishment realm, and may have even stepped into the fifth realm of condensed Dan. When Li Hongyi saw Li Fan asking her, her expression became a bit more serious. The first three realms of the Qi practitioner's cultivation realm are Qi refining, God refining, and out of body, followed by foundation building, Dan concentration, and cave. The foundation establishment realm was already an extremely powerful cultivator, and the condensed Dan realm was simply out of reach on a normal day in Linen County. What realm is Mr. Yu in? Li Fan asked to Lu Ji, who was beside him again. He probably guessed that Mr. Yu should be the Voltron Villa's Villa Master, top of the fourth realm. Lu Ji held her head high and said, but it shouldn't be a problem to deal with an unusual fifth realm cultivator. Li Fan nodded his head. It was rumored that this Voltron Villa Master's body was a Jiao dragon. This kind of great demon itself was extremely talented, far more powerful than ordinary demon cultivators, and naturally strong in battle. However, this time, the governor of Chuzhou was not the only one who came, and as he deployed his troops, he was also preparing for the attack on Voltron Villa. What is the relationship between Mr. Yu and Li Shan? Li Fan had always wanted to know this. Lu Ji's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, but then she hid it and said with a smile, I'm not sure about this. Sir can go ask my master himself. All she knew was that her master had been trapped by Li Shan, under house arrest in this tiny Linen County. The dragon swims in the shallows and now faces a crisis, and the owner even has the intention of explaining the aftermath. All of this is thanks to Li Shan. Behind her, Li Hongyi heard the two men's conversation with a strange expression, and looked at the demonic woman again, blinking her eyes. It turned out to be Demonis. She looked at Li Fan's back again, her eyes hiding deep meaning. So that's what I'm talking about. That's a bit heavy. Ha, no wonder they keep letting her go. Returning to the courtyard where she lived, Li Hongyi surveyed the surroundings. It was all living together. Miss Li, you rest first. I'll clean up the corpses. Li Fan carried away the few corpses in the courtyard, and only then did Li Hongyi realize that an official had also come from their side. Seeing the side of the Lu Ji looked at himself, Li Hongyi also looked at her. At this time carefully look at the Lu Ji, only then realized that this demon girl's seductive appearance is actually born extremely delicate. If there is no that seductive posture, it is also the same as a great beauty. What made Li Hongyi a bit more mindful was Lu Ji's proud figure, which was still hidden. No wonder Li Fan was bewitched by her. Who could stand this? Li Hongyi straightened her chest and looked at Lu Ji coldly. Lu Ji covered her mouth and laughed lightly when she saw the other party's action. Li Hongyi frowned. What was she laughing at? Alright. Li Fan came back after cleaning up the bodies and couldn't help but freeze when he saw a man and a demon staring wide-eyed at each other. What's going on here? Your Excellency is also tired tonight. Do you want my slave to serve Your Excellency for an early rest? Lu Ji's voice was permeated with a seductive intent, and Li Hongyi looked at Li Fan. No, I can just cultivate in the courtyard. You rest early. Li Fan felt the killing intent in Li Hongyi's eyes and weakly responded. What's wrong with this woman? Alright, then Gongzi will call out to me if anything happens. Lu Ji smiled and glanced at Li Hongyi, turning towards the room. After Lu Ji left, Li Hongyi looked at Li Fan and said, Children of the Jianghu, they are truly spontaneous. Levon? He looked odd as he sized up Li Hongyi. What are you looking at? Li Hongyi asked. Miss Li, you don't like me, do you? Li Fan asked. Li Hongyi's heart poofed, thinking what's wrong with her. He had agreed to just inform him, so how come he was a little out of sorts after seeing Ryuji? Ha! Li Hongyi skimmed her head and said, I don't like people with such heavy tastes, said Li Hongyi as she walked towards the side of the courtyard without paying attention to Li Fan. Levon! Li Hongyi found a place in the courtyard to sit down and quietly cultivate. She needed to meditate. Ever since she met Li Fan, her mind was not as calm as it used to be, and from time to time, she would still have random thoughts. Earlier, when she heard her father say that the officials were going to arrest Li Fan, she was so restless that she ran out in spite of her father's obstruction, and on the way, she encountered a demon. Thinking about this, Li Hongyi felt a little aggrieved. Meditate. Li Hongyi reminded herself. Why was she messed up again? Li Fan, however, did not know that so many thoughts were born in Li Hongyi's mind. He's too young to understand. Coming to sit down not far from Li Hongyi's body, Li Fan then also closed his eyes to cultivate. A moment later, the body soon came out with a roaring sound. A horrible qi and blood roaring in the body. In the center of the qi and blood operation, there seems to be a mass of horrible breath, devouring everything. After that, Li Fan placed his consciousness in his mind again. In the sea of consciousness, there was a stern aura here, like it was covered in sword qi. In the center of the sword energy storm, a flying sword quietly hovered there. Next to the flying sword, there were spots of light that flickered on and off. The brightest of them was a sword mark. Li Fan knew that it was his youngest senior brother's. As for the other points of light, he didn't know what they were. He had asked his teacher, who said it was a sword mark left by his practice. The night was as heavy as water. The courtyard was exceptionally quiet, but Linen City was in a state of military chaos. At that moment, there was another knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Li Fan frowned as Lu Ji walked out of the room and asked, "Who?" With an eep. The other party did not continue to knock, and the courtyard door was pushed straight open. "It's so quiet here." A young voice came out, and a chill flashed through Lu Ji's eyes as she slowly walked towards the courtyard, only to see two figures step into the courtyard. These two were an old man and a young man. The old man was hunched and stooped, his thinning hair in a messy, ugly state. The young man beside him was a 15 or 16-year-old teenager, wearing a golden colorful dress, but his eyes were permeated with an evil aura, and he had been staring at Lu Ji after he entered the door, with eyes that looked as if he wanted to eat her. "Young master, this place is so thick with demonic aura," the old man said. "Look at this woman." The old man pointed at Lu Ji and said, "A big, young and beautiful snake like this must be fresh and tender. It can be used to replenish the young master's body." Lu Ji's eyes abruptly went cold, and a fierce aura filled the courtyard. "Dog slave, did the young master tell you to open your mouth and speak?" The youngster chided. The old slave was too talkative. "Young master is not to be blamed." The old man lowered his head and apologized. The teenager's gaze was however staring straight at Lu Ji, saying, "Sister Snake Demon is sorry. This dog lackey's mouth stinks. Don't mind Sister Snake Demon. Don't mind." Ruji twisted her body forward, her evil eyes flashing with murderous intent. "I come from the medicine washing lake. Is sister willing to be my demon slave?" The young man looked at Lu Ji with a smile, his tone gentle. "Never heard of it." Yu Ji giggled. "AI, such a young and beautiful big snake, but she is held up in this small county. It's a pity." The old man spoke again. "The medicine washing lake is the Dili imperial beast sect, which keeps many great demons, and the old slave is the young master's demon slave. There are many cultivation sects in the Dili dynasty, and although the Dili court has always beheaded demons, some of the top sects are able to raise big demons, like this." Lu Ji smiled and spoke. "Slave would like to agree, but slave already has a master." Saying that, she gazed over at Li Fan's side. The young man's gaze looked towards Li Fan and he spoke carelessly. "It doesn't matter. I'll just kill your master." Chapter 29, Yu Qing. Li Fan looked at the teenager, a little younger than himself, with an evil aura in his eyes. The old blind man said that if you are armed with a sharp weapon, you will kill yourself. Those officials were like that, and so were these foreign practitioners, treating human lives like grass. The old man also looked at Li Fan and narrowed his eyes. "Young master, be careful. This young man might be the sword cultivator from that Lei mountain." "Didn't you say that the leaving mountain has collapsed imminently?" the young man asked to the old man. "The collapse of Mount Li is imminent, but the concealed camel is bigger than a horse. So the old slave reminds the young master to be careful." The old man said. "Bold lackey, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Do you mean that even if Li Shan is not as good as it used to be, it is still better than my medicine washing lake?" the teenager reprimanded in a stern voice. The old slave said the wrong thing. The old slave slapped his mouth. The old man actually slapped himself directly on the face, making a crisp sound, and the teenager then stopped. Li Hongyi looked at the two. These two were sick? Li Fan frowned when he heard the conversation between the two men. The collapse of the leaving mountain was imminent? "Old demon, what are you babbling about?" Li Fan looked at the old man and said. He could see that the old man was also a demon. The old man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Li Fan and asked, "To whom did that sword in Li Shan pass on?" Li Van couldn't understand. "Also, it is not your turn to know about this matter," the old man casually said when he saw Li Fan showing a puzzled look. "Is this sword really that powerful?" the young man asked to the old man. Back to Junior. The old slave is actually not sure. The old man said. "You dog slave, you don't know what nonsense you're talking about?" The teenager cursed out of habit. "Rumor has it that this sword protects the chi of Li Shan for 1,000 years, making Li Shan sword cultivation flourish for 1,000 years. If you get this sword, you can receive the chi of Li Shan sword Dao for 1,000 years. But what kind of sword it is? It's not something the old slave can know." The old man opened his mouth and said, "But now that Li Shan is no longer what it used to be, I'm afraid that this sword may not be able to hold on to it." The doubts in Li Fan's heart increased. This old demon's words revealed a lot of information that his senior brother and sister had not told him. Moreover, he hadn't heard of such a sword in Mount Lee. How come everyone out there knows more than him? It seemed that because of his own mediocre talent, he had not yet been exposed to this level, and his senior brothers and sisters should be aware of it. If there really is such a sword, is there any possibility that it will be inherited by the youngest senior brother? The old slave is a bit wordy. The old demon added, "Dog slave, you said that the Li Shan sword cultivator is very powerful. Can it be as powerful as me?" The teenager stared at Li Fan and asked. "Naturally, it's not as powerful as young master. Not to mention that not all sword cultivators in Li Shan are powerful, except for those few that are in the count. How can they be compared to you, young master?" The old demon flattered. "That's something I love to hear." The teenager nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, I'll scrap his sword and dig out his sword seed to see what it looks like. I'm a bit curious." The old demon was a little hesitant. Although the collapse of the Li mountain is imminent, but after all, it has not yet collapsed. The opposite side of this teenager is a sword cultivator of the Li mountain. I do not know if there is a powerful sword cultivator above to take care of it. However, when he thought of the young master's temper, he didn't say much and just complied. "I'll press for the young master." Li Fan quietly listened to the conversation between the two men. Before he encountered the Buddhist sect Vajra temple of Chuzhou, and now there are people practicing in the medicine washing lake. It seems that in addition to the imperial court within this Linen county, there are many sects hiding behind the power. Moreover, listening to this old demon's words, those behind-the-scenes characters were indeed aiming for more than just Voltron Villa. They were rushing towards Leaving Mountain. That old Taoist really knew the news in advance. Li Fan remembered the scruffy Taoist who took away Qi. Could it be that there really is a disaster in Li Shan? Li Hongyi, on the other hand, had a wary look on her face. These two people were sick, and it wasn't a light disease, but she could hear that the other party was from a cultivation sect. Leaving the Mountain seems to be in trouble as well. Finished? Seeing the two finally stop chattering, Li Fan spoke. The young master of Medicine Wash Lake looked up at Li Fan, an evil smile in his eyes as he walked his feet towards Li Fan and said, "After that, are you ready?" "Ready." Li Fan nodded. "Your parents didn't discipline you properly, so I'm afraid I'll have to do it for you today. You really don't know how to die." The medicine washing lake teenager coldly shouted. His body suddenly erupted and glided forward at an extremely fast speed. A terrifying demonic aura spread out steeply and instantly wrapped around his body, manifesting a huge demonic snake that rolled towards Li Fan. At the same time, his palms transformed into sharp claws towards the front, wanting to capture Li Fan. The giant snake transformed by the demonic mist instantly wrapped around Li Fan's body. The giant snake spat out a letter. Hideous and terrifying, the young man's evil eyes revealed a cold smile, and his sharp claws descended with it, not expecting the Leishan sword cultivator to be so unbearable. At this time, Li Fan's eye pupils flashed with a flash of golden light, and a terrifying qi and blood roared out from his body, only to see that the huge snake that was entangled in his body actually violently shook and struggled, and then it even violently drilled towards Li Fan's body. The teenager's complexion changed slightly, only to see Li Fan's arm facing forward. It even slid like a spirit snake, and then with a backhanded grab, he actually clasped the teenager's wrist with precision and accuracy. Before that medicine washing lake teenager could even react, he saw that the giant snake was actually swallowed up by Li Fan's body, and his wrist was also clasped. With a click, the teenager screamed miserably. Li Fan reached forward with his palm and directly clasped the other party's neck, and violently smashed toward the ground. Bang! The teenager's head landed on the ground, and his head was broken and blood flowed. "Young master." The old demon realized that something was wrong, but it was already too late. Everything changed too quickly. Li Fan's body actually hides a ferocious demonic qi, which is somewhat similar to the means of the medicine washing lake. Just now the giant snake was actually swallowed in an instant. Wasn't he a sword cultivator from the mountain? "I'll kill you." The teenager's head was smashed through with a roar of rage. The mana in his body roared and broke through his body, and the phantom was about to come out. Li Fan clasped his neck and lifted him up, then once again violently slammed towards the ground with a bang, and immediately the mana was smashed and scattered, and the phantom that was about to appear disappeared without a trace again. "Let go of the young master." A sharp voice came out of the old demon's mouth as a monstrous demonic aura swept out and a terrifying serpent appeared, coiling his body towards Li Fan. Bang bang bang. The ability is small nonsense more. Your parents did not teach you to be a human being, I will teach. Li Fan continuously smashed down, then buckled his neck and got up to face the old demon. "Old demon, you can't do this, lackey. Kill him." The teenager was strangled speechless, his eyes rolling white, his voice low and hoarse. "You lackey don't care if your young master dies or lives?" Li Fan exerted his strength and blocked the teenager in front of him. "You seek death. A monstrous pressure enveloped the compound. The demonic aura rushed to the sky. Li Fan only felt like he was going to suffocate. The sword light flashed at the center of his brow, ready to strike at any time. Behind her, Li Hongyi was dumbfounded to see the scene in front of her. This Li Fan was facing a big demon, but he took the teenager as a hostage in an instant. He must have known that this old demon was threatening, so he made good plans before striking. When the old demon saw Li Fan's hostage in his hand, his eyes turned to Lu Ji next to him, and his huge snake tail suddenly curled towards Lu Ji. Lu Ji's pupils transformed into a turquoise color. Demonic mist surged, and a greenish demonic snake's body appeared, and the sweeping snake's tail violently smashed together. Fourth realm snake demon. That old snake became uglier and uglier after transforming into a snake. Its eyes were glowing with jealousy. It had practiced for many years in the medicine washing lake, and it was only at the top of the fourth realm at a very old age. But this young and beautiful snake demon had even reached the fourth realm as well. A flash of ferocity appeared in his evil eyes, and the old demon completely transformed into his original form as a large ugly gray and white snake appeared in the courtyard, opening its fangs and suddenly tearing towards Lu Ji. He was going to eat the young and beautiful snake demon. The old demon spat out large swathes of poison from his mouth, and Lu Ji fully transformed into her original form and rushed towards the old snake. In the courtyard, the two large snakes instantly trembled in one piece. Violent roars continued. Both snake demons moved extremely fast, and in an instant the entire courtyard was reduced to rubble. The sound of screaming came from the distance. Apparently the surrounding people also saw the two big snakes. The officials watched from afar and did not dare to approach. A few dollars a month, and you're going to behead demons with your head in your hands? It's okay to bully the people. Li Fan watched as the two large snakes fought from the ground into the air. This demonic beast fighting was not like humans. It was more dependent on the body itself. Lu Ji looked soft and weak, but fighting in her original form was also extremely violent. However, this old demon was bigger in size and more veteran, and with many wounds appearing on Lu Ji's body, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with this old demon. At this time, a few figures came flying in the distance, landing on top of the houses not far outside the courtyard, with extraordinary auras, cultivators of the demon beheading division, but they didn't venture forward when they saw these two big snakes. This big snake they can't deal with. Boom! With a loud bang, Lu Ji's body was heavily smashed on top of the ruins, and the ugly old snake's evil eyes stared down. Dog slave! Old man let you kill him. The teenager's voice in Li Fan's hand shouted hoarsely, and the old demon looked at him and said, "Young master, wait for the old slave to take down this demon girl first to save the young master." Saying that, his huge body once again rushed towards Lu Ji. Li Fan clasped the teenager's neck. A sword intent flowed on his body, and just when he wanted to make a move, he saw a white figure bursting into the distance at a terrifying speed. Just as the old snake opened its fangs and bit at Lu Ji, the white-robed figure blocked above Lu Ji's body. His hands grabbed the snake's mouth and violently wrenched it. A clicking sound came out, and the old demon screamed miserably. The white-robed man smashed his fist on the snake's head, and the old demon's fangs were smashed down. His head tilted, and he was sent flying out hard. This arriving white-robed man was none other than Mr. Yu, who looked down at Lu Ji and asked, "Is everything alright, master?" Ryuji transformed back into his original body, bruised and battered, and shook his head. Not far away, the old demon also transformed into his own body and got up with difficulty. He held his jaw. The corner of his mouth was smashed askew and became even uglier. He stared viciously at the white-robed man and said angrily, "Yu Qing, your father was a giant of the demon world when he was running across the land of the North Sea. What a mighty man! And after that he was peeled off by the humans. You were reduced to being a traitor of the human race, and you were taken into captivity by Lei Shan as a pet. Can you afford to be a good son to your father and mother?" Chapter 30 Position. The white-robed man swept a glance at the old demon, and with a movement of his figure, he saw the remnants appear. The old demon shrieked and retreated, instantly transforming into a snake once again. Yu Qing smashed his fist on top of the snake's belly, and instantly that snake's belly collapsed in and was smashed and bled, and the old demon's huge snake body was once again smashed and flew, wailing in pain. The old demon didn't dare to speak when he climbed up again. The teenager controlled by Li Fan obviously knew what the situation was now. Li Fan loosened up a bit. He coughed violently and cried out in pain. The late generation is from the medicine washing lake. This trip came to pay respects to the seniors. This dog slave can't speak. Don't be surprised by the seniors. Yu Qing's gaze swept him indifferently, and the teenager directly knelt on the ground and said, "The junior knows that he is wrong. Get lost." Yu Qing's voice did not ripple. "Many thanks, senior." The teenager kowtowed to Yu Qing, turned around and ran outside. Glancing back at the old demon, he chided, "Dog slaves don't hurry up." "Yes, young master." The old master ran outside with difficulty. looking extremely wretched. When he walked out of the courtyard, that teenager clenched his fists. His nails snapped into the flesh of his palms. His eyes were flooded with extremely strong killing intent, and he roared in his heart, "I'm going to kill all of them. Kill all of them. That Lei Shan sword cultivator. Death by 1,000 cuts. That snake demon. Enjoy it and then kill it again. And that Jiaolong. Skinning and picking out the bones. Waste thing." His voice was hoarse, staring at the old demon beside him. This waste dog lackey made him lose face. If not for his agitation, he was afraid that his life would not be guaranteed. In the courtyard, which is now in ruins, Li Fan looked at the white-robed man and said, "Senior, let that little man go, but he is afraid that he will not be grateful." "No harm done," the white-robed man responded. "The pill-washing lake is the top imperial beast power in Dili, in which many great demons are kept. This teenager is not a core child, can't move much resources, and can't be a threat to you. If you kill him, the pill-washing lake can't just sit back and do nothing. Instead, it's a bit troublesome." Li Fan nodded his head. "This Mr. Yu is actually thinking about him, and the consideration is also thoughtful. That little look is a psychological distortion. Half crazy, although he does not understand the medicine-washing lake, but he also believes in Yu Qing's words." Li Fan felt the elegant temperament of the other party, and it was hard to put the other party and the great demon Jiaolong on the same piece. Moreover, according to that old demon, this Yu Qing's parents should be a top great demon, a great figure in the demon world, but they were actually skinned and extracted by a human. What had happened to the other party? And, again, why would it have anything to do with leaving the mountain? Previously, there were rumors that behind Jiaolong Villa stood Lei Shan, and that old demon also said that Yu Qing was being held captive by Lei Shan. Then look at that Lu Ji's attitude towards himself, seemingly seductive, actually hiding hostility, which is afraid that there are a lot of hidden feelings. Yu Qing glanced at the place of ruins, and then looked not far away, where several white-clothed cultivators stood, and Yu Qing knew that they were from the demon beheading division. "It seems like this place isn't peaceful anymore either. Why don't you come with me to the Voltron Villa?" Yu Qing said to Li Fan. "Good." Li Fan didn't mind. He happened to want to figure out some things as well. Yu Qing turned to lead the way. Lu Ji quietly followed behind. Li Fan's figure leaped forward to follow. Li Hongyi hesitated for a split second and then followed. Li Fan knew her nature and led her. Voltron Villa is located in the westland of Linen County. This place is close to the West Mountain. The villa belongs to the Forbidden Land in Linen County. The surrounding area is very quiet and few people live there. It was also very quiet inside the mountain villa. Li Hongyi was curious to observe everything around her once she entered the mountain villa. She was skeptical of everything she knew in the past since the incident at the city temple. Mr. Yu, Sister Lu. Walking through the Voltron Villa, he encountered two 14 or 15-year-old girls saluting Yu Qing and Lu Ji. "And Ling, and Xin. It's so late and you're still not resting," Lu Ji said softly, completely different from outside. "We'll talk for a while at Sister Xiu's place and go back to rest now. Don't be angry, Sister Lu." The two young girls laughed softly and said. Lu Ji glared at the two of them and said, "Go back quickly." "Got it, Sister Willow," the two playfully responded, then trotted away. On the way after that, one after another, they encountered quite a few women, most of them very young, which made Li Fan and Li Hongyi surprised in their hearts. So the rumors of the outside world about the Voltron Villa were sort of half true? There really were many women in the Voltron Mountain Villa, but looking at their state, they were not as nasty as the rumors from the outside world. Arriving at a courtyard, Li Fan met the middle-aged man who had collided with the Vajra Temple's faceless monks that day. "Lu Ha, have someone prepare some wine and food," Yu Qing commanded. "Good." Lu Ha nodded and smiled at Li Fan. "Hello again. I also have to thank Mr. Lu for his help that day," Li Fan said. "There's no harm. Even without me making a move you'll be fine," Lu Ha casually said, then turned around and asked people to prepare the food and drinks. It didn't take long for the wine and food to be prepared in the courtyard. Yu Qing and Li Fan were sitting in the courtyard. Lu Ji was sitting two behind Yu Qing, and Li Hongyi was sitting on Li Fan's side. There are two young women beside them pouring wine and serving left and right. And that day Li Fan asked Lu Ha if there were really 100 women serving at the Voltron Villa, and Lu Ha answered in the affirmative. "Nowadays, it seems to be true. I didn't enjoy drinking at the restaurant last time, so let's drink a few more cups." Yu Qing, who was dressed in a white robe and still looked gentle and elegant, raised his cup to Li Fan. With many questions in his mind, Li Fan raised his cup and drank. "What do you want to ask?" Yu Qing seemed to have read Li Fan's mind and took the initiative to ask with a smile. "Is Senior really an augur?" Li Fan asked curiously. "Why, doesn't it look like it?" Yu Qing looked at the naive side of the teenager in front of him and casually laughed. "Not quite." Li Fan shook his head and said, "Rather like a Confucian cultivator. I have half-human bloodline. Yu Qing responded. My father is a great demon Xiaolong, but my mother is human. Li Fan looked at the other party with some surprise and whispered, people and demons, they can also. He said he didn't seem to be feeling too good, so he shut up again. Humans are the spirit of all living things. The higher the demon's cultivation realm, the more it resembles a human being and is able to survive in the world as a human being, even if it marries and has children with a human being. There is nothing wrong with that, Yu Qing explained carelessly. Li Hongyi glanced at Lu Ji when she heard this. Lu Ji seemed to notice her gaze and revealed a seductive smile at her. Li Hongyi only felt that it was hard for her to even resist and glanced at Li Fan beside her. Shouldn't he be so heavy-handed? Before that old demon claimed that seniors are being left from the mountain. Li Fan asked again. I am indeed under house arrest here by Li Shan. There is a dragon locking formation within the Voltron villa that does not allow me to leave a certain range of the villa. Yu Qing responded blandly. When he mentioned this matter, Lu Ji's complexion obviously changed a bit, and her gaze towards Li Fan carried a touch of coldness. Li Hongyi, on the other hand, became a little nervous. Li Fan looked odd and asked, why? More than 10 years ago, a great war broke out between human cultivators and the demon realm, affecting the entire Dili dynasty. Do you know about it? Yu Qing asked. No, a little. Levon nodded, his mind slipping back into bad memories. The tired corpses and bones were like a hellish scene. He walked through hell and was later taken up off the mountain, but he was too young then to know exactly what had happened. I made a mistake, ate a human, and was imprisoned by humans, as I should have been. Yu Qing's tone was bland, but his emotions seemed to appear a wisp of ripples as well, lifting the wine in his cup and drinking it all in one go. Li Fan's eye smile also disappeared, and there was a flash of color in his eyes. Humans killed your parents. What is wrong with you eating people? Next to her, Lu Ji became agitated. Yu Qing swept his gaze over her, and Lu Ji's eyes remained stubborn as she looked at him, not avoiding it. She's not convinced. People kill demons, and demons naturally eat people. Yu Qing sighed and looked at Li Fan, also noticing the subtle changes in Li Fan. There is no right or wrong in this world, only positions. Yu Qing raised his glass to Li Fan and said, drink? Li Fan was slightly moved. Yeah, there's no right or wrong in this world. When humans kill Yu Qing's parents, he naturally has to eat them. He heard Yu Qing eating people, so he was also upset. This is the position because he is human and he has seen demons eat people. Therefore, it's not a problem for Li Shan to imprison me here. Yu Qing's expression returned to lightness and he drank several cups in a row. When Li Fan heard Yu Qing's words, waves arose within his heart. If he were Yu Qing, he would definitely not be able to do what the other party did to look at it so lightly. His father and mother were killed and he was imprisoned. Standing in Yu Qing's position, this was a blood feud. How is it not a problem? Lu Ji's voice was a bit hoarse, and her eyes turned turquoise, seemingly permeated with hatred. Back in the year, the rebellion of the Great Lie, this Great Lie world, I do not know how many people died. Even the world-famous greatsword cultivator Li Shan Swordhead also fell in life, and this is whose problem it is. Yu Qing sighed. Li Fan looked solemn when he heard that the head of the Li Shan sword had lost his life. That's little brother's father. Perhaps it was for this reason that the old blind man said that the killing intent on the youngest senior brother was too heavy, especially for demons, and Li Fan had witnessed the scene when the youngest senior brother killed a demon. Ryuji scowled. She didn't make that much sense. Let's not mention these spoilers. Yu Qing shook his head and looked at Li Fan, mentioning the Leishan sword cultivators. I heard that all Leishan sword cultivators have extraordinary talent. Some sword cultivators can attract the power of the sun, moon and stars to quench the sword seed. You are also a sword cultivator. May you be able to do it? All things in heaven and earth have aura, and those who practice inhale the aura of all things to cultivate, such as water, fire, grass, trees, exotic treasures, and even rivers and lakes, thunder and rain. But there are gifted people who can borrow the power of the sun, moon and stars to cultivate. When the head of the Li Shan sword was so, I do not know what Li Fan quenched the sword. Li Fan froze and looked up at Yu Qing. There's no harm in not being able to say it, Yu Qing said with a smile. I guess, it's okay. Levon returned. It should be possible? Yu Qing revealed a puzzled look when he heard Li Fan's words. Then he released a smile, probably because teenagers are good at face. Li Fan also practiced other abilities on the side. It was normal for his sword talent to be weaker, and the youngest 5th realm sword cultivator in Li Shan Nadali should be able to do it. Of course, the weak talent in his eyes wasn't really weak, but rather, it was in comparison to the peak-level sword cultivators of the Leaving Mountain. Chapter 31, Cultivation. Have you ever practiced spells? Yu Qing continued to ask. Li Fan shook his head. Ever since he planted the sword seed, he had been raising and tempering the sword seed, and had no contact with spell cultivation. Junior brother had said to him. Sword cultivation offensive power is the strongest. There is no need to cultivate spells, 1,000 spells and 10,000 Dao, as long as the sword is sharp enough, can be a sword to break 10,000 laws. Of course, the elder sister said that the words of the youngest brother could not all be listened to. The youngest brother was paranoid about the sword path. Li Fan also felt justified. After all, like the youngest brother was a genius of the sword path, he was too far behind. Junior brother dared to say that one sword could break all laws. He might not necessarily be able to achieve that kind of level. I was at the scene of the battle with the little monk of the Vajra temple that day. Being able to control multiple swords at the same time is bound to be God strong. Sword cultivation power, much more powerful than ordinary spells. Lu Ha spoke from the side. He witnessed the battle between Li Fan and the monks of the Vajra temple. A god-refining realm cultivator could defend objects, and a sword cultivator naturally defended his sword. However, the ability to control objects and swords consumes God, and the realm of God refining is to refine God consciousness. The stronger the god, the stronger the ability to control objects, and like Li Fan, who can control many swords at the same time for attacking and attacking, the god is naturally very strong. The stronger the god, the stronger the ability to control things, like Li Fan who can control multiple swords at the same time. The god is naturally strong. Of course it could also be that sword cultivator means we're inherently exceptional, but it could also be seen that Li Fan's talent was definitely not weak. It could even be said to be very strong, and he would be very powerful when he practiced other spells as well. You also practice martial arts. Do you have any cultivation techniques? Yu Qing asked again. Li Fan still shook his head. His martial arts cultivation was rather special and he had never really deliberately practiced martial arts cultivation. I gift you a set of cultivation method. Is my father left me back then? Sword cultivator offensive power is strong, but their own defense is also a weakness. You practice martial arts. If the body is strong, it will be able to make up for this defect. May as well give it a try. Yu Qing said. Sword cultivator main attack and attack. The youngest senior brother said that the best defense is attack and attack, but if it can be cultivated at the same time, it is naturally even better. Yu Qing took out a jade slip from his body and handed it to Li Fan. The gong method is topographed in this jade slip. It is called Jiaolong Demon Bone Skill. If it is cultivated it can cast the bones of the Jiaolong. The body is powerful, and it contains the method of attack, the Jiaolong Demon Bone Fist, and the Great Jiao Escapement Technique, which my father created for my mother back then, and it is suitable for humans to cultivate. Li Fan was a bit surprised. Yu Qing was under house arrest by Li Shan. Why did he still want to pass on his cultivation techniques? Seeing that Li Fan didn't pick it up, Yu Qing directly threw it over. So Li Fan didn't care about it and took it openly, saying, "Many thanks, senior." Yu Qing gazed at Li Fan, knowing that he was puzzled, but didn't explain. He smiled and continued, "Drink, raise the glass." Yu Qing assured that the heart of the wisp of pity, both everything is set, then frankly subject to, not to mention the young man in front of him is also suave, an unrestrained character. He quite like, perhaps, it's not a bad candidate, either. After drinking for a few more moments, Yu Qing got up and said, "You can rest here, and if you have something to find Lu Ji, you can do so." Good. Li Fan nodded his head, so Yu Qing turned to leave. Lu Ha followed. Lu Ji also wanted to follow along, but Yu Qing said to her, "You stay." Yes. Although Lu Ji's eyes were a little reluctant, she still bowed her head and answered. After the two of them left, Lu Ji turned to look at Li Fan, only to hear Li Fan say, "Sister can go and do her own thing. There's no need to care about me." He could naturally see the Ruji attitude. There is no harm in it. Slave accompanies the gentleman to drink a few cups. Lu Ji collected herself and smiled seductively at Li Fan, sitting down opposite him. At this time, there was another figure coming this way. Li Fan looked over and it was an acquaintance. "Greetings, Your Excellency." The visitor was the ghost woman she had seen that night. "Sister Xiao." Li Fan smiled. "I heard that Mr. Li came to the mountain village and came to pay my respects." The ghost woman went up to the front and called out to Lu Ji again. "Miss Lu, Miss Li, sit." Ru Ji spoke, and the ghost woman owed a slight bow, so she sat down as well. "You guys go and rest," Lu Ji said to the young girls who were waiting on the side, and they owed a slight bow, so they also retreated. "How did they all come to the lodge?" Li Fan asked curiously. "They are all poor people. Whenever the demons are in rebellion, there will be orphans. Some are taken away by the teeth to buy and sell. Some are living on the streets. The girls are weak to survive. The lord of the manor is kind-hearted, and when he encounters them, he will take into the mountain village." Ghost woman said. "So it is." Li Fan was quite admiring of Yu Qing. These things should have been done by the government, but the Linen County Yamen not only did not act, but even itself was the victimizer. I was forced by the government to break up my family. The ghost woman sighed. Now that the demons are in turmoil, the government has even slandered the Voltron villa, turning black and white upside down. So what? It's still imprisoned here, not seeing the light of day, and I don't know what the hell is the point of that, Ruji said sarcastically. Her body reclined softly on the ground, one hand supporting her head, soft and boneless, her delicate curves revealed. She picked up her wine cup with her other hand and raised it to Li Fan. Your Excellency, have a drink. Sister, please. Li Fan was unable to answer Lu Ji's question and just drank quietly. Since you are a disciple of Li Shan, can you plead with Li Shan to spare my master? And if you have any requests, my slave can fulfill you. Lu Ji lay there, her eyes filled with seductive intentions. I need to ask for the reason and cannot guarantee it, Li Fan said. He was not completely clear about this matter, and, if it was really the decision of leaving mountain, he could not influence it, but he could ask when little brother arrived. In that case, my slave thanks you in advance. Lu Ji raised her cup and said. The two of them drank 3 cups in a row, and Li Hongyi watched from the sidelines as if she was treated as heir. She stepped forward as well, picking up a glass of wine and setting it down on the small table with a crisp sound. Lu Ji and Li Fan looking at her at the same time. Only Li Hongyi poured herself a glass of wine and drained it in one gulp. After drinking it down, she felt her body was on fire. You know how to drink? Li Fan asked. Don't force yourself if you don't know how. To the side, Lu Ji let out a soft chuckle. Li Hongyi glanced at Lu Ji, then said to Li Fan, in the Jianghu, water is just water. With that, she also drank 3 glasses in a row, wiped his mouth after drinking it. Extraordinarily boozy. Still good? Lu Ji raised her cup to Li Hongyi, then poured the wine in the cup into her mouth. Li Hongyi was not convinced and poured the same full and dry. The two of them had a cup for each other, but Li Fan became a spectator, watching a man and a demon fight for wine. Li Fan blinked. What happened? The atmosphere is a bit delicate. Soon Li Hongyi's body was a little shaken and hiccuped, and that exquisite face was as delicate as a red haze. How about? Forget it? Li Fan whispered. Don't talk too much. Li Hongyi glared at him and raised her cup to Lu Ji. Continue. The ghost woman next to her laughed as she looked at Li Fan and Li Hongyi. A perfect pair. Li Hongyi drank more and more dizzy. His body shook badly. Finally couldn't support it. His head tilted and fell to the ground. Keep drinking. Li Hongyi hand raised toward the air. Li Fan looked at the Li Hongyi lying on the ground, momentarily speechless. Gongzi still drink? Lu Ji looked at Li Fan and asked. Li Fan shook his head, and Lu Ji said, then I'll help her to rest for Gongzi. With that said, Lu Ji slid up and helped Li Hongyi up and towards the house. The ghost woman also excused herself and left. Li Fan was the only one left in the courtyard. He walked to the side and took out the jade slip Yu Qing gifted him. His mind entered it, and immediately his consciousness entered another image. Above the North Sea, thunder flashed and dark clouds covered the sea. A figure stood above the sea and practiced. With every punch and stance, a scaly dragon silhouette appeared, churning the sea surface to roar. A scene of divine images was imprinted into Li Fan's mind. Li Fan immersed himself in it, as if he himself had appeared on top of the giant waves of the North Sea, running his qi and blood according to the gong method, and suddenly the qi and blood in his body roared and moved. When Li Fan was practicing, on top of a high pavilion in Voltron Villa, Yu Qing and Lu Ho were sitting up there drinking, and this place was able to see the scene in Li Fan's courtyard. I don't know if Willowheim can understand you, Willow River whispered. Willowheim was her sister. The court is about to make a move. I don't have much time left. Li Fan is a disciple of Leaving Mountain. Lu Ji follows him, or she may have a chance of survival. Yu Qing sighed. Although named master and servant, he had always treated Lu Ji as his sister. This time, the target is not only the Voltron Villa. Leaving the mountain itself is difficult to protect. This teenager he is suspicious. Liuha heart doubts. Li Shan has a nobleman in. The court will not kill all. Not to mention 1,000 years of heritage. Even if the capitulation is not that easy. Yu Qing said. Just I have some doubts. Li Shan laid this game on me. I don't know what is his identity in Li Shan. Lu Hao looked towards the practicing teenager in the distance. This Jelong demonic bone skill cultivation is not easy, especially for human cultivators. Back then, my mother cultivated for 3 years to realize the divine rhythm of the Jelong. This young man is a sword cultivator. I don't know if he can persevere. Yu Qing said. This youngster's talent is in the sword Dao, and I'm afraid that the auger dragon demonic bone technique will be a bit difficult for him. Lu Hao responded. There's no harm. When this matter is over, it won't be difficult for him. Yu Qing said with a slightly deeper meaning. The two of them drank quietly and time passed without realizing it. Suddenly, the silence of the night sky hid an air breaking sound out, like the sound of practicing boxing. The two looked toward Li Fan courtyard. They saw the young man swinging his fist, even like a dragon out of the sea, hidden a dragon charisma hidden in the body. Yu Qing froze and looked over to Li Fan with some consternation. Suddenly he laughed as if he was enlightened. No wonder Li Shan chose Li Fan. So it turns out that his talent is not only above the sword Dao, but the martial Dao is even better. Lu Ha got up and looked over at Li Fan. Somewhat moved, he watched as Li Fan swung his fist in style with a divine rhythm that was heavenly, and his demonic bones broke through the air like a dragon's roar. When Lu Ha saw that Li Fan had finished practicing and sat down on his knees, he also sat down again. Yu Qing seemed to be in a much better mood. While the two of them were drinking, a faint light suddenly lit up within the Voltron Villa, and Yu Qing sensed it and stood up. What's going on? There is a dragon locking formation within the Voltron Villa. If the aura is strong, the formation will be able to sense it. He frowned, revealing a flash of color, and looked around, but saw that there was nothing unusual within the mountain villa. He suddenly stopped when his gaze landed on the courtyard where Li Fan was practicing and looked at Li Fan. His pupils trembled. Following Li Fan's body slowly raised his head to look into the air. The formation reflected the starry sky. The sky was brilliant, the starlight dropping down, like the Milky Way falling in the 9 heavens. The teenager sits in the middle of it. Chapter 32, Demon Chaos. The next morning, Li Fan opened his eyes as bright as stars. A night of practice and refreshment. It's the middle stage of God refining, Li Fan said in his heart. This Jiaolong demon bone technique is a good technique. Li Fan said in his heart. This Gong method is not weak and easy to cultivate. It is worthy of being a Gong method created by a great demon. I don't know if Yu Qing still has it on him. Such an easy to cultivate technique also didn't need to worry about consuming time and energy without affecting the quenching of the sword seed. Yesterday, he cultivated the Jiaolong demon bone technique, and his fleshly body became stronger, stepping into the middle grade Zhongshe realm. These past few days of continuous battles, although the load was great, but cultivating after the battles actually made the cultivation speed faster. With his current realm, even without using the sword seed, he should be able to defeat the god-refining realm cultivators and kill that city god. As for the patriarchal martial artist, it was even less of a concern. With the strength of his divine sense nowadays, he was able to harness the flying sword more easily. The sound of the door opening came. Li Fan turned his head back and saw Li Hongyi walking out of the room. Her expression was a bit odd, and she glanced towards Li Fan's side, as if she was a bit hesitant, but she still came forward to look at Li Fan. Miss Li, what's wrong? Li Fan asked. Why did he feel that there was something strange about Li Hongyi? I was drunk yesterday? Li Hongyi asked. Wine, water only. Li Fan laughed. Li Hongyi raised an eyebrow and asked again. You helped me to rest? Miss Li, they are all people in the Jianghu. Li Fan joked, but as soon as his words fell, he felt a touch of killing in Li Hongyi's eyes as she looked at him. Miss Li? Li Fan was a bit puzzled, but before he could finish his words, he saw Li Hongyi holding a long spear and violently stabbing towards him. Levan? His figure leaped backward to avoid the shot. Li Hongyi's body was ablaze with flames as she looked at him angrily. You denizen. Saying this, he continued to kill her with his gun, and she woke up to find that she was only covered in close-fitting blasphemy. Miss Li, misunderstanding. Li Fan knew he had gotten into trouble with his mouth. Li Hongyi were to listen to his explanation. The long spear stabbed out to make a cracking sound. Li Fan dodged in a mess. He saw Lu Ji also walked out of the room, leaning against the railing snickering. Where would not know what happened. After a long time, Li Fan gasped and looked at Li Hongyi, who was still burning with anger across the room, and explained, Miss Li, I was just joking, it really wasn't me. Don't believe me? Ask Sister Lu. Li Hongyi looked to the side of Lu Ji, only to see Lu Ji say, nuns were drinking in the courtyard yesterday. Where do I know what happened? Li Fan looked at Lu Ji. Good you snake demon. I will eat you someday. You ask Sister Xiao. Seeing Li Hongyi's doubt, Li Fan said, it's really not me. Seeing Li Fan's sincerity, Li Hongyi roughly believed a few points that perhaps it was that Lu Ji's prank. She glanced at Lu Ji, only to see Lu Ji laugh. Sister, that smells of alcohol. By the way, I took it off for you. Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief, finally clearing his name. Not familiar. Li Hongyi responded arrogantly. Who is your sister? Ryuji didn't care and smiled flirtatiously. At this time, there were vaguely noisy sounds coming from the distance. Lu Ji's smile tightened, frowned and looked outside the mountain villa, only to see her figure flashing continuously. She soon appeared on a loft within the mountain villa and looked outward, only to see quite a number of Jianghu people appearing on the streets outside the mountain villa, as if they were clamoring for something. Li Fan's figure also appeared beside him and glanced outward. The land above Linen City was shrouded by a cloud of gloom, and when his eyes turned golden, he could see gusts of demonic mist filling the air. What a heavy demonic aura! Li Fan whispered. The demonic aura was heavier than that day when he came to Linen City. It was rumored that there was a great demon in Voltron Villa, but the demonic aura within Voltron Villa was very faint. You can see demonic chi? Lu Ji looked at Li Fan. Can see a little. Levon responded. Something is going to happen in Lin County. Hasn't the court already sent the demon beheading division and the demon suppressing army to arrive to behead the Linen County demons even if they are targeting the Voltron Villa? Li Honi asked. Sister is really naive. Lu Ji wrapped her hands around her chest and said sarcastically, the court beheads the demons. They behead the demons they want to behead. Who cares if the people live or die? This demon is in chaos. So the court has an excuse to surround Voltron Villa. And the more people who die, the better. Pity those humans in Linen County. They even cheered for the court. They really thought that they would be saved if the court sent someone to arrive. But they didn't know that it was a life-altering talisman. The mountain villa spread out the sound of the piano. Li Fan looked toward a direction, only to see over there, a white-robed figure is playing the piano in the courtyard. The sound of the piano is melodious, but there seems to be a few points of sadness. When Lu Ji heard the sound of the zither, her gaze kept looking that way, and her eyes showed sadness. In that courtyard, Voltron Villa was gathering everyone. Over 100 women appeared there. Lu Ha was saying something to them, and all the women were kneeling on the ground and crying, refusing to leave. Is there no other demon in Voltron Villa besides the Villa Master and your siblings? Li Fan asked to Lu Ji. Lu Ji revealed a touch of mockery, said, Master Young, reckless and dashing, visit the islands of the North Sea, no friends all over the North Sea. He is like a human ranger. Friends in addition to the demon there are humans. And then something happened. Then know what is the human nature of the thin and cold. With the master's natural talent, even if it is not a generation of male masters, it should be a dashing life. But it witnessed humans humiliatingly torturing his parents to death, and was imprisoned by you, Lei Shan, in this small Linen County, and now he has to bear this humiliating curse and be besieged by the imperial court. Ryuji said, her eyes reddening. The sound of the zither stopped. Yu Qing got up and said something to the women before they all dispersed one after another, and Lu Ha sent them away from the Voltron Villa. Miss Li, you should also go back. Li Fan looked at Li Hongyi and said seriously, go with them together. Seeing Li Fan's seriousness, Li Hongyi looked hesitant and asked, what about you? You've forgotten that I'm a leaving mountain disciple, so naturally I'll be fine. Li Fan gave a spontaneous smile. Li Hongyi hesitated and Li Fan said, I'll see you off. Said first forward, Li Hongyi, although reluctant, but this storm indeed she did not have the ability to intervene in it, had to follow Li Fan a piece and those women converge. The outside of the Voltron Villa had been surrounded by a crowd. There were cultivators from all over the world, as well as martial artists from the rivers and lakes, who were clamoring to cut down the demons and get rid of the devils. Directly in front of the gate, a group of armored Jin demon army sat on top of the Iron Riders, and a solemn and murderous aura filled the air. At that moment, the gate of Voltron Villa slowly opened. Lu Ha stepped out first and faced the Jin demon army. These women are all innocent people in Linen County. Let them leave. The women walked out. The crowd made a way, and Li Hongyi also mixed in among the women. These women are the ones who were taken by the Voltron Villa. This Jiaolong is really a lustful Jiaolong. So many people for its pleasure. Could any of them be carrying a demon seed? Someone said. The women looked angrily at the person who had spoken. Look at their eyes. I'm afraid that their hearts have already turned toward the demons, and I'm afraid that it will be troublesome if they carry the demon seed. Li Hongyi and the crowd listened with some anger. Even if these women are victims, they should not be humiliated in this way. The group continued to leave onward as Li Fan, Lu Ha and the others headed back. At this time, a voice came from outside the mountain villa. The court has ordered that the Voltron Villa condones demons to cause chaos, harbors the court's most wanted criminals, and brutalizes the innocent. If the Voltron Villa does not hand over the demons and the court's most wanted criminals, and voluntarily ambushes the law, then it will step on the level of the Voltron Villa, and kill them on a case-by-case basis. Outside, the iron cavalry of the Jin demon army approached towards the front, and the solemn killing intent became even stronger. Li Fan returned to the top of the high pavilion, thinking that the officials were even still thinking about him as a wanted criminal. Li Hongyi naturally also heard that voice, which was ringing all around Linen City. So I hope he will be alright. She then looked at the women, who were discussing where to go without the lodge. These women didn't know how to settle down. What are the plans for the future? Sister? I wanted to stay in the mountain village for the rest of my life, but now I have to leave Linen County and go to a village outside the city to see if I can find a family to live a peaceful life. A 15 or 16-year-old young woman sobbed in a low voice. But, just as the woman was speaking, a sharp claw pierced through her body directly from behind, and she turned around with difficulty. only to see an ugly demon sharp claw with a sharp mouth like a monkey pulling out a heart from her body and putting it into her mouth to chew on it. The woman's body fell backward, her eyes not closing. She was victimized by a demon since her childhood. Her parents were killed. She was sold, and she finally had a shelter at the Voltron Villa. When the court wanted to attack the Voltron Villa, she had no choice but to leave, but she died tragically on the streets. Father, mother, there were tears in the corners of the woman's eyes, and she was dying of breath. Sister Yuner, shrieks came out, and it was seen that in different directions, many figures killed out at the same time, and these figures had hideous faces. All of them were demons. Lihani only saw demons coming out like a tidal wave in all directions and her face turned pale. Watch out, she shouted, and with a poof, a demon killed directly into the side, its sharp claws stabbing into the head of a woman beside her. Shrieks came out, the women scattered and fled, but they saw that in different directions of the street, demons rushed out everywhere, bloodlight kept emerging, and one woman was killed and fell down. The people of the streets also fled frantically for their lives. Lihani stayed in place, watching a woman fall in a pool of blood and be eaten by the demon, and a voice came to her ears. The Voltron Mountain Villa has been committing crimes by arsonists. Lihani held a long spear in her hand, anger shot out from her eyes. Boom! The innate phantom appeared, bathed in blazing flames. Her figure rushed out toward the front, and she stabbed out with a furious spear, and with a poof, she passed through a demon head, and the plasma erupted out and soiled her clothes. But at the moment, she didn't care and continued to kill the demons. Above the high pavilion of the mountain villa, Luha and Li Fan stood in a piece and naturally saw what was happening outside. They don't even want to spare those innocent women, Luha said. This way not only is there no proof of death, but these demons and women, instead, become another reason to surround Voltron Villa. Voltron Villa, this is an unforgivable sin. I'm going out. Li Fan opened his mouth and as his words fell, his body leapt down from the high pavilion. Luha glanced at Li Fan's back and said to Lu Ji, this young man is a man of nature. Listen, follow him in the future and live well. Are you making an afterthought? Ryuji said, looking at him. Someone has to stay with the master. Willow River responded. Why can't it be me? Ryuji stared at him. Because I'm your brother. Willow River's voice was gentle. Chapter 33, White Horse, Red Coat. The gates of the Voltron Villa opened once again, and the demon suppressor army was still guarding the outside, as well as those demon slayers. They kept their gazes fixed on the inside of the mountain villa, only to see a white-clothed young man riding out on a white horse inside the gate. They looked behind the boy on the white horse, and he was alone. This man is the wanted man of the court. It's said that they are disciples of Mountly, and they dare to kill anyone from the imperial court. They are bold and daring. The surrounding cultivators whispered. Linen City is in turmoil with demons. Are you all not going to decapitate the demons? Li Fan gazed around the crowd. At this moment, Linen County was ravaged by demons. These people called themselves demon shoppers, but they only guarded this Voltron Villa. The surrounding crowd was silent. Demon beheading? Demons are rampant. What cultivation level do they have and they dare to go and cut down demons? Fear is to fall into the belly of the demon food. Follow the court army is the right way. Rumor has it that this Voltron Villa is full of treasures. If you break through the Voltron Villa, I do not know if you cannot gain something. The Jin demon army is not moving. Not far behind them there are demons, but they are like they do not see it. A murderous intent pervades. Sitting down on the warhorse spitting, body armor in the sunlight refraction glittering. The person at the forefront was wearing pitch-black ebony armor. The lance in his hand was raised, and at that moment, the soldiers of the Jin demon army raised their lances at the same time, and with a loud shout, their chi and blood were overwhelming, and their fury enveloped the land in a square circle. The teenager's face revealed a touch of mockery, riding a white horse towards the front. The sound of the horse's hooves rose. There was a sword intent surrounding the teenager's body. This sword intent became stronger and stronger as he moved forward, and the vast sword chi was transformed into a sharp sword, suspended around the teenager's body. The sound of hooves suddenly rose, and with an A, the white horse rushed towards the Jin demon army. Drink! The devil suppressor army shouted, their fierce aura rushing to the sky, the lance in their hands moving forward, pointing straight at the white-clothed teenager who was rushing to kill them. Kill those who stand in my way. The teenager let out a loud shout. A brilliant sword appeared in the sky, turning into lightning dropping down, with a loud rumble, war horses neighing, blood splattering. Several people were instantly cut down, and the Jin demon army's formation was in great disarray. The white horse rushed towards the Jin demon legion, straight towards the front. Sword chi surrounded him. A Jin demon army stabbed out the lance in his hand. A storm of sword chi swept in. The armor shattered. His body flew out of the warhorse. The sword chi tore his body apart. blood and flesh. In the middle of the Jin demon army, a figure was torn to shreds. People were constantly falling to the ground. The warhorses panicked and ran wildly, and a bloody road appeared in the middle. And the teenager traveled all the way towards the front under the sword chi surrounding him, and killed his way out, facing straight ahead. Underneath the ebony helmet of the leading Jin demon army sergeant, the pair of dark eyes stared at the distant teenager, and in his heart, he secretly praised, worthy of being a Lei Shan sword cultivator. More than 10 years ago, the demon world was in chaos, and a tragic war broke out between the human and demon worlds, and there was a sword out of Lei Shan, and the world was shocked. After more than 10 years, he had to deal with the leaving mountain disciples, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. But the military order was like a mountain. He didn't dare to disobey it. Above the high pavilion of the Volsing Villa, Luha could not help but praise Li Fan when he saw him killing his way out of the military formation. A good young man. This son will, in the future, be famous all over the world. Lu Ji looked to her elder brother, then to Li Fan's side. Was the evaluation so high? She remembered the master. When the master wandered the islands of the North Sea, why not this kind of dashing and reckless? Now is down to this. Her heart suddenly became sad. Li Fan ran all the way after killing the Jin demon army's military formation. The people in front of him were frantically fleeing, and there were demons everywhere. He saw Li Hongyi killing demons with a long spear from afar, but there were too many demons, and at the moment, she was being surrounded by 2 demons joining forces. Li Fan slapped his horse. A sharp sword stabbed a demon flying. The other hand directly grabbed a wolf demon head to lift it up. The white horse was still charging forward. Li Fan lifted the demon in the air. His right hand directly stabbed into his abdomen, pulling out the demon pills. Come up. Li Fan turned around and shouted at Li Hongyi. Li Hongyi's figure leapt up and landed on top of the white horse. The white horse galloped forward with an A. Li Fan's mind moved, and the center of his brow blossomed with a bright sword aura. Sword chi streaked across the area, and a demon's head either exploded or its heart was pierced through. Li Hongyi sat behind Li Fan and watched as the demons on both sides were constantly being chopped up. The breeze brushed by and blew her hair. She looked at Li Fan's side face from behind her, and it seemed like there was a light on the teenager. Her left hand stretched out, holding Li Fan's waist, her right hand still holding her gun. A demon lunged down from the eaves of the room. Li Hongyi's lance stabbed out, piercing through her throat, and with a shake of her lance, she threw it down. Sa! Leban sidled his head in approval. Li Hongyi's eyes brushed over a touch of pride as she asked, "Where are we going?" "Chen family." Li Fan responded. "Why?" Li Hongyi wondered. "The Chen family has wrongly accused me of colluding with demons. This account is not over yet. I'm a person who holds grudges," Li Fan said. "When the demons in Linen City rebelled, these families must have known about it and even colluded with the demons. And he wanted to take down Chen Yuan, the head of the Chen family. It doesn't matter if he is a wanted criminal in the court, but this collusion with the demons to brutalize the people is a pot he still doesn't want to carry, and he can't carry it even more by leaving the mountain. Moreover, he did hold a grudge, so Chen Yuan could go to hell. Someone from the Chun clan came from Chu State, and now I'm afraid that they are in the Chun mansion, and I'm afraid that the one who killed the city god's temple that day was someone from the Chun clan." Li Hongyi said. "What are you afraid of?" "I have a sword," Li Fan said cheerfully. Li Hongyi froze, then pursed her lips and smiled lowly. "You are indeed very sword." "Miss Li, what did you say?" Li Fan didn't hear. "Is your sword very powerful?" Li Hongyi asked. "Miss Li, do you want to try?" Li Fan said. "Go to hell," Li Hongyi scolded. "What's the point of scolding me?" Li Fan was a bit confused. Wasn't she curious herself? The two of them ran all the way through the streets. The entire Linen County was filled with demons, making the two of them feel a little heavy inside. They didn't know how many people would have to die this time, but they were limited in their ability to kill all of these demons. In the surroundings, quite a few cultivators also appeared killing demons. On the houses, a figure ran with a long spear in his hand. He stopped in his tracks when he saw Li Fan. His eyes fell behind Li Fan, and he shouted, "Red clothes!" When Li Hongyi looked over there, she saw Li Daoqing standing with a gun and couldn't help but shout, "Father!" Li Daoqing looked at her hand, and as if Li Hongyi felt her father's gaze, she was busy withdrawing her hand. "Hongyi, go back with father." Li Daoqing opened his mouth. Now the situation in Linen County has gone out of control. It is too dangerous. He alone took care of Li Hongyi growing up alone. Careful. Really don't want to see Li Hongyi in trouble. Li Fan stopped his horse and turned back to Li Hongyi. "Miss Li, go back. None of your business." Li Hongyi glared at him. Li Fan was depressed. How did he provoke her again? "Father, since childhood I have listened to you. What you say is what you say. Daughter has never disobeyed." Li Hongyi looked at her father and said seriously, "But this time, my daughter wants to go crazy for once." She accompanied Li Fan personally experienced all this. The Chen family affair, the disaster of the city god temple, and that master and grandson, as well as just out of the Voltron villa those women who died in front of her. She felt heartbreakingly difficult. The world, far from what she had originally thought it would be. Li Daoqing froze and looked at Li Hongyi, thinking that this was really growing up. Hongyi, the water in Linan County is too deep. Something will happen to you. Li Daoqing's heart trembled as he didn't dare to imagine something happening to his daughter. Li Hongyi glanced at Li Fan, and then looked at Li Daoqing. Father, how many people have died in Linan County due to the demonic rebellion? My daughter is also one of the hundreds of thousands of people in Linan County, so it's okay to die. Li Daoqing's heart trembled. This silly girl did not experience these cruel and dark things before, so that she was too good-hearted. It seems that he was wrong, should not have grown up protecting her like that. Now, she had followed her mother's nature and followed her as crazy as she had been back then. Silly girl, if you die, how can I have the face to see your mother? Li Daoqing sighed. Isn't my mother long gone? Li Hongyi wondered. Alright, let's go crazy then. Li Daoqing didn't say anything. He looked at Li Fan and said, Kid, I'll leave the person to you. Protect her. Li Fan blinked and looked at Li Hongyi. Seeing Li Hongyi's beautiful eyes glaring at him, he simply didn't open his mouth. His legs clamped on the horse's belly and the white horse galloped forward. Miss Li, why is your father talking strangely? Li Fan said. Where's the weirdness? Li Hongyi said. It's as if you're going to be entrusted to me. Li Fan said. We don't have that kind of relationship. I'm not responsible for that. I'm not worthy? Li Hongyi's voice chilled. No, it's me who doesn't deserve it. Li Fan begged for his life. Then shut up. Li Hongyi said. Too fierce. Li Fan muttered. Li Hongyi skimmed her head, still hugging Li Fan, a bright smile appearing out of the corner of her eye. It doesn't matter if I die like this. Ever since she was a child, she had always listened to her father, practicing and studying. She was the proud daughter of Linan County, but she was not happy at all. Her life did not have any waves. 19 years old, she now realized what it meant to be alive with flesh and blood and feelings. The world is cruel but warm. She was finally starting to like the world and the people in it. Chapter 34, Stepping on the Chen Mansion. The crowd turned their heads in unison, horrified to find that the ink cart that had just been in the other direction had somehow blocked the path of an escapee. We will not forget the words of the great general. Yuan Shao and Xiao Chao also spoke out in a respectful manner, although the body was wrapped in leaves. But Huang Xianling's spiritual sense was clear grasp of the situation outside. At this moment to see that the moon will broke away from their own iron gun formed by the aura field, Huang Xianling's face for the first time appeared the color of gravity. Xia Yi's arms slightly both for a moment, fingers fiercely pinched tightly, grabbing the other party's ankle steeply turned. The C family drew the map with fear and trepidation, then watched as Meng Qi and Mo Carp carefully finished digging up the tree. Then one carried Si Zhuan and the other carried the tree. Thou this thief head, his crime should be put to death. You and so do not get off the horse will be with this person general. Xiaofeng one arm called force will be the leader of the pick in the air. At the same time the tongue bloom spring thunder drink. At this moment he has not realized that he has exposed his identity. The art of war has a cloud. Capture the thief to capture the king. On this point the big male is very clear. The bare wrist, unexpectedly, began to appear subtle red marks. That marks become bigger and bigger, like his skin slowly cracked. Looks both horrible and oozing. Mr. Sheen. Nuisance. Nuisance. This day I should have come to your door to greet you for 100 years. But then I heard that today is also Elder Ning's birthday. So I delayed a bit to go and specially create a gift for the elder. Come on people, carry it up. Du Qingfeng yelled towards the back. According to the news the swordsman had gotten from the Spring Mountain sect, Autumn King's face changed drastically. And in the end, he only said that the matter might have been set off by someone on the side of the King of Ning. This was a long corridor. As soon as Lin Yifeng walked into this place, he noticed that it was different from the outside world. The spiritual energy here was so abundant Lin Yifeng had never seen it before in his life. This place must have something to do with cultivators. Lin Yifeng took a few steps forward, turned on his flashlight and looked around. Daddy, Mommy has a letter. You'll understand after you read it. Nia Wanwu helped Qin Zhang sit down and sorted out the letters in chronological order. Sister Tong, I'll follow you from now on. Serve you tea and pour water. Saddle up for you. Lu Yanyan was bragging about Guan Xiaotong, but Guan Xiaotong wasn't going to listen to her nonsense. At the moment, Guan Xiaotong is thinking about where her brother Nian Fei is. And what is he doing? Shen Sheng is also some pity to look at the field of two people. The competition to this extent has been the battle of life and death. Even if the losing party can survive, but also only the intention of the residue. This kind of Taoist system of competition, once less than the person, the cultivation of no more inches of progress possible. In this way, everything unfolded according to the battle plan, and in order to completely eliminate the Red Flame Emperor, the two generals, the Dragon Tiger Fury Monarch and the Dragon Lion Fury Monarch, were allowed to continue to lead the 20,000 Tiger Beast demons down the mountain to conquer the Red Flame Emperor. My name is Huang Xing, 24 this year, unmarried. I'm a rookie cop in the XX City Police Department, and I just took up my post some time ago. In the midst of the rolling demonic gas, suddenly, there was a flame that rose up, and a figure held the flame in its hand, and between the dazzling, it burned up the surrounding demonic gas. But, our camp is built near the river, and we can still drink water if we move to the mountains. Where will the soldiers get water to drink? Chang Yi was a bit hesitant. Good. Chen Gongnan hastily agreed. Chen Gongnan looked at the melancholy eyes of Anan, knew that she quasi had something on her mind, and would have liked to ask, but he still had a in his pocket as the saying goes. No poison, no man. Chen Gongnan looked at the drunken Anan. If it wasn't for the fact that Tazib had an explanation in advance, Li Chindian really wanted to start a fire and burn this medicine hall into a deserted area. There was a flash of electricity at Takuro Shujin's heels, and with a muffled thunderclap, he disappeared once again. She froze for a moment, collecting her thoughts, then lowered the car window and smiled slightly stiffly. Senior Sister Chiu had said that Lu Shangyuan's level of mastering flying swords was not weaker than hers, which meant that he had the ability to make the flying swords make irregular maneuvers during their flight. But those two flying swords were flying in a straight line, and the terrifying impact of the outbreak was also causing this world to fall into unprecedented turmoil. The void, the earth, none of which was unaffected. However, if it is not because of Fu Qingyun he deliberately said those words yesterday, she would not have done such a thing. So the reason why such a situation will occur, the main thing is still Fu Qingyun he himself made, and she has nothing to do with it. This move seems to be full of flaws. Stooping low can be avoided, but also to take advantage of the situation to counterattack. In exchange for the stream of tailless monkeys, Zhang Mubai will certainly seize the opportunity to win with a single blow. Earlier she had cried poor to herself that she had no money left, but today she had come to eat in such a high-class restaurant, so she must be lying. However, there are some online arguments that are still quite disgusting, especially when there are some people who get up and bring the tempo, saying that it is Wu Feng who interrupted the golden period of martial arts games. The courtyard quieted down after the change to Shadow 7 here, and Ai acted very high and mighty towards the other shadow guards. It was not difficult for her to predict that Luya and Luo Yingnan would definitely not get along. One was hiding someone else in her heart, and the other was stubborn and refused to give up. Together, it would be difficult to even make do. To give a simple chestnut, such as the military occupation of the planet, when you are at war with an enemy country, the fleet enters the enemy's galaxy and takes down a planet. But if you do not send a ground landing force and land on the planet to fight, then the entire planet makes people do not belong to you. NN. Han Ling, I know that if I want to go back to cultivate again I must cultivate myself properly. I will definitely go back again for my own sake. For the sake of me being able to seek revenge on Sun Yuan and Sun Dao, I must go back as well, and I must cultivate even more properly, Su Hao said firmly. In her ears, she heard Shin Mabe not knowing what he was muttering to Shu Yuman. She finished packing her things, took her bag with the intention of leaving, and when she crossed Shin Mabe and Shu Yuman, her arm was suddenly grabbed by a big strong hand. Chapter 35, The Chen Family Tragedy. You inform that young man for me and come to my room. Shui Tianjie was also very excited. He wanted to know what this person's origin was. Thought it was Luvia Wing to study something, but never thought Luvia Wing invited him to come. Is to study the antidote for himself? Countless good people went ahead and tried to solve the puzzle. Only King Carrie did not react much after receiving the imperial decree, doing what he should do, as if nothing had happened. I just want to manage it. In this Four Directions Academy, there's still nothing I can't manage. Oh, Yang Yan said angrily. It was still the first time that someone had said that he was minding his own business. This really pissed him off. Shen Miao smiled faintly, no longer looking at the teenager on the stage, but continued to look at the chess pieces on the board. She casually flicked one and placed it on the edge of the board. White chrysanthemum, such a thing, about are used to do funeral time with, will be inherently unpleasant, and this chrysanthemum bloom is really miserable some. The petals are a little withered. I do not know whether it is beaten by the rain or the wind. A lonely branch bloomed in the corner. No one attention. Isn't this a safe return? I smiled bitterly, looked at the pale-faced Teo, and spoke. I sent a few messages and she didn't reply because she kept turning off her cell phone and probably wouldn't have even replied, assuming she really was with Lin Bin. So Xia Chu is now tired enough, can only grit his teeth and hold on? Sulu some down he to defense time mostly. See, the attack does not go up hard, some anxious. This anxious will also change the tactics. Hey, it's at my place now. You're the one who should be feeling sad. With that she turned and walked away. Boney rubbed his neck with his left hand and gasped for air. Galesa looked at Boney like this and hated him. All stand back. There is no more business for you. Galesa drank at these soldiers around him. The 4 big words of bad mood were clearly written on his face. I wonder where that 1,000-year Xianzi grass can be found. It's slow to find out any news. Xiao Xian thought secretly as he walked. After Chang Yanzhong left, a tear flowed out of the corner of her eye. Just a tear, since I had a headache. Xiang Yan has never fed me medicine. And Yan Xin, whom I made my first son, and whom I treated so well, has never fed me medicine either. Chang Yanzhong, I do not need you to feed medicine? Inside the room, the seniors were sitting on the couch in very comfortable positions. Very unorthodox, but the atmosphere was great. Yun overly indecisive. His heart smothered in panic. A foot stepped on Ji Chongfeng's panskier. Bang! Nearly kicked his yoke. Don't know. Heard of her. Cloud over naturally will not say that he is a reborn. Listen to the rain, this girl hidden very deep. A bad one will be eaten by her, do not know. Yan Zhong, today your brothers are at odds, and I do not wish to see any more quarrels between husband and wife. I want Yan Binair D to know that I already know about his lewd behavior of spying on my bath, and scoff at him, ashamed to be with Kuai. Chao Ruyan made up her mind. Zhang Yunze glanced at Su Renguang, and the two of them smiled at each other the moment their eyes met. Chapter 106 Conversation. Autumn Xian, with the help of Uncle Rong, also reached the top safely. Xiao Xian surveyed his surroundings. It turned out that this was next to a cliff outside of Kyoto, miles away from the capital. Xiao Xian could vaguely see the city walls in the distance, only to see the bright yellow 5 elements true deity surrounding Qin Ming's body, as if there were no rules and regulations at all. It was simply a punch that blasted over. The demon emperor's face color changed slightly. He had worked so hard to track down Emperor Taifeng and enter into this Dan Spirit Great World, but this Emperor Taifeng was actually no longer in this realm. Thus, Shen Xiaobai put on his clothes, and then in a flurry of smoke, he lightly walked out of the room beyond the door. The appearance of these 2 ships surprised Wataru, and he searched his heart to see if the location of the crosswise star had been exposed, or if the interstellar pirates had colluded with the Rinnegan Vanguard and had come to find out what they were up to. This new student. Sit over there. The teacher casually pointed to a seat, exactly behind Li Ming. Nancy, are you afraid of me? Guan Sheng casually pulled out a chair and sat down, spreading his hands to signal her to be more casual. When this day had not yet turned completely dark, Chen Xiaobai had already walked out of this 8 trigrams labyrinth array, and as soon as he arrived outside, Chen Xiaobai immediately flew and ran in the direction of Shenyang City. The main course hadn't been served yet, and there were cold dishes and seasonal fruits on the table. Perhaps it was because her heart was too unsettled. Nightingning's hand hanging under the table was still trembling slightly. It's best if the fever goes down during the day. Otherwise it's not good if it comes back at night. Night fever is the most torturous. As she spoke, she reached out to tug on Ling Hanyu's hospital gown. Rong Sweet thought about it. If he really dares to make a move, I will have to go out on a limb. At the very least, he must ensure that favored Winston is okay. Otherwise, she would not be able to give favored Tiangu an explanation. Holding Winston in her arms, it could both calm his uneasiness at the moment. It was also a guarantee that she could use her body to help him withstand the possible dangers. Director Zhou's kindness to me this time. It can be said that the grace of saving my life is not an exaggeration. If there is no Zhou's help, I may be arrested and sent to jail. Manslaughter is enough to be sentenced to a few years. I'm still so young. If I'm sent to jail, it's the same as losing a period of great years of life. This was given to me in a dream by my master the last time I slept, saying that I should write his birth date in 8 characters on the talisman paper, and then he would come to me. Old Chen said to me as he patted his hand and lit a cigarette after burning a piece of talisman paper, being sarcastic by Luo En. Yu Chi's heart was not in a good mood, and he instantly took his anger out on Ji Zheyu. All of this was so harsh to Simon's ears. Looking at the scum on the ground, Simon kicked over again. Now that the old man had not yet awakened, his life was saved. As to why he had not awakened, Shimin Jing guessed that there might be other foci of disease in his body. Both of them were holding weapons that had changed from alien energy in their hands, and they were obviously both god-level inhumans. Liang Shan sniffed and stared at Shiryu as if he was looking at a dead man, his gaze cold and containing a hint of pity. If you are familiar with Liang Shan, you will know that this is Liang Shan's eyes when he is trying to kill someone. As the saying goes, Jean is angry, but he still has a heart of pity. When he returned to the townhouse, Ji Zio unexpectedly felt an inexplicable loss. The ears suddenly did not have the sound of her talking non-stop, as if the whole world was quiet when she did not speak. Chapter 36 The Lintel. Bang! With a neigh, the horse spooked. Li Fan tightened the reins, and the horse's front hooves lifted, stopping abruptly. In front of him, a figure smashed into the ground. The lapis lazuli shattered, and the stones flew swords. Demon! Li Fan stared at the figure that appeared in front of him, extremely ugly in appearance, short and fat. His head looks like a soar, with fangs, thick legs, and a pig face. It's a pig demon. Bang, bang, bang. Around the different directions, one after another, there were demons falling. The houses on both sides collapsed, the ground kept cracking, and one demon appeared, frightening Li Fan and Li Hongyi's seated horse to neigh more than a few times, and their legs trembled. Directly in front of him, the ground shook as a bear demon came striding in, its eyes glowing with a ferocious light as it stared at Li Fan. Third realm great demon. When Li Fan felt the aura of that bear demon, he instantly understood that it seemed that this Linen County demon rebellion was a bit more complicated behind the scenes than he had imagined. These demons, they actually came here to ambush him. Looking up at the demonic aura over Linen City, behind this group of demons, I'm afraid there are even bigger demons that haven't appeared, right? Li Fan and Li Hongyi dismounted at the same time. Swords and lances appeared. Sharp swords and long lances floated in the air. Then the two of them, one on the left and one on the right, simultaneously rushed towards the demonic creature in front of them. The rumbling ground shook, and the surrounding demonic beasts were launched at the same time, rushing toward the two. Pig demon is short and fat, but the speed is actually extremely fast. The impact is horrible. When running the ground green stone all the way to be crushed, Li Hongyi took the first step forward to charge and kill. His body leapt up and flew into the air. His Dharma phase reflected and bathed in the light of flames. Then he swooped down, his lance roaring with fury. The pig demon let out a hiss and rushed up to the sky. Its huge meaty palm grabbed at the lance. It actually held it with precision and accuracy. Its eyes were filled with lustful light. This human woman's fine skin and tender flesh must be very tasty. Its fangs tore towards the direction of Li Hongyi's neck. Drool flowed out of its mouth. Buzz. A burning sensation appeared. Li Hongyi was bathed in flames. The lance in his hand rotated, making a snorting sound. The skin of the pig demon's hand was scalded, and the high-speed rotating lance continued to face forward, and with a poof sound, it directly stabbed into the neck of the pig demon, and the blood was sprayed into the air. One person and one demon figure landed on the ground. The pig demon fell to the ground and blood flowed like a stream. The other demons around also killed towards Li Hongyi. Li Hongyi's long spear danced, and here forward, a wolf demon was nailed in the air, seeing blood and sealing his throat. On Li Fan's side, a bull demon on the house next to him impacted from a high altitude with a terrifying might. Li Fan looked up and his body's chi and blood burned like a furnace, exuberant to the extreme. He was bathed in sword intent, and when the bull demon killed down, his arm steeply grabbed toward the air, and the great Jiao tackle art erupted, directly snapping down the bull demon's arm and violently smashing toward the ground. Bang! The bull demon was smashed to the ground, and Li Fan's finger turned into a sword and stabbed into it, bringing the demon Dan with him when he pulled it out. These demon dawn are the essence of demon cultivation, but they are still small. Human cultivators can also condense dawn when they reach the fifth realm of the condensed Dan realm, but of course they are not comparable to the demon dawn of these small demons. Li Fan's body rushed forward. A demon rushed forward. Li Fan's arm bones made a crunching sound. The divine charm of a dragon vaguely appeared. A fist blasted out, directly shattering the demon's heart. At this time, in the direction behind him, a demon rushed towards Chen Yuan on his horse. The horse spun in place and let out a fearful neigh. Li Fan looked back and his flying sword exploded out from his brow. And in the air, he killed the demon that rushed towards Chen Yuan. There were still demons coming this way from all around. Like there was no end to the killing. Ahead, that third realm bear demon stared at the two of them, and then took large steps towards Li Hongyi, the ground trembling with every step. Li Hongyi's lance stabbed another demon to death. Then she felt a terrifying sense of oppression. The bear demon accelerated and impacted towards her. Her eyes were heavy. This three-realm great demon, she couldn't deal with it. Bang! The bear demon's feet stepped on the ground and his body leapt up in the air. Li Hongyi raised her head to look at the terrifying figure that pressed down. Her entire body was shrouded in shadow. Thumbs up. There was a sound of breaking air. The bear demon suddenly looked in the direction of the slanting sky, fiercely raised his huge palm and slapped it out. A loud rumbling sound came out. A silver lance rubbed against the bear demon's palm. There was blood splattered out, and the bear demon's body was shaken back and landed on the ground. On top of the roof next to him, a figure leapt into the air and caught his gun in mid-air, and continued to head straight ahead towards the bear demon. The silver lance glittered in the sunlight. The gun flashed, piercing people's eyes. Each gun stabbed out with the sound of breaking air. The gun was like lightning. One gun after another. The person and the gun seemed to be fused into one. The bear demon retreated step by step, and his mouth let out a furious roar. With a poof, the swift as lightning silver lance pierced one of the bear demon's eyes. Blood flowed like a stream, and the bear demon let out a miserable roar. "You demon! You dared to bully my daughter," the visitor said coldly, his clothes stained with blood, not only the blood of this bear demon, but also the demons killed on the road. "Father!" Li Hongyi shouted as she looked at the back of the silver spear-wielding figure. The person who came was none other than Li Daoqing. At this time, Li Daoqing stood with a silver spear in his hand, and was actually like a god of fury. Li Fan looked over to Li Daoqing's side. The third realm of martial arts, the innate realm. Li Daoqing glanced back at Li Hongyi. His eyes were gentle as he spoke. "Hongyi, when your father was young, he was just like that boy, spontaneous and free, walking the rivers and lakes with a lance, cutting down the demons and eliminating the devils. And when he met your mother later on, it was this charisma of your father's body that harvested your mother's heart." As if recalling past events, Li Daoqing's smile in his eyes became more and more gentle. "Do you know why I named you Red Clothes? Because your mother was dressed in red when she was young. And I didn't realize that now you are also the same as your mother. After you were born, Dad brought you to this Linen County, thinking to raise you safely. This gun has never been used again. You are right, Linen County demons are rampant. I am known as the #1 expert in this Linen County. I should do something about it. Those people who were killed by the demons, they are also other people's parents, wives and children. Today, he will accompany his daughter to go crazy." He glared at Liu Fan again. This kid was really no good. Being more powerful than he was when he was young was fine, and he was also better looking than he was when he was young. If he had been as talented as Li Fan back then, what happened later wouldn't have happened. And he was a little jealous of Li Fan. It's no wonder that his daughter is obsessed. Didn't her mother follow him for him back then despite her family's objections? These two mothers, after all, are on the same path. Li Hongyi's eyes had a watery mist. Li Daoqing turned around, holding the silver gun, and continued towards the bear demon. The bear demon let out a roar. Demonic chi filled the air and transformed into its own body. A giant bear, the demonic chi behind it illuminated a terrifying demonic shadow, just like a demonic mountain. The bear demon roared lowly, then charged towards Li Daoqing as he wanted to tear this human apart. Boom! Li Daoqing's body light flowed, martial intent out, standing in front of the bear demon, although it appeared to be short. But great! He took a step forward towards the bear demon and said under his breath, "Red Clothes, for the last time you see clearly. This set of gun techniques I'm teaching you was created by me and your mother together. The name of the gun is Spirit Rhinoceros." Li Daoqing's body suddenly accelerated, facing the mountain like great demon, the long spear in his hand facing straight forward. Cold River. A gun came out like a thunderbolt, and the lance was like a dragon, as if it was lightning, with a chilling aura. The bear demon's huge bear paw blasted on top of the lance. The terrifying power shook the lance and bent it, but Li Daoqing's body flew up with the help of that power and leaped into the air. Martial intent flowed on top of the lance. The silver lance danced. Li Daoqing's body fell down sharply as if it was a meteor. The gun moved with the shadows, and went forward without any hesitation. Lone shadow. Bang! The speed of the lance was too fast, breaking through the defense of the bear demon's huge palm and stabbing the mountain of flesh, lifting up a piece of blood and flesh. The bear demon roared and snarled, and both of its palms slapped towards Li Daoqing's body. Meet! Li Daoqing's body shape rotates, like a hurricane, and the long spear sweeps out, and blood continues to soar out from the bear demon. And poof! Li Daoqing is also shocked into the air by a palm. As he landed, he pointed the ground with the tip of his spear, bending the spear and utilizing the force of the recoil to shoot his body into the air once again. Stepping in the air, the long spear danced and rotated in his hands, and the martial intent around his body converged on the spear, forming a storm of martial intent as the chi and blood on his body reached its peak. Buzz! Li Daoqing's human lance was turned into a beam of light and stabbed down. A silver lightning appeared in the air. The bear demon wanted to block it, but it was a step too slow. The lance directly penetrated the bear demon's eyes and continued to stab. The bear demon's body retreated and collapsed with a loud bang. Rhinoceros! Li Daoqing's figure landed on the ground, and the surrounding demons did not dare to face forward. Go on about your business. Leave this place to me. Li Daoqing looked back at Li Fan and Li Hongyi and said, "Many thanks, senior." Li Fan nodded. "Miss Li, get on the horse." The two men continued to tread their horses, sending a hurricane through the streets. "Father, be careful," Li Hongyi shouted back. "Hongyi, your mother is from the Chui family in Chuzhou. She's still alive. You can go find her later," Li Daoqing shouted. "Father, I'll go with you," Li Hongyi responded. "Silly girl." Li Daoqing looked at Li Hongyi's back, smile full of tenderness. If he could go, Wouldn't he be able to wait until today? A man who practices martial arts is also worthy of my Chui family's daughter. I've lost my dharma and martial spirit, dishonoring my Chui family. In his mind's eye, the rain was pouring down, and a young man was kneeling outside the Chui family's mansion, but could not take half a step in. He's incompetent. Hongyi, you've grown up. Father can only protect you up to this point, Li Daoqing said in a low voice. The lintel of the Chui family can be as high as the mountains away. It was all he could do. Li Daoqing looked at Li Hongyi's back some reluctance. Older, the heart has a concern, then some fear of death. As he said, there are many people who can kill him in this Linen County nowadays, and since he is involved in it, he will not be able to end up well. Around him, swarms of demons roared, and several demonic beasts descended in succession. Staring at his side, Li Daoqing gripped the lance in his hand tightly, and suddenly gave a sprightly smile, walking towards the demon with his lance, dashing to the extreme. Today he, Li Daoqing, Demon Chopper, Demon Removal. Wei Dao. Chapter 37, The Siege. Li Fan and Li Hongyi rode side by side, only to see Li Hongyi feeling a little strange. Why did father suddenly say these words? In the past, her father had never mentioned her mother to himself, and she glanced back at him with a bit of a worried look in her eyes. Chu Zhou, Chui family. Li Hongyi secretly noted it down. Miss Li, your father's marksmanship is awesome, Li Fan said. Can you change your name? Li Hongyi said. She was becoming more and more disliked. Sister Hongyi? Li Fan teased, and Li Hongyi glared at him. Hongyi, Li Fan looked ahead and said, if there is a chance, I will accompany you to find your mother. Li Hongyi's beautiful eyes turned and similarly looked forward. This time, it seemed like she could accept the title. Good. Li Hongyi's beautiful eyes revealed a bright smile as she happily responded. On both sides of the street, the demons were still rampaging. The two men danced with their guns and swords as they talked and laughed, and there were constantly demonic beasts dying under their guns and swords. There were little children crying on the side of the road, tearing their hearts out, and Li Fan and Li Hongyi sped past them, but they could do nothing about it. Li Fan stabbed his sword into Chen Yuan in front of him, and the already desperate Chen Yuan let out a muffled grunt. Who is the main messenger? Li Fan asked. You kill me. Chen Yuan responded. Kill you? Li Fan said sarcastically. Look up and see the miserable state of this Linen County. Do you deserve to beg for death? Saying that, the sword slashed across his body, cutting through the flesh and blood, and at once Chen Yuan, who was bent on death, howled miserably, his body convulsing violently from the pain. This place is still some distance away from the Voltron Villa. Although we can't kill him by 1,000 cuts, we can still do it 100 times. Li Fan continued. The sharp sword transformed into mana once again pierced into Chen Yuan's body and slid. I said. Chen Yuan cried in pain. This Li Fan's methods are even more cruel than demons. The Imperial Court wants to lay hands on Voltron Villa. The Chen family clan side asked us to act in cooperation. My Chen family is only responsible for doing things down below, not the mastermind. I beg you to give me a hard time, Chen Yuan said. Is that so? Li Fan was sarcastic, his rapier stirring again. You seem to have forgotten about the city temple. That doesn't seem like it's recent. Trafficking in women. Linen County, many families have a share. Wang County magistrate, he is also involved in it. In this Linen County, these are just unusual things, but all have nothing to do with the demons. Where these demons come from, I do not know, Chen Yuan said. That Chen family clan youth named Chen Yan, he must know some. If you want to know, you can go to him. Beast. Li Hongyi stared at Chen Yuan. To these upper echelons of Linen County, human life was just a trivial matter? Not only did the government not do anything to rid the people of the evils, it even got involved. The villain sits in the temple. It is no wonder that the matter of the city god temple could have happened. These people are colluding with each other in Linen County and are lawless. Li Fan stared at Chen Yuan, his sharp sword stirring as he restrained the killing intent within him. What they see as small things are one innocent and miserable life. Many family tragedies. Demons eat people. People eat people. The human heart is more poisonous than the demon. However, Li Fan also believed in Chen Yuan's words. He should not be the mastermind. There were even third-realm demon cultivators among those demons, which was not commanded by Chen Yuan and the people of Linen County. What about Li Shan? Li Fan asked why this matter involved Li Shan. Leaving the mountain. That is something on a higher level. I only know that the court is targeting leaving the mountain, and the clan side also said that leaving the mountain will collapse, but the specifics are not for me to know. Chen Yuan's breath was weak. He only wanted to seek a painful death. When we arrive at the Voltron Villa, you will restate all of this in front of the governor and everyone. Li Fan opened his mouth. Just as the two of them were talking, suddenly Li Fan felt a crisis, and there was a convergence of mana above his head. Be careful, Li Fan yelled at Li Hongyi, single-handedly pouncing on Chen Yuan in the side direction. and in midair pouncing Li Hongyi along with him to the side as a huge palm print smashed down from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the area was instantly reduced to rubble. Not far away in the direction, two figures stood on the roof. It was Chen Yan who had come after him and the old man behind him. The two gazes stared at the ruins in front of them, and steeply, a horrifying killing sword intent spread out from the ruins, and instantly diffused to the surroundings, covering the place where he was as well, and a piercing killing intent fell on his body. Chen Yan frowned, and then saw a white-clothed figure in the middle of the ruins standing up and coughing out a mouthful of blood. Beside her, Li Hongyi similarly struggled to get up, her face pale, and spat out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for Li Fan protecting her, I'm afraid that this strike would have been enough to kill her. Chen Yan did not expect this strike to kill Li Fan. His gaze was fixed on Chen Yuan, only to see that Chen Yuan was as if he was swimming in air, but he still had a breath in him. Well, Li Fan asked Li Hongyi beside him. It's fine. Li Hongyi wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, her gaze fixed on Chen Yan in the distance. Li Fan also looked over there and took a few steps forward in the ruins. Chen Yan's brows were furrowed. Mana surged from his body and magic treasures appeared in his hands. He sensed that the sword intent was getting stronger as if it could fall on him at any time. Killing intent flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and Chen Yan stared at him dead on, his feet involuntarily taking a step backward. Chen Yan, who had taken a step back, froze and looked down at his feet, his face embarrassed. He was forced back and cowed by a god-refining realm cultivator. With his head lowered, his eyes flashed with intense killing intent. However, when he looked up, this killing intent disappeared as he looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, there are still quite a few of your family members in the mansion. I will take good care of them, and I will take care of Luo Yun's corpse, and pick it up and take it to the Chen family clan, and enter the Chen family clan ancestral hall, as well as you as well. Many thanks to Yan Yen. Chen Yuan responded in a low voice. He was not yet aware that the Chen family had been cleaned up by Chen Yan. Li Fan knew it was bad when he heard the other party's words, and Chen Yan's figure retreated towards the back after he finished speaking, quickly leaving the range of sight. With his status and talent, he did not want to fight for his life with Li Fan here yet. It was not worth it to fight for his life with a regional god refining realm cultivator. However, Li Fan must find a way to get dead before. First wait for the matter of leaving the mountain. This person didn't even come forward when you and Chen Luo Yun were taken down by me. And just now he even tried to kill you to silence you. His heart is malicious. Do you believe his words? Li Fan said to Chen Yuan. Since he is worried about you telling the truth, he will also be worried about the rest of the Chen family telling it. What do you think he will do? Chen Yuan's heart went cold when he heard Li Fan's words, but then hope flared up again. So many people from the Chen family were there, including quite a number of people from the cultivation sects around Linen County. What was he worried about? Could it be that Chen Yan could still kill everyone? Li Fan did not know what Chen Yuan had in mind and carried him as he continued to run forward. Next to him, Li Hongyi said to Li Fan, this Chen Yan has an evil mind and is strong. He has hidden his killing intent towards you but has been restraining it. You should be careful of this person in the future. Chen Yan should be the fourth realm chi practitioner, the realm of foundation establishment. This realm in Linen County is already an unrivaled existence. Although Li Fan's talent was strong, he was young after all, and his cultivation level was only at the refined god realm. So being stared at by this kind of person would be troublesome. Don't worry, precisely because of this person's calmness, he instead dared not kill me in public. Just now he did not use his full strength. I think he is also afraid that I will die here. Li Fan said, even if the outside world rumors that the leaving mountain will collapse, but as long as the leaving mountain is still there for one day, the deterrence will be there. Just a single sword intent made Chen Yan fearful, not to mention the fact that there was Li Shan behind him. He knew very well that if he didn't have Lei Shan and sword intent deterrence in, with what he had done, he would have died in this Linen County long ago. Of course, if one day Chen Yan tried to kill him secretly, then the one who would die would definitely be the other party. The two of them continued to rush, with Li Fan still dragging Chen Yuan. When Li Fan and Li Hongyi rushed back to Voltron Villa had already been breached, and the outskirts of the place were reduced to ruins. Outside of the Voltron Villa, a large number of Linen City's people and cultivators were gathered, and with the presence of the Demon Suppression Army and the Demon Beheading Division, there were no demons approaching this place, making it an excellent place to take refuge. While some of those cultivators came to join in the fun, some came to take their chances. They heard that Voltron Villa was filled with treasures and didn't know if it was true or not. Inside the mountain villa, the large army of the Devil Suppressor Army was suppressing the front, and the fury was overwhelming. Ahead, in the place where the ruins were piled up, the white-robed figure stood on top of a scaly dragon's shadow, his clothes stained with blood, and his long black hair dancing in the wind. In the direction of both sides of him, stood the Willow River and Willow G siblings, the two of them transformed into half-demon forms, half human and half snake, with huge body sizes. Yu Qing, you are a demon, making the people of Linen suffer. If you stop now and surrender, let the demon beasts in Linen City evacuate. The governor may give you a pain in the ass. If you do not realize it, you will be punished with capital punishment, death by 1,000 cuts. Linen County Magistrate Wang Yuan stood there, looking up at the white-robed figure and spoke aloud. You fart. Lu Ji stared angrily at Magistrate Wang. They're the ones to blame for this Linen County demon's murder? At that moment, a hue and cry appeared behind the crowd, and the army of the demon suppressor army made way. In the middle of that road, a middle-aged man was riding on a horse, slowly moving towards the front. Attend the governor. Greetings to the governor for beheading the demon. The surrounding voices rang out one after another, causing one's eardrums to tremble. Please, Lord Governor, behead the demon. The surrounding people shouted. Please, Lord Governor, behead the demon. The voices grew louder and louder. The people of Linen County were deeply victimized by the demons and their grievances were overwhelming. A pair of cold and merciless gazes stared at the white-robed figure above the ruins and shouted, kill, 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 kill. The solemn killing intent permeates the air. Even if it is an ordinary people, the number of people is large enough. The killing intent can be gathered into an aura. The people's heart is in the right place. Lu Ji looked at those people. His eyes were red. Suddenly he laughed out loud. As if he was crazy, he looked at the white-robed man next to him, sobbing and crying in blood. Master, this is the result of all these years of goodwill in exchange. I'm going to eat them. The same murderous aura blazed in her reddish eyes. She was going to kill those people. All of them. Lu Ji. No cannibalism ever. Not one. The white-robed man said as he looked down at Lu Ji. Master. Lu Ji's heart was grieving. Do you hear me? The white-robed man's voice was stern and unquestionable. Lu Ji's eyes shed tears as she said. Yes, master. Definitely do it. Yu Qing sighed in his heart. Eat the man and there's no turning back. Just like him. Chapter 38, No Regrets. Su Bin, the governor of Chuzhou, whose figure is thin and fair-skinned, with high cheekbones and a goat's beard, wears a white tunic. He rode slowly. His eyes were calm and sharp, and from the outside, he looked flat. However, this Chuzhou governor, more than 40 years of age, but has stepped into the condensed Dan realm, sitting on one side, in charge of more than 100 counties in Chuzhou, called a side of the vassals. Such a person is by no means as plain as the appearance. Su Bin heard the voices of the people around him, as if he hadn't heard them, still calm, rode to the forefront, slightly raised his head, looked at the big Zhao Yu Qing, saw that the other party was also wearing a white robe, quite elegant, and temperament is actually a bit similar to him. Su Bin's eyes, however, hid a wisp of scorn in their depths. How could this half-human, half-demon scaly dragon, a prisoner from the mountains, be compared to him, a governor of a state on a green cloud? Many people in Chuzhou know that this governor is not his limit, and he will continue to move up sooner or later. If there is no one in the dynasty, they can't sit in his position. Great Zhao Yu Qing. Su Bin opened his mouth, and as his words fell, the surroundings gradually quieted down. This large area was actually silent. Everyone's attention fell on this Chu prefecture governor. Yu Qing also looked at this governor, only to see the other party's eyes half open and half lidded, as if squinting at him, and continued. I was ordered to come to Linen County to get rid of the demons, and you're stirring up a storm here in Linen County, encouraging demons to rebel, brutalizing the innocent people, and causing countless people's homes to be broken and killed. Do you know the crime? Yu Qing did look calm and looked at the other party and responded. If you want to commit a crime, why not ask yourselves? If demons are plaguing Linen, you should ask yourselves. Linen County is being poisoned by demons at the moment. You don't admit guilt or not? Both so. Su Bin's eyes in the sharp reveal, looked around a crowd of groups said, you came to help the court to cut down the demons. But this big demon Xiao Long refused to admit guilt. You can chop the big demon Yu Qing. The court heavily rewarded. Its demon body can be killed by the person to bring back. When these words came out, many cultivators were eager to try, their eyes dancing with excitement. A great demon augur at the peak of the fourth realm. Its flesh is a treasure. The demon pills, sinews and bones of great demons, augur skins, and augur flesh and blood were all good things, some of which were highly tonic, and some of which could be used to cultivate or refine magic treasures. Those who kill a great demon will receive the body of a dragon. Lu Ji stared angrily at Su Bin, but on the contrary, Yu Qing was extraordinarily calm next to him. The wind floated and blew the robes on his body. Yu Qing looked up and remembered his parents. When he was young, he used to think that he was the protagonist of this world, and how wantonly dashing and fastidious he was at that time. Then he realized that it was only because his mother and father stood behind him, holding him up on their shoulders, and that he was just one of many. This short but not brilliant life has now come to an end. He, without joy or sorrow, has only a few regrets. Yu Qing's gaze turned as if he was looking for something. In the end, his gaze landed on Li Fan, and at the sight of that handsome teenage figure, a smile appeared in Yu Qing's unperturbed eyes. Fortunate to have met a nice teenager. I thought it was a bit of a shame before, but now, that missing regret will be given to this teenager to keep going. As his eyes turned back, Yu Qing's body changed, like a hideous armor was revealed, and his skin transformed into the skin of an ogre dragon, with a dragon's roar emanating from it. In the middle of the crowd, Li Fan saw Yu Qing looking at himself, showing a flash of color. He could naturally see that Yu Qing already had a death wish, and he probably knew that his fate was about to end. But why? Yu Qing would look at him? Even in that instant just now, he felt a ray of relief and release from Yu Qing's gaze that looked at him. Recalling that Yu Qing went to see him in the restaurant earlier, he was even more puzzled as to what exactly was the relationship between Yu Qing and him. In his mind, the wisp of sword intent fluctuated, and Li Fan took a step towards the front, dragging Chen Yuan, the Chen family head, who was like a dead body. Many people were stunned and looked at the figure that walked out in surprise. Yu Qing had already prepared to fight, but after seeing Li Fan, his gaze returned to him, only to see the white-clothed young man step forward, actually came to the middle of Yu Qing and the crowd. He looked in the direction of Su Bin, the governor of Chuzhou, and opened his mouth to say, "Lord Governor, the Linen County Demon Rebellion. I'm afraid that there is something else going on." Everyone was stunned. This area was already quiet, and at this moment, it was even more silent. The eyes of the surrounding cultivators were teasing, and the gazes of the surrounding people towards Li Fan were all filled with mischief. This matter is already proven, and in ordering the attack on the Voltron Villa when the demons and devils are in chaos and wreaking havoc in Linen County, who else can it be but this Yu Qing? Who are you? Su Bin's eyes fell on Li Fan. He naturally knew who Li Fan was but pretended not to know. The background behind this Li Fan is not simple. The people of Linen County only know that this wanted man is a disciple of Lei Shan, but he knows a little more. This teenager, was that nobleman brought back to leave the mountain to raise up? The feelings must be extraordinary, right? My lord, this son is none other than that wanted criminal, Li Fan. Next to him, Magistrate Wang said. Then he looked at Li Fan and said, "Bold thief, you colluded with demons and killed innocents indiscriminately, and you still dare to speak out here." Li Fan ignored him but still looked at Su Bin and said, "This person's name is Chen Yuan. He is the head of the Chen family in Linen County. The woman who went to the Chen family for the demon beheading conference before was captured by a demon in the Chen family but was later found in the Chenghuang temple, and the demonic cultivator who had appeared on that day was his concubine's clan, Chen Li's mother." "A bunch of nonsense," Magistrate Wang interrupted. "My lord, this thief's words cannot be trusted. Chen Yuan, speak for yourself." Li Fan lowered his head and said to Chen Yuan on the ground. Chen Yuan raised his head, cloaked his hair. He is already a crippled body. With Li Fan's character is bound to kill him. Thinking of the people at home and what is behind him, Chen Yuan suddenly shouted, "Back to the governor. This thief not only colludes with the demons, but also kills my son. I beg you to make sure that the governor kills this thief." Chen Yuan tears, sobbing blood shouting. Suddenly the crowd was a commotion. Wang Magistrate heart a little bit of peace. He saw Chen Yuan when the inner apprehension. If Chen Yuan was threatened to give up their own, "I am afraid of trouble." Li Fan was not surprised. When Chen Yan said those words, he had already anticipated that this Chen Yuan might turn against him. "You heard it. Do you know the crime?" Su Bin said as he looked at Li Fan, breezing. "It seems that this charge, which falls on oneself, cannot be washed away." Li Fan glanced down at Chen Yuan. His eyes revealed mockery. He actually squatted straight down. His palm sword chi gathered into a sharp sword, and he revealed an icy smile at Chen Yuan. "What are you doing?" Chen Yuan's heart trembled as he crawled backward. "Put!" The sharp sword directly cut Chen Yuan's throat. Blood dripping, flowing down, Chen Yuan dead covered his throat. His eyes looked into the crowd, as if he was looking for something. Finally, Chen Yuan found Chen Yan's figure, and his eyes gradually became peaceful, hoping that Chen Yan would keep his promise. Unbridled, Su Bin coldly scolded, his voice low. The surrounding people also became silent at this time, all staring blankly at the white-clothed young man. Actually executed Chen Yuan, the Chen family head, in front of the governor of the state? Do you know what you are doing? Su Bin looked at Li Fan and said, "This person colluded with demons and brutalized many people. I'm doing the people a favor." Li Fan responded, "Lord Governor can send someone to the Chen family to take a look and naturally know that what I said is true. Many people have witnessed it with their own eyes. The Chen family colludes with demons. The evidence is overwhelming. Lord Governor. At this time, Li Fan saw a familiar figure walk out. It was that Chen Yan, only to see him bowing to Su Bin and saluted. In my Chuzhou Chen family Chen Yan, this thief not long ago went to the Chen family. The Chen family up and down the massacre of the whole family. Even the old and weak women and children are not spared. Linen County Chen family is my Chuzhou Chen family branch. Please know the state adults for the Chen family to do the Lord. You exterminated the entire Chen family? Li Hongyi heard Chen Yan's words and walked to Li Fan's side, looking at the other party angrily. Li Hongyi. Many people in Linen County recognized Li Hongyi. Seeing her and Li Fan standing together, they couldn't help but whisper something. How could Li Hongyi be related to Voltron Villa? Li Fan was first stunned when he heard Chen Yan's words. Then he laughed, laughing with extraordinarily irony, and glanced down at Chen Yuan lying on the ground, only to see that Chen Yuan had not completely broken his breath. He was covering his throat and his eyes were wide open. Gaslighting. Not to mention that Chen Yuan did not think of it. Li Fan also did not think of it. There are so many people in the Chen family. Chen Yan even cut down all the people? It seemed that the uninitiated was still a little too innocent and underestimated the cruelty of these people. Even if he went to seek revenge he couldn't do it indiscriminately. This Chen family clan came to kill all the Chen family. This Chen Yuan died unjustly. This teenager was born quite well, but I didn't expect a human face. So cruel and murderous. Since they are in the company of demons, they should be eliminated together. The crowd said one after another. Kill him. Some of the people were also compelled to reveal their killing intent. Do you know the crime? Su Bin asked again. Li Fan didn't respond as he looked at Yu Qing and said, it seems I'm just like Senior, but it doesn't matter if it's one more offense. It's just a pity that those who decapitate demons are criticized by everyone, and those who collude with demons are worshipped by everyone. The world is a little upside down. A smile appeared in Yu Qing's eyes at this moment as she looked at Li Fan and said, in that case, I will have no regrets. It was a phrase that Levan didn't understand. Chapter 39, a man who understands a friend dies for him. Under the sunlight, a sense of solemnity permeated above the ruins of Voltron Villa. Su Bin, the governor of Chuzhou, raised his hand and waved it toward the front, saying, the people's hearts are in the right place. Voltron Villa is colluding with the demons. Kill, kill. The Jin demon army shouted loudly, facing forward at the same time. This Jin demon army had more than 1,000 people, although all of them were martial artists, but there was no lack of high-realm martial artists. Thousands of martial artists' chi and blood gathered together, forming a killing intent. How strong! That killing intent made the people behind them shudder, their legs trembling. Lu Ha, even if he was a great demon of the fourth realm, felt this killing intent and also looked grave, but then he was relieved. This would have been the end that had been known for a long time. I'll come to chop this big ogre. Only to hear a strong and powerful voice came out. Next to a figure stepped into the air. This person holding a large sword, body martial intent monstrous. A thought. A lion roar came out, resounding through the sky and the earth, only to see that behind this martial artist, there appeared a several Shanghai lion silhouette, the whole body surrounded by purple. An extremely ferocious and domineering pressure bloomed from the body of that martial artist. Good martial spirit. Su Bin looked up at the martial artist and praised. Martial cultivation. To the fourth realm, with the help of treasures, demonic beasts into their own martial intent, condensing the martial spirit to enhance the combat power. Martial prana. Corresponding to the phantom born from the coalescence of the mana of a person who refines chi. A powerful martial artist has a chance to compete with a chi refiner. Of course, most people practicing martial arts won't have that opportunity. Yu Qing, back then your father rebelled and the court spared your life. I didn't expect you to be unrepentant and instigate demons to rebel again. Today I will let you be like your big scaly father back then, picking out your bones and pulling out your tendons. The words of the big man with a sword fell. The sound of the lion roar shook the sky. His knife toward Yu Qing chopped down. Purple blade light across the sky. Seems to split the sky into two. Yu Qing body white robe hunting. He raised his head. The carcass steeply erupted out of a Jiao dragon roar. This dragon roar sound shocked the people around the eardrums trembling. Even if the Jin demon army formed the murderous intent as if they were all shocked by the sound of the dragon roar dispersed a bit. He raised his left arm. And his arm even transformed into a dragon's sharp claw. Snapping at the large knife with one arm. Actually grabbing the knife that the martial artist chopped down with his strong physical body. Great demon Jiaolong. Flesh body is like a magic treasure. The eyes of many people around were brighter. This body of precious bones, used to refine into soldiers, could refine powerful magic treasures. The sound of a lion's roar came out. The Lion King's silhouette behind that martial artist opened his fangs and rushed towards Yu Qing. His arms clothes shattered inch by inch, revealing solid muscles. His hands gripped the sword with force, the sword rubbing against the ogre's hand. Yu Qing, which will give him a chance. His right arm raised, transformed into a Jiao Dragon arm. Knuckles skyrocketed. Behind him seems to have a Jiao Dragon shadow appeared, and that lion's shadow collided together. The Jiao Dragon magic bone fist blasted and killed. That martial arts man sensed something wrong, abandoned his sword and retreated, but was still struck by the fist. Martial arts intent shattered. His chest sunk in. The sound of bones breaking came out. His body was instantly knocked away. Coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. This scene made the surrounding cultivators even more vigilant. Wanting to decapitate this big scaly dragon to take his scaly dragon body, was afraid that it would not be so easy. Back then, in order to capture Yu Qing's father, it was said that the court paid a huge price. This ogre is powerful. All of you do it together. The shocked martial artist raised his eyes to Yu Qing and said with a reluctant heart, "Do it." His words fell. Many people echoed out, suddenly surrounded the direction of Yu Qing. In all directions, there are strong mana and martial intent at the same time erupted. Among them there are even some people Li Fan has also seen. That head of the old snake of the Lake of Wash Pill and the monks of the Temple of the Golden Vajra Heping is also in the crowd. Of course, there were also practitioners from the Imperial Court's Demon Beheading Division present, and the Demon Beheading Division that came this time were all Chuzhou's elites, with many top-tier Foundation establishment cultivators among them. At this moment, there was a Demon Beheading Division practitioner who stepped out, and with a movement of his mind, a strand of golden lines on his body rocketed upwards and shot into the sky, and in just a few moments, in the land above the Voltron Villa, a gigantic golden disc appeared, with countless lines intertwining together, blocking out the sun. Tenra. As this cultivator's words fell, densely packed golden lines drooped down, like countless arrows falling towards Yu Qing's direction. This technique is the Imperial Court Demon Beheading Division practicing spells, Heavenly Dragnet, but it is necessary to build the Foundation or above realm practitioners to have strong enough mana to release this type of spells. For a while, Yu Qing's few people were like turtles in a jar, being enveloped and covered by the spells. Yu Qing knew the other party's killing intent when he saw this scene. A dragon's roar that resonated through heaven and earth came out. His clothes shattered and he manifested his own body. A large scaly dragon sprawled across the air, charging towards the Tian Luo arrows that were falling down in the air. Countless arrows landed on his body. Yu Qing was unafraid and continued to impact towards the sky above, directly killing the source of the spell, wanting to forcefully break the spell. In the air below him, the two siblings, Lu Ha and Lu Ji, knew that Yu Qing was protecting them, and they also transformed into their original bodies, accompanying Yu Qing as they impacted into the air above. Amit Ba. The sound of Buddha's voice was dazzling, and golden Buddha light flashed, followed by a stern voice that came from the accompaniment. Sins. A huge golden Buddhist handprint came down towards Lu Ha and Lu Ji to kill them, and it was precisely the Vajra Temple monk, Monk Wu Xiang, that Li Fan had encountered that day. The old serpent of the medicine washing lake spat out poisonous mist and sprayed it into the center, and for a while, all kinds of divine techniques erupted at the same time, surrounding Yu Qing's three people. Li Fan's gaze looked towards the battlefield, feeling somewhat sarcastic. So many powerful cultivators were there, claiming to cut down the demons and get rid of the devils, for the sake of the people of Linen County. But at this moment the people of Linen County were suffering from the chaos of the demons, but no one was there to take care of it. The army of the court's Demon Beheading Division and the Demon Suppressing Army have also gathered here, with no regard for the lives of the people. Yu Qing in the form of a big Jiao rushed into the heavenly net. His huge body tore the heavenly net apart, but he saw a number of people practicing in the Demon Beheading Division standing in the four directions. They released their spells at the same time, and the heavenly net was transformed into countless golden lines, which were extraordinarily tiny, and wrapped around towards the big Jiao's body, like a big net. The dragon's body size is huge, and it is impossible to avoid it. The golden lines wrapped around, and then strangled. It is actually like a fine line, seeping into the skin and flesh of the dragon. Yu Qing roared and tried to break it, but the harder he pushed, the tighter the thin golden thread strangled him, oozing blood. The division of demon beheading was originally created to eliminate demons, and many of its spells were aimed at demons, and this heavenly dragnet was prepared for Yu Qing. The rest of the cultivators seized the opportunity, and the martial artist who had been shocked and injured by Yu Qing before chopped down again with his large sword, chopping at the Jiao Lon's neck, wanting to cause the rest to die. There were long spears stabbing at Yu Qing's eyes, wanting to blind him. Below, Yu Ji let out a mournful roar at this scene and recklessly rushed towards the sky above, but she saw a large Buddhist hand crush down, smashing into her snake head and splattering blood. Another dragon roar shook people's eardrums. Yu Qing Jiao dragon body above the flow of black light. Those golden lines continue to crumble, his huge sharp claws at the same time out. One sharp claw buckle to the knife-wielding martial artist, the other sharp claw buckle to kill the lance. Friction knife and gun forward, buckled to the two people. The two were too late to dodge and were clasped by Yuqing's sharp claws. The huge eyes of the dragon stared at the two, then opened its fangs and bit down. With a poof, blood sprayed out, and the two didn't even have the time to let out a miserable scream before their bodies were bitten off directly. Master! The injured Lu Ji looked up at the auger body in the air, only to see Yuqing's huge eyes sweeping through the crowd one by one, and the animalistic nature hidden in her heart seemed to be aroused. He was wrong when he ate innocent people in the past, but today, he wasn't wrong. These people, they deserve to die. Sins. Subin drank in a low voice, and when he raised his eyes, the previously flat and unimpressive him suddenly looked like he had become extraordinarily tall. A terrifying aura permeating out from his body as his body instantly shot up into the sky and stood high above the sky. It seems that back then the court should not have let you go. As his words fell, his palm pressed down towards the auger's body, and instantly the air's mana roared, transforming into an infinitely gigantic town character that stretched across the sky. Suppressing it, the dragon's body was straight upwards, its sharp claws were filled with terrifying demonic aura, and it blasted towards the huge town character, and a sound of explosion came out from the air, and cracks appeared in the town character, which then burst open. In the place above Subin's body, a vision suddenly appeared, and an extremely sharp pen hovered in the air. This was his phantom, the demon Punisher's pen, and it took a huge price to condense this phantom. He is from a humble background, and was not born with innate phantasm. Early years of hard work want to study hard to get a title, and then was rewarded by the big man, desperately seizing the opportunity, which is only the green clouds. With today's identity of this Chuzhou governor, your parents were sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts for the crime of cannibalism back then. You saw it with your own eyes. I didn't think you would dare to commit it again. Subin shouted. The demon execution pen scratched, a killing light appeared in the air, and the big Jiao figure swam away to avoid it. The demon execution pen flew directly above him, continuously enlarging and blooming with brilliant divine splendor, accompanying Subin's arm as it fell towards the Jiao lawn to kill it. The huge scaly dragon rocked up, a pair of sharp claws fiercely clasped the demon execution pen, but saw that the huge pen divine glory sharp, violent rotation, terrible divine glory cut open the skin of the scaly dragon's arm, and continued to stab down. The big scaly dragon roared and growled. The stalemate. Subin a picture of the sleeve. Immediately in the sky appeared again a party of treasure seal. This seal is the court treasure, covering the sky, toward the dragon's suppression down. Treasure seal above the engraved words. A huge town character out of the seal. Bombarded smashed down. Boom! The big auger was smashed to the ground. The ground collapsed, but Yuqing's sharp claws were still gripping the demon execution pen. The treasure seal continued to suppress and kill, but a large snake rushed towards the treasure seal. Lu Ji's eyes were full of unwillingness and roared. People are trying to kill me. What is my crime in eating people? Bang! The huge treasure seal directly suppressed her body on the ground and spat out blood. Don't know how to die, Subin said coldly. The people of the surrounding cultivation once again killed towards Yuqing. Lu Ji's figure facing forward. His huge snake body wrapped around and curled around the demon execution pen. Go away! Yuqing bellowed at him. I can't listen to you this time. As Lu Ji's words fell, his body released a radiant demonic aura, and he actually rolled up the demon execution pen and headed upwards, looking for death. Subin drank coldly, along with the demon Punisher pen rotating. Blood continued to flow above Lu Ji's body. His body looked like it was being cut by a sharp blade, but the body of the great serpent still didn't give up, and the pair of serpentine eyes looked at Yuqing and said, Master, one step ahead of you. Its serpentine body continued to crack, and it simply couldn't trap the phantom of a person cultivating at the condensed Dan realm. I've always treated you as a brother, Yuqing said. I know, my master. Willow River's snake eyes broke into a smile, looking relieved. There's a human saying that a man can die for his friend. A rain of blood fell, and his snake body was cut into pieces by the divine radiance of the demon Punisher pen. Brother! Lu Ji cried out, her snake body rushing that way, but the precious seal once again suppressed her, crushing her to death. Chapter 40, Stepping on the Sword. Duan Si knows in his heart that everything is back to square one. Su Pretty Snow is going to look at bags, shoes, and all kinds of luxuries again. The four men suddenly froze at the words, seemingly not expecting that a girl's family would be so bold as to dare to arrogantly call themselves aunts in front of four unsuspecting grown men, and dare to ridicule them for not even being worthy of lifting their shoes. Since following Lin Feng around, they had all served some simple things, as if they hadn't really done anything like changing clothes and bathing, and they had all been served before. They were all a bit confused for a while, and when they reacted to it they hurriedly went up and helped Lin Feng undress with an unnatural look. Usually the butler wouldn't show up without something going on, and to be able to come to her would be a bad decision for him to make. I look at the sun outside. If he knew that Jiang Lichen was a ghost plus corpse plus and a composite of flower demons, would he still tell the secret so easily? He still has some things he's busy with. He's found another one of himself. This was also my way of testing the waters to see how much this Mr. Huang knew. Bai Juqing and others were watching from the side. Their crushing magic weapons were in their hands, always ready to fight for their lives. Where did they think that Duqi Tianlin was all at the door, only to be stepped on to the bottom? Seemingly thinking of something, Ming Yang let out a light sigh. He knew that even though he tried his best, some things were destined to happen if they were to happen. After all, the human heart was the hardest to appease. You snuck out again. Feng Lanjun looked at the fact that it was Sure Lichen. Her eyebrows raised slightly as she asked in realization. Duan Xija is actually very clear in his heart that it's not his own child at all. But this sentence asked by Su Pretty Snow is giving him a new line of thought on how to get Su Iran back. She listened to the constant clattering coming from the bathroom, but deep down she was filled with despair at her situation. You know, in the previous international competitions, the Chinese team in this men's program basically can only send a B standard player, that is, to participate in a preliminary round to be eliminated from the game. The scene was just as tragic as the men's 100-meter runners of the former national track and field team. Now there are two paths in front of an E. One is to slap Qiao Yan hard to wake up, so that he recognizes the reality. The second is to coax him to tell lies and lie to him. Let him in this dream to guard this body never wake up again. Alright, the city has endured this ordeal. 100 things are still to come. You all still need to continue to work hard. That's all for today. Antoine hurriedly ended the meeting, not waiting for the others to return the salute. Escaping like leaving this meeting hall. Compared to this meeting with players in attendance, it would definitely bring him deep memories. Hey, I seem to have forgotten one thing. I forgot to tell the original people to stay away from Tianjun. Forget it, it's not important. Such a big man should know that Tianjun is not a good person. Hearing Qian Ling's words, Di Luchuan instantly felt that he had another chance to perform, and immediately glanced at the dream-weaving beast with one cold eye. Now that the Athens Olympics are about to begin, everyone has of course surrounded Guo Zizhou, the great immortal. Once again, at the beginning of the year after opening the second stage of the mission, Guo Zizhou discussed with his dad and Song Peng and other people. Intending to this year in the field of athletics is mainly to adjust to the rest of the main. As Guo Zizhou had participated in a lot of competitions in the previous 2 years, his dad and the others nodded in agreement. Worryingly, as the heat of the war on the front lines has dropped, the Konoha village has more defense forces and has recently stepped up the intensity of its policing efforts. And while the two brothers feel that they have been very successful in their disguise, they know that it is not a long-term solution to keep up this disguise, and that sooner or later, they will reveal themselves. Kagyu, I didn't realize that there would still be so many people left after your side of the exam? Marino Ibiki icily swept a glance at the candidates remaining in the examination room and said in a flat tone, Emma, I don't have a clear concept of strength. I don't know how strong Samra was before, and I don't know how strong it is now. Li Xian slowly replied. How could he have forgotten that his master was Ben's jealousy? Maybe if his master regained his memory, he wasn't going to let him follow Yen Qing on the quest. Suyu was glad that when she opened her eyes again, her world had not changed. Her mother was still by her side, and she was still Morong Suyu, and she was still in the royal residence. Yi Jian frowned slightly, raising his head to gaze at divine Dr. Lu's spine until he had left the courtyard gate. Then he shook his head with a slight sigh. The already insufficiently strong thin wall that had been built on Qing Ji's heart felt like it had been hit by something and collapsed. Of course this encounter must be just in time. If not just in time can only be the kind of passerby. If it is just at that time, must come back to a stirring time flow story. Although Nieze was sometimes dodgy, he was never confused when it came to business. If there was an injury, it was only a bloody mark on his neck scratched out by the snow wolf's claws. He was really a bit surprised. He hadn't had time to go and settle the score with Chai Chi. Something happened to him first. He had a handsome face, not imagined to be as enchanting and beautiful as Liu Yan, and was a truly handsome manly man, but it always seemed that the tone of his voice made people feel that it didn't fit his temperament. Chapter 41, Little Brother. In a flash, everyone looked up at the sky. On the sword road paved with flying swords, someone stepped on the flying swords and walked, only to see that person and Li Fan the same, also wearing a white coat, jade tree, sword eyebrow, starry eyes as brilliant as stars, covered with sword intent, such as a sword out of the sheath, sharp to the extreme. When the surrounding people saw that sword stepping figure, they all envied it. This person, just like a sword fairy. Chen Yan's pupils contracted as he stared at the figure. The wisp of sword intent on Li Fan's body was like this person's, only that wisp of sword intent was nowhere near as sharp as this. He backed away silently, not getting into the crowd. The killing intent in the sword intent is extremely heavy. when avoiding its front. Su Bin, the governor of Chuzhou, also stopped his attack on Yuqing, and he looked up at the figure that came stepping on the sword, and for the first time, a sense of gravity appeared in those eyes. The world's sword cultivators come out of Lishan, and the Lishan sword cultivators are magnificent. He naturally knew who the visitor was, the youngest 5th realm sword cultivator in Dili, the son of the generation of sword heads on Mount Li, Wan Ruyu. This son's talent in the way of the sword is no weaker than his father's. Will he be the one to inherit that sword in Lishan? Nowadays, the whole of Dili, all want to know to whom that sword in Lishan belongs. Wan Ruyu stepped on the sword and came to Li Fan's side. Standing on top of the flying sword, Li Fan shouted, "Junior senior brother." Among the leaving mountain, other than old blind senior sister, he was closest to junior senior brother. Even the old blind man hadn't spent as much time with him as his senior sister and youngest brother. Junior brother, who bullied you? Wan Ruyu opened her mouth and asked. Li Fan's gaze looked across to that Vajra temple's faceless monk as well as that old snake, whose eyes flashed with a touch of scorn and his feet involuntarily retreated. The young master is in trouble after all. Leaving the mountain, here comes the great sword cultivator, that master and brother duo. Li Fan looked at that Vajra temple monk and said. The monk without a phase looked at Wan Ruyu and folded his hands and said, "Poor monk Vajra temple without a phase, your senior brother." Before his words fell, a killing flying sword exploded and arrived. The face of the monk without a phase changed in shock. The Buddha light on his body exploded, clanging, the golden bell to protect the body. The golden body is indestructible, and at the same time, the body retreated violently. Bang! The sword arrived, and the golden bell was broken in an instant. "Sure master, wait." A loud voice came, like a Buddhist lion's roar, shaking people's eardrums. A year-long monk rushed to run, but saw Wan Ruyu's left hand waved. Suddenly flying swords in succession, a sword followed by a sword to kill and arrive. That the monk couldn't take care of himself, instantly stopping his steps, the golden bell to protect his body. Wan Ruyu's right hand pressed towards the front. With a poof sound, the flying backward phaseless monk's golden body shattered in midair. The sharp sword passed through his golden body. He glanced down. The pierced body contained horrifying sword intent. In the next instant, that sword intent tore his golden body to shreds, and golden blood rained down from the sky. The flying sword turned and headed towards the heartless monk, who cried out, "Senior uncle, save me." Put. His head exploded and was pierced through by the sword chi. 2 Vajra temple Buddhist cultivators, killed in an instant. The bones are all gone. His mouth uncle, staring at the scene in front of him, do not dare to move a step. Seeing the tragic situation of the phaseless monks, the old snake of the medicine washing lake turned around and frantically disappeared. Wan Ruyu's sharp eyes swept that way, and in an instant, 9 flying swords killed at the same time, and the old snake let out a loud roar and transformed into a giant snake. The 9 swords descended, weaving and cutting through the giant snake's body, and the old snake was chopped into segments in a matter of moments, its head crashing to the ground. The dog minion. A miserable scream came out, only to see that the teenager of the medicine washing lake pretending to be crazy running to the side of that old snake. The snake's head eyes hadn't completely closed yet, looking at the teenager of the medicine washing lake. "Young master, the old slave will go first." Old snake said. "Dog slave, you are not allowed to die without my order." The teenager wiped his tears. "Young master, this time the old slave can't listen to you." The snake's eyes were about to close, and his breath was like a swimmer. "Young master, in the future, when the old slave is not around, don't offend people indiscriminately." After saying that, his eyes finally closed, and at that moment, a young girl figure came to mind. That young girl saved a snake by the roadside and brought it with her, and ever since then, the medicine washing lake had one more loyal servant. Finally, it's time to go down and stay with the lady. "Dog slave, I will avenge you," the teenager cried bitterly. As soon as his words fell, there was a poof as the sword pierced through his brow. The teenager died instantly, and the master and servant died together. The large Voltron villa was quiet at the moment, and everyone's eyes were on that sword cultivator. He stepped on his flying sword and killed 2 4th realm in a row without moving his body. "Mister, when killing like this in front of me, is it too much of a disregard for the Dali laws?" At this time, Chuzhou Governor Su Bin spoke up. Wan Ruyu's gaze landed on Su Bin as she asked, "Laying hands on my youngest senior brother, you gave the order?" As he spoke, only sword intent flowed from his body. The sound of sword whistling appeared in the sky, and the entire Voltron villa was covered by a killing sword intent. This sword intent landed directly on Su Bin, the governor of Chuzhou. The surrounding crowd were stunned looking at the scene in front of them. This Leishan sword cultivator who stepped on the sword. He didn't even bother to answer the words of the governor of Chuzhou. Even that killing intent landed on Su Bin. It was as long as he gave the order. Then, his sword, would fall, sharp as a tack. A thought appeared in the minds of all of them. The Linen County Magistrate Wang Yuan in the middle of the crowd quietly retreated back behind the crowd. As a county magistrate, he was in charge of hundreds of thousands of people in Linen County, but for the first time in his life, he had never seen such a sharp cultivator before. The governor of Chuzhou was a great figure in his eyes, and a single word could determine his life and death. Yet in the eyes of this Li Shan sword cultivator, it was as if he did not exist. In the past, he had only heard about the great sword cultivator of Mount Li, but this time, he had really seen it. Even Li Hongyi, who was on the side, was stunned. She glanced at Li Fan beside her, only to see that Li Fan looked as usual and did not feel strange in the slightest. Of course he knew what kind of person his little senior brother was, not to mention the governor of Chuzhou. Even if the emperor of Dili was here, little brother would probably draw his sword just the same. The second elder brother said that in the Leafy Mountain, the youngest brother's sword was the sharpest and the most paranoid, and perhaps this had something to do with the death of the youngest brother's father. Su Bin silent half a dozen times. This Chuzhou governor is also able to speak people, but was Wen Ruyu sentenced to the silence, as a party of vassals, when someone like this to speak to him? What's more, it was the sword intent that fell on him. The surrounding practitioners of the Imperial Court's Demon Beheading Division all looked solemn, their bodies releasing their mana and standing by. So, this teenager is from Mount Li? Su Bin asked as he looked at Li Fan. Why ask knowingly? Wen Ruyu's words were still sharp. Isn't it precisely for Lei Shan that the court moved Voltron Villa? Junior brother, who gave the order? Wen Ruyu looked at Li Fan and asked. Li Fan gazed into the crowd and found that County Magistrate Wang Yuan. Wen Ruyu's gaze looked that way, and when he felt the sword intent in the other party's eyes, Wang Yuan only felt as if his eyes were pierced through, as if there was a sword plunging straight into them. Lord Governor. Wang Yuan looked at Su Bin for help, but he saw Wen Ruyu raise her hand and point, and with a poof, a bloody hole appeared in the brow of the county magistrate Wang Yuan, who was in charge of a county with a population of hundreds of thousands, and he collapsed with his eyes wide open. He categorically did not think that he would die this way. Junior brother, who else wants to kill? Wen Ruyu looked at Li Fan. Her voice was flat, and all the people around him were trembling with fear, and when Li Fan's gaze swept in, they all shrunk their heads, especially that Chun Yen. Even the person was already out of sight. Li Fan actually did not find each other from the crowd. Wen Ruyu, Su Bin shouted angrily, his goatee whiskers twitching as he stared at him. Back then, the Imperial Court paid a huge price to take down the great demon Yurong's family, but Li Shan forcibly wanted to take away the great Zhao Yuqing, who brutalized innocent women in this Linen County, and instructed the demons to cause chaos, and this teenager, together with Yuqing, wantonly killed people in Linen County, and you, as the son of the last generation of the head of the Li Shan sword, not only didn't do anything for the heavens, but you actually aided in the abuse of the world, and killed the court officials. May I ask if this is your intention, or the intention of the departing mountain? Leaving the mountain and finally making a move. When Ruyu's eyes swept toward Su Bin, a sword intent shot out. Su Bin categorically did not think that when Ruyu really direct shot, the body of mana instantly turned into a barrier. The sword intent instantly killed and blasted on top of that mana barrier, causing Su Bin's body to fly back. Unbridled, the surrounding cultivators released their mana, and when Ruyu's figure rose into the sky, her sword intent monstrous as she spoke icily, "Don't mention him again." As his words fell, a shadow stepped out from him, followed by a second and a third. These shadows instantly flew toward the distance, turning into countless sharp swords. The demons in Linen City were still raging, and at this moment, as if they sensed something, they suddenly looked up at the sky, and then they saw a sword falling down. Poof poof, countless sharp swords hang down from the sky, stabbing into those demons. The demons screamed miserably and fled madly, but where can they escape? In the blink of an eye, an unknown number of demons were killed. Many of the people in Linen County had survived the robbery, and when they saw the shadow of the sword in the sky, they fell to their knees and kowtowed in worship. Is this the heavenly sword immortal striking? You cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Can you cut down the hearts of the people in this Dali world like devils? When Ruyu's voice resounded through Linen, and when his eyes opened, his divine eyes also swept around him like a sharp sword, and no one dared to meet his gaze. Li Shan cuts down the demons and eliminates the devils, but this world, however, wants to destroy Li Shan. The court? You guys know how to decapitate demons too? When Ruyu's eyes were sarcastic as she looked at Su Bin and said, "All of you, get out of here. Li Shan, are you going to make an enemy of the court and the world?" Someone in the void spoke. When Ruyu raised her eyes and immediately another sword was born. The killing sword light pierced into the void, and with a poof, there was blood dripping from the air. I know that many of you didn't come out, whether it's you or the people behind you. If you want to enter the leaving mountain, you can just go there directly. Why do you need to look for these great righteousness and maim the innocent? One Ryu spoke aloud, full of benevolence and morality. But behind the scenes it's all about cannibalism. Hypocrisy. The people who appeared in front of me are all pawns. Behind Su Bin is the Dali court, while the others are all traitors as well as here the court to move away from the mountain of falling stones. Li Shan, I'll make a note of it. There were mana fluctuations in the sky. In that case, it's definitely time to go on a walk to Mount Li. The people in the shadows opened their mouths one after another. Su Bin also stared at one Ryu and opened his mouth. In this matter, I will appeal to the court myself. After saying that, he only waved his hand, and at once he withdrew with his men and horses. The demon beheading division and the demon suppressing army, a line of figures left in great numbers. Among the crowd, Linen County Lieutenant Chao Gong is collecting the body for the county magistrate Wang Yuan. He is also a person under the existence of this Linen County. But today here, do not dare to send a word. Standing like a mole cricket, off the mountain, he had, today, finally seen it. Chapter 42, Sacrifice. Rosen was slightly stunned, and after sweeping his eyes over the slowly moving giant tornado, he realized that where it passed, although it was a mess, the sandstorms around him that had originally not seen the light of day had also thinned out a lot, as if the power had all been sucked away by the holding tornado. Zhao Xian'er's consciousness backed up, but unfortunately, she still couldn't escape Lu Xian's clutches, and was once again embraced. Only at this time the direction was changed and became face to face. Do you really want to do it so absolutely? Tang Li frowned slightly. This man was even more cold-blooded than she had imagined. Come to think of it, she would have to leave a way out for herself as well. In case he flipped out someday, wouldn't she be doomed? I was so angry that I turned around and glared at him fiercely, but I realized that he had long ago slipped away with his feet on the ground, and by the looks of it, he should have gone downstairs to pay the bill. Gu Yan is also blaring at me. Hate to throw me in the frying pan once and then swallowed. In mid-air, Rosen stood on the back of the wind feather python, letting the sea breeze blow a head of silver hair into disarray. The surface of this bed, which is specialized for massage shooting, is made with a hole, and the user's face can be placed in front of the hole so as not to interfere with breathing. Luo Jin, who was showing his fan and flicked it lightly, was extremely cozy and comfortable. Of course, he could feel Liang's second son's inquiry and speculation about himself, but he didn't think it was disobedient. Liang Zhixing's care for Liang Zhixing from the heart is enough to make his character a worry-free one. This matter was joined by the king of Dongping and spread to a great extent in the folklore. The common people thought that this was a miracle and that something big might happen in Dongping Kingdom. Chen Hu made a sweeping move, using the rock-solid silver spear in his hand to whip the surrounding snow wolves away, hardening a passageway. As for that dark Inshin, it was also the same as Long Qianyu, who had defeated many opponents without a word or a sound, all the way to the semifinals. However, Long Qianyu, at least in the tens of thousands of years ago, also had in the 3000 world made a name for himself, is considered to be lying down to taste the guts after the first shock. But this dark Inshin, it's bizarre. Nodding her head, indicating that she didn't want to continue to dwell on such a problem, Lin Wei sat down and looked at the breakfast on the table, then twitched the corners of her mouth. Su Bei looked up and happened to see Lin Wei's appearance, then awkwardly coughed twice. When he brought up the topic of avenging his parents just now, he was actually trying to pluck Zoe and Moonlight out of this next vicious battle. At this moment, in the face of Su Lingfeng, who was in the process of advancing, everyone was already unable to use words to express their inner surprise and shock. Old Mrs. Lin suddenly opened her eyes and glared sharply at Lin Wei. Lin Wei, on the other hand, beamed with dissatisfaction. In fact, she still didn't understand why every time she came home, old Mrs. Lin always had to put on such a show, and there was no one else. It was just her. If the second imperial brother came here to test the waters, then what was the reason for the great imperial brother to come over? Looking towards the visitor, Lin Wei stopped him in his tracks and the wine inside his tray nearly spilled out. The man called Liang Zi hurriedly held the tray steady, then glared at Lin Wei. The onlookers of the immortal king's house disciples, seeing Ding Yu come up and lift his hand and break Dream returning Sky's killing move, directly obliterating the 10,000 swords technique that the formless sword had executed, all looked dumbfounded at once. Really? That's really great. Congratulations to your majesty on the successful negotiation. Hearing Su Ye's reply, Qin Jian was also happy for the Blue Ridge Kingdom from the bottom of his heart. If there was an exchange of commerce and trade, it would greatly benefit the Blue Ridge Kingdom's development. If the earth-splitting seal was able to strike someone within such a close distance, not to mention a character of the same realm, or even an opponent one level higher than the caster, they would definitely have to eat their words. The identity of Liki Gui Nai is more special. At least it is the king of Gui Yi. nominally much higher than his identity as a school lieutenant. This is a piece of extremely poor quality soul god crystal. Basically there isn't much soul energy. There's not much use for me to use it myself. Instead it's easy to get myself killed. This soul god crystal thing can't be devoured indiscriminately. If it's devoured haphazardly, the one who will end up dead will definitely be me. Naichu shook his head somewhat helplessly inside. Kangxi cannot touch the strength of the fruit, but he knows the bottom of the fruit. Do not understand the animal metal, this aspect of the poison. The supernatural bar can also at best control the palace guards. Even Nuamin cannot deal with, let alone outside the city of the 8 banners elite soldiers. By now, he finally knew the hardship of being a patriarch, and knew his father Wang Gongming's suffering in the beginning. Injin out of the Qinqing Palace, did not directly out of the palace, but turned to Ningshou Palace to find the Empress Dowager. He wanted to ask the Empress Dowager to persuade Kangxi again. Ruoshi, good night. Xia Ruoshi gave a wordless peace and turned around as well, but without any semblance of sleep. Yes, my lord. Li Yuan was secretly shocked, not realizing that this visitor was actually Wang Mang's family. Now that the new movie Lin Yun shot had been publicized by CBS and Lei Sherdong's company, it immediately caused a huge sensation in the rice country. But now, the situation was completely different from what she had imagined, which made her react a little. Lin Yun for this reason, but also to Zhou Xingjing and others set the price. In overseas to receive the film or the film to be in the rice country, the pay is how much. But if the film is only released in Hong Kong Island or some of the bottom of Southeast Asia, then the pay is only up to 4 million. How the effect is not known. However, the body should be beneficial to the body, because for the body type of the problem, does not need to match what herbs. The materials used in this recipe are fruits. If it cannot play a role, as the maintenance of the skin, eat more fruits was originally beneficial to the skin. Gongziyu said. Chapter 43, The Jianghu. Li Fan had been practicing for a long time, and after nightfall, he was still practicing. However, he was much quieter inside. The Jiaolong soul with its demonic pills helped him to condense his martial spirit, but it was thought that Li Fan would still need time to digest this. Wen Ruyu had been sitting next to him to keep watch, and at this time, he opened his eyes and withdrew the sword intent around the Voltron villa, and everything seemed to be restored as before. Seeing this, Li Hongyi knew that everything had settled. He said to Wen Ruyu, Elder, I'll go out. If Li Fan wakes up and asks, say that I've gone to look for my father. Wen Ruyu glanced at Li Hongyi and nodded. Good. Many thanks, senior. Li Hongyi said and walked towards the outside of Voltron villa. Lu Ji was still guarding Li Fan's side. Or maybe it wasn't Li Fan she was guarding. Li Hongyi left Voltron villa. The night in Linen County is still quiet. The demon has disappeared, like it was withdrawn overnight. But the people still have palpitations. No one goes out. Wen Ruyu's words rang in her mind, full of benevolence and morality. Behind it all was cannibalism. The whole demon rebellion. It turns out, just to deal with the mountains, to find an excuse. Just for such an excuse. So that Linen County do not know how many innocent people lost their lives. Cutting down the demons sounded extraordinarily ironic at the moment. Li Hongyi, with a complicated heart, returned home, only to find that her father was not at home, which made her worry inside. After waiting at home for a few moments, Li Hongyi went out to look for it again, and by this time, she was already a bit panicked inside. Under the moonlight, Li Hongyi ran all the way to the place where Li Daoqing fought during the day. No one was around, and there were still many demon corpses on the ground that hadn't been cleaned up. So Li Hongyi shouted, Father, it should be fine. Li Hongyi comforted herself in her heart and continued to run forward. Father, Li Hongyi was still nowhere to be found, and she stood still, looking around. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, as if she had been hit hard by something, and her face instantly turned white. Her gaze fell in one direction, silver light flickering in the night, and she took a step forward, only to see a silver spear sticking out of the corpse of a demon. Father, Li Hongyi tears flowed down instantly, looking at the silver lance in a daze. This is her father's gun. There is blood on the gun. She drew her silver spear and then ran as if she were crazy, yelling non-stop. Over and over the echoes came from the silent night air, but there was no response. I don't know how long I ran, but Li Hongyi squatted on the ground, hands clasping her knees, crying and weeping bitterly. She thought she would die, but she didn't think anything would happen to her father. Dad, although often say that he is not very capable, cannot teach her anything, but in the heart of Li Hongyi, her father is the most powerful person in the world. She was internally strung out, guilty, and blaming herself. I don't know how long I've been crying. A flash of fish white appeared in the east. The people of Linen County opened their homes and looked outside with some caution. Finally believing that the demon had disappeared, they walked out one after another. Dawn came, and a ray of life gradually returned to Lin County after the robbery. Girl, what's wrong with you? An old man asked to Li Hongyi when he saw her leaning against the corner. Li Hongyi looked up, her eyes empty and lifeless. Hey! The old man sighed in his heart. This disaster. Linen County and I do not know how many people's wives are separated. The family broke up. This beautiful girl child. I hope to carry through it. Do you need help, girl? The old man asked. Shaking his head, Li Hongyi stood up, dragging his silver spear forward like a walking corpse. She got daddy killed. If it wasn't for her, father wouldn't have gotten involved in this demonic rebellion. Li Hongyi walked aimlessly, I don't know how long, and walked back to his home, feeling the familiar everything in front of him, as if everywhere is the shadow of his father. Li Hongyi walked to the courtyard steps, put the silver gun on the ground, and then curled up there, as if in a daze. After a long time, she cried out in pain, tearing her heart out. Dad's not around anymore. Li Fan finally woke up from his cultivation. Opening his eyes, the qi and blood in his body was even more vigorous. A dragon's roar came out, and golden vertical lines appeared in the pupils of his eyes, just like the eyes of a dragon. With a thought, a golden scaly dragon silhouette appeared behind him. The strength of his flesh body had unexpectedly broken through again, to the peak Zhongshe realm, which he had just broken through a few days ago. Lu Ji had been staring at Li Fan's Jiaolong martial spirit as if she was searching for something. Li Fan took back his martial spirit, turned around, and called out, Junior senior brother. When Ruyu got up and walked towards Li Fan and spoke, Junior brother, have you gained anything from this trip down the mountain? Seen the human heart, Li Fan said, and also knew a little about the outside world. It's just the tip of the iceberg. The stronger your cultivation in the future, the more you will see. Never trust the human heart. The most trustworthy thing in this world is the sword in your hand. When Ruyu said, Aha! Li Fan nodded. Little senior brother, leaving the mountain, will it be dangerous? The imperial court, and the Dali clans, are going to move Lei Shan. The people he saw this time, even the so-called big shot Chuzhou governor, were just pawns, and behind the scenes of these people, there was a pair of invisible big hands. If this Dali world wants to shake Li Mountain, it has to pay a price. When Ruyu's voice was sharp, Junior brother, I'll go back with you, Li Fan said. I still have things to do. Junior brother, you can depart back to Mount Li. Master and sister are waiting for you. When Ruyu said, Good, Li Fan didn't ask much. This auger corpse, I will bury it in the sea. When Ruyu spoke to Lu Ji, who froze, then nodded, the corpse of Yu Qin will be fought over, and she can't take it with her. Since when Ruyu was willing to help with the burial in the sea, she of course had no problem with Yu Qin being born in the North Sea. By the way, that girl asked me to tell you that she went to look for her father. After when Ruyu finished speaking, she took the corpse of the auger dragon and rode away with her sword. Watching the flying sword weaving away, Li Fan thought to himself that his youngest senior brother was still the same as before. With his eyes retracted, Li Fan noticed that Lu Ji was looking at him with very complicated eyes. Li Fan said to her, Although you promised Senior Yu, but Senior Yu is afraid that he is thinking about your safety and security. So you can leave and I will let my youngest brother not go to pursue the matter. Isn't your little senior brother afraid that I'll eat you? Lu Ji said to Li Fan. You try? Li Fan said carelessly. Lu Ji then thought that when Ruyu left without even warning her about anything, and must have given Li Fan a life-preserving card on his body, or else he wouldn't have left just as easily. You don't have to look at me like this. As junior brother said, there is no such thing as right or wrong. If you can kill junior brother one day, you can try, but before that, I will kill you first. Li Fan said indifferently. Are all of you people from Leaving Mountain so cold-blooded and heartless? Lu Ji said. Li Fan didn't reply to Lu Ji's words. His youngest brother could draw his sword on anyone for him, and so could he. Off the mountain, it was his home. Brother and sister, they are his family. Go out for a walk. Li Fan opened his mouth. Where to? Ryuji asked. Get 2 horses. Li Fan said. Horses? Yanagi wondered. Why don't you take on your original form and I'll ride you back to Mount Li? Li Fan said. It's not like he could ride on a sword like his little senior brother. Ryuji glared at him. Humans have a strong ability to adapt. Linen County demon tide receded. The county quickly restored its former vitality. Although still palpitating, the back of 1,000 holes, but from the surface, the county has been gradually lively. In the streets and alleys, many of the people of Linen County were discussing yesterday's events. Yesterday the sky descended flying swords and killed a city full of demons. I don't know which character it was. It was really like a sword fairy, but it's a pity that I couldn't see his face. Since the court shot, it is said that yesterday, the great demon of Voltron Villa has been ambushed. The demon head was executed. The great sword cultivator of the court shot and killed the city full of demons and evils. And then the governor of the state led the army to leave. I don't know what to say. But the great sword cultivator who struck yesterday was a Lei Shan sword cultivator. Li Shan? Isn't Ri Shan the culprit for colluding with the demons? People cloud also cloud. The world, how foolish. More than 10 years ago, the demon scourge of the world is away from the mountain sword cultivator out of the mountain. Away from the mountain. And how will collude with the demon? As Li Fan walked down the street, he heard various voices of discussion. Li Fan and Lu Ji walked on the street with their horses and heard the voice of the people talking. The court is in control of Dali. What they say is the truth. The people naturally think what is the truth. It was difficult for the people to pry into the affairs of the cultivation world, but it doesn't matter. Survival on Earth is what it's all about. Passing by the inn where he had stayed that day, Li Fan looked up and thought of Li Hongyi. Li Fan's eyes revealed a smile. In the street in front, someone steered a horse, attracting a lot of hoots and hollers. Li Fan looked over there, and then he saw a red dress moving with the wind, which made Li Fan feel marvelous that it was such a coincidence. Miss Li, Li Fan shouted out of habit, and these 3 words Miss Li were actually somewhat affectionate. Li Hongyi steered her horse to Li Fan's side and stopped in front of him. Why did you go for so long? Is Senior okay? Li Fan asked. Li Hongyi shook her head, and when she saw Li Fan leading the horse, she asked, where are you going to go? Take a trip back to Mount Li. Li Fan said. Aha. Li Hongyi nodded gently. What about you? Levon asked. Go to my mother. Li Hongyi said. Accompany you when I'm done with my work? Li Fan thought of what he promised Li Hongyi. No need. Li Hongyi shook her head. Also good. Li Fan did not say anything more and said, in that case, be careful on the way. Farewell, Li Hongyi said, then strangled his horse and turned around. After a pause, Li Hongyi did not leave, but rolled over and dismounted, turning toward Li Fan. Miss Li, what's wrong? Li Fan said. Li Hongyi walked up to Li Fan, her 4 eyes facing each other, causing Li Fan to freeze. Looking at the beautiful eyes that were close by, Li Hongyi walked forward and gently hugged Li Fan, then turned around and flew onto the horse with a leap of her body. Farewell, giddy up. Li Hongyi raised the whip and the steed sped through the streets. Under the setting sun, that red dress was like streaming light, and the gemstone on her forehead was glittering, but on that delicate face, there were already tears streaming down her face. She's the only one left in the jungle. Chapter 44, Leaving the Mountain. The Dali dynasty has a vast territory, where humans, demons, ghosts and gods coexist. Humans in the city, sperms in the wild. There are only a few humans, living in villages outside the city, but also as close to the county town as possible to avoid the scourge of demons. Thousands of miles away from Linen County, in the middle of the vast wilderness, there was a large mountain that few people had ever visited. At that moment, 2 stallions galloped through the mountains. Giddy up. Horses galloping. Riding ahead is a teenager. Fast horse whip. Return to the heart of the arrow. The person riding behind him is an enchanting woman with seductive eyes and a hot body. And that towering part undulates and moves when he is galloping. Hurry up. The teenager glanced back at the rippling image and couldn't help but return his gaze. This snake demon is ferocious. The 2 were none other than Li Fan and Lu Ji. What are you anxious about? Lu Ji said lazily. After that day, she seemed to be back to her old self, hiding her heart in the bottom of her heart. Looking at the figure in front, Lu Ji was a little puzzled. This journey, the road also has many twists and turns, encountered a lot of elves and monsters. So, how did Li Fan arrive at Linen County alone before? Or is someone silently escorting the entourage in the shadows? The world has many rumors about Mount Li, but not many people really understand Mount Li. Only know that Mount Li practitioners are very powerful, and Mount Li sword cultivators are even more famous in the world. In the demonic turmoil a dozen years ago, it was the Lei Shan sword cultivator who came out of the mountain and shocked the world with his sword. Perhaps, those top clan families knew more about Lei Shan as well as the imperial court. About Lei Shan, however, she would like to see what the leaving mountain, which had imprisoned her master for more than 10 years and had him sacrificed, looked like on this trip. Also, what was Li Fan's status in Li Shan, and why was he the candidate for the sacrifice? Looking at the master's last words, he should be very satisfied with Li Fan. The steed crashed through the mountain canyon, and although Li Fan hadn't been away for long, his heart returned. He misses his senior sister. The 2 of them passed through the canyon, and a mist appeared in front of them. Li Fan continued to raise his whip forward and rushed directly into the canyon mist, and Lu Ji also followed, rushed out of the misty canyon. The 2 strangled the horse. Lu Ji looked ahead, was actually stunned, only to see the smoke curling up in front. There are many houses scattered, is actually a huge village in town. When the eyes looked further, they saw an immortal mountain surrounded by a worldly place. Arrived, Li Fan said. Is this the leaving mountain? Lu Ji looked into the distance. Feeling extraordinarily small between the mountains, Li Fan continued to move forward, whipping his horse quickly and heading towards the village and town in front of him. Ahead is the Lei Shan village. Don't talk nonsense when you get to the village. Follow me closely, otherwise I'm afraid something will happen to you. Li Fan opened his mouth, listening to his senior sister said that the village was the gateway to Lei Shan. It had existed for thousands of years. It was on this land that Lei Shan was conceived. Ryuji bristled. The smoke and fire are even more intense as we enter the village of Lei Shan. The rooms of the offspring village were not connected, but were built randomly, spread out between these mountains. Li Fan dismounted his horse when he reached the entrance of the village and said to Lu Ji, "Come down." Yanagi gave him a look, but dismounted, leading the horse into the village. Lu Ji surveyed the village and town in front of her, and the village outside is a little different. Here the village and town seems to have a vibrant vitality. The village is full of leaving mountain disciples? Ryuji asked. No. Li Fan shook his head and replied, most of them are just ordinary villagers. Lu Ji nodded her head. So it seems that the villagers should all be ordinary people, and the real cultivators from the mountain should be in that mountain range ahead. Two people passed a house. Outside the door of a bare-chested man holding a large knife is chopping meat. Blood splattered stained all over. Lu Ji led the horse to lean away from some of the fear of blood splattered on the body. Instead, Li Fan smiled and shouted, Uncle Lu. The bare-chested man looked up and saw Li Fan. He grinned and shouted, Yo, son-in-law is back. Come, come, come. With that he shouted into the room. Yeah, your man is back. TSK. Lu Ji looked at Li Fan with a smile on the side. And a fiancé? You have a fiancé and you're still hooking up? That girl in red. She was so sad when she left. Li Fan, however, smiled awkwardly and said, Uncle Lu, I am still small. Little brother Fan. A crisp voice came from the house, and then a 15 or 16-year-old girl was seen walking out. But Lu Ji froze when she saw the other party. This young girl has a sweet voice, but her body, in fact, is a little too fat. Yeah, Li Fan weakly shouted. Put. Next to her, Ryoji couldn't really help but laugh. She covered her mouth with her hand, but she still couldn't hold it back. Who are you? The girl saw Ryuji laugh out loud, then noticed her. The smile on her face instantly disappeared and she looked at Ryuji with a hostile-like look in her eyes. What are you laughing at? Where did the demonic spirit come from to seduce my son-in-law? The bare-chested man also glared at Lu Ji. This word goblin. Lu Ji didn't know how to interpret it. Lu Ji was silent, glancing at Li Fan, remembering his words. It was a village, but after all, it was away from the foot of the mountain, and she didn't want to cause trouble. Besides, she didn't want to be general with the villagers. My daughter asked you what you're laughing at? The bare-chested man continued. Lu Ji frowned. A mountain village boy. This arrogant? What's it to you what I'm laughing at? Ryuji wasn't in a very good mood already, so how could she take the heat? The bare-chested man thrust the knife violently, directly into the middle of the cutting board, and said to the young girl next to him, Xiao Ya, go and boil water, with the fire burning brighter and more. Aha! The girl next to her glared at Ryuji and nodded. Uncle Lu. Li Fan wanted to say something, but saw the red shoulder man said in a serious manner. Son-in-law, outside the goblins cannot be trusted. Only my family Xiaoya is sincere to treat you well. You are to eat the meat of the Lu uncle family grew up. Uncle does not lie to you. Li Fan did grow up eating meat from Uncle Lu's house. When he was a child, he had a disease that could kill him, and Uncle Lu went into the mountains every day to hunt wild game, and he could eat a lot of meat at that time. Xiaoya also followed him a piece, and then got fat. So, of course, Li Fan knew that Uncle Lu was good to him, but to say that as son-in-law is never allowed. Marriage is not a child's play. The bare-chested man took a big step toward Lu Ji, who frowned and turned to Li Fan. This isn't me causing trouble. Said eyes also went cold as he stared at the large, bare-chested man walking towards him. This meat butcher is so wild. The bare-chested man stepped in front of Lu Ji and raised his hand towards her. Lu Ji coldly snorted, arm above the flow of demonic energy, convergence in the fist, towards the red shoulder big man body smashed. She did not use full force. Give each other some lessons enough. Li Fan skimmed his gaze, unable to bear to look at it. The bare-chested man didn't bother to block Lu Ji's fist. That fist solidly blasted on the bare-chested man, but saw the other party not move. That big hand with back calluses continued to grab towards her, directly clasping towards her throat. Lu Ji realized that something was wrong and exerted a fierce force on her fists, but it was too late. A large hand directly clasped her throat and lifted her with one hand, holding her up in the air. Lu Ji's legs glared as the bare-chested man exerted himself, and she was instantly drained of strength, only feeling like she was going to die of gas. To hit a snake, you have to hit 7 inches, the bare-chested man said. Son-in-law, stay at my house for dinner today. Snake soup stew. Great tonic. Yanagi. So that's what the other guy meant when he told his daughter to boil water? The bare-chested man carried Ryuji toward the house, and Ryuji glanced at the meat he was chopping on the cutting board. That wouldn't be goblin meat, would it? Uncle Lu have mercy. Li Fan weakly shouted. What? This leprechaun is covered in the smell of snake slut. Can't give it up? The bare-chested man looked at Li Fan. Uncle Lu is mistaken. This demonic spirit was captured by Junior Brother and made her follow and escort me. Li Fan said. What Mr. Win means. The bare-chested man seemed to have some respect for Wenryu, and only then did he let go of his hand and glared at Lu Ji. Don't seduce my son-in-law. Be careful, I'll chop you up. Cough. Ryuji bent over and coughed violently. Slowing down, she looked up at the bare-chested man, only to see the other man pick up his knife and look at her with a fury in his body. Lu Ji immediately skimmed her gaze, not daring to meet his eyes, and she looked at Li Fan again with innocent eyes. Ordinary villagers? She'd never had that kind of aggravation. Xiao Ya, the snake soup is not going to work. Don't boil the water, the bare-chested man said. Son-in-law, there's other meat here. Stay and eat. No, Uncle Lu, I still have things to look for my senior sister. Li Fan didn't dare to linger for fear that Uncle Lu would really give Lu Ji a. That's fine. Come over when you have time. Xiaoya often reads about you, the bare-chested man said. Okay. Li Fan nodded and said to the young girl next to him. Xiaoya, I'll come see you some other day. Aha. The young girl nodded, looking at Li Fan's back with some reluctance. After Li Fan left, the bare-chested man said. Xiaoya, why don't we change the man? This kid is getting better looking as he grows up. I'm afraid he's a womanizer. I just love little brother Van. The young girl was displeased. Well, nodded the bare-chested man. Next time he comes, give him raw rice. Li Fan hadn't gone far yet, and his feet were a little unsteady when he heard his words. You call this an ordinary villager? Lu Ji's eyes looked at Li Fan with resentment. I'm young and I don't understand, Li Fan innocently said. Growing up in the village as a child, the village took care of him. Everyone was indeed an ordinary villager, and he wasn't surprised that everyone was better than him at that time. But take a trip out and come back to see the village again. Seems a little different? Chapter 45, Sister. Lu Ji followed behind Li Fan in a depressed manner, looking at him with a bit of a grudge in her eyes. In front, there are clangs and clangs coming from a blacksmith store. The storeyard door is wide open. Inside, the sparks are shooting. The man who beats the iron is likewise bare-chested. The blacksmith of the village. Uncle Yang, Li Fan shouted. Little Fan, why did you go out for a few days and still bring a pussy back? Aren't you afraid that senior sister will beat you up? The blacksmith looked at Lu Ji and spoke. Senior sister knows, Li Fan said. It's good to know. Hurry up and go see your senior sister. The blacksmith continued to beat iron. Li Fan continued on. Lu Ji didn't talk back this time, growing a lesson. In front, there is a huge ancient tree with flourishing leaves. The body of this ancient book tree is as thick as 10 people encircling it, and there is a huge tree hole in the tree, which is actually a room. Outside the house, 2 men were cooling off under a large tree. Hello Dame Wang. Hello Grandpa Samuel. Li Fan shouted. Little Fan is back. He's gotten quite handsome again after not seeing him for a few days. Dame Wang sized up Li Fan. I see that you are not too young. Dame will introduce you to a marriage. What do you think of my family Xiaoqi? She is practicing in the mountains and is now very powerful. Your family Xiaoqi is only 15 or less. Right. And you're in a hurry to get married? An older man leaned against the front of the treehouse, a large pipe dangling from his mouth, gulping down smoke. Not too young to have a baby. Dame Wang looked at Li Fan. Xiao Fan, you and Xiaoqi grew up together. Childhood sweethearts. What do you think? I have to ask senior sister. Li Fan made an excuse. It's good that you agree. Your senior sister will definitely listen to you. Dame Wang grinned. You also don't open your eyes to see. Does your family Xiaoqi have someone else who can give birth? The old master's gaze went to Lu Ji next to him, narrowed his eyes, and smiled at Li Fan. Little Fan has a good eye. It's good to be born and raised at a glance. Little Fan, don't you learn bad things outside? Wang Danian looked at Lu Ji and said, men always have to grow up. It looks fine to me. The Grandpa Samuel had a head of white hair, and a few teeth had fallen out. Grandpa Samuel, why is your hair all white? Li Fan looked at the old man and asked, remembering that when he was a child, the old man's hair was still half black. Ahem. You say. The old man coughed a few times and glared at Li Fan. I've been gripped by you for more than 10 years. How can my hair not turn gray? Li Fan smiled nervously and looked up at the tree. It was already bare. Just a few fruits left. Lu Ji also raised her head to look at those fruits. The color was bright red. There was even a fluctuation of aura. She was a little restless inside. Her tongue licked her mouth. Little Fan is so lucky. Grandpa Samuel said as he looked at Lu Ji. Lu Ji gazed at the old man and said with a smile. The old man's teeth are almost gone, but his mouth is quite powerful. This old man has half a foot in the ground. He can't be as good a fighter as that butcher. Can he? The old man can be more than just a powerful mouth. Grandpa Samuel spat out smoke. Suddenly the tree branches above Lu Ji's head instantly skyrocketed. Her complexion changed abruptly, wanting to retreat, but she saw that the tree branches instantly entangled her body solidly. She struggled with all her might, but the tree branches that entangled her were getting tighter and tighter, and hoisted her up. Tree spirit, you are a goblin. Ryuji looked at the old man. Aren't you? The old man shot back. Li Fan looked at Lu Ji somewhat innocently. Why didn't he remember? Grandpa Samuel. Li Fan just wanted to say something. The branches will fly back. Lu Ji's body fell to the ground. The old man spit out a mouthful of smoke. Xiao Fan a joke with her. You will not mind. Don't mind. Li Fan said. Grandpa Samuel, I'm going to see my senior sister. Hurry up. The old man urged. Li Fan continued on his way, and Lu Ji followed in aggravation. You old undead. Spoiling my good deed. Wang Daniang glared at Elder Samuel. When you were a child, you didn't look down on people, but now why are you rushing the ducks up the ladder? The old man despised. You're farting. The moment I look at this baby, he's got a big future. Ha, it's Miss Yi you're looking at, isn't it? Miss Yi is really good to little Fan. Dame Wang didn't deny it either. That's right. Brought up single-handedly. Can it be bad? You remember when Xiaofan first came to the village, don't you? At that time he was sick and not well received. Why don't you remember? Everyone says that little Fan will become a demon when he grows up. What's wrong with demons? I remember it snowing so hard that morning. Yes, that day. With the wind and snow, early in the morning, Missy held the teenager and knocked on the door from house to house, knocking all over the village. The old man was caught up in his memories, still remembering that early morning more than 10 years ago. A stunning woman knocked open the hole in the tree and, with a pleading smile, bowed to him, asking him to take more care of the teenager. The fairy-like figure, bending low and pleading with them to take care of the young man, went from house to house begging. Can they not say yes? Since then, the teenager has lived in the village. Yes, that's Miss Yi. It's rumored that she not only knocked on the village door, but also killed her way up the mountain. From then on, away from the mountain, no one said anything to the teenager, mentioning that he would grow up to become a demon. Poor old man me. I've been gripped bald by that kid ever since. And you don't willingly. That's Miss Yi. Yes, that's Miss Yi. Miss Yi is so nice to Xiaofan. This senior sister. She's even more dear than her own sister. Li Fan and Lu Ji continued to lead their horses and met many acquaintances along the way. The sound of reading came from the front. Li Fan looked towards that side. Then he saw a piece of ground. A lot of children sitting around a piece. In the middle of them, a young man sat there. This young scholar-like, well-mannered. Not far from his side, there is a buffalo is drinking water. Little brother Fan is back. A child shouted out when he saw Li Fan. And instantly the other children's eyes looked this way and got up to run towards Li Fan. Brother little Fan, what's it like outside? Is it fun? A teenager asked Li Fan with eyes full of curiosity. Brother Xiaofan, who is this pretty sister? You've only been out for a few days and you've taken a daughter-in-law? Can you bring me back such a good-looking daughter-in-law as well? You brats! Who let you run around recklessly? The youth also got up and came this way, looking at Li Fan. Junior brother, back. Second senior brother. Li Fan looked at the young scholar and shouted. His gaze kept sizing up the scholar as if he was recognizing him for the first time. With curiosity. What are you looking at me for, young master? The scholar asked. Nothing. Li Fan shook his head. The second elder brother usually taught the children in the village to read and write as well as the principles of being a human being. Li Fan had never seen him practicing. The second elder brother said that he didn't know much about cultivation, and would only read some dead books, and often let him read books. Li Fan also read a lot, and knew some truths from the books. But after Li Fan went out for a trip, he thought to himself, does second senior brother really not know how to cultivate? Alright, all of you, sit back down and keep reading, the scholar said to the teenagers, who then reluctantly sat back down and continued reading. Junior brother, go and check on senior sister, the scholar said. Good. Li Fan nodded and continued to walk forward, passing by the buffalo, only to see that the large buffalo bull's eyes kept looking at him. Li Fan's footsteps stopped as he also looked at this buffalo, and an odd thought could not help but appear in his mind. This buffalo was raised by the second brother, since he was a child, and it doesn't seem to have changed. One man and one cow were wide-eyed. Big brother buffalo, you wouldn't be a demon too, right? Li Fan asked in a low voice. If he was a demon, he should be able to see it. Could it be that he was a great demon and his realm was too deep? The buffalo blared at Li Fan and turned to walk away, its tail wagging. What do you mean? Li Fan wondered in his heart. He took the horse and continued on, following the village road all the way to the end. A mountain range was connected in front of him. Li Fan once again mounted the horse and galloped on the mountain road, returning to his home. Lu Ji followed behind, curious in her heart. Why is she in a hurry again at this moment? Could it be that it's because of his senior sister? The leeward mountain is huge, with rolling hills and many ancient peaks. Li Fan traveled upwards along an ancient peak on the outskirts of Mount Li, all the way to the top of the mountain. The ancient trees here are lush and green, as if they were out of this world, and a cliffside with a few houses here and there is simple and peaceful. Li Fan dismounted and walked towards the back of the house, followed by Lu Ji. Coming to the back of the house, in front of the cliff, you can see the sea of clouds, like a fairyland. On the edge of the cliff there was an ancient tree, and on a boulder underneath it, a woman was sitting there quietly. Only her back could be seen, like Li Fan. This woman was also wearing a white dress that was immaculate. Li Fan quietly moved forward and stood not far behind the woman without speaking, as if he was afraid of disturbing the woman. Back, a calm voice came, like a voice from the heavens, and the woman stood up, displaying that slender figure. She turned around, and Ryuji's gaze froze there for a moment, her heart feeling like it had been struck. Lu Ji prided herself on her extraordinary looks, and felt that she could be called a beauty among the humans, and she had also seen many beautiful women, like the Li Hongyi that she met in Linen County, who was also a rare beauty embryo. But the moment she saw this woman, a feeling of inferiority actually arose in her heart. She did not know what words to describe the beauty in front of her. Any adjective seems to be eclipsed. The woman in front of her, like walking out of the painting, not like people on earth. Immortal. In Lu Ji's mind, a word actually appeared involuntarily. Senior sister, Li Fan shouted. This time, he had not actually been down the mountain for a few days, but it was like a long time had passed. The woman's gaze slowly turned and landed on Ryuji. The moment when the four eyes were facing each other, Lu Ji could not help but avoid the woman's gaze. She herself did not know why, but she subconsciously avoided it, and she was actually a little nervous inside. After a trip down the mountain, little senior brother's tastes have changed? The woman's voice was as melodious as heavenly music, making one's heart thump when listening to it, and those eyes looked at Li Fan with interest. Lu Ji was a little emotional. Such a beauty, and such a voice. This heaven is really fair. Sister, Li Fan just wanted to explain, but heard the woman continue. If the youngest brother likes, when a concubine is fine, those people under the mountain, not to mention the kings and lords, even if it is a man of the world's great families, who is not a 3 wives and 4 concubines, the demons it's also good. It's good if you like it. However, the main palace can't be. The words of the main palace will have to be agreed upon after I've seen them. What do you think, junior brother? Li Fan looked at the woman in dismay and said, naturally, senior sister must agree. Did you meet anyone suitable this time down the mountain? The woman looked at Li Fan with a smile. If there is a suitable candidate, do you want to bring it to show senior sister? Li Fan wanted to say something, and his eyes peeked at the woman. With a smile in her eyes, the woman looked at Li Fan. Noticing his gaze, her smile gradually became amused. What? Have thoughts about me? Elder sister. The teenager seemed to be poked and prodded, and his heartbeat accelerated. Seeing the look on the teenager's face, the woman's smile grew wider and she spoke. It's not impossible. Levant blinked. The woman smiled sweetly when she saw the teenager's expression. That depends on your skill. Lu Ji quietly listened to the conversation between the two from the side. Seeing the bright smile on the woman's face, a thought came to her mind. That red-clothed girl. It's a pity. If she were a man, she would be afraid to fall at a glance. Chapter 46, Yi Qing Wang. In the evening, smoke rises from the hills. At the edge of the cliff, Li Fan was burning a fire. A gust of fragrance hit his nose. It was the aroma of roasted meat, the oil dripping on the fire, making a snorting sound. Lu Ji stood aside. This in the mountain under the frivolous teenager. Here is a good behavior. Come here. A voice came, and Lu Ji looked back to the edge of the cliff, where Yi Yulong was standing. Senior sister is calling you. Li Fan turned back to Lu Ji. Me? Aha. Li Fan nodded. Lu Ji was puzzled but walked towards the edge of the cliff. The sea of clouds tumbling in front of her. She looked towards Yi Yulong, the wind blowing her long hair, the setting sun reflecting on her side face, like an earthly fairy. Standing beside her, Lu Ji actually felt an invisible pressure, and she didn't know where it came from. This mountain. No demon has ever set foot on it. Yi Yulong opened his mouth. His voice did not have any ripples. Lu Ji's heart tightened, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. You are the first. Yi Yulong continued. Since it was brought by senior brother, I will make an exception. Ryuji breathed a secret sigh of relief. Yi Yulong's gaze turned, those beautiful eyes like the bright moon gazing at her, and asked, what is your relationship with that Jiaolong, following master since childhood? When Lu Ji thought of Yu Qing, emotions returned to her heart, and her gaze locked with Yi Yulong, as if she had a grudge in her heart. Off the mountain. The master was imprisoned by Off the Mountain and died because of it. I remember. His name is Yu Qing? Yi Yulong asked. Yes, Ryuji said. Pity. Yi Yulong's voice became softer. Back then, when the battle between human cultivators and demons was fought, the people of Dili were devastated, and his father, as a great demon of the North Sea, ultimately took a wrong step and stood on the opposite side of the fence from the human cultivators. Yu Qing mother is also a human being, from an extraordinary background. If his father was able to stay out of the way, it will not be affected. Yu Qing was young and impetuous, and ultimately made a mistake. This step wrong, destined to be unable to turn back. The court will be his family seized, sentenced to death, away from the mountain to think of the young Yu Young, from the hands of the court to save him. Lu Ji was stunned and looked at Yi Yulong in surprise, but he made a mistake after all. Yi Yulong sighed. Since you were able to follow junior brother here, I think it must be Yu Qing's doing, and he treated you well. Yanagi's eyes reddened slightly as she thought of her master. What is your name? Yi Yulong asked in a soft voice. Ryuji. Ryuji responded. Yi Yulong nodded. Lu Ji, I hope you won't make the same mistake as Yu Qing did back then. You're alone now. Since you've followed junior master, you'll be considered a member of your own family in the future. And I also hope that you'll treat Xiaofan like a relative and take good care of him. And junior master won't treat you poorly either. Lu Ji looked at Yi Yulong in dismay, and actually nodded her head gently. Go on. Leaf Fish Dragon smiled as Lu Ji turned around and headed back. She just felt a little weird. Why is she so obedient? That woman, as if she had a strange charm, so that people could not help but listen to her words. When Yi Yulong finished, she was, surprisingly, somewhat grateful. Returning to Li Fan's side, looking at the teenager seriously grilling the meat, a trace of the obsession hidden in the bottom of her heart felt like it had been dissolved quite a bit. What did senior sister talk to you about? Li Fan asked as he turned his gaze to Lu Ji. Nothing. Ryuji shook her head. Taste it? Li Fan placed a skewer of grilled meat in front of Lu Ji. The aroma was so overwhelming that Lu Ji avoided it. No food. She didn't know what kind of demon flesh it was. It was one of a kind, poultry raised in the village. Li Fan said. Ryuji looked at the meat that was handed to her mouth and took a bite. It's so fragrant. The two of them sat there and ate. A moment later, Li Fan looked up, a little stunned, looking at Lu Ji, only to see that she took one bite after another. Her demonic lips were stained with a lot of grease, and her tongue licked her lips, seemingly sensing the gaze. She looked at Li Fan. What are you looking at? Do you eat meat like that? Li Fan said. Oh, I forgot. You're a snake spirit. What? Want to try? Lu Ji looked at Li Fan with a seductive smile. Hiss. Li Fan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This goblin messed up my Dao heart. I'm going to check on senior sister. Li Fan got up and walked. Lu Ji smiled and looked at his back, then was stunned. What was wrong with her? Senior sister, what did you say to her? Li Fan was a little curious. After Lu Ji went back, she actually resumed her old attitude. She didn't smile like this on this journey. Let her serve you well in the future. Yi Yulong looked at Li Fan with a smile and said, I'm afraid I'm not used to being served. I still want to serve senior sister all the time on the mountain. Li Fan said, growing up, you always have to go out in the future. This time, going down the mountain is also to get used to it in advance. You can't always follow senior sister. Yi Yulong said. She looked out at the sea of clouds in front of her. Over the years, she had gotten used to life in the mountains. If it could be like that all the time, it seems, it would be good. I would like to. Li Fan whispered. If he could follow his senior sister all the time, he would be willing. Don't want to find out what happened back then? Yi Yulong said. All these years, you have suffered so much that you don't want to find out the truth? Li Fan trembled inwardly. His fists clenched. More than 10 years ago, if it wasn't for his teacher and senior sister, he would have died long ago. The body is hosted with demons and is reduced to a demonic vessel. It was the teacher and the elder sister who pulled him back from the ghost gate with a hard hand. Of course he remembered how these years came. He needed to keep feeding the demons in his body, and it was not until now that he was able to control them, and even turn them into his own with the help of the demon's power. But even so, there is still no telling what will backfire one day. As a result, he cherishes every day. Thinking about what? Yi Yulong asked when he saw Li Fan was silent. Wondering if there will be a day when I won't be able to see senior sister anymore. Li Fan said. Silly boy. Senior sister won't let anything happen to you, Yi Yulong said softly, but her eyes were serious. Things are unpredictable. Who knows what the future holds? The teenager sighed sadly. Senior sister, can you drink a few cups with me? Yi Yulong turned sideways, those white moon-like eyes falling on Li Fan, smilingly saying, wine. Senior sister, I heard that wine can dispel sorrow, Li Fan said despondently. Counting on senior sister? Yi Yulong's smile grew wider and wider, and Li Fan shrunk his head, feeling a little bad. When you become a great sword cultivator, senior sister will accompany you to drink a few cups. Yi Yulong's smile gradually disappeared, and her eyes became cold and frosty. Cultivate here tonight. Nourish your sword, and no rest is allowed. Li Fan sighed in his heart. Yes, senior sister. Hey, misery. Sister is too smart to fool, and I don't know when I'll be able to turn it over. The night was sinking like water, and Yuji stayed on the mountain to rest. Li Fan, on the other hand, was practicing in front of the cliff. This was his home. After he was brought up the mountain as a child, he had been following his master's sister, but the old blind man's whereabouts were uncertain. On the mountain, sister took him. Go to the mountains and the wilderness, and little brother will take him. Li Fan sat on the cliff face, closed his eyes and entered the state of contemplation. In the sea of consciousness, a small sword was suspended there, and Li Fan's consciousness completely sank into the sword, merging with it. The mind is liberalized, and there is nothing outside the mind but a sword. Li Fan's consciousness moved with the sword, and it was as if he had transformed into that sword and entered into a selfless state. The night sky was silent and all was still. This sword wandered through the land of heaven and earth as if it had seen all things. The wind in the mountains blew on the sword. The grass and trees in the off-lying mountains were flooded with aura, and above the dome of the sky, the starlight sprinkled down and fell on the sword as well. As the sword traveled the valley, Li Fan saw the grass and trees, saw the fireflies, sucked in the essence of the grass and trees, and bathed in the light of the stars and the moon. Nurture your sword and your mind. Li Fan's consciousness traveled upwards, wanting to go higher and farther, but then he would feel a pressure. Maybe the realm isn't enough. Not far behind Li Fan, Lu Ji stood there quietly. She only saw Li Fan's body with sword intent flowing and light flowing, as if he was cloaked in a layer of star and moonlight. The early morning light fell on the body, the rising sun, the tumbling sea of clouds turned to gold, and it was beautiful. Li Fan woke up from his cultivation and only felt refreshed. Glancing back, he saw Ryuji sitting over there living and burning. Li Fan revealed an odd color. This demon was so obedient? Where is senior sister? Li Fan opened his mouth and asked. Out. Ryuji said. So early. Li Fan muttered and whispered, his gaze looking out over the distant sea of clouds. Off the mountain Sword Peak. This place was in between the peaks, and was the main peak of Mount Li, like a sharp sword, sticking straight into the clouds. There were all types of practitioners in the leafy mountain, with sword cultivators being the most common. Around the Sword Peak, there were people moving with their swords, cranes shuttling, and golden eagles flying, as if it was a fairyland. If Ryuji had seen this scene, she would have realized that she was not the only one in Lishan who was a demon. Of course, if Yi Yulong had just said that mountain, whether he was specifically referring to that mountain or the whole of Mount Li, there would have been ambiguity in it. At the top of Sword Peak, there was an ancient hall, old and rustic, with many leaving mountain disciples on the periphery. At this moment, when they looked up, they saw a splendid scene in the direction of the distance, with someone stepping on clouds. Yi Fish Dragon. The departing mountain disciples gazed over there, only to see a white-clothed figure standing proudly on the clouds, with long hair flowing like a fairy in the sky. Not a few young female disciples were enamored and somewhat envious, but that was Yi Yulong. While the male disciples are the heart of admiration, the heart of a wisp of thoughts only feel suppressed in the heart. Yi Fish Dragon. Who dares to covet? Yi Yulong landed on the peak of Sword Peak and landed on top of the ancient and obsolete steps towards the ancient hall. She hasn't been to Sword Peak for a long time, has she? What is the reason for this visit to Sword Peak? Ever since there was that little senior brother, which time Yi Yulong came to Sword Peak was not for him, a person said with some jealousy. This time, naturally, there will be no exception. At that moment, a teenage figure could not help but appear in their minds. Yes, which time? Yi Fish Dragon is not for him? Rather, it is enviable. Chapter 47, The Leaving Mountain Book Building. P.S. People said the name was bad. I changed it. Listen to the advice. At the top of the Li Mountain, in the ancient hall, there were many figures as if they were deliberating. Mo Yang, how are the arrangements going? In the upper position of the ancient hall, there was a white-haired old man sitting. His gaze looked down to a middle-aged man below him and he opened his mouth to ask, The old man's name was Gu Qingyang, a character of the generation on Mount Li, who had been hidden behind the scenes, but now had to come out. Beside him, there were several old guys. Back to senior uncle. All peaks have been notified to convene the Leaving Mountain sword trial in advance. Mo Yang responded. His aura was like an abyss. He had a country face and short hair. He was the contemporary peak master of the Leaving Mountain sword peak. Senior, are things already this dire? A person in the direction below Mo Yang opened his mouth and asked. The imperial court as well as the major powers are afraid that they are already on their way to leave the mountain. So we must make plans early. What does senior think will happen to Leaving Mountain? The man asked with some concern. For thousands of years, Li Shan has been like a sharp sword hanging over the head of Dili. How would His Majesty today, as well as all the forces, let go of this opportunity? Gu Qingyang said. I'm afraid that this robbery of Li Shan is a bit difficult. I have already let Master Wu make preparations. We'll open the Sword Valley in advance. After the end of this Li Shan sword test, then let the disciples with outstanding talent go to the Sword Valley to ask for the sword, inheriting the sword way of the forefathers. Gu Qingyang continued to open his mouth. In addition, the other disciples of Li Shan who have outstanding talent, all of you watch to leave behind the inheritance. The disciples of Li Shan is the future of Li Shan. The people below were all gloomy. Many years ago, one of the top great sword cultivators in Li Shan's mountain had his oil lamp withered. Now, the sword master of Li Shan is also seated. The passing of the two top great sword cultivators had caused the deterrent power of Mount Li to weaken greatly, and the court and many forces saw an opportunity, especially that year. That top great sword cultivator's sword in Dali's imperial city made the imperial court want to make a move against Li Shan for a long time, only that they had been waiting. Now that they had finally waited, they casually found an excuse to move away from the mountain. Mo Yang, what are your plans? Gu Qingyang asked as he looked down at Mo Yang. Mo Yang revealed a smile and responded aloud. Senior, I am now the sword peak master. When the sword is present, Li Shan is present. When Li Shan dies, the sword dies. If Li Shan's calamity is unavoidable, I would like you to leave, and Li Shan needs to leave behind a useful sword. Gu Qingyang said. Senior uncle, more than 10 years ago, my senior brother died because of the demon beheading. Now, I inherited the position of sword peak master. What face do I have to abandon the Leaving Mountain? Mo Yang said. In that case, I won't have the face to meet my senior brother after I die. Hearing Mo Yang's words, the crowd in the great hall were solemn. Mo Yang is the senior brother. The last generation of Li Shan sword head is the most promising candidate to become the new generation of Li Shan sword master. However, because of the incident more than 10 years ago, he died. His heir was also extremely talented, but unfortunately was still young and needed time. Gu Qingyang said with a solemn expression. The world is corrupt. Leaving the mountain, there needs to be a sword to cut down the demons, get rid of the devils, defend the way, and change the sky. Li Shan, who will hold this sword? The people were moved by it. The person who holds the sword. Let's leave it to the descendants. Perhaps, Ruyu has a chance. Mo Yang said. One Ruyu, the heir left behind by his senior brother. At that moment, as if he sensed something, he looked towards the outside of the ancient hall, and the crowd sensed it as well, gazing outside. Senior sister Yi is here. Mo Yan turned to look outside the ancient hall, only to see a magnificent figure striding and appearing outside the door of the ancient hall. Senior sister Yi. Mo Yang shouted. Yi Qinghuang looked towards the figure on the grand hall and bowed slightly, saying, Yi Qinghuang has met senior uncle. Qinghuang, what is the reason for your visit? Gu Qingyang asked. I've come to speak to all the elders. I will be bringing my youngest senior brother to the Departure Mountain book building, and in addition, my youngest senior brother will be representing Divine Shio Peak in this Departure Mountain sword trial. Yi Qinghuang spoke. You're still so persistent just like your master, still refusing to give up on that child after all these years. Gu Qingyang said. Yi Qinghuang frowned, and his voice was also a few points colder, saying, Senior, for more than 10 years, to this day, you seem to no longer care, but the prejudice is implanted in your bones. Could it be that these 10 years aren't enough? How else does he need to prove it? Gu Qingyang sighed in his heart. That child's nature was good, but, after all, his body was different from normal. Back then, when that child went to the mountain, they also tried some ways to solve his physical abnormality, but it was useless. And for this reason, they moved to kill him. However, for the sake of that child, Yi Qinghuang did not hesitate to turn against Li Shan. You want to take him to Sword Valley? An old man in black said. I will not agree. I didn't come here to discuss with you guys. Yi Qinghuang said. Little Fan is a disciple of Mount Li. Master and I will not show favoritism. Everything will follow the rules of Mount Li. Her voice was still soft, but it was strong. Alright, you can take him to the book building, or you can participate in the sword trial. Gu Qingyang did not refuse. The nature of this master and disciples, he can't help it. Thank you, senior. Yi Qinghuang saluted, then turned to leave. Senior sister Yi is really obsessed with that child. Mo Yang spoke. How old is that child now? Gu Qingyang asked. It should be almost 17. Mo Yang responded. Not long ago, senior sister Yi had him go to Linen County, and he was there for that auger thing. Gu Qingyang nodded and didn't say anything more. Li Fan sat on the edge of the cliff, and when he saw that Yi Qinghuang had returned, a smile could not help but appear on his face. Senior sister, Li Fan shouted. Yi Qinghuang's figure landed beside Li Fan and spoke. Follow me to the sword peak of Mount Li. What's the point of going there? Li Fan asked curiously. Go to the book building. Yi Qinghuang said. Book building? Li Fan knew that the book building on the main peak of Mount Li had a collection of 10 million volumes of books and possessed many cultivation methods. Little Fan, now that your body is under full control, you can start cultivating. This time when you go down the mountain you have forged your martial spirit. In the book building you can cultivate spells. After that you will take part in the Leaving Mountain Sword Trial, and finally head to the Sword Valley. Yi Qinghuang pulled Li Fan's body, then he directly voided in the air and stepped into the Sea of Clouds. Sword Valley? Li Fan froze. The Valley of Swords, is the holy land of Mount Li? Yi Qinghuang nodded. In the book building, you should not practice sword techniques. Wait until you go to the Sword Valley to practice. There is a sword Dao inheritance from the ancestors of Li Shan. Senior sister, I'm not talented. Can I go to Sword Valley? Li Fan said. Who said you're not talented? Yi Qinghuang looked at Li Fan and said. Li Fan looked at Yi Qinghuang with an odd expression and said. Senior sister, it wasn't you who said that. Did I say that? Yi Qinghuang looked at Li Fan with a smile. Li Fan, you have had an abnormal body since you were young, and over the years, you have suffered from it, so you started late, and after you cultivated the sword, you have all been raising it. Yi Qinghuang said. Little Fan, you have high talent, very high. Li Fan was greatly hindered due to his body, but now after overcoming it, he had also become different. He could take the martial arts path, and it wasn't the martial arts path of those unusual martial artists. He could also practice spells. In addition, his talent for swordsmanship was strangely high. Li Fan's eyes had a few bright spots. Like this? All along, Master Sister had told him to work hard, and that if he wanted to cultivate, he needed to overcome more difficulties, so he had suffered a lot. He stole a glance at the senior sister next to him, looking at that stunningly beautiful face. If he was highly talented, then wouldn't he have a chance to become a great sword cultivator? Little Fan. Yi Qinghuang looked at Li Fan. Senior sister, what's wrong? Li Fan felt a little strange. What was wrong with senior sister today? Do you hate Li Shan? Yi Qinghuang asked. Li Fan shook his head. Li Shan once tried to kill you. Yi Qinghuang said. That was in the past. Senior sister is a disciple of the Leaving Mountain. Junior brother is a disciple of the Leaving Mountain. An old blind man is also a person of the Leaving Mountain. Li Fan said. Me too. Off the hill, and off the hill village, was his home. Yi Qinghuang was silent when she heard Li Fan's words. The man on the hill is not as good as a teenager. If they dare to treat you like that again, I'll tear down the Leaving Mountain. Yi Qinghuang's voice was soft. The young man's eyes were smiling. This was the senior sister. The senior sister who would always protect him. Leaving the mountain was huge. And among the clouds, Li Fan was pulled forward by Yi Qinghuang, treading on the clouds. An ancient peak was in front of them, and on top of those ancient peaks, there were ancient halls and pavilions that were connected together. It had been a long time since Li Fan had come to the core of Mount Li. Over the years, he had basically been in the village, and the Xinxiu peak on the outskirts of the outlying mountains. Li Shan. Li Fan's heart was very yearning for the Leaving Mountain. His closest people were all from the Leaving Mountain, and the people in the village, too, all admired the Leaving Mountain. Although Li Shan had treated him badly, he still hoped to be recognized by Li Shan. Perhaps, because of this, he could truly call himself a Li Shan disciple, just like his senior sister. This time, will there be a chance? Leaving the mountain book building, towering into the clouds, many disciples came in and out. When they saw Li Fan and Yi Qinghuang they all cast their gazes. More precisely, they looked at Yi Qinghuang. The woman had admiration in her eyes, while the man didn't dare to look at it more than once and removed his gaze with just one glance, slightly bowing his head and hiding that admiration in the bottom of his heart. A young disciple of Mount Li stood outside the book building, stopping after seeing Yi Qinghuang, his gaze falling on top of that stunning face. He still remembered the scene when he first met Yi Qinghuang. That year, Yi Qinghuang was so magnificent that it was hard to forget just by looking at it. I still remember that year's Lei Shan sword test. Lei Shan's group of talented cultivators, including sword cultivators, no one was able to compete with them, and when her Dharma phase came out, it was even more astonishing. In the years that followed, Yi Qinghuang made rapid progress. Later on, she had an additional junior brother, and every time she appeared after that, she would always hold her junior brother. Because of that little senior brother, she had once killed outside of the Leaving Mountain Hall. Since then, Li Shan no longer gave the teenager a hard time. He seems to be called Li Fan. He recalled the teenager's name, not so familiar, but a little jealous. He wanted to know why the teenager deserved Yi Qinghuang. Li Fan had long been accustomed to seeing the gazes that fell on Yi Qinghuang. A woman like senior sister was radiant wherever she went. Go inside. Yi Qinghuang smiled and said to Li Fan, pick out your spells and come out. I'll wait for you outside. There's no need to rush. Li Fan nodded his head and raised his head to look at this offshore mountain cultivation treasure, then took a step towards the inside. Yi Qinghuang looked at Li Fan's back as he walked into the book building, and a touch of determination showed in his eyes. After so many years, she naturally knew Li Fan's mind best. This time, away from the mountain. We'll see. Chapter 48, Spells. Li Fan stepped into the middle of the book building. Quite a number of disciples from the mountain were there. Inside there were many rows of bookshelves with all kinds of books placed on them. This was one of the treasures of Lei Shan, and Lei Shan's 1,000 years of heritage could also be reflected in this book building, which collected all kinds of cultivation methods, from low level to high level. Martial arts, spells, sword arts, etc. were all able to be found in the book building. It was said that on the highest floor of the book building, there was even a top-level cultivation method of dilly hidden, but it was not something that ordinary disciples could step into. Li Fan was the first time he came to the book building, although he was nominally a disciple of Li Shan, but in reality, Li Shan did not so much recognize his existence and even guarded against him. The book building has 13 floors, each of which is large. Li Fan walked inside the book building. For a moment he did not know how to pick. Listening to his senior sister, he came to the book building just to deal with the next Leaving Mountain sword trial. Moreover, he was not allowed to practice swordplay. In that case, there are only spells and martial arts feats. In Linen County, Yu Qing had taught the Jiaolong demon bone technique and had forged the martial spirit, and the two were very powerful together. Elder sister said that she wanted him to participate in the sword trial on the Leaving Mountain. The geniuses on top of the Leaving Mountain were like clouds, and there was no shortage of top sword Dao heavenly pride among them. And although elder sister said that he had high talent, Li Fan still had a relatively clear understanding of himself. He started late, and with his current strength, he would definitely not be able to fight with those top geniuses on the Leaving Mountain. And senior sister had asked him to come here since it was to allow him to improve his immediate combat power. In that case, it would be best for him to choose spell cultivation to go along with martial and sword attacks. There were Leaving Mountain disciples walking around, and some of the younger disciples didn't even recognize Li Fan. Little brother Van. At this time, a sweet voice came. Li Fan looked to the side not far away, then saw a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Looks pure and lovely. See, Li Fan seems to have a few surprises. Ki. Li Fan shouted. Brother Xiaofan, a few days ago when I came down the mountain, I heard my mother say that you went out? The young girl asked. Li Fan nodded. I also saw your mother when I came back. Is it fun under the mountain? The young girl's simple eyes held a bit of curiosity. She hadn't yet left Mount Li. It's not fun. The hearts of the people under the mountain are very bad. If you go down the mountain in the future, you must be more careful. Li Fan reminded. This time when he went down the mountain, it touched him a lot. Then it's good that you're taking me with you. The young girl looked at Li Fan with some anticipation. That's only if my senior sister agrees. Li Fan said. The young girl skimmed her lips. Just know that Fairy Yi. Is it Fairy Yi who brought you here? Yes. Li Fan nodded his head. Senior sister said that she would let me pick the cultivation method in the book building. And after that, I would participate in the Leaving Mountain sword trial. You are going to participate in the Leaving Mountain sword trial? The young girl said with some surprise. Seeing Li Fan nodding her head, she quietly said, there are rumors on Leaving Mountain that Leaving Mountain may face danger. This time, the Leaving Mountain sword trial is selecting the person who will carry on the legacy of Leaving Mountain. Do you know that? No. Li Fan had traveled in Linen County, so he naturally knew the crisis facing Lei Shan today, and that the imperial court wanted to move Lei Shan. This time the peaks will send disciples to the book building. For the departure of the mountain sword test preparation, Yi Fairy let you participate in the departure of the mountain sword test. I think it must be for you to hold expectations. Just the departure of the mountain, those elders. The young girl thought for a moment and said, since Fairy Yi has decided, there should be no problem. Which type of cultivation method you want to pick? I will take you to find it. I want to find some spells to practice, Li Fan said. You come with me. The young girl led Li Fan towards one direction of the book building. There were quite a number of Leaving Mountain disciples in the book building. As the young girl had said, all the peaks of Leaving Mountain had sent their disciples to the main peak. The two came to a place, and the young girl said, "It's all here. See if there's anything suitable?" Li Fan walked forward and took out a book and flipped through it, then put it down a moment later and flipped through the books beside him. He soon gave up and said to the young girl, "Junior sister Xiaoqi, these spells are more introductory and somewhat simple. You've practiced spells before?" The young girl asked. "No." Levon shook his head. "And you picked on it then?" The young girl was a bit curious. "Why didn't I find it easy? Let's check out the other floors then." "Good." Li Fan followed the young girl towards the upstairs. "Not even the third layer?" The young girl blinked her eyes when she saw that Li Fan was still not satisfied. People like her who cultivated at the God-refining realm were usually only suitable for the first and second layers, and those with high talent coming to the third layer was also enough. The higher the realm, the more people traveled to higher levels. But Li Fan was surprisingly unsatisfied. "Don't you dare lie to me." The young girl led Li Fan onward to the fourth floor of the book building. The fourth floor of the book building, corresponding to the fourth realm of the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivation Method. The disciples who came here were already relatively few, and at a certain realm, most of the disciples who left the mountain would go down to the mountain to try out. Li Fan searched in front of the fourth shelf and came to a stop in front of a book, Thousand Silk Winding. Next to her, Xiaoqi looked at the books Li Fan had removed and said, "Metallic. Are you good at metallic, brother Xiaofan?" Qi Practitioner Cultivation. Although all kinds of attribute spells can be practiced, but Qi practitioners themselves still have attribute bias. The more the attributes are compatible, the easier the cultivation will be, and the more powerful it will be. And a Qi practitioner with an innate phantasm comes with strong attributes. Should be good at it, Li Fan said. His body is special, from eating all kinds of demon meat, but also swallowed a lot of demon dan. Most of these demon dan were absorbed by the demon in the body, but there are still remnants used in his body. Li Fan looked through the books. This Thousand Silk Winding is a spell that condenses mana into silk, capable of trapping and injuring people. It is somewhat similar to the Heavenly Dragnet spell that dealt with Yu Qing before. However, the power should not be as strong as the Heavenly Dragnet. I'm afraid that spells like the Skyrocket Law could only be used by people of the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivation who had at least strong magical power. Li Fan quickly decided to cultivate this spell, which would be very obvious for boosting immediate combat power. He continued to look through it, and after looking through it, he came to the last page. The book was flooded with a wisp of mana fluctuation, and with a movement of his consciousness, he entered it, and a picture appeared in his mind, and at the same time, a lot of information poured into his mind about the Thousand Silk Winding cultivation method. Thousand Silk Winding, metallic spell, able to condense a gold wire, soft with hard, suitable for Qi practitioners within the Foundation realm to cultivate. If cultivated, able to condense 1,000 silk. This spell for the cultivator's divine sense requirements are very high, need to be extremely precise degree of control. Li Fan actually directly sat on the ground with his knees crossed and closed his eyes. The young girl next to him froze as she watched his actions. Actually practicing on the spot? Generally speaking, they would memorize the method of cultivation and go back to practicing. After all, cultivating spells, no matter how, would take some time, and the more difficult the spell, the longer it would take. Let him be. The young girl looked at Li Fan and said darkly. Then she also looked through the side to see if there were any suitable ones for her to cultivate. About half an hour later, the young girl seemed to sense a fluctuation in mana, and when her gaze turned, she saw a strand of golden mana flowing from Li Fan's body, and then she saw a golden thread extending outward. It was followed by the second heel, the third heel. A silk thread surrounded Li Fan's body. More and more. The young girl blinked, a slight ripple in her gut. Could it be that Brother Xiaofan is a cultivation genius? In the village, Li Fan had never shown his ability in terms of cultivation, and this was the first time he had come to the book building. Li Fan opened his eyes and looked a little disappointed. He did not have enough control over the Thousand Silk Winding. He could only control more than 10 golden threads. He had once devoured a spider demon's demonic dan. It should be easier to cultivate for this type of spell, but he was limited by the fact that his god was not strong enough. Turning his gaze, he saw the young girl next to him looking at him with a surprised face and glowing eyes. "What's wrong, Kiki?" Levon asked. "Brother Xiaofan, you have such a good talent. Maybe you can have a chance to get some inheritance from Mount Li this time with the Mount Li sword trial." The young girl had some expectations. Xiaofan's brother was kind-hearted and grew up with her in the village, and no matter whose family was in trouble, Xiaofan would be the first to go over and help. Also, Brother Fanny is very good looking now. He had suffered so much since he was a child, And the young girl still hoped in her heart that Li Shan would recognize Li Fan. However, when she thought of those geniuses in Li Shan, the young girl's eyes dimmed a few more points. Leaving the mountain. There are really a lot of geniuses. Let's go look elsewhere, Li Fan said as he got up and continued to pick out the spells to be practiced. Since his senior sister had asked him to participate in the Leaving Mountain sword trial, he would try as much as possible to improve his immediate combat power as much as he could in these few days' time, without losing face to the old blind man and his senior sister. He had heard that among the same generation, senior sister and junior brother were both invincible existences. He, who was a junior brother, couldn't be too miserable. The two of them came to a place where it was the body technique class. There were mainly lightning attribute and wind attribute body spells. Li Fan looked through a few books and finally locked in a set of wind attribute spells. Clear Wind Duel. Unlike some lightning techniques, this set of Clear Wind Duel had no attacking ability, purely body techniques. Moreover, it was written therein that the best person to practice the Clear Wind Decree, a chi practitioner who specialized in the wind attribute, and who also practiced martial arts, so as to be able to bring the Clear Wind Decree into the strongest play. You're good at the wind attribute too? Kiki asked. Li Fan nodded. Kiki's eyes widened as she asked, so what other attributes are you good at? I suppose, it's all okay, Li Fan responded. The young girl blinked again. Brother Fan is really a genius? Chapter 49, The Old Blind Man. After the Thousand Silk Winding and the Clear Wind Decree, he picked another lightning attribute spell to practice. Thunder Spell Heavenly Thunder Skill. This spell drew thunder to attack. Li Fan chose this spell because of the holding power of the Heavenly Thunder skill. After that, Li Fan didn't continue picking spells. With his current strength, the sword's attack was the strongest, followed by the martial arts that possessed martial prana, and the two sets of spells he chose. Thousand Silk Winding was the main control, Qingfeng Decree was the main stance, and Heavenly Thunder technique held back. Li Fan did not think there was a need to continue practicing other attack spells. He did not have an innate phantom. Practicing attack spells was bound to be stronger than the sword. Practicing spells was only to enhance the immediate combat power for him. As an aid, junior brother said that a sword breaks all laws. Only need to cultivate the sword is fine, but have some auxiliary means against the enemy can be more comfortable. Elder sister had asked him to come to the book building, also in order to deal with the Leaving Mountain sword trial and get the opportunity to travel to the Sword Valley. Okay, Li Fan said to Kiki. So soon, won't you look again? The young girl asked. No need. Senior sister is still waiting for me outside, Li Fan said. Then I'll accompany you out, the young girl said, then followed Li Fan as he left the book building together. Walking out of the book building, Li Fan saw at a glance Yi Qinghuang who was quietly standing there, like a landscape, and in the direction of the distance. Many people quietly looked towards the direction where Yi Qinghuang was. Senior sister, Li Fan shouted and walked towards Yi Qinghuang. When Yi Qinghuang saw Li Fan come out, a bright smile appeared in his eyes as he said, how come this is so fast? Seeing the smile that blossomed on Yi Qinghuang's face, the disciples in the distance stood there dumbfounded, looking at her out of their minds. That's what he'd do to that teenager, right? The gazes they looked at Li Fan became more and more jealous. Beside Li Fan, a figure walked towards the book building, his eyes glancing towards Li Fan. Lu Kite, Xiao Qi whispered when she saw the woman, and many of the surrounding Leaving Mountain disciples' gazes also looked at Lu Kite. Li Fan also some curiosity to look at the woman. Age and he is similar. The face is actually some stunning. He watched the whole day sister. Unusual beauty simply cannot enter his eyes, but see Lu Kite the moment, but still feel the stunning, visible this Lu Kite's beauty. Of course, it's still not as good as senior sisters. If we were to compare, the woman in front of us looked like a perfect color on earth. Senior sister, on the other hand, has transcended the mortal world. Even so, it still drew a moment of silence from the surroundings. The two absolute beauties of Li Shan had unexpectedly appeared here at the same time. Li Fan and Lu Kite both just glanced at each other before rubbing shoulders. Lu Kite stepped into the middle of the book building while Li Fan walked towards Yi Qinghuang. Sister, Fairy Yi, Xiao Qi shouted. Every time she saw Fairy Yi, she would still be amazed. Even if a woman like Lu Kite was beside her, she would look a little off color. She still remembers the image of the first time she met Fairy Leaf, and it was also the first time she met brother Xiaofan. It was snowing heavily that day, and there was a knock on the door, and she was the one who opened it. Still a child, she thought she had seen a fairy. Yi Qinghuang smiled and nodded at Xiaoqi, and Xiaoqi knew that this was the greatest respect Yi Qinghuang had for anyone other than brother Xiaofan. Let's go, Yi Qinghuang said to Li Fan, and then pulled his hand, and with a single step, he went away in the air. The young girl looked at Yi Qinghuang and Li Fan's departing back, a faint loss in her eyes. This is the first time Fairy Yi has brought him to the book tower, isn't it? Someone asked. It should be. I didn't expect that a person who was about to die would be saved alive by Fairy Yi, and now he's even embarked on the path of cultivation. He's so lucky. Many people were jealous. Why? They don't have such luck? Not to mention holding hands, even approaching Yi Qinghuang. No one had the guts to do so. Between the ancient peaks of the departing mountains, above the clouds, Yi Qinghuang pulled Li Fan and asked, "Is it pretty?" "Ha!" Li Fan froze and looked at his senior sister. Didn't junior brother just look mesmerized? Yi Qinghuang softly laughed. It dawned on Li Fan that senior sister was referring to Lu Kite, and at once he was a little embarrassed. Lu Kite is the most outstanding disciple of the young generation of Mount Li, both sword cultivator, at the same time has a powerful innate phantasm. Both talent and appearance are the top choice, and it is said that she has an extraordinary family history. Due to a change of heart, this is to go up to Mount Li to cultivate. Yi Qinghuang said. What is senior sister doing talking about this? Li Fan said. If the youngest senior brother likes it, Yi Qinghuang said with a smile. Not as good looking as senior sister. Li Fan gazed out ahead. Silly boy, Yi Qinghuang whispered. The two of them returned to Shinxiu Peak. At the edge of the cliff, Lu Ji stood there, and on the rock not far from her, sat an old man. Seeing Li Fan return, Lu Ji glanced at Yi Qinghuang and Li Fan, and then at the old man. Li Fan walked forward, jumped onto the boulder, sat down next to the old man, and said, "Where have you been, old blind man? Where can I go when I'm blind?" The old man said, "I met an old Taoist at the bottom of the mountain and said he knew you." Li Fan looked at the old man suspiciously. He said he didn't go anywhere. So where did the old Taoist come from? I do know each other. I had some friendship when I was young. The old blind man responded. Why do I feel like you're hiding a lot of things from me? Li Fan always felt something strange. It's not hidden. When you go to Sword Valley, you'll know it all. The old man said. Sword Valley again. Elder sister was also the one who told him to head to the Sword Valley. As well as this time, he went down to the mountain to inherit Yu Qing's demon pill. As if all of this was something they had discussed, pushing him forward. So is my talent actually good? Li Fan asked with some curiosity. What do you think of yourself? The old blind man said. How would I know? You'll know when you go to Sword Valley. The old blind man said. Ahem, coughed the old blind man. Li Fan used his hand to support his body to stand on the boulder, walked behind the old man, gave him a back pounding, said, You're all sick. Don't know how many years you can still live. So don't walk around. My body is already unhindered. Can't you take good care of yourself on the mountain? What? Expecting me to die? The old blind man said. I am afraid that you will leave too early. Then you will have raised me in vain, and you won't even have the chance to give you your old age. Li Fan said. Although the old blind man had not spent as much time with him as his senior sister, he would not forget the old blind man's kindness in raising him. He remembered that when he was a child he almost died several times, and that's when the old blind man would go out of town. And every time he came back, he would bring him food, sometimes meat, sometimes demonic elixir, and sometimes fruit, but every time he came back, the old blind man seemed a little older. I didn't raise you to be a pensioner for me. A kind smile appeared on the old blind man's wrinkled face. Also, I didn't die so early. I still have to watch you grow up. Li Fan skimmed his lips and said, How big is growing up considered growing up? He's almost 17. Grow up until you are able to protect your elder sister. The old blind man chuckled. Li Fan glanced back at his senior sister behind him. Ever since he was young, it was his senior sister who guarded him, so of course he wanted to protect her as well. Does he have it in him? Sister, too dazzling. Lu Ji heard the conversation between the two behind her and only felt that there was something strange about this master and disciple getting along. A little too casual, it seems, but there was something in that casualness that made her feel a little cozy. Before coming to the Leaving Mountain, she had thought that Li Fan might be the proud son of heaven chosen by the Leaving Mountain, but now it seemed that he wasn't even in the core of the Leaving Mountain, but only in this remote Divine Show Peak, far away from the center of the Leaving Mountain. Cough. The old man coughed again and said, Don't whack it. My body and bones are like this. Cultivate and go. And in a few days you have to go to Sword Peak to try out the sword. And when you do, don't let me make this old man's face look too bad. Since you know, you still let me go. Li Fan said. If you don't try, how do you know what level you are on yourself? The old blind man smiled. What's more, you have to go to Sword Valley. What good things are hidden in this Sword Valley? You've already said it several times. Li Fan said. Old fool. The old blind man laughed. Go cultivate. Aha! Li Fan nodded his head, then jumped off the boulder and headed over towards the cliff. Although the old blind man was blind, it was as if he could sense it. Facing Li Fan's direction, His wrinkled face carried an air of expectation. The Valley of the Sword. Hiding the future. Levan. It has to go. Yi Qinghuang walked to the old man's side and looked at him. Xiaofan is right. Your body and bones can still withstand the tossing and turning. In the future, then don't go out of the house. Fine. Got it. The old blind man shook his head with a bitter smile. You disciples, one by one, you're in charge of the master. We all hope that you can live for more years. Master, Yi Qinghuang said, how can you not see little Fan's future with your own eyes? Yes, how can I not see it with my own eyes? The old blind man said, if I can't see it, I'm afraid I won't be able to rest in peace even if I die. At the edge of the cliff, Li Fan began his cultivation. Golden manna diffused from his body, and the sunlight reflected on the teenager's body, glittering. Chapter 50, Leaving the mountain to test the sword. A few days later, on Xinqiu Peak, at the edge of the cliff, manna surged from Li Fan's body. Sometimes golden threads flowed, sometimes his body moved like the breeze, and sometimes thunder traveled around his body. In the past few days of cultivation, the 3 spells selected from the bookstore had been cultivated, but Li Fan still had no bottom in his heart. Leaving the mountain was not under the mountain. When he went to Linen County, the cultivators there were already geniuses when they possessed the innate Dharma phase. What's more, he started his cultivation later than others. Yi Qinghuang walked to Li Fan's side, and Li Fan called back, Senior sister, go. Yi Qinghuang spoke. Li Fan nodded his head and glanced back at the old blind man, who was still sitting there, as if he had become one with the boulder. The old blind man loved to sit there, facing the sea of clouds and the direction of the departing mountains. I'm going, Li Fan said. Go. The old man smiled and nodded as Yi Qinghuang led Li Fan away in the air. The old blind man faced the direction the two had left and tilted his head slightly, the sunlight shining on the wrinkles on his face. Xiaofan, Li Shan, we'll get to know you again, he murmured and whispered, his face filled with anticipation. The sword, which started in the mountains away. At the sword peak of Li Shan, the golden haze fell above the sea of clouds, which was beautiful, and there were great demons galloping in the sea of clouds. On top of the huge square outside the ancient hall in front, a vast crowd of people converged there. The people of the 9 peaks of the Li Shan mountain gathered on top of Sword Peak today to test their swords. The sword trials had already begun, and in the center of the square, 2 figures were fighting, with sword chi and brilliant spells. Both sides of the battle were young, and the Leaving Mountain sword trial was designed to select outstanding junior disciples as key cultivators. The time for this sword trial was supposed to be next year, but because of the outside world, Li Shan decided to bring it forward. When Yi Qinghuang arrived with Li Fan, the gazes of everyone above Sword Peak were attracted towards Yi Qinghuang, seemingly forgetting about the battlefield. Why is Yi Qinghuang here? The Leaving Mountain disciple was curious. She brought the teenager. I heard that a few days ago, Yi Qinghuang sent him into the book building to select cultivation methods, and he picked out a few sets of spells, so he should have already stepped into the path of cultivation. Could it be that he's also going to participate in the Leaving Mountain sword trial? In different directions, many people whispered, Brother Xiaofan. Among the crowd, Shao Qi shouted, but the distance was too far for Li Fan to hear clearly. What's little brother Fan doing here? A 15 or 16-year-old boy next to him asked. Brother Xiaofan is going to participate in this sword trial, Shao Qi responded. Brother Xiaofan participates in the sword trial? The teenager looked curiously over to Li Fan's side. I haven't seen Brother Xiaofan practicing in the village either. What's his strength like? I don't know. Won't you read it yourself? The young girl pretended to be mysterious. That day when she and Li Fan were picking out spells in the book building, she had a vague feeling that Xiaofan might really be a genius in cultivation. Will there be a surprise? Mysterious. The teenager glared at the young girl. Li Fan followed Yi Qinghuang to a separate orientation and quietly took his seat, on top of the steps outside the main hall. In the direction of the main seat, a group of elders of Li Shan sat there. For this Li Shan sword trial, the upper and lower Li Shan mountain attached great importance to it. This could possibly be the last sword test away from the mountain. At this time, their gazes also fell in the direction where Yi Qinghuang was, and Gu Qingyang sat on top of the main seat, sizing up Li Fan and saying, this youngster has an extraordinary temperament. Yi Qinghuang brought him for the sword trial. I'm afraid it's for Sword Valley. An old man next to him said. If it wasn't for Sword Valley, Yi Qinghuang had no need to bring Li Fan here. He must not be allowed to travel to Sword Valley. And let's take a look first, Gu Qingyang said. Senior sister. Li Fan looked at Yi Qinghuang, only to see Yi Qinghuang softly say, take a look first. Li Fan nodded his head and then looked at the battle in the field. At this moment, the two sides fighting, one used a sword, while the other possessed a phallic appearance. Xiaofan, sword cultivator sword seed and Dharma phase are similar. You can treat him as the Dharma phase of the sword attribute. Sword seed enhances sword cultivator attacks and can be used as an attack, whereas Dharma phase similarly allows chi practitioners to make their mana and spell attacks stronger, and can be used for direct attacks as well. Yi Qinghuang introduced to Li Fan from the side. The stronger the sword cultivator's sword type, the stronger the sword cultivator's attack power is naturally, and the same goes for the Dharma phases, so there is no absolute higher or lower person in the cultivation. It is just that comparatively, the sword cultivator is the main killer, and the attack is a bit more powerful, but the Dharma phases of the chi practitioners are different, and there are quite a lot of strange Dharma phases, which are very powerful as well. Even, there are some people who, like you, follow the martial path and condense martial prana, with strong physical bodies that are equally not to be underestimated. Li Fan nodded his head and quietly watched the battle in the field. Elder sister didn't ask him to make a move, so he watched. As the battle erupted, the battlefield gradually turned white hot and became more and more intense. The disciples of Mount Li also knew that this Mount Li sword trial was related to the inheritance of Mount Li, so they all tried their best. At that moment, a figure stepped into the middle of the battlefield, causing the main peak of Mount Li to quiet down. Many of the leaving mountain disciples threw their love and admiration. Li Fan looked towards the figure that stepped into the middle of the battlefield. It was Lu Kite. Her opponent was a sword peak sword cultivator, and when he saw Lu Kite walk out, his body was covered in sword intent, and the sound of sword whistling was faintly emitted. Please, Lu Kite's words fell. The battlefield steeply appeared a wisp of cold current, with her body as the center. The surrounding space seemed to be frozen. Behind Lu Kite, a phantom slowly rose into the air. It was actually a round of bright moon. Lu Kite bathed in the divine radiance of the moonlight as if she were a goddess, and a bright moon mark also appeared on her brow, making her even more stunning. The moonlight poured down and fell on her opponent, who only felt as if her body was going to freeze. Well, Yi Qinghuang asked to Li Fan. Not as good as senior sister, Li Fan said calmly. Yi Qinghuang looked at him with a smile and said, the sun is the sun and the moon is the Taiyin. The bright moon phantasm is by no means something unusual people can have. Just this phantasm, it has extremely strong attribute abilities. Moreover, Lu Kite also has amazing talent in the sword path. The bright moon phantasm is coupled with the sword path, and she has been hailed as the #1 in talent among the descendants of this generation. Moreover, with the elevation of cultivation realm, she will only get stronger and stronger. Of course, that's just for now, not after going to the Valley of Swords. Unsurprisingly, Lu Kite did not even show the sword ability to defeat the opponent by virtue of the phantom. She was already at the peak of the refined spirit realm, and was only one step away from the realm of the out-of-body, and there was a bright moon phantom of mana. The mana was extremely strong, and the general opponents, it was difficult to withstand just a phantom attack. The sword cultivator who possessed the sword seed was crushed by Lu Kite. In the battle that followed, Li Fan saw many talented characters, especially sword cultivators. The Leishan sword Dao was the most prestigious and thus the strongest sword cultivator. A little bit of time passed. Lu Kite struck out a few more times. Someone challenged her, and there was still no opponent. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled down on top of Sword Peak, and in the battlefield, gradually no one stepped out. Little Fan. At this moment, Yi Qinghuang called out and Li Fan looked at her. Go. Yi Qinghuang flashed a gentle smile at Li Fan and said, let Li Shan get to know you again. Li Fan nodded and lifted his feet, walking towards the battlefield. When Li Fan stepped out, in an instant, the gazes of all the people in Li Shan all fell on him. It was not because of Li Fan, but because of Yi Qinghuang. Of course, there was Li Fan's other senior brother, Wan Ruyu. Yi Qinghuang and Wan Ruyu were too famous in Li Shan. On the contrary, few of the people in Li Shan had paid attention to Li Fan. Only when Yi Qinghuang killed for him on Li Shan back then, it made Li Shan sensationalized for a time. Now, Li Fan is coming to test the sword. Li Fan stood in the center of the battlefield, bowed to the crowd in the direction of the main hall of Li Mountain, and opened his mouth. Li Mountain. Li Fan, a disciple of Divine Xiu Peak, has come to test his sword. The setting sun's rays bathed in his white clothes. The teenager's already handsome face was even more stunning, and there was a fresh breeze that blew his long hair. Li Fan's figure stood straight, like a sword, standing there. More than 10 years, since the year on the mountain, because of the physical reasons are not accepted by the mountain. Because of his reason, the senior sister, the youngest brother, and the mountain are at loggerheads. The old blind man has never set foot on the mountain. But Li Fan knew clearly in his heart that whether it was the old blind man or the senior brothers and sisters, although they were at loggerheads with Lei Shan, they still cared very much in their hearts, and they all had a bone-deep respect for Lei Shan. The old blind man and his senior sister, and they had spent more than 10 years not only allowing themselves to live in this world, but also allowing him to embark on the path of cultivation. Today, it was the first time he stood on the top of Mount Li. He wanted to prove to Li Shan that master, sister, and elder brother, they hadn't looked at the wrong person. Therefore, even if the geniuses of Mount Li were as numerous as the clouds, he wouldn't have the slightest intention of retreating. 10 years, grind a sword. Today, test the sword. Please instruct me. Li Fan spoke calmly, his voice without the slightest ripple. Brother Xiaofan. Among the crowd, Xiao Qi clenched her fists and looked at Li Fan with some excitement. Little brother Van will definitely succeed. Little brother Fan doesn't seem to be the same today. The teenager beside her looked at Li Fan for a while. Was this still the little Fan brother who took them to play together in the village? The elders of Li Shan were sitting on top of the ladder, and they were actually a little surprised to see the young man's temperament. On the upper seat, an old man in black clothes saw Li Fan and his eyes steeply became ugly. Li Fan reminded him of his senior brother, and at this moment, Li Fan was exactly the same as he was back then. However, he would not forgive his senior brother. The traitor! I won't let him enter the Sword Valley. The black-clothed old man's voice was ice-cold. Back then, his master had given him everything, but what did he do? He won't make the same mistake again. Chapter 51, My sword is here. In the direction of Sword Peak, a figure walked towards Li Fan. This person was 18 years old and was a Sword Peak disciple named Su Han. Su Han held a sword in his hand. His sword aura was cold and chilling. His eyes were also cold as he stared at Li Fan. Su Han was also an orphan. His parents were killed by a demon, and he was brought up to leave the mountain to be cultivated, but his path was very bumpy. No elders took extra care of him, and with the geniuses of Sword Peak's disciples being as numerous as the clouds, he was not particularly overpowered. As a result, he could only work several times as hard as the others, raising his sword while the others ate, practicing while the others rested. Day after day, year after year, he finally learned. Now, he needed a chance to travel to Sword Valley. Li Fan was in the spotlight due to Yi Qinghuang, and picking him as an opponent was most appropriate. At the same time, there was some jealousy of Li Fan in his heart. Although Li Shan didn't treat Li Fan very well, he thought that more than that, Li Fan had gotten more than that, and that his master, elder brother, and elder sister, all took care of him. This junior-senior brother of Divine Shou Peak had been pampered far more than others since he was young. Moreover, his senior sister was Yi Qinghuang and his senior brother was Wen Ruyu. All this, on what grounds? With the tip of his sword pointing diagonally to the ground, Su Han's figure suddenly ran towards Li Fan, his sword chi flowing around him with a chilling aura. Li Fan stood there, seemingly feeling the chill from the other party, a gust of wind whipping around his body. With a single step of his feet, a clear wind surrounded him, and his body moved forward like the wind. Precisely the clear wind determination. Spells. The crowd saw Li Fan's movement and knew it was a spell acting on his body. Su Han saw Li Fan coming towards him and chopped out a sword through the air. The cold light pierced his eyes and a sword chi chopped Li Fan through the air. However, he saw that Li Fan's body did not stop in the slightest, as if it was like a gust of wind that grazed the sword light and continued to come towards him. Su Han's body spun up. His sword chi was like the wind, and he swung out several swords in an instant. Many sword lights covering the space in front of him, blocking Li Fan's evasive direction. Bang! Li Fan's footsteps glared. His body transformed into a trail of residual shadows that traveled with the wind. The chi and blood in his body roared. His body had already appeared in front of Su Han, and he lifted his hand to blast towards Su Han, who was flying in the air in a whirlwind and chopping down. Feeling that sense of oppression, Su Han brow center where there is a bright sword aura flashes. His body flows powerful sword chi. A flying sword burst out. The sword in his hand then chopped down. Li Fan's eyes flashed with essence. A loud and clear sound of dragon roar came out, and a golden scaly dragon shadow appeared behind him, and his palm continued to slap down towards the front, just like a scaly dragon roaring out. Boom! An explosive sound came out. Su Han's body was sent flying out. The sword seed flew back. The sword in his hand was knocked to the ground, stifling a grunt, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Martial spirit. The crowd stared at Li Fan, only to see the youngster standing in the middle of the battlefield, his figure still standing straight. Behind him, a golden scaly dragon shadow surrounded him. Extremely shocking. Martial arts. Law. The elders of Li Shan seated on the steps looked towards Li Fan, who had only struck once in their brief encounter, approaching with spells and attacking with martial arts, defeating Su Han with a single blow. Moreover, this young man has condensed a martial spirit? It seemed that his master and Yi Qinghuang hadn't worked hard on this teenager, not only letting him grow up alive, but also allowing him to be able to cultivate martial arts and methods. Li Fan saluted the injured Su Han. Suhan's face was ashen as death as he climbed to his feet and headed downward. He probably knew that the Valley of Swords would have nothing to do with him. At this time, another figure stepped out. This person's figure was stout and domineering, like he was permeated with wildness. Li Shan, Wu Yi Peak Yuchi Ho, please instruct me. A terrifying aura filled out from his body, and behind him, a huge shadow appeared, a huge ape demon, giving a powerful sense of oppression. Martial spirit. The crowd looked at Yuchi Ho. To be able to condense a martial prana at the Zhongshu realm, one was either innately gifted or had some strange encounters. He stepped forward. Each step he took made the ground vibrate, and along with his footsteps accelerating, it was like an earthquake. Bang! The ground violently trembled, only to see the other party leapt up in the air, like a demon ape in the air, and when he landed, he shot out towards Li Fan, wild to the extreme. Li Fan's knees bent and a clear wind surrounded him, and in the next moment his body shot up explosively and rushed towards his opponent. The two met in the air and punched at the same time. The ape strike technique and the augur demon bone fist collided, blasting from the air to the ground. Ape whistles and dragon roars came out at the same time, and with a loud rumble, the opponent's body was smashed out. However, Yuchi-Ho actually shot out again in a split second. He took out a long stick from behind him. His body once again flew up in the air, dancing the long stick high in the air, only to see a horrifying pressure erupt, pressing towards Li Fan. Martial intent. Yuchi-Ho, comprehending the martial intent, as the shadow of the stick danced and Yuchi-Ho swept downwards, mana surged from Li Fan's body, and then a golden thread was seen bursting out from him, heading towards Yuchi-Ho, who was falling from the heights. These golden silk threads are extremely fast. It is difficult for Yuchi-Ho, who is flying in the air, to dodge. He is even directly bound by the spell, and the intent of the stick is instantly extinguished. He roars, and breaks the golden silk threads with a strong force, but his arm and the long stick in his hand are still entangled by the thousand silk windings. Li Fan's body appeared and the augur dragon roared, accompanied by the roar of Li Fan's fist mane rushing out, sending Yuchi-Ho's body flying out in the air and crashing into the distance. Li Fan's figure landed on the ground, and Yuchi-Ho got up and nodded at Li Fan before turning around and retreating. Little brother Fan is so powerful. Among the crowd, Shao Qi's eyes had a bright light. When was this? He didn't even tell me. Outrageous. The teenager next to him puffed out, feeling as if he had been tricked by Li Fan. Why should I tell you? Kiki scorned. By virtue of me being his brother. The teenager justified. Kiki bristled. Where's your sword? Just as Li Fan won 2 matches in a row, a voice came from the direction of the main seat of the leading mountain. It was the black-clothed old man. His gaze was like a torch, with a few cold airs as he stared at Li Fan and said, "Has your master not taught you the way of the sword?" He, as the most talented sword cultivator in Mount Li once, his disciple, was not using a sword? Martial arts? Law? What is this? Li Fan looked at the old man in black. In terms of seniority, he should call the other party a senior uncle. This black-clothed old man was named Wu Tong, the old blind man's senior, his own senior. Although he didn't know what had happened between the master and brother, Wu Tong had never liked him. At the same time, Wu Tong was also the peak master of Wuya Peak, one of the 9 peaks of Li Mountain. Yi Qinghuang, you brought him to the Leaving Mountain sword trial for Sword Valley? Wu Tong said aloud as he looked in the direction where Yi Qinghuang was. Back to senior uncle. Yes. Yi Qinghuang nodded. Li Fan, a disciple of Shinxiu Peak, has come to participate in the Leaving Mountain sword trial, and wants a place in the Sword Valley. Yi Qinghuang's voice was very soft, but it seemed like it was decisive. Then let me see his sword. Wu Tong said in a loud voice. Lin Zhao, show him your sword as well. Yes, master. Among the crowd, a figure got up and walked towards the battlefield. Lin Zhao, late stage of God refining realm, the most gifted of the current generation of disciples at Wuya Peak. Among the crowd of disciples participating in the sword trial at Lei Shan, his strength was able to be ranked in the top 10. Defeat him and let him go back to practicing properly. Wu Tong continued. Yes. Lin Zhao nodded his head, and with a sword in his hand, he looked at Li Fan and said, "Where is your sword?" Levon didn't answer. "Please instruct." Lin Zhao's sword rose. In the next moment, the sword in his hand shot out explosively. Cold light flashed, seemingly with starlight shining, killing in an instant. So fast. A thought appeared in the minds of the crowd below as Li Fan's figure instantly retreated, accompanied by a clear wind. However, in the next instant, Lin Zhao held his sword, and like a bolt of lightning, he continued to face forward, his sword pointing straight at Li Fan. Li Fan's figure moved in the direction of his side, only to see Lin Zhao's arm shaking, and a roiling sword shadow appeared, a beam of sword light blocking all directions, like a cold star bursting out. A sword light flashed and Li Fan's figure retreated into the distance. He looked down and his shirt cut a slit. Li Fan raised his head and looked towards Lin Zhao, only to see the other party's arms swinging towards a wave. A storm of sword chi blew up in front of the other party, and 9 swords crossed the sky. Li Fan looked at Yi Qinghuang in the distance, only to see the other party also looking his way and giving him a gentle smile. Li Fan also revealed a smile. His body's strong chi and blood roared. Behind him, the Jiao Long martial spirit surrounded him. The pupils of his eyes turned golden. A sword chi filled out from him, similarly blowing up a storm of sword chi, and at the center of his eyebrow, a sword aura flickered. In the next moment, his body was like a sheathed sword moving forward. There was a shocking explosion of thunder as the spell Heavenly Thunder skill erupted. A beam of thunder slashing down towards Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao's palm slapped out towards the front, and then the 9 swords flew in a series of waterfalls, bursting out like beams of stars, and his body moved with the swords, traveling amongst the thunder. A loud and clear sound of a dragon's roar came out as Li Fan raised his hand and blasted at the 9 swords. A golden scaly dragon silhouette roaring and charging forward. Boom boom boom. The 9 swords blasted on top of the scaly dragon, spinning rapidly, crushing everything, penetrating the scaly dragon's body and continuing to kill Li Fan. Lin Zhao's body leapt up. His body seemed to move as if he was transforming into a sword, like a beam of sword light stabbing out. Sword in! Li Fan shouted into the air. The sword chi around his body transformed into a sharp sword, clanging and ringing, and in an instant, the sword moved along with the thunder, as if it was 1,000 thunderbolts subduing and killing, to submerge Lin Zhao's body. Sword chi roared ferociously at the center of Lin Zhao's brow, and as he waved the sharp sword in his hand, a sword screen appeared, encircling his body, and a beam of thunderous sword light fell down, blasting on top of the sword screen. Go! Lin Zhao's eyes revealed an eye-catching sword aura, and a beam of light appeared in the air as the sword seed in the center of his brow whistled out angrily like a star. Go! Almost at the same instant, the flying sword in the center of Li Fan's eyebrow similarly flew out, and the 2 flying swords intersected and collided in mid-air, emitting sharp sword whistling sounds, and a horrifying tearing sword chi spread out towards the surroundings. I still have my sword, Li Fan shouted, like he was venting out the anger that had continued all these years, only to see that there were still swords coalescing in the sky, moving along with the thunder, blasting on top of Lin Zhao's sword screen, each sword falling like a heavy hammer. Finally, the sword curtain shattered and disintegrated, and almost at the same time, a heaven-shattering dragon roar came out as Li Fan's body rushed into the air, and a golden scaly dragon moved with the sword, blasting towards Lin Zhao. Boom boom boom. The sword and the scaly dragon blasted together, and Lin Zhao stifled a grunt as the sword seed flew back and his body was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air before crashing to the ground. Bang! Li Fan's figure landed not far in front of him. His body was bent and he felt a little tired, but in his eyes, there was still a flicker of sharpness. Raising his head, Li Fan's figure once again stood straight and looked towards Lin Zhao, and then to the direction of the top of the mountain away from him. My sword is in. Chapter 52, The Valley of Swords. Li Fan faced the direction of the top of the mountain away from him and looked at Wu Tong. His sword is in. Wu Tong tightened his face, his eyes sharp as he stared at Li Fan. At the top of the Li Mountain, on top of the sword peak, outside the Great Hall, it was actually quiet at this moment, and everyone's gazes were looking towards that handsome young man. It was as if everything he had endured over the years was completely cathartic at this moment, and he was proving to Li Shan that his sword, he wasn't just a sword cultivator, he also possessed a martial spirit and practiced multi-attribute spells. Yi Qinghuang also looked at Li Fan's back, a bright smile appearing in her beautiful eyes. After 10 years, he had learned something, and next, he would go to the Lei Shan Sword Valley to ask for the sword. At that time, her little senior brother would become a true sword cultivator. Little Fan, let's go back, Yi Qinghuang said as she got up, her voice gentle. Li Fan turned around and looked at Yi Qinghuang, also revealing a smile, then walked back to Yi Qinghuang under the gaze of the crowd. Yi Qinghuang pulled Li Fan's hand and looked in the direction of the elders of the leaving mountain, bowed and said, when the Sword Valley opens, my youngest senior brother will go to the Sword Valley to ask for the sword. With that, he turned around and left with Li Fan, and after walking out of the crowd, his figure rose up in the air and left the leading mountain sword peak. The crowd looked at the backs of the two, their hearts complicated. Little brother Fan is so handsome. Among the crowd, Xiaoqi looked at Li Fan's departing back. A bright smile appeared on her face. She was happy for little brother Fan. Fairy Yi is so good to Xiaofan. The teenager next to him murmured and whispered. Yeah, Kiki nodded. Fairy Leaf was so nice. It's really good for little brother Fan to have such a senior sister. Why don't I have a senior sister like this? The teenager muttered as he gazed in the direction where Lu Kite was. If Lu Kite were to be this good to me as well, I'd be willing to die. You can just go to hell. The young girl glared at him, daydreaming. Xiaoqi ah. With Fairy Yi around. You're hopeless. Brother Xiaofan definitely can't look at you. The two heard each other. The young girl kicked him out. In the direction of the top of the departing mountain. Sword Peak Master Mo Yan looked at the direction Yi Qinghuang had left and said, "This teenager's divine sense and sword seed are both very strong." Lin Zhao was at the late stage of God refining realm. Li Fan was surprisingly able to defeat him. And in the final duel, the two of them clashed directly with their sword types. But Lin Zhao was clearly weak afterward. As for Li Fan, at the time of the sword species collision, he was even able to mobilize spells as well as condense sharp swords to continue attacking, thus showing the strength of his divine sense and his amazing control over sword chi. In theory, Lin Zhao's late stage of the God refining realm should be stronger than Li Fan's God, but it was inferior to Li Fan, which was naturally due to the fact that Li Fan's cultivation method was more special. For more than 10 years, this master and disciples have never given up cultivating this teenager. It seems that a huge price has been spent on him. Gu Qingyang also spoke. Now it seems that it is also a gain. Just that unknown risk. Are you really going to let him go to Sword Valley? Someone asked. Since it's the rules of leaving mountain and that teenager defeated Lin Zhao, what reason do we have to stop him? If we stop him, that master and disciples won't stop until they turn Mount Li upside down for fear. Gu Qingyang smiled and shook his head. Continue. Gu Qingyang looked in the direction of the lower head, leaving the mountain to test the sword, and continued. This time, you can't miss out on any of the good ones. Even younger disciples were given the opportunity to travel to Sword Valley as long as they had enough talent. Yi Qinghuang and Li Fan returned to Xinqiu Peak, and old Blindy was waiting for them. The two figures landed on the ground, and Yi Qinghuang revealed a smile. Back, the old blind man laughed, as if he had already known the end. Yi Qinghuang nodded. Little Fan is very good. It's still early, the old blind man said. Sword Valley, that's the goal this time. Got it, Li Fan said. Can't you say something nice, old blind man? In the sword trial at Mount Li, I defeated Uncle Wu's disciple and didn't make you lose face. Little Fan, don't blame your Uncle Wu. It's me who can't do right by him. The old blind man sighed. Although Li Fan didn't know what had happened to this master and brother duo, he still nodded. As for nice things to say, if you succeed in Sword Valley, you can say whatever nice things you want me to say. The old blind man smiled. How is it considered a success? Li Fan asked. Get your sword. The old blind man responded. My sword? Li Fan didn't understand. The old blind man nodded. You will naturally understand after you meet it, but it won't be easy. You need to be mentally prepared. Okay, Li Fan nodded. I'll definitely get it. Little Fan, you are also tired today. Rest well. You cannot have to cultivate. Yi Qinghuang said to Li Fan. It doesn't matter. The cultivation is just right for recovery. Li Fan said unconcernedly. There are still preparations to be made for the trip to Sword Valley. With that, he walked towards the edge of the cliff and sat down on his knees. That silly boy. The old blind man laughed in a low voice. The sun rose in the east, and the sunlight poured down on top of one of the peaks of Mount Li, between the sea of clouds, and the haze was brilliant. Yi Qinghuang pulled Li Fan and traveled above the sea of clouds. At the peaks of the Li mountain, from time to time, people were seen riding their swords or flying in the air, all heading in the same direction. These people, they were all heading in the direction of Sword Valley. This time, not only the disciples selected this time could go to the Sword Valley, but the outstanding disciples selected from the previous leaving mountain sword trial could also go again. Some people also noticed Yi Qinghuang and Li Fan and looked towards her as they passed by. The Sword Valley was located deep within Mount Li, between the peaks, and this place was the holy land of Mount Li. There's a rule for Lei Shan sword cultivators. People die, swords return. This Lei Shan Sword Valley is the place where the Lei Shan burial sword is buried. Here, there is the sword of the ancestors of the Leaf Mountain. At this moment, one after another, people landed on this side of Sword Valley, extremely lively. Above the Sword Valley, an old man in black sat there, resting with his eyes closed. It was clearly Wu Tong, the peak master of Endless Peak, who was also in charge of the Order of the Sword Valley. The departing mountain disciples who arrived were all extremely respectful to him, bowing and saluting. At that moment, the old man opened his eyes and saw Yi Qinghuang coming through the air. Wu Tong did not like Yi Qinghuang, just as he did not like his senior brother. He and his senior brother have been practicing sword training together since they were young, and are determined to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Elder brother is gifted and is the most gifted person in the Leafy Mountain, and the master regards him as if he were his own. His elder brother took great care of him, often instructing him and treating him like a younger brother. Wu Tong had been a great admirer of his elder brother since he was a child, wanting to follow him to break through the world and eliminate demons. But then they took a different path. His senior brother, became the first person to enter the temple at Lei Shan. For this reason, on top of the mountain away from the master and brother drew their swords. He lost naturally. Later, his senior brother was victimized and blinded. The feelings of master and brother were also completely broken because of that one incident, and could not go back to the past. Uncle Wu, Yi Qinghuang and Li Fan bowed to the old man. Although Wu Tong didn't like them, the two still remembered the old blind man's words. Wu Tong turned to Yi Qinghuang and asked, why didn't he come himself? Back to senior uncle. Li Fan is a disciple of Leaving Mountain and is qualified to ask for the sword. There is no need for senior to come here. Yi Qinghuang responded and pulled Li Fan forward. Wu Tong stood in front of Li Fan, his gaze fixed on him. Li Fan walked past Wu Tong, only to hear Wu Tong turn his back to him and say, Li Fan, there is no sword for you here, and the ancestor of Li Shan will not bestow a sword on you. Li Fan did not speak as he glanced at Yi Qinghuang beside him. Yi Qinghuang didn't say anything either, just pulling Li Fan forward to the top of the Sword Valley, the vast Sword Valley ahead. In the middle of the Sword Valley, there were many broken swords buried. These were the swords of the departed mountain disciples after they died. In the center of the Sword Valley, there is a side of the Sword Mountain stone wall stands. There are many sharp swords inserted in the stone wall above, although after many years, but still the sword is still dazzling. The Lei Shan sword cultivators gathered here. As Yi Qinghuang and Li Fan walked towards them, many people looked at the two. Under the gaze of all the people, Yi Qinghuang took a step forward and came on top of a boulder in the Sword Valley, facing that one-sided sword wall, saluting. Yi Qinghuang, a disciple of Li Mountain, has met the ancestor of Li Mountain. My junior brother Li Fan, a sword cultivator from Mount Li, has come to ask for a sword, and I hope that all of you ancestors will be able to bestow your swords ungrudgingly. Yi Qinghuang's voice was sincere as he bowed once again. Yi Qinghuang, a junior disciple of Mount Li, pays his respects. There was no response, and all the walls of the Lei Shan sword were silent. Yi Qinghuang bowed his head for a long time, and the surrounding Leaving Mountain disciples were quite moved. Yi Qinghuang, seeking a sword for Li Fan. A proud person like her bowed down and begged for the sword in a low voice. Li Fan. Among the crowd, many people looked at Li Fan with emotion in their hearts. Li Fan also looked at Yi Qinghuang and was touched inwardly. Elder sister has given so much for him. A proud person like elder sister wouldn't beg anyone or need to beg if it wasn't for him. Only for him will sister bow down. Go, Yi Qinghuang said to Li Fan. Li Fan nodded his head. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan's figure leaped and landed on top of the boulder below, facing the Sword Valley directly. In the direction of his left and right, there were already quite a few people, such as Lin Zhao, the disciple of Endless Peak that he defeated yesterday, and Lu Kite, who had the outstanding talent of having the bright moon phantasm. The geniuses of the Sword Dao of Li Shan gathered in the Sword Valley to ask for the sword. Chapter 53, Sister's Wrath. Brother Little Fan. At this moment, a 14 or 15-year-old teenager came to Li Fan's side. The very same teenager who had been bickering with Xiaoqi during the sword test at Leaving Mountain. Why are you here too? Li Fan was surprised to see the teenager. I'm gifted, can't I? The teenager said with some pride. But yesterday you were on top of the departure mountain. Handsome. Li Fan glared at him. Of course, Fairy Yi is more handsome. The teenager glanced back at Yi Qinghuang, his face full of admiration. It's Uncle Yi, Li Fan corrected. I just like to shout at Fairy Yi, the young man said. I don't know who will be able to marry Fairy Yi as a daughter-in-law in the future. If it's me, it's worth dying. Put. Junior blocks a head kick by Levan. What are you kicking me for? The teenager glared back at Levan. Do you believe I'll beat you up? Li Fan said. Hey, you have ideas too? The teenager looked at Li Fan with a smile. I'm just afraid that I don't have that ability. I saw your father when I passed by the iron smithy on my way here. Turn around and tell Uncle Yang that you don't cultivate properly on the mountain and think about men and women all day long. Li Fan threatened. When did I think about men and women? The teenager glared at Li Fan. The young man's name was Yang Qingshan, the son of the village's master blacksmith. The ones who were better acquainted with Li Fan on Leishan Mountain were all from Leishan village. Others are less familiar. Of course, there were quite a few people who recognized Li Fan, especially with what happened yesterday. I'm afraid that everyone in Leafy Mountain recognizes him nowadays. As a result, there were many pairs of eyes watching Li Fan's side at this moment. When Yang Qingshan saw Li Fan looking at him with a smile, he seemed to scratch his head as if he had been read through his mind. Alright, I'm not going to brag with you. I wouldn't dare to think about Fairy Yi. My goal is there. With that, he nudged in one direction. Levan, you're a good kid. He just blurted it out, and he hit the nail on the head. This kid's not even 15, is he? Following his gaze, Li Fan's eyes fell in one direction, only to see a stunning woman sitting on a rock. The woman wore a long green dress and sat there quietly, the hem of her dress laying on the stone, and there was a flow of sword intent on her body. Lu Kite. As if sensing something, Lu Kite opened her eyes and glanced towards Li Fan's side, only to see her long eyebrows like willows, black hair like waterfalls, and her delicate face like frost, giving people a sense of distance. Lu Kite glanced at him and then moved his gaze back, continuing his cultivation without any distractions. Look, she just looked at me. She must be interested in me. The teenager saw Lu Kite glancing this way, instantly got a little excited, his heart beating faster. Li Fan glanced at him, unable to bear the blow. Teenagers are always full of fantasies. This kid, I'm afraid it's hopeless. Lu Kite, you recognize it, the best-looking woman in Li Mountain. Yang Qingshan's eyes were mesmerized and added, your senior sister, she doesn't count. Fairy Leaf is a fairy, not considered a person on earth. So away from the mountain his land kite is the most beautiful. Little Fan, do you think that if I marry her home, my father won't wake up laughing in his dreams? Yang Qingshan said, you're the one who woke up laughing. Levan said, indeed dreaming. In just a moment ago, Lu Kite has already succeeded in asking for the sword, and a Lei Shan ancestor passed down the swordway to him. Yang Qingshan said, is my future daughter-in-law awesome? Li Fan no longer wanted to care about him. Compared to the badness of the hearts of the people below the mountain, the people away from the mountain, also too simple. However, my opponent is also very powerful. The teenager looked again at a huge rock beside Lu Kite, where a young man sat, around 17 years old, with a sharp aura on his body. Xia Silkworm, the genius sword cultivator of the leading mountain sword peak, just arrived not long ago, and also succeeded in asking for the sword. The teenager looked at Xia Silkworm like he was looking at a love rival. What about you? Did you succeed in asking for the sword? Li Fan looked at the teenager and asked. Me? Yang Qingshan scratched his head. I'm just getting started. There's no rush. Just tell me if Lu Kite is good? Not bad. Li Fan responded, not bearing to strike the teenager. What's that got to do with you? Junior brother, what are you chatting about so happily? Yi Qingyuang's voice came from above behind him. Fairy Yi. Yang Qingshan shrunk his head and slipped out without looking back. Little Fan, I'll go ask for the sword then, he said, jumping off the boulder at Li Fan's feet. Senior sister, I also asked about the sword. Caught by his senior sister, Li Fan turned back and said awkwardly, then sat on top of the boulder and closed his eyes. Leaving the mountain Sword Valley. When the consciousness enters it, the sword of the Sword Valley will be able to perceive it, thus establishing a connection and asking for the sword. Li Fan closed his eyes and his consciousness drifted into that one side of the sword wall in the Sword Valley and went. Those sharp swords inserted above the stone wall. Li Fan's consciousness perceived many different sword intentions. Each sword, it was as if it existed in life. Each of these swords, each sword represents a Lei Shan ancestor. For thousands of years, whenever demons and devils messed up the world, the great sword cultivator of Mount Li would come out to cut down the demons and get rid of the devils. After his death, the sword returned to the mountain. There was a sword that sensed Li Fan's consciousness and then quietly retreated, ignoring it. After that, the second sword and the third sword are all the same. Li Fan's heart was immediately a little lost. These swords, unwilling to respond to him, going to disappoint the old blind man and sister? A little bit of time passed. Li Fan did not want to disappoint his senior sister. He took the initiative to try to establish a connection with the sword. But after the sword sensed his consciousness, it would return to silence. Li Fan tried for a long time and asked many swords, but it still didn't work. He opened his eyes and looked in other directions, only to see a sword clanging above the stone wall, with sword intent flowing towards Lu Kite's body. Lu Kite, asking for the sword again, was successful. Second sword now. Many people in Sword Valley looked at Lu Kite. I've made it. At this time, a surprise voice came, only to see Yang Qingshan jumping up happily, looking back at Li Fan. Brother Little Fan, I've succeeded. Uncle Yang will definitely be happy for you. Li Fan responded with a smile, but his heart was a little lost. It seems that it is going to disappoint senior sister. There is a demonic aura in his body, and these ancestors are able to sense it and are unwilling to pass on the swordway. He looked back at Yi Qinghuang. Yi Qinghuang, who was sitting above, opened her eyes and softly said, Little Fan, it's okay. With that, she stood up and took a step forward. Standing in front of Sword Valley, a smudge of blazing flames appeared in the pupils of her eyes. Her eyelashes were reflected in a fiery red color. Her pupils became brighter and brighter, and the temperature of the Sword Valley suddenly rose drastically, and all the disciples felt a searing hot air current. Boom! A terrifying flame airstream swept out, continuously extending towards the Sword Valley, and in an instant the entire Lei Shan Sword Valley was covered in it. This flame air current scurried towards the sky. The mountain walls were branded red. A red haze appeared in the sky. and the entire Sword Valley was burning. The disciples of Lei Shan were all startled. They all looked towards the direction where Yi Qinghuang was, only to see that above Yi Qinghuang's body, flame air currents surrounded her body, and behind her, flame plumes appeared and slowly opened up, getting bigger and bigger, covering the sky and the sun. Everyone's hearts raced as they stared at the huge figure that slowly floated into the air, accompanied by a loud and clear phoenix sound. The sky above the Sword Valley was dyed red. Above the Sword Valley, a phoenix hovered there, shocking the people. The phoenix shadow also appeared within the pupils of Yi Qinghuang's eyes. In an instant, countless sword chants and sword intent broke through the clouds throughout the entire Lei Shan Sword Valley. Late generation Yi Qinghuang, I request that all of the leaving mountain ancestors grant the opportunity to ask for the sword. Yi Qinghuang opened his mouth, and the disciples of Lei Shan in the middle of the Sword Valley were silenced. Yi Qinghuang, you're too unbridled. An angry voice came out, followed by a terrifying sword chi filling the air above the Sword Valley. Above the Sword Valley, Wu Tong walked to Yi Qinghuang's previous position and stared at Yi Qinghuang's back below, burning with rage. This place is the holy land of Mount Li. Yi Qinghuang looked back at Wu Tong. The shadow of the phoenix surrounded her body. The phoenix shadow appeared in the pupils of her eyes, and the phoenix above the Sword Valley emitted a phoenix sound as if it possessed life. Senior uncle, although I don't know what kind of grudge you have with your master, but Xiaofan and I have always honored you by calling you senior uncle. Most of the disciples of Lei Shan are people who have been victimized by demons. Xiaofan has been victimized even more deeply, and even this Lei Shan Holy Land that cuts down demons and removes them is also all individually biased. But has Xiaofan ever done anything that is wrong to Lei Shan? Yi Qinghuang slowly opened his mouth. As a disciple of Mount Li, and for the sword cultivator, if the talent is not good, ask the sword failure. I have nothing to say, but this mountain of swords, are my Mount Li predecessors? Why even a chance are not willing to give? The Li dynasty is rotten. Need to have a sword out of Li Shan. But Li Shan is also this rotten. The world still want to Li Shan for what purpose? After saying that, her gaze once again looked towards the Sword Valley. The people outside are full of benevolence, righteousness and morality. Leaving the mountain but also learn fast. My youngest senior brother has been going to the mountain since he was young. Is he a disciple of leaving the mountain? Is he a Li Shan disciple? Is he a Li Shan sword cultivator? The imperial court and the various clans are already on their way. The outside world is rumored to be on the verge of collapsing Lei Shan. Since this is the case, the collapse is also collapsed. If this is the case with Lei Shan, I will give Lei Shan a ride. As Yi Qinghuang's words fell, the mountain was filled with silence, and all the disciples of leaving mountain rose up, their hearts shaken. For the sake of that teenager, Yi Qinghuang is going to rebel against the mountain? Senior sister, Li Fan shouted and looked at his senior sister, only to see Yi Qinghuang's hair on her ear temples moving with the wind, her eyes determined. At the peaks of the Li mountain, a figure shot towards this side in a hurry. Wu Tong was furious and stared at Yi Qinghuang and said angrily, Yi Qinghuang, don't you think that I don't dare to touch your senior siblings? You try? A dull voice came from the sky, only to see the wind and clouds changing and flowing with sword chi in the sky above Mount Li. Everyone raised their heads to the sky, looking at the rolling sword intent that suppressed the land above Mount Li. Old Blindy. Li Fan looked up to the sky. It was Old Blindy's voice. Wu Tong also raised his head, enraged, and said, What? Are you, a traitor of the leaving mountain, ready to move the leaving mountain this time? Since you called me a traitor, then there is no harm in rebelling again. That voice fell again, still strong. One after another, voices landed on top of the Li Shan Sword Valley, and they all looked up into the sky, their gazes moving. In the distance, another sword shot in, a white-clothed figure, like a sharp sword, hanging above the Sword Valley, killing intent blazing on his body. Ru Yu, come down. Wu Tong looked at Wen Ru Yu and said, Senior sister is right. I'll ask for a fair chance for junior brother. If I fail, I have no complaints, but if Mount Li rots, I will no longer be a disciple of Mount Li from now on. Wen Ru Yu spoke aloud. Chapter 54, Asking for the Sword. Wooten looked at him, speechless. Wen Ru Yu's father, who had been his favorite disciple of Lei Shan, had later become the head of the Lei Shan sword, and as such, up and down Lei Shan, had held extremely high expectations for Wen Ru Yu since he was young. Wu Tong disliked his senior brother, Yi Qinghuang and Li Fan, but he couldn't dislike Wen Ru Yu. His father, who had represented the sword of the leaving mountain, died in battle. It's all gone crazy. Mo Yang, the peak master of the leaving mountain sword peak, also rushed over to this side, looking at the scene in front of him, feeling emotion in his heart. The Sword Valley leaving mountain disciples all moved as well. Leaving the mountain to implode? They couldn't help but look at the teenager standing on that stone block. What was so peculiar about this teenager? Because of him, Yi Qinghuang wanted to shake the leading mountain. That blind senior wanted to rebel against the mountain. Wen Ruyu also wanted to rebel against the leading mountain. Li Fan looked at the scene in front of him, also asked himself, worth master and elder brother and sister so? Uncle Wu, let the ancestors decide for themselves. Mo Yang walked forward, knowing that he couldn't stop Yi Qinghuang. What's more, now that his master uncle had personally taken action, his master uncle had returned to Mount Li after being seriously injured back then, and had been living in deep seclusion, not even stepping foot outside of Divine Shou Peak. But now, this master and disciples, for the sake of that teenager, had gone so far as to turn their backs on Li Shan. He was also a little curious about the teenager, and whether he could pull it off. Although he knew Li Fan very early, he did not know Li Fan very well. Li Fan had been living with Yi Qinghuang on the Xinshou Peak on the outskirts of Li Shan, and was more familiar with the villagers of Li Shan village. Everyone in the village, it seems, loves him, but that master uncle of his hopes for Li Fan were too high. Leviticus didn't want to gamble. Mo Yang opened his mouth. Wu Tong glanced at Wen Ruyu, and finally collected the sword intent on his body, and the sword intent in the sky dissipated. Yi Qinghuang eyes retracted, and then looked toward the sword valley. The phoenix sounded in the valley, and then did not enter the body of Yi Qinghuang, disappeared, and the sword valley flames also dispersed, restored to the beginning. Yi Qinghuang, however, did not leave and just stood there, staring at Sword Valley. The wind from the Valley of Swords whipped by, blowing that white coat. Senior sister, Li Fan didn't know what to say. Yi Qinghuang revealed a gentle smile, like a spring breeze, and said, "Little Fan, go do what you need to do." When the surrounding leading mountain disciples saw that smile, they became more and more jealous of Li Fan. Perhaps Li Fan was the only one who could make Yi Qinghuang reveal such a gentle smile. Li Fan nodded his head and continued to turn around and sit on his knees. Yi Qinghuang stood behind him, looking at the teenager's back. She remembered 12 years ago. In that hell scene, she was injured and unconscious. When she opened her eyes, a boy was at her side. The boy suffered that kind of pain, but still restrained until she woke up. The boy dragged his tired body away. The demons in the sky followed him. That day, the sun was as blood. Later, the boy went up off the mountain. She came to guard Li Fan consciousness again into the Sword Valley stone wall. Want a Sword Valley? Ask Sword. First of all, to enter the realm of refining God. God is not strong. Cannot ask Sword. At this time, Li Fan seemed to have a sense that above the stone wall of the Sword Valley, there was a sword softly chanting. He moved his mind and established a connection with the sword. In an instant, a horrible suction force seemed like it was going to devour his whole person. Li Fan felt some discomfort, but did not resist. The next moment, it was as if his consciousness was being pulled into the sword. A picture appeared in Li Fan's mind. On top of a lonely peak, an old and a young figure stood there. "Apprentice brother, you don't have the talent to practice swords, and so far, you still only learned one sword," the old man said. "Master, then is it okay if I only learn this sword?" the teenager asked. "Silly boy." The old man stroked the teenager's head. The scene changes, and the boy begins to learn the sword, and keeps repeating one sword, day and night. Only one sword. The sword was getting faster and sharper. The teenager looked like he had grown up quite a bit, but he still only knew one sword, and only learned one. "Master, disciple wants to participate in the Leading Mountain Sword Trial." "Silly boy. What kind of swordplay have you learned?" The teenager shook his head. "What will you take to the Leading Mountain Sword Trial?" the old man said, and the teenager returned lost. Off the mountain sword test, the young man quietly stood in the corner, watching the other disciples spirited. "That one, the sword champion, is even more glorious." The teenager lost and left. Another day, he found the disciple who had won the sword champion, stood in front of the other party, and asked for a sword test. The other party was a bit disdainful, but still agreed. The young man was extremely serious and drew his sword. All these years of hard learning were on this sword. This was all he knew how to do, and he swung it with all his might. The opponent fell in a pool of blood. The teenager was bewildered. He knelt on top of Mount Lei with the corpse on his back, and received countless accusations and abuses, claiming that he had sneak attacked and killed his fellow disciples, and that he wanted to take his life, and his master's father seriously injured him and begged for mercy on his behalf, and the teenager was eventually expelled from Mount Lei. On that day, with heavy rain, the teenager dragged his injuries and left Lei Shan to venture into the world. He traveled all over the world and made a name for himself with this sword, and when asked where he came from, he called himself Sword One and never said that he came from Lei Shan. He would only know how to use one sword, and he was afraid of dishonoring the name of Lei Shan. Years later, a city broke out in a large-scale demonic chaos. A large demon into the city. Millions of people were robbed. the government was at a loss. Countless cultivators died fighting. The sword struck and decapitated the demon leader with a single blow. With the sword in his hand, he killed the demons with blood. But in this battle, he died fighting. Before he died, he informed the world that he had come from Mte, Levittown. His sword, sent back to the mountains away from him. When a man dies, the sword returns. When he returned, his master was already an old man with white hair, and he came to the Valley of Swords with his sword in both hands, sending his sword into the Valley of Swords with his own hands. After that, the white-haired old man broke his own sword and killed himself in the Valley of Swords. He doesn't deserve to cultivate the sword. He doesn't deserve to be a teacher. Jian Yi's past life floated through Li Fan's mind, causing his heart to be touched, and it turned out that he was also a person who was not recognized by Lei Shan, which was somewhat similar to himself. Was it because of this that the sword made contact with itself? At that moment, Li Fan entered the world of swords. In front of him, a figure appeared, waving his sword in front of him, swinging it at will. Li Fan couldn't even see the sword clearly. He only saw a beam of light that kept flashing in front of his eyes, cycling back and forth. The illusory figure kept repeating this sword. Only one sword. If you only have a chance with one sword, with what will you strike? A voice came. Li Fan knew that the questioning of the sword had begun. If there is only one chance to make a sword, and if you fail, you die. How do you make a sword? Li Fan swung his sword. The same simple swing, but he was too slow. The trajectory of the sword clear. Li Fan stopped. This away from the mountain forefathers spend their lives to learn a sword, and it is not that easy. Moreover, sword cultivators could not only use their hands to wield their swords, and before, Jian Yi had used his intent to catalyze that sword, which was like lightning as well. Although there was only one sword, he had made it the ultimate fast. Li Fan did not continue to swing his sword, but stared at the sword, thinking. In the middle of the valley, Li Fan sat cross-legged with sword intent flowing through his body. Obviously, he was asking for a sword. Quite a number of Lei Shan disciples' gazes fell on Li Fan. Today, Yi Qinghuang and Wenruyu's master and disciple had not hesitated to rebel against Lei Shan and begged for Li Fan's opportunity to ask for the sword. How many swords could he ask for? Brother Little Fan, you will definitely be able to do it. Yang Qingshan looked at Li Fan and clenched his fists. Although he was young, he also knew what Li Fan had suffered all these years. He looked at Lu Kite again, only to see that Lu Kite's gaze was also on Li Fan, which made Yang Qingshan's heart snicker. Lu Kite must have been interested in herself, knowing that she and brother Xiaofan were close, and thus paying attention to brother Xiaofan. The book says it's called loving the house. He's going to have to work on that too. Li Fan tried to use his god to control the sword, and the sword was even faster, but it still wasn't right. He swung many swords, trying again and again. He knew that this sword asking about swords was not asking about his talent in sword Dao. Jian Yi himself, with mediocre talent, only knew one sword, but he persisted and practiced this sword to the extreme. So, he doesn't ask for talent. Li Fan also knew that if he only thought about swinging his sword, he would inevitably not find the correct answer. He gazed in thought, recalling the life of Jian Yi, who said that he only knew one sword. But that sword could not actually be called a sword move or sword technique anymore. How to become a swordsman with just one sword? Li Fan remembered his own life again. He was somewhat similar to Jian Yi, but his luck was a bit better. He met the old blind man, and met his senior sister and brother. They are not afraid to be able to draw their swords against Rishan for their own sake. What would he do if his senior brother and sister were in trouble? If there is only a chance of one sword? Li Fan muttered and whispered, thinking for a long time, and then replied, I will use guardianship to make a sword, faith to make a sword, and hope to make a sword. Li Fan's arm crossed and chopped out a sword. Illusory space, a sword that still didn't seem to be fast, but when the sword chopped out, it was a determination that tore through everything. In the Valley of Swords, there was more than just the sound of swords, and Li Fan only felt a sword intent surging into his mind. I wield the sword and seek hope with despair. Sword One's voice came and Li Fan's sea of consciousness roared, where a strand of sword intent merged into Li Fan's sword seed. In the middle of the sword valley, a sword clanked and sounded as it flew up from the stone wall and flew towards Li Fan, hovering in front of him. Li Fan opened his eyes. There was a flash of sword in his eyes. He looked at the ordinary sword in front of him, but this sword, it was everything that Jian Yi Sr. had. He stretched out his hand and held the sword, and for a moment, it seemed as if his blood was connected, as if man and sword were originally one. The moment Li Fan gripped the sword, he knew that Jian Yi Sr.'s sword had transcended beyond the sword. The sword was just a form, and that sword was everything to him. He seeks hope by swinging his sword in despair. Thank you. From the sword, a voice seemed to come, a voice that only Li Fan could hear. Li Fan froze, then revealed a smile and returned. Thank you, Senior, for giving me the sword. Along with the fall of Li Fan's voice, the wisp of consciousness in the sword completely dissipated, and Li Fan could clearly sense its dissipation, leaving openly, perhaps having finally found someone who understood his sword. Chapter 55. In the middle of the Sword Valley, the disciples of Mount Li looked at the sword in Li Fan's hand. Mo Yan also saw it, and he recognized the sword. The story of this sword was known to many people in Li Shan, and many disciples of Li Shan had asked for the sword before, but they had all failed. Li Fan got the sword. Was it because Kenichi-senpai thought it had a similar experience to Li Fan? Maybe so. That being the case, it is up to the youngsters' chances. Go. Mo Yang and the others left, and only Wu Tong remained there. What's the point if it's just this sword? Yi Qinghuang also opened her eyes, and a smile surfaced on her beautiful features. This is the beginning of the questioning of the sword. Li Fan had just gotten the Sword of Sword One when he felt the Valley of Swords like someone was calling him. With a thought, he responded to the call, and the feeling from before reappeared as his consciousness was pulled into the world of the sword. In the world within the sword, a mountain appeared in front of him, and on the mountain, an old man sat there, his gaze looking right at him. Li Fan, a junior of the Leaving Mountain, has met senior. Li Fan saluted the old man. These swords contain life, and I don't know how they do it. This is the sword soul. The old man seemed to know what Li Fan was thinking. Sword soul? The sword of a sword cultivator has long been fused with the soul, even though the person is dead. If the sword is there, the soul of the sword will also remain. The other party responded. Li Fan nodded his head. The methods of a greatsword cultivator were naturally not something he could understand right now. Mid-god refining realm. Since you have refined the gods, how many swords can you defend? The old man asked. Late generation doesn't know. Li Fan responded. Not having tried. You have obtained the Jianyi sword Dao inheritance. What are the characteristics of his sword? The old man asked. Quick. Li Fan responded. Sword one had no sword moves, only one sword. And the moment the sword came out, it was the peak. It's lucky that he was able to live that long, the old man said. With only one sword, if you can't kill the enemy, what's the difference between waiting for death? Li Fan didn't reply. He wasn't qualified to point the sword of the ancestors. This old man should be practicing a different sword path, and thus couldn't see Jian Yi's sword path. However, Jian Yi's sword Dao talent was mediocre, and for him to cultivate a sword to its limit also allowed him to go as far as he could go. A sword art that is bent on death. It's really pedantic, just as pedantic as others. The old man lamented. Sword cultivators can defend their flying swords to kill their enemies. Only one sword being fast can't be enough. They need every sword to be fast. The old man waved his hand, and immediately many swords appeared in front of Li Fan. And he spoke. The imperial sword will kill me. Li Fan's mind moved. A sword flew up and shot explosively towards the old man, who sidestepped his head and easily avoided it, and said to Li Fan, Slow, you can only control one sword? The second sword flew up and shot out again. The old man continued to avoid it easily, even standing without moving. Too bad. That's how sword one picks his heirs? The old man said in displeasure. Li Fan made those two swords turn at the same time, killing the old man again. Still too slow. At this level? The old man was not slow, constantly avoiding Li Fan's imperial sword killing moves. At your level, you still dare to come and ask for a sword. The old man looked a bit lazy, and just then, the speed of those two swords suddenly skyrocketed, interlacing to kill the old man. The old man revealed a strange color and dodged sideways, his body residing in the middle of the two swords. But right at this moment, the swords on the ground suddenly all stormed up, blocking off all directions and stabbing out like a rain of swords. The old man froze as his body shifted and a sword whistled past his ear. This kid, his thoughts were just born, and he saw that he was already unable to avoid it, and was sealed by the sword. The old man waved his sleeve, and at once all the swords fell to the ground. You brat, hiding your clumsiness and counting on me? The old man glared at Li Fan angrily. Senior asked me to kill you. Senior's talent is mediocre, so I can only use some means. Li Fan responded. I hope Senior will forgive me. The old man glared at him and said, although it's not bad, it's still a bit slow and weak. You have to do every sword as it was when Sword 1 came out. So, do I count asking the sword as a success? Li Fan didn't understand. Barely counts. The old man waved his hand. After waiting for so many years, the old man is too lazy to wait. It's cheaper for you, kid. Oh, thank you, Senior. Li Fan revealed a bright smile. Seems like you got lucky and it worked. In this way, 2 swords were successfully asked. So Senior sister shouldn't be disappointed, right? Even though Senior sister said that he was highly talented, she didn't know if she was comforting him. After all, Junior brother was also very young, yet he was already a 5th realm great sword cultivator. and senior sister should be even stronger. Alright, I'll pass down my sword Dao to you. Cultivate well and don't let me down. The old man said casually. The late generation will definitely do their best. Li Fan bowed. In the next moment, this space seemed to transform into a sword and directly entered his mind. And in an instant, many more memory images appeared in Li Fan's mind. At the beginning of the image, he actually saw Jian. Senior Sword 1? Li Fan was a bit strange. Wasn't this the memory of this senior just now? In the scene, Jian is practicing in the world and comes to a village to kill a demon. He kills the demon and meets a boy. The boy's parents are eaten by the demon. Jian saves him at the hands of the demon. Kenichi prepares to leave and the boy follows him. Kenichi shooed him away, and the boy still followed. The boy continues to pursue him as Kenichi tries to abandon him. And eventually, Kenichi turns back, takes the boy with him, and teaches him to use the sword. Kenichi realized that the boy's talent for swordsmanship was high, but Jin was only able to teach one sword. And the boy grew up quite a bit. And when Jian tried to send him up the mountain of Li, he himself was outside of the mountain of Li. After the boy knew the original reason, he didn't enter the leafy mountains, and he too began to venture out into the world on his own. He had gone through a lot and continued to grow through trials and tribulations. As he fused Jian Yi's sword Dao, comprehended his own sword Dao, and created a new sword technique. When Sword 1 fell, the boy was already a famous swordsman, and he created his own 9 swords on top of Sword 1's foundation. Sword name, Leaving Hate. Years later, the boy is an old man. He brought his sword with him, and set foot on Mount Li, a disciple of the first sword, asking the sword to leave the mountain. On top of Mount Li, the 9 swords of separation and hatred, battling at the top of Mount Li. The story ends here. Jian never returned to Mount Li in his life, and only returned to the Valley of Swords after his death. His disciple, with his regrets, asked the sword to leave the mountain to do justice to his master. This is the sword cultivator's style. In addition to those memories in Li Fan's mind, he had also inherited the old man's sword technique, the 9 swords of separation and hate. This sword was derived from Jian Yi's sword technique, reaching a higher realm where he had surpassed his master and asked for the sword to leave the mountain for his master. Senior Sword 1 should have no regrets. Li Fan also understood why the other party would take the initiative to summon him after obtaining the Sword 1 questioning sword inheritance. The master and disciple's sword paths are now passed down to him. Many thanks, Senior. I will definitely live up to Senior's sword path. Li Fan spoke seriously. Above the stone wall, a sword flew and landed behind Li Fan. At this moment, behind Li Fan, there were already 2 swords. Many people in the Sword Valley looked at Li Fan, who had actually obtained the inheritance of the 2 leading mountain ancestors in a short period of time. It seemed that Li Fan's talent for sword Dao was extraordinary. They looked in other directions again. Behind Lu Kite, there were 4 swords, representing that she had received the sword Dao inheritance from 4 ancestors. Behind Xia Silkworm, there were 2 swords. Lin Zhao, who had lost to Li Fan that day, only had a sword behind him. Therefore, Li Fan asked for the sword and was already ahead of most of the leading mountain disciples. However, asking for the sword gets harder the further back you go, and when the ancestors see that you've gotten the sword Dao inheritance, they'll be even more stingy with their own inheritance and leave it to those who come after them. Unless a person with outstanding talent, the ancestors of Lei Shan, would be willing to pass on the legacy in the hands of one person. The 2 swords inherited from Li Fan were master and disciple. Li Fan got the inheritance of the master sword 1, and then got the inheritance of his disciple's sword Wei. They also wanted to see Li Fan. How many swords could he ask? However, Li Fan did not continue to ask about the sword, but rather immersed himself in the 2 seniors' sword Dao enlightenment. Jian Yi's sword, only 1 sword. Out of despair, seeking hope, each of his swords is a sword of certain death, the pursuit of the ultimate fast, 1 strike to kill. This sword exceeded sword arts. This sword was the sword of intention, the sword path of Jian Yi. Since there was only 1 sword, Li Fan named this sword 1 character chop. The 9 swords of separation and hate, and the sword of sword 1 were in the same lineage. In the middle of Li Fan's mind, the 9 swords crossed the sky. This sword art can be used to wield the sword with the hand or to control the sword with the mind. The Li Hate sword technique was derived from the sword 1 sword Dao, and the first sword out had a terrifying explosive power. The subsequent swords, each of which incorporated the previous sword momentum, were stronger than one another, but for that reason they became more and more difficult the further back they went. With such a sword, even just controlling a sword demanded an extremely high level of mental will, let alone the 9 swords of separation and hatred, cultivating to the limit. When the 9 swords came out together, Li Fan could only see the sword chi in the sky and the earth, and the sword intent filled the sky, as if that had transcended the 9 swords, but rather the countless swords. 9. The extreme number. Li Fan sensed the sword chi in his mind. Wanting to reach the sword path of his predecessor and cultivate into the 9 swords of separation and hatred, he didn't know how many realms he had to reach. First, I will sense the sword path of Senior Jianyi and practice this sword, Li Fan said in his heart, closing his eyes to sense and cultivate. Above the sword valley, Yi Qinghuang knew that Li Fan was practicing his sword when he saw the sword intent flowing from his body. Yi Qinghuang still didn't leave and guarded there. A day later, at the top of the Li Mountain, the main hall of Sword Peak, quite a few people were present as a figure stepped into the great hall, bowed, and said, all the forces of the imperial court are already on their way, and in a few days' time, there will be forces that will arrive at Mount Li. The atmosphere in the great hall was somewhat heavy. By the looks of it, the forces that have fallen into the well this time won't be in the minority. Gu Qingyang spoke. If the leaving mountain sword loses this time, then the future will depend on those disciples. Mo Yang, you arranged to send the leaving mountain disciples down the mountain, and leave the green mountain behind. Yes, senior uncle. Mo Yang nodded his head. How is it over at Sword Valley? Gu Qingyang asked. The forefathers are giving swords and seeking someone to pass on the legacy. Lu Kite has asked for 4 swords, currently the most among the disciples of Leaving Mountain. Mo Yang responded. What about the teenager? Gu Qingyang asked. Ask the sword for 2. Mo Yang returned. Good talent. Gu Qingyang nodded. Is there any movement in that sword wall? Mo Yang shook his head. Depends on his fortune. Gu Qingyang sighed. His senior brother's bet was too vicious. If it was Wenruyu, they wouldn't stand in the way. But he bet on the teenager who had a demon inside him. Off the mountain, a little afraid to bet. Everything, decided by the forefathers, is at the mercy of heaven. Chapter 56. What is a sword cultivator? Li Fan woke up from his cultivation. He opened his eyes and there seemed to be a sword aura in his eyes. He spent a day carefully comprehending the sword Tao of the 2 ancestors. The swords of the 2 seniors were both very profound. A few days of cultivation was only an introduction. He wanted to fully cultivate into it. He was afraid that he still needed to raise his cultivation level, and the God-refining realm was obviously not enough. But even so, he had a vague feeling that something was different about him. Old Blindy said that he would not be able to call himself a true sword cultivator until after he came to Sword Valley. Another glance in the direction of the surroundings revealed that there were actually 4 swords behind Lu Kite, which was extremely eye-catching. He naturally knew that this meant that Lu Kite alone asked the sword to have 4. Off the mountain 1,000 years of heritage, out of many big sword repair. But after all, off the mountain generation disciples are also many. Can ask the sword with one's own strength have 4? Which can see the Lu Kite sword road talent is high. However, there is another reason for this reality. Because of the crisis faced by the Lei Mountain, the Sword Valley Lei Mountain forefathers are interested in looking for the inheritance of the person. Even those who had come to the older Leaving Mountain disciples, some of them had re-inquired about the sword successfully. Li Fan closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the Valley of Swords once again. This time, no sword took the initiative to establish contact with him. Li Fan was not discouraged and perceived the sword in the Sword Valley, taking the initiative to try to communicate with one of the swords, but still did not knock on the sword door. He continued to try and didn't give up. Behind him, Yi Qinghuang's beautiful eyes opened, her eyebrows slightly raised, but at the same time, Li Fan knocked on the sword door and entered the world of swords. Only then did Yi Qinghuang close his eyes again. In the world of the sword, Li Fan saw a white-haired figure sitting there on the edge of a cliff with his back to him, seemingly looking out over the sea of clouds. Li Fan, a junior of the Leaving Mountain, has met senior. Li Fan bowed and saluted. The figure ignored it and continued to sit there quietly, and Li Fan stood there silently waiting. I don't know how much time passed, but the figure spoke. He chose you. Li Fan looked at the other party. He didn't understand the words. At that moment, the figure turned his gaze. An old man with a head of white hair casually draped over his shoulders. His aura was transcendent, with a bit of an immortal style. Li Fan? The old man said. Yes. Li Fan responded. The old man's eyes surveyed him. Do you know what is the most important thing for a sword cultivator? The old man asked. Sword seed? Li Fan said. The sword seed is like the chi practitioner's phantasm. It allows the sword cultivator to attack and attack more strongly. It is the soul of the sword cultivator, but it is not the most important. The old man said. Swordsmanship? Li Fan said again. The old man shook his head again. What's that? Li Fan asked. It is the chi of a sword cultivator. The old man looked at him and said. If you don't have this chi present, then, you are not considered a true sword cultivator. Those who are timid and cowardly are not worthy of cultivating the sword. Those who are indecisive are not worthy of cultivating the sword. Those who are too kind-hearted are not worthy of cultivating the sword. And those who are greedy and fearful of death are not worthy of cultivating the sword. The old man stared at Li Fan and spoke. The sword is a sharp blade for killing and destroying. And in the hands of the sword, there is no fear, no other, no self, no emotion, no righteousness, no king, no father, no law, no sky. Sword in hand, no matter who your opponent is, how high their cultivation level is, or how distinguished their status is, you must forget. You only need to remember your sword. This is the chi of a sword cultivator. Li Fan was a little touched inside. What a domineering sword cultivator. This was an aura that he had not felt from the two previous seniors. With a sword in his hand, the only thing between heaven and earth was the sword in his hand. Without this chi, one is not qualified to cultivate my sword Dao. The old man's voice turned calm as he spoke. Now, pick up your sword and kill me. In Li Fan's hand, a sword appeared. He held his sword chi flowing from his body suddenly facing forward, his sword coming out like thunder, stabbing at the old man. The old man's eyes widened as he glanced at him, and in an instant, a terrifying sword barrier appeared, sweeping in like a storm, instantly causing Li Fan's sword to be blocked, unable to advance a single bit. This is your sword? I asked you to kill me and your sword has no killing intent? The old man shouted coldly. Li Fan couldn't answer. This old man was a senior of Lei Shan, and it was naturally difficult for his sword to have a killing intent. What did I tell you before? The old man's voice was ice cold. Who are your closest people? And what would you do if I were to kill them all right now? Li Fan stared at the old man, his body's sword intent a few points stronger. A strand of sword chi surrounded his body, stabbing forward, piercing through the barrier little by little and continuing forward. Who taught you the sword? Is your master a waste? Having sword moves without sword intent? The old man continued his icy rebuke. When the sword is in your hands, if you can't do it without me, what qualifications do you have to cultivate the sword? You are not allowed to talk about my senior. There was anger in the teenager's eyes. Although he and his elder brother and sister sometimes called out to the old blind man, they would never allow anyone else to humiliate their master. Boom! A storm of sword chi erupted from his body. The center of his eyebrows erupted with radiant sword aura. Sword chi spread all over his body, as if his body was also transformed into a sword. He took a hard step forward, his sword stabbing out a little bit forward. Forget about sword moves and techniques. When you hold a sword in your hand, you are the sword. Either you kill your enemy or you die. The old man said. Your sword is too weak. You don't deserve to be a sword cultivator, so you can die. As the words fell, another wave of terrifying sword intent descended, drowning everything. The sword intent seemed to devour Li Fan. He felt like he was going to be torn to shreds by this sword intent. Death was so close. It was frightening and suffocating. Will he die? If he dies, what about sister? What about the old blind man, and elder brother and the others? Kill. A thought appeared in Li Fan's mind. Only one thought, kill. But he still couldn't take half a step forward. Only killing intent can't be enough. You have to remember that you are a sword cultivator. You are a sword. The old man said. I am a sword. Li Fan tried to forget his ego. He entered a marvelous realm. The sword intent around him seemed to merge with the sword. His body seemed to be getting lighter. He was like a pure sword. An even stronger sword intent permeated out from him. At this moment, he ignored the oppression of the sword Dao that fell on him. Ignored his fear. There was no other. No self. Only the sword. A sword light flashed, cutting through space, and with a poof, the sword pierced into the old man's chest. The old man didn't look at his own chest. Instead he looked at Li Fan. At this moment the young man in front of him was flowing with sword intent. Even those eyes were surging with sword flow, just like a real sword. The human sword is very enlightened. Turning back, the old man looked toward the rolling green hills in the distance. I will teach you my sword Dao. The white-haired old man slowly spoke. No need. Li Fan responded. No need? The white-haired old man frowned and looked back at Li Fan. I will cultivate other sword paths. Li Fan turned around and wanted to leave. There is a personality. The white-haired old man said. Why? Not to learn the sword from someone who humiliates my master. Li Fan responded. The white-haired old man froze when he heard his words, then laughed coldly. Your master wouldn't dare to speak to me like that even if he was there. Li Fan was puzzled, listening to the other party's meaning. This white-haired old man knew the old blind man? See clearly who I am. The white-haired old man's words fell, and all of a sudden Li Fan only felt that many more memory images were poured into his consciousness. Li Fan saw that the old man was a great sword cultivator from the mountain. He was old and wanted to find a mantle to teach the sword way. There is a memory image of several disciples kneeling down and performing the rite of worship. Among them was a young man with a graceful demeanor, and a flash of strange emotions appeared in Li Fan's mind after he saw it. This graceful young man actually resembled the old blind man. Murphy. He continued to look at those images, only to see that the old man took very good care of that teenager, and from time to time, he instructed him individually, and the teenager was very gifted, and at a young age, his sword cultivation skyrocketed. No one can beat the sword test at the Sword Peak in Lishan. As the young man grows into adulthood and becomes more and more talented in swordsmanship, the old man wants to pass on the mantle to him, but at that moment, he sees the two men having a fight. Growing up as a teenager, he wanted to leave the leafy mountains, the situation of the world, the intricate interests between the court and the lineage are destined to decay. I have no problem if you want to enter the world and walk the world in the name of Lei Shan, to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils, but you want to enter the court? Master, today's world, His Majesty has a great ambition. He wants to clean up the dynasty, and cut down all the demons in the world. The world of Dili is too big. How many demons can be killed only by the power of our Lei Mountain? Only the court can save the people of the world? I want to join the court, to assist the bright king. The mantle of the master can be passed on to the master brother. Wishful thinking. The old man was furious, and a quarrel broke out between the two. His disciple insisted on going down the mountain, and the old man didn't stop him after all. Instead, another of his disciples came to stop him, and a battle broke out between the two, but that disciple still wasn't able to stop his senior brother from descending the mountain. After that, the scene changes. The old man is old, seems to have almost run out of gas, sitting alone on the mountain peak. At this time, that another disciple of his came and knelt in front of the old man, who looked like Wutong above Sword Valley. What is it? The old man asked. Senior brother is in danger. Please take action in consideration of the love between master and disciple. How dare you plead for him? The old man looked at Wutong. The other party knelt and kowtowed, saying, elder brother took care of me since I was a child, although he made a big mistake, but after all, he is elder brother. Elder brother's mistake. Disciple is willing to bear it on behalf of me, even if it means abolishing my cultivation, so please take action from the master. The old man looked at his young disciple and sighed. He looked up, and in the next moment, a terrifying sword intent appeared, and Li Fan only saw the other party's Yuanshan leave his body and transform into a shadow. This Yuanshan void was like a sharp sword out of its sheath, plunging straight into the clouds. As he crossed mountains, the sea, and the land, and wherever he passed, sword chi was everywhere. An incomparably grand and lofty city loomed into view, and the old man's Yuanshan sword arrived with a loud cry. Who dares to kill my disciple? As the words fell, the sword of Yuanshan descended from the firmament, plunging straight into the grandest place in that lofty city. Above the ground, a terrifying grand formation erupted, wanting to devour the heavens and earth. A true dragon figure rose up into the sky, and a supreme divine weapon rushed into the clouds, heading towards that Yuanshan. The old man's Yuanshan went all the way down, tearing everything apart, slaughtering true dragons, cutting down divine soldiers, and stabbing into that magnificent city, and in an instant the lofty palace collapsed and shattered. In the midst of the ruins, Li Fan's heart trembled violently when he saw a figure with blood seeping out of both eyes. Stabbed blind. Teacher's father. Wanton. An extremely domineering voice came out, only to see a towering figure with the power of a great formation killing towards the Yuanshan, finally blocking the Yuanshan's pace, but also being hit hard and sent flying. The city below collapsed and shattered crazily. The genjutsu fell to the ground and took the man who had been stabbed in the eye. Back at the leafy mountain, the old man ran out of gas. That blind master and brother kneeled on the ground and knelt for a long time. The old man was seated. Leaving the mountain, there was one less peerless great sword cultivator. Chapter 57, Ask the sword to leave the mountain. Li Fan came to his senses from the picture, and the white-haired old man was still sitting there with his back to him, as if he was sitting alone on top of the mountain like in the picture. Li Fan knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Disciple Li Fan, meet Master Gong. At this time, how could he still not know that the old man in front of him was the old blind man's master? Yuanshan transformed into a sword out of Li Shan, into the Dali Imperial City, to bring back the old blind man. This is what kind of style? The sword fairy is just like that. The old man, who was on the verge of running out of oil, brought back the old blind man at the cost of his own sitting down. Leaving the mountain. Sword cultivator. Still learning? The old man asked. Learn. Li Fan bowed and looked up at the old man's back in awe. In this world, I am afraid that he is the only one who is qualified to scold the old blind man. Scolded, but also as a matter of course, the old blind man but also the same can only kneel down to be scolded. He has a personality of his own, and the disciples he took in are like him. One wants to destroy the Sword Valley, and the other won't learn my sword Dao. The old man said. Levan. He didn't dare strike up a conversation. There are different sword techniques in the world. Those who cultivate swords can comprehend sword techniques according to their own sword path. Today I am passing on to you the 9 decays of the celestials. Not a sword technique, but the method of using a sword. The old man said, "Did you memorize what I taught you before? Take note." Li Fan nodded. The martial arts practitioners have martial intent. Sword cultivators have sword intent. You have touched the sword intent, followed by human sword unity, into the realm of the sword Tao Celestial. The only way to enter this realm, you can use the art of the celestial 9 declines. If the use of the sword, you every time you out of the sword cultivators of the sword intent, will, courage, all converged in the sword on top of the sword. There is no comprehension of the sword intent, without a strong will, cannot practice this art, this sword art. There is no way back, can only continue to break through their own limits, behind each sword, beyond the previous peak sword, until the exhaustion of the sword cultivator's essence. This sword art someone can only out of a sword. Outstanding talent, can be out of the 3 swords. My peak, can be out of the 9 swords, and thus named the celestial 9 decline. Of course, you may also decline with 1 sword, and in the future, if you have the talent to be able to produce the 10th or 11th sword, you may also rename it. In addition, you can use any sword technique, sword move, in this way. Yes, Master Gong. Li Fan nodded respectfully. Begin. The old man spoke indifferently, still with his back to Li Fan, but on him, there was an imaginary shadow walking towards Li Fan, which was like a divine soldier, carrying monstrous sword intent, walking towards Li Fan. Li Fan shook inwardly. This is the sword he saw in his previous memories, the last sword of Master Gong's life. Master Shifu was letting him feel the 9 declines of the celestial beings. A second silhouette emerged from the old man, and the sword aura was even more intense. Subsequently, when the 3rd and 4th, 9 shadows appeared, the sword chi was overpowering, and in this world of swords, heaven and earth looked like they were going to be torn apart. The 9 swords united, simultaneously stepping as in Li Fan's torso, overlapping with his figure. Tell him I forgive him. The old man's voice resounded in Li Fan's mind. And then he saw the white-haired figure gradually become illusory, transforming into countless points of light and dissipating little by little between heaven and earth. Li Fan was touched inwardly. He, naturally, referred to the master. He calmed his mind and sensed the sword Tao taught by Master Gong. This time, Li Fan had been sensing for 3 whole days. 3 days later, sword intent flowed on Li Fan's body as he sat on top of the boulder, and an invisible sword Tao air current actually formed around him. This scene caused many people to look towards him, all of them revealing shocked colors. At this time, Li Fan, who was still in cultivation, was actually like a sword, and a person was both a sword. Moreover, that sword intent was getting stronger and stronger, and it actually seemed to be climbing. Even at this moment, those broken swords in the Sword Valley actually clanked and chirped, as if they had come to life, more than restless. What's going on? The hearts of all the people trembled as their gazes looked at Li Fan. Was it because of the sword path he practiced that made these swords restless? What kind of sword Tao has this been inherited? The surrounding people secretly said in their hearts. There were also those who were knowledgeable enough to see that Li Fan had entered a kind of sword Tao realm at the moment, where the human sword was united. This sword Tao inheritance seems to be extraordinary. Lu Kite, who was cultivating, was also awakened and glanced at the vision in the Sword Valley. Her beautiful eyes revealed a flash of color before she looked at Li Fan, only to see that at this point, Li Fan had already asked for 3 swords, which had already surpassed the vast majority of people. In this place, she was the only one who asked for 5 swords, and there was also Xie Silkworm, who asked for 3 swords, just like Li Fan. Just then, Li Fan opened his eyes, and it was as if there were sharp swords present in those pupils. This is the sword Tao Celestial Realm, Li Fan said in his heart, and then the sword intent on his body gradually converged. The 9 declines of the Celestial Man. First of all, to enter the realm of the Celestial Man of the sword path, the essence, chi, and spirit are united. The human sword is one, and enter the realm of forgetfulness. The only thing that exists is the sword. This was also the sword path pursued by Shifu Gong. Entering the realm of Heavenly Man of the sword path, one could only use the 9 declines of the Heavenly Man. If one used this sword art, every sword that came out was a sword at the peak of the peak, and with every sword that came out, the human body would go from strength to strength. And if he wanted to have more than one sword, he needed to fight with his own will. Li Fan had spent 3 whole days, which had allowed him to enter the Sword Tao Celestial Realm. Just as Li Fan was practicing in Sword Valley, away from the mountain village, the village was quiet and peaceful as usual. At that moment, a few figures came to the entrance of the village, a group of 5 people, an old man, a middle-aged man, and 2 people walking behind, and in front of them, a young man of about 30 was leading 2 teenagers. The old man was already gray-haired and obviously of a certain age. The two teenagers, however, were very young, appearing to be only 15 or 16 years old. One of them was well-mannered, with a bit of youthfulness still on his body, while the other teenager was wearing a gold-colored fancy dress, with a bit of sharpness on his body. Taya, this is the leaving mountain. The old man looked up at the mountain range in front of him, as if it had been a long time. This is Li Shan. The well-mannered teenager similarly raised his head with a few moments of respect in his eyes. Taya, Mount Li is the holy land of the world's sword Tao. You must have reverence, the old man said. Disciple knows. The teenager responded respectfully. His master had told him that all along, Li Shan and their location had always existed at the top of the Dili sword Tao. However, nowadays, the leaving mountain is gradually withering away, and the outside world rumors that this sect will collapse and cease to exist in the near future. Even so, the master is still in awe of Li Shan. This Li Shan sword, naturally, is extremely powerful. He dares not disrespect. Isn't our Lingxiao pavilion the number one in the Dili sword Tao? The golden-colored, gorgeous-suited teenager retorted. Zili, for 1,000 years, the Li Shan sword Tao was number one. Only in recent years, the Li Shan sword Tao has begun to weaken. The old man responded. The teenager named Zili nodded, but his eyes remained somewhat arrogant. A line of people into the village. The butcher Lu Gang is chopping meat. Daughter Xiaoya sitting on the side. See that the name of the teenager Taya Xiaoya stunned. Secretly good beautiful teenager. Actually is only a little bit worse than brother Xiaofan. The butcher's knife suddenly stopped, and he looked up at the few people in front of him, only to see that the old man, who looked like an ordinary person, nodded at him with a slight smile. The young man bowed to him in the same way. Since this was the leaving mountain, even if he was from the village, I'm sure he had something to offer, and he should respect that. Butcher Lu Gang's gaze was frozen there, his eyes unprecedentedly heavy, and his hand holding the knife actually appeared unsteady, with a slight tremor. By the time that line of people walked past him, Lu Gang actually felt as if he was drenched. Leaving the mountain. There's trouble. A thought appeared in Lu Gang's mind. He had been in the village for decades and had seen many people, including the big names on leaving mountain. But for the first time, he felt so much pressure. The old man had only passed by him, but Lu Gang felt a terrifying sword intent hidden within. Leaving the mountain. Here comes the top great sword cultivator. The crisis of leaving the mountain is naturally clear to him, and he is afraid that he is coming to find trouble. A group of people continue to walk in the village, passing places. Many villagers look at this old and young five people. Named Tayas young man will bow and salute when he sees people. Very polite. This made the villagers all feel a little strange. This polite teenager, but it made their malice seem a little narrow-minded. As the young man continued to walk forward, he heard the sound of reading in front of him, and a scholar with a scroll in his hand came out of the hut. And the old man looked at the scholar and knew where the other man was coming from. This scholar, he must be that person's disciple. Only to see the scholar gently looking at the several people, his right hand holding a scroll behind his back, then bowing to the old man. He spoke. Mu Changqing has met senior. The old man nodded his head and returned the salute, saying, Taya, Zili, meet Mr. Mu. The young man bowed at the old man's words and said, the late student Jiang Taiye has met Mr. Mu. Mu Changqing glanced at the teenager and thought to himself, what a teenager. It reminds him of his youngest senior brother. What is the purpose of senior's trip? Mu Changqing opened his mouth and inquired. His voice was gentle, making people not feel the slightest bit of hostility, and his body was filled with a bookish aura. Not far beside him, the buffalo had stood there motionless since the arrival of the young and old, its huge eyes staring at the line of people in front of it. A few of them have been admiring the sword of the leaving mountain. Thus I brought them here to take a look. The old man responded, and from him, he likewise could not perceive the slightest presence of hostility. Makoto Changqing glanced at the teenager and gently nodded his head. Senior, please go ahead, so I won't see you off. Mu Changqing made way. Many thanks. The old man nodded his head as the group walked past Mu Changqing. The old man glanced at the buffalo as he passed by. The group made their way forward, heading towards the inside of Mount Li. Makoto Changqing looked at the backs of several people inside in his heart. Since someone had arrived, then the people behind them should be arriving soon, right? He glanced towards the outside of the village and shook his head, then returned to his room to continue teaching, and the sound of loud reading came from inside the room again. The old and young traveled all the way forward, stepping into the middle of the departing mountain and heading directly towards the main peak. When they were about to reach the main peak, their whereabouts had long been discovered, and many people around them had their eyes on the old and the young, the imperial swords, standing around them, sword intent surging from their bodies, ready to strike at any time. That old man body is also no longer as calm as before. At this time he, if anything, the body of the sword aura, so that the surrounding people feel the meaning of extreme danger. The group of people rode through the air as if they were walking on the ground, walking step by step in the direction of the peak of Sword Peak, in front of the sea of clouds. On top of Sword Peak, a number of figures appeared on the cliffside, all of them suffused with sword intent, looking towards the sea of clouds in front of them, staring at the several figures that were walking towards them. Those 5 people were getting closer and closer, and it looked like they were about to step on the Sword Peak, and the line of figures at the very front had sword intent surging from their bodies, so they were ready to strike. Jean. Behind them, in the direction of the Great Hall, a voice came from the direction of the Great Hall, and immediately those who wanted to make a move extinguished their sword intent and sidestepped. A group of people walked past them, stepping hand in hand onto the main peak of Mount Li, and walked step by step towards the Grand Hall. Arriving at the wide square in front of the Grand Hall, the teenager looked up at the magnificent and ancient hall in front of him. Leaving the mountain. It's here. The old man looked up at the ancient hall in front of him and opened his mouth. Lingxiao Pavilion. Ask the sword to leave the mountain. Chapter 58, Lingxiao Pavilion. The old man's voice didn't seem to be very loud, but as his words fell, the entire Sword Peak reverberated, and every word fell clearly in the ears of those practicing on top of the Sword Peak. The leaving mountain disciples who were practicing at Sword Peak all looked grave when they heard the 3 words Lingxiao Pavilion. The elders claimed that the Dili Sword Dao was strongest in Lishan and Lingxiao Pavilion. Leave the mountains and take refuge in the wild. The lingering court enters the world and is in the court. The leafy mountain is remote, and the leafy mountain selects disciples who go down the mountain to find people who have been victimized by demons. The Ling Xioga, on the other hand, is supported by the imperial court, in order to separate it from Lishan. The Lingxiao Pavilion is broadly admitting talents, gathering genius characters from all the major families to gather together, and there are also top-level resources tilted. To this day, it has been able to separate itself from Lishan, especially now that Lishan was weak, and those who cultivated swords in the world, they were more inclined towards the Lingxiao Pavilion. Every year, countless sword cultivators went to the capital, wanting to enter the Lingxiao Pavilion. Lingxiao Pavilion became the orthodoxy of the Dili Sword Dao. Many of the identities of the disciples were also extraordinary, princes and nobles, and powerful families. Today, the Lingxiao Pavilion, with its disciples, asked the sword to leave the mountain. In the middle of the hall, a line of figures came towards the outside and stood on top of the steps, looking towards the Lingxiao Pavilion line. Gu Qingyang walked in the forefront, with Mo Yang, the peak master of the Sword Peak of Li Mountain, following at his side, along with other old men, all of whom were the top figures of Li Mountain. Their gazes all fell on that old man from the Lingxiao Pavilion. This time, when the court wanted to move Lishan, the first to arrive was actually the Ling Xioga, which is also the top power of the Dili Sword Dao. However, it seemed that this was normal. The Ling Xioga was already inextricably linked to the imperial court, and was supported by the imperial court. When the mountain collapses, from now on, only the Lingxiao Pavilion will be the only one in the Dili Sword Dao, and no other force will be able to compete with it. And then the Lingxiao Pavilion will also become the unique holy land of the Dili Sword Dao. This old man, they naturally knew who it was. The Lingxiao Pavilion's top sword cultivator who had long been hidden behind the curtain, Wang Daoxian, and that middle-aged, now the apparent helmsman of Ling Xioga, Yi Chaozong. As for the 3 Lingxiao Pavilion disciples, that youth should be the most outstandingly talented of the Lingxiao Pavilion's young generation. Pei Jing, Jiang Taie, Chu Zili. The old man Wang Daoxian pointed to the 2 teenagers in front of him and introduced them. These 2 juniors have heard about the name of Mount Li and have been wanting to come over to take a look. The collapse of MT Li is imminent, and in the future, the Dali Sword Road will only have his Ling Xioga family, so I am afraid that such an opportunity will never come again. Before the departure of the mountain collapsed, the Lingxiao Pavilion needed to prove something. The holy land of Sword Dao, from now on, was no longer Leishan, but Ling Xioga. Moreover, the Leishan Sword Valley had many Leishan ancestors' Sword Dao inheritance in it, so it would be too much of a pity if they were all destroyed. Gu Qingyang's eyes looked towards the 2 teenagers. Jiang Taie was gentle and Chu Zili was proud. Behind each of the surnames of these 5 people arriving from the Lingxiao Pavilion, there was an extraordinary significance. He had also heard a story. Rumor has it that the Jiang clan has produced a supreme heavenly pride, which is a congenital sword body, and has been sent to the Lingxiao Pavilion for cultivation since childhood, where the young man exposes the world's sword scriptures, and is obsessed with the way of the sword. After that, this teenager rarely showed up outside, and few people knew his roots. However, Li Shan knew some news about that teenager, who had been cultivated as the future of the Lingxiao Pavilion. Today, the Lingxiao Pavilion brings that young man and asks the sword to leave the mountain. The teenager Zheng Taie looked up at the figure that appeared on the steps, still bowing very politely. He spoke. My senior Zhang Taie. I have met the seniors of Mount Li. Above the ladder, Li Shan and his group looked grave. Just this young man's temperament. We know that he is not extraordinary. At this time, Gu Qingyang looked up at the sky and spoke coldly. All of you are also dignified figures, so why sneak around since you've all arrived? Above the firmament, the wind and clouds rolled, and a powerful breath filled the air from the sky. And then I heard someone laugh aloud. Today, leaving mountain is so lively. Naturally, I want to come to see it, but I'm just afraid that I'll disturb the pleasure of all of you. That's right, the battle for first place in the Delhi Sword Dao is natural to see. One could only see a beam of light falling from the sky, and then one could see figures appearing in different directions, each with a powerful aura, striding towards this side, standing in the vast plaza at the top of Mount Li. All of you continue. We're just taking a look, a middle-aged man said aloud, and the people who left the mountain all looked grave. The court hadn't arrived yet, and all the forces had arrived early, so it seemed that there were a lot of people who had fallen into the well. Above the great hall, the people of Leaving Mountain rushed this way from all the peaks. Gu Qingyang looked at the old man, Wang Daoxian, and asked, how do I ask for the sword? The Lingxiao Pavilion came with its disciples to ask for the sword. Leaving the mountain, impossible to avoid. Zhang Taie and Chu Zili are both in the realm of refined spirit, and cultivators within the realm of leaving the mountain and exiting the orifices are free to challenge the two of them. The old man looked up at Gu Qingyang and said, as for Pei Jing, he has always wanted to find an opportunity to see Wen Ruyu's sword. Zhang Taie is less than 15 years old this year, and was brought into the Lingxiao Pavilion when he was a young boy, raising his sword, exposing himself to books, and familiarizing himself with the world's sword scriptures. After that, cultivate and go straight to God refining. Zhang Taie was able to impact the third realm of the out-of-body realm at any time, but he pressed his realm and told him to wait a little longer. And before that, he needed to make a trip to the Leaving Mountain to enter the third realm again. Cultivation realm breakthroughs are barriers for most cultivators, but for a once-in-a-century sword wizard like Zhang Taie, cultivation realm advancement is the simplest thing. He needed to cast a good foundation. Every step needed to be perfect. Only then would he be able to become the #1 sword cultivator of Dili in the future. This was the Ling Xiaoge's expectation for Zhang Taie. Although Chu Zili was not as dazzling as Zhang Taie, he was also the same top genius among the Ling Xiao Pavilion's descendants. As for Pei Jing, Wen Ruyu was known as the youngest 5th realm sword cultivator in Dili, and Pei Jing was second. Therefore, Pei Jing wanted to come to Leishan to have a look. Gu Qingyang gazed at the other party. There will be a calamity in the Leaf Mountain. The other party chose to come to the Leaf Mountain to ask for the sword at such a time. And it would not be just for the sake of asking for the sword. If Mount Li collapsed, the belonging of the Mount Li sword scripture as well as those sword Dao legacies must be what the Ling Xiao Pavilion wanted. These arriving forces were afraid that they all wanted a piece of the pie. Without benefits, how can they come? But even knowing this, Li Shan still had no reason to refuse. This is off the mountain. Leaving the mountain. How can you refuse someone asking for a sword? May. Gu Qingyang responded. The Leaving Mountain disciples who were here were eager to try, but they were stopped by the elders. The Lingxiao Pavilion was prepared, and the one who came was also the most talented disciple of the Lingxiao Pavilion. And at this time, the most outstanding disciples of Mount Li were all still practicing in Sword Valley. In the Sword Valley, Li Fan was still immersed in the Sword Dao sense. At this time, there is news coming this way. Many of the disciples from the mountain to learn about it and talk about it. Asking the sword to leave the mountain? Who asked the sword to leave the mountain? Someone asked suspiciously. Lingxiao Pavilion disciples, Zhang Taie, Chu Zili, and Pei Jing. Someone said, where is the Lingxiao Pavilion? Daring to come to Li Shan to ask for the sword? Because the disciples of Mount Li have been living in the mountain for a long time to cultivate, they don't know much about the facts of the outside world, unless the elders of the division deliberately mention it. Lu Kite, who was practicing, opened her eyes. She knew that the Lingxiao Pavilion, the court-supported Sword Dao orthodoxy of the Dili dynasty. The Sword Dao geniuses are like clouds. It is the most flourishing Sword Dao cultivation power of the Dili dynasty nowadays. And Kong, Chu, and Pei? These are all very prominent surnames. The Lingxiao Pavilion is known as the leading force in the sword path of the Dili dynasty, and is on par with Li Shan. A cultivation disciple beside him opened his mouth, and the crowd's eyes turned. It was Xia's Silkworm. In that case, the other party came to leave the mountain to ask for the sword and came prepared? A disciple said. Xia's Silkworm didn't respond. If he didn't come prepared, who would dare to come to Lei Shan to ask for the sword? He stood up, stopped his cultivation, slowly turned around, and with a leap of his body, like a sheathed sword, he headed towards the top of the Sword Valley. After years of practicing in the Leafy Mountain, this battle was for the Leafy Mountain and for himself. Master said that there will be a catastrophe in the Leafy Mountains and that he will be sent out of the Leafy Mountains. The Sword Valley asked the sword. Is to hope that these disciples from the mountain can inherit from the mountain predecessors of the sword to leave. Both so, for the disciples from the mountain to leave, the mountain will certainly hold high expectations. They will be the future of the mountain. In addition to the Sword Valley inheritance, I'm afraid that there are other opportunities. Ling Shao Pavilion. Xia Silkworm said in his heart. This time, asking for the sword was his chance. Xia Silkworm has gone. The leaving mountain disciples saw Xia Silkworm leave and head to Sword Peak. Xia Silkworm, the most outstanding disciple of Sword Peak, has asked for 3 swords in Sword Valley. After obtaining the inheritance of the 3 leaving mountain ancestors, Xia Silkworm's strength was bound to go even further. With senior brother Xia Silkworm's strength, he will definitely be able to win the battle. Go, we'll go too. Many of the leaving mountain disciples got up and prepared to go. Lu Kite glanced at the disappearing back of the Xia Silkworm, and a touch of worry appeared in those cool eyes. Since the Ling Shao Pavilion dared to come and ask for the sword, there was no doubt about the strength of those few disciples. Moreover, the timing chosen by the Ling Shao court, the interests of the upper echelons of the Dili dynasty were complex, and the Ling Shao Pavilion was inextricably linked to the royal family as well as various families. The Ling Shao Pavilion has come to Lei Shan. She glanced at the direction around her. The disciples from the mountain were restless. However, in one location, a figure was still sitting quietly there, like a mortal fairy. It was Yi Qinghuang, Ling Shao Pavilion, and it couldn't make a ripple in her state of mind. She looked at Li Fan again. It seemed that only for the sake of that teenager would Yi Qinghuang experience waves of emotions. She closed her eyes, and soon her mind became calm as well, like stopping water, and continued her cultivation. Leaving the mountain was facing a calamity. She needed to seize the time to further her sword Dao before she could do so. When Yang Qingshan saw the leaving mountain disciples departing from the Sword Valley one after another, he was also a little agitated, and his eyes looked towards Li Fan's side, asking the sword to leave the mountain. Such a great event is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Brother Little Fan. Yang Qingshan shouted. Li Fan was also thinking at this time. He naturally heard the surrounding discussion. The Ling Shao Pavilion came. The visitor was not good. He had a bad feeling about this. Someone has come to leave the mountain to ask for a sword. Should we go? Yang Qingshan said. Li Fan looked back at his senior sister. Continue cultivating. Yi Qinghuang said. Yes, senior sister. Li Fan nodded. He glanced at Lu Kite who was not far away. There were quite a few sword Dao geniuses among the disciples of the leaving mountain. Lu Kite had not even traveled yet. Where was his turn? Now. It was time to seize the time to ask for the sword and continue to improve his strength. Chapter 59, For the Sake of the World. Beyond the leaving mountain, the ground shook and a solemn killing intent filled the air. Above the earth, a great army galloped, 10,000 horses. The 2 people at the head of the forefront. One of them is clearly the Chu State Governor Su Bin, while the other is wearing a mask. Sitting down on a warhorse, eyes are fire red, exhaling breath with a fiery airflow. Not only his warhorse, its in the warhorse are also different, and the size of the body is far bigger than the ordinary horses. The soldiers on top of the warhorses were permeated with a strong chi and blood. This legion was deployed from all over the world to the elite, with the demon-slaying division and the demon-suppressing army. Even the people of the demon-suppressing army were all in the cultivation realm of a zongsher or above. They, however, were only the advanced legion, so strong that they were not the main force on this occasion. As the warhorse galloped along, the demons and devils that passed by all avoided far away and fled frantically. Soon, they arrived outside the village of Lishan. Su Bin strangled the reins. His warhorse stopped, and raised his hand, and at once the army behind him stopped with it. Ahead is Mount Li. Su Bin spoke, his expression solemn. As the governor of Chuzhou, he has also heard a lot about Lei Shan, and this time, the court sent a mission to him, which was carried out by the Voltron Villa, and he was considered to have successfully accomplished it. But the next task was not one he was qualified to lead. Even as the governor of a state, he still wasn't enough to look at in the face of a behemoth like Li Shan. This time he was ordered to take care of some closing tasks. Is the leaving mountain up ahead? The man with a mask on his head next to him looked ahead, his eyes heavy. Li Shan, a legendary place for thousands of years. When facing Li Shan, even the imperial court had to back down 3 times. But now that Li Shan is in decline, the court doesn't want to give Li Shan another reprieve. And, of course, there were the forces of the various parties in Dalai. Su Bin nodded. Being able to participate in the battle for the overthrow of Mount Li was considered a matter of honor. Riding atop his warhorse, Su Bin looked out at the village ahead. He gazed at the distant directions to the left and right again. One after another people were arriving this way. All of them were the forces of the various parties that Dali had heard of. The collapse of a behemoth like Lishan would be a huge opportunity, and who wouldn't want a piece of it? Leaving the mountain village, the people in the village all converged together, and they all heard the commotion outside the village. The villagers walked through the village, talking. What happened? The court is going to move away from the mountain, and I'm afraid it's here. Mr. Mu is here. At this moment, the villagers looked in one direction, only to see Mu Changqing walking towards this side. Mr. Mu, that line of people from before, and the commotion outside here, are they people sent by the imperial court? Someone asked. Makoto Changqing held a scroll in his hand and stood and stopped in front of the crowd. The crowd all bowed to Mu Changqing, appearing extremely polite and respecting this teaching student. Every generation in the village of Leishan would have a teaching student to enlighten the children of the village, and if they were qualified, they would be sent up to Leishan to cultivate. Shepherd Evergreen was the teaching teacher of this generation, so the village people treated him with the utmost respect. Makoto Changqing also bowed to the villagers in response, and then raised his head to address the crowd. I'm not going to hide it from you elders. The Imperial Court will be taking action against Mount Li. The Imperial Army outside has already arrived. The Imperial Court will follow with more people. And in addition to the Imperial Court, there are quite a few clans in Delhi that will also fall into the well. Therefore, Evergreen would like to request that you all move out of the village. The surroundings were quiet for a moment. Then they all realized what was going to happen. Makoto Changqing had asked them to move out of the village, and they naturally understood what that meant. Leaving the mountain. It could be dangerous this time. I thought it was something. Just let them come as they please. I will definitely treat them well. The butcher waved his hand and said, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to chopping the meat first. Everyone who wants to eat meat come over and take as much as you want. With that, he turned and walked back. I'll go back to smithing too. If you guys don't have any handy guys, go to my place. This time for nothing. The blacksmith said also followed the butcher and left in one piece. Let's go. I'm hungry and I have to cook dinner. Mr. Mac, I'm too old to move anywhere. Where are the children? Makoto Evergreen opened his mouth and asked. Mr. Mako, you see to it. They're all your students. It's in your hands. That's right. Leave it to Mr. Mu. Once a teacher, always a father. Mr. Mu, remember to tell them that this is their route. And remember to come back to visit when they grow up in the future. Mr. Mu, my Xiaoqi is practicing in the mountains, so I'm also asking you to take care of her. Dame Wang spoke. If Xiaofan likes it, let her follow Xiaofan and say that her mother said so. In the blink of an eye, the villagers had actually gone clean. Mu Changqing froze for a moment as he watched the scene in front of him, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Beside that, an old man next to him said, leaving the mountain, there are no seeds that are afraid of death. This old man is the village chief of the village of Leishan, who is nearly old. According to the older generation, the village of Leishan has been here since 1,000 years ago. In those days, demons ravaged the world, captive breeding humans, treating them like livestock, raising them up and coming to eat them, and so it went from generation to generation, until one day, a line of great practitioners came from the leafy mountains and started a sect here. Since then, the village has never been rationed. Then after that, some people in the village began to cultivate, and they learned to hunt and hunt demons. When you are hungry, you go to the mountains to kill demons and slaughter them for food. It's a tradition that has been maintained to this day. From being captive to demons, to eating them, you can't forget your roots when you leave a mountain village. They've been in this land since they were captive by demons thousands of years ago. And now, to let them go? It doesn't matter if the village is gone. They have a queen. Mr. Mu. The old man looked at Mac Changqing beside him. Village chief. Makoto Changqing responded. Remember to tell the children. Away from the mountain is their home. If the court led away from the mountain is no longer there, then remember. The village chief looked up in the direction of the distance, exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and slowly said, overthrowing this dolly. Saying this, the village head slowly left this side, still reciting under his breath. If one generation can't do it, then two. If two can't do it, then three, and there will always be that one generation that can do it, right? The village of Leishan has never been protected by the imperial court, and they only know Leishan, not the imperial court. If the court wants to destroy Leishan, then, destroy Delhi. Mu Changqing bowed to the village chiefs departing back and said, Changqing remembers, the village away from the mountain is calm again, children playing in the distance, cooking smoke curls, quiet and peaceful. A smile appeared in Makoto Evergreen's clear eyes. He had been teaching in the village away from the mountains for many years, but today the villagers in the village were a lesson for him. The villagers don't understand so many truths, but they look down on life and death, and on enmity. Off the mountain. Off the mountain. He looked back at a green mountain in the distance. even though the Dili dynasty was not there. But the green hills remain. With a single step, Mu Changqing's body stepped through the air and headed towards the green mountain. The children playing in the distance looked toward Mu Changqing, and someone exclaimed, "Mr. is flying. Mr. sure can fly too." The children cheered and looked towards their Mr. All along, Mu Changqing had never shown his cultivation in front of the children, so many of the children would speculate whether their Mr. could be the same as those immortals in the mountains away from them. At this moment, they saw that Makoto Evergreen could fly, hence their excitement. Off the mountain, on Shinchio Peak, on the edge of the cliff, the old blind man sat there quietly, facing the direction of the sea of clouds. There were footsteps behind him, and someone called out from behind, "Master Evergreen!" The old blind man shouted, and Mu Changqing walked forward, coming to sit down beside his master, saying, "The people from the imperial court are almost outside the village, and there are still quite a few people spying in the dark, so I think quite a few forces have already arrived at Leaving Mountain. But the people in the village, they are all unwilling to leave. Human nature," the old blind man said softly, "being here for 1,000 years, leaving the mountain is their route. How can they just say they're leaving?" "What about the children?" Makoto Evergreen asked. "You take the children," the old blind man said. "Senior disciple doesn't want to leave either," Mu Changqing said. He was also a Leaving Mountain disciple. "You have more important things to do," the old blind man responded. "Don't forget the master's instructions to you." Makoto Changqing was silent as he remembered his master's instructions to him and asked, "What about you, master?" "I will also live." The old blind man faced into the distance and said, "Though blind, I still want to look and see that day come." Mu Changqing similarly looked at the direction the old blind man was facing. There, in the direction where Sword Valley was. "Can junior brother make it?" Mu Changqing asked. "Evergreen, what do you think of little Fan?" Old Blindy asked. "Senior brother is naturally extremely good," Mu Changqing responded. After all, Li Fan was the one he watched grow up. He naturally understood Li Shan inheritance first emphasis on the heart. He also knew that the reason why the master selected Xiaofan is not only because of its sword talent, but also his heart. Back then, several things happened. His little junior brother, so that he is also very touching. Since that's the case, then it can naturally be accomplished. A smile appeared on the old blind man's face as he said, "Junior brother has already met your senior grandfather, and I'm sure his old man likes it as well." "I haven't met Master Gong, his old man," Mu Changqing sighed. "It will be the same if your little senior brother meets on your behalf," the old blind man said. "Evergreen, will you resent me?" "No way," Makoto Evergreen responded, his voice decisive. The old blind man nodded. "Ryu the child has complained before, but after experiencing that incident, I think that she must not complain anymore. Only, it's bitter for you guys, for the sake of leaving the mountain," Mu Changqing said. "For the sake of leaving the mountain," the old blind man murmured, and after a long silence, he added, "For the sake of the world." Chapter 60, Sword Dao Battle. Off the top of the mountain, the number of Leaving Mountain disciples rushing to the side one after another was increasing. The two of them, Zhang Taie and Chu Zili, walked to the center of the crowd, with Pei Jing standing not far behind them. The surrounding cultivators from the various forces of the Great Lakes watched the battle before them with interest. Especially Zhang Taie. This teenager was being cultivated by the Lingxiao Pavilion as a future leader of the Sword Dao, with infinite potential. This time, it will be the first time he shows his face, and the opponent that the Ling Xiuga had chosen for him was Lei Shan. The people of Li Shan eyed the young man in front of them, and they were all clear that this young man from the Dali Lingxiao Pavilion was bound to have extraordinary sword skills. But even so, how could the Leaving Mountain disciples have any fear? For a while, many people were eager to try, only to see a tall teenager stepping out ahead of the others and striding into the middle of the battlefield. Menno. The disciples of Leaving Mountain looked at the teenager. He was wrapped in a demon skin coat, short hair, 16 or 17 years young. His face was tough. His skin was bronze in color. Many disciples recognized him. Meng Yi is said to be from the mountains. Since childhood grew up in the mountains. His body is permeated with a wild atmosphere. At a young age, he had fought and killed wild beasts, and then was brought up to leave the mountain to cultivate. And in the young generation of disciples from the mountain, it is considered to be the best. Meng Yi came into the middle of the battlefield, a head taller than Zhang Taie and holding a heavy sword in his hand, only to salute Zhang Taie and say, "Please instruct me." Although it is not as standard as Zhang Taie, but it should not lose the style of leaving the mountain. "You're not worthy of being his opponent yet." Zhang Taie stood there quietly, not responding, and Chu Zili beside him took a few steps forward. The teenager's proud gaze fixed on Meng Yi as he said, The elders said that Mount Li is the holy place of the Great Li Sword Dao. So I've come to learn the sword of Mount Li. Meng Yi dragged his sword along, his figure running steeply towards Chu Zili, a powerful momentum pressing towards Chu Zili. Bang! Only to see Meng Yi's figure leaping up in the air, his hand wide large sword chopped down, heavy sword without a blade, rigid to the extreme. A powerful sword force oppressed on Chu Zili's body. The leaving mountain disciples all clenched their fists and looked towards the battlefield. They could all feel the sense of power from Meng Yi's sword stroke attack. Heavy sword. Chu Zili raised his head to look at the decapitating Meng Yi, sword intent flowing from his gorgeous clothes, and as he watched the heavy sword about to smash down, suddenly his body moved, sliding back sideways. Boom! An explosive sound came out as the heavy sword chopped at the location where Chu Zili had just stood, and the ground seemed to tremble for it. Meng Yi missed a blow, but the sword momentum was not weakened. He held the hilt of the heavy sword with both hands, sweeping and removing, carrying the momentum of 1,000 pounds. The air issued a roaring sound, a breath of air. Even the sword dipper appeared to sweep in and tear apart everything. Chu Zili's figure fell backward, his entire body tilted, almost leaning against the ground. The heavy sword swept across his body, the tip of his foot lightly tapped, floating and sliding back, out of the range of the heavy sword's attack. Meng Yi did not pause. His arm swung his heavy sword and flew forward. His momentum was like a rainbow, making the disciples of Lei Shan all look at this scene nervously. This sword smashed down on the other side. Chu Zili was afraid that he could not withstand it. Chu Zili tilted his head and looked at the figure that was falling with the domineering sword power that was pressing down on his body, trying to block him from retreating. But this time, he didn't avoid it. A heavy sword sinks. A wisp of sword intent erupted, and Chu Zili's body actually burst up in an instant, like a beam of light. Put! The crowd only saw blood flying in the air and removing it, and then they saw Meng Yi's body flying out backwards, and then lying on the ground, his body convulsing. It was only at his throat that blood was constantly flowing out. Meng Yi! A figure rushed out and came beside Meng Yi. It was his master. Meng Yi! The leaving mountain disciples who are familiar with him also exclaimed in shock, and a few of them also rushed directly into the battlefield, only to see Meng Yi holding his hands over his throat. I give away the mountain. Disgrace! His mouth wanted to say something, but he could no longer say it, and a few moments later he was already out of breath. Meng Yi! Meng Yi's several friends had tears in their eyes. Meng Yi grew up in the mountains. He was a simple person. He usually didn't like to talk. He was just dedicated to cultivation. But if they encountered any problems, Meng Yi was willing to help, and even spent a lot of time pointing out their cultivation. Meng Yi often said that when he grows up, he wants to enter the mountains and wilds, cut down all the demons in the mountains and wilds, and make the mountains and wilds peaceful. What a ruthless youngster. Master Meng Yi looked at Chu Zili in anger. This teenager was young, but his strikes were so vicious that he went straight for the kill. Chu Zili didn't have the slightest bit of guilt in his eyes and said coldly and proudly, when a sword cultivator makes a move, he will exert all his strength and leave no chance for his opponent. This is the sword path I believe in, and it's also a sign of respect for my opponents. Don't you Lei Shan sword cultivators understand that? Swords have no eyes. Since we are asking about swords, it is naturally unavoidable. And this is Mount Li. At this time, the old man of the Ling Shao Pavilion, Wang Daoxian, opened his mouth. Master Meng Yi was still about to speak, but he was stopped by one of the elders of the leaving mountain. The other side is right. 1,000 years have passed since the departure of the mountain, and there is no lack of great sword cultivators who come to the mountain to ask for the sword, and the sword breaks the mountain. Only, this time, the ones who came to leave the mountain to ask for the sword were two teenagers, leaving the mountain for the first time. It is precisely because they are teenagers that they overlook things. Master Meng Yi carried Meng Yi's body away, and those leaving mountain disciples all looked at Chu Zili angrily. They had not felt such emotions before. Go on, Wang Daoxian said. After this battle, the crowd of disciples in Lei Shan more truly felt a murderous atmosphere. The elders of Lei Shan quietly watched all this in front of them, leaving it up to the disciples of Lei Shan to make their choices. After this calamity, the disciples from the mountain will leave the mountain, and from then on, everything will depend on them. At this time, another figure walked out. This person was wearing a cloth coat, 17 or 18 years old, holding a thin sword in his hand, and there was a cold aura above the sword. Yu Cho, please instruct me. He eyed Chu Zili in front of him. His eyes were calm and without waves, and he already had a few points of calmness. Sword cultivation. The most avoidable mind is restless. The heart is chaotic. Then the sword is chaotic. Make your move. Chu Zili stood proudly, with no one in sight. Buzz. Yu Cho's body moved like a gust of wind towards Jiang Taie. A trail of residual shadows appeared behind him, and there were mana fluctuations around him. Spells, little ways. Chu Zili looked at the mana surging from Yucho's body. A cold light flashed, and the cold sword chi swept across, cutting out a beam of light. Just like the previous battle, Chu Zili continued to dodge, as if he was observing the swords cultivated by the leaving mountain disciples. Yucho's sword strokes were even faster, as if they were like the wind, and the sword moved with the shadows. Chu Zili still dodged, and each time the sword chi crossed in front of him, like it was very thrilling, but Yucho knew that the other party was swimming with ease, as if he had judged his sword moves in advance. Yucho's sword was getting faster and faster. The wind and rain accompanied the sword. In the middle of the battlefield, a storm of sword chi was blowing up. Even many of the Lei Shan disciples could not see Yucho's sword, where it seemed like a light of lightning was cutting through. In Yucho's airtight attack, Chu Zili still did not counterattack, seemingly occupying a disadvantage. But Yucho in the middle of the battlefield knew best that if he still could not take down the other party, the one who would lose would definitely be him. He had watched the last duel. Once Chu Zili counterattacked, he would not give him any chance. He would never belittle a genius sword cultivator who dared to come to Mount Li to ask for a sword. Yucho's sword weaved a sword net for Chu Zili. Suddenly, a powerful sword power converged. A string of residual shadows appeared at the same time. He traveled with the wind. The dust on the ground swirled and swirled, killing Chu Zili with his sword. At the same time, the ground at the center of Yucho's brow lit up with sword awnings. Lightning streaked through, and the sword seed merged into the storm. The disciples of Lei Shan were all staring nervously at the scene in front of them. This sword would separate the winner from the loser. Sword chi is like the wind, resisting with force and utilizing momentum. Chu Zili opened his mouth aloud, seeing that the sword was going to kill in front of him. Suddenly, a powerful sword intent erupted. The horrible sword power enveloped the battlefield. Yucho's sword seemed to be subjected to a huge resistance, seemingly plunged into the quagmire. Sword intent. A wisp of thought appeared in his mind. This was Chu Zili's sword intent, only to see Chu Zili raise his arm and point forward. In an instant, the surrounding sword chi moved with him and flowed against the current, and a horrifying sword force actually killed Yucho against the trend. Chu Zili's finger landed on top of the sword seed that flew out from Yucho's brow. The sword energy clanked. The sword seed flew backward, and that sword momentum continued to move forward, engulfing Yucho. The sword chi raged, leaving countless blood marks on Yucho's body in a matter of moments, and his body flew backward and fell to the ground. The sword seed flew back to his brow, and the chi on his body weakened drastically, seriously injuring him. Chu Zili withdrew his fingers and did not continue to strike. Yucho's arm supported his body as he gazed at Chu Zili. He had, surprisingly, not been able to make Chu Zili use his sword, which made Yucho understand that there was a huge gap between the two sides, and Chu Zili just wanted to see his sword, and he was not even qualified to make Chu Zili give his full strength. Yucho could see it, and naturally, all the elders of Li Shan could see it as well. The old man of the Lingxiao pavilion stood quietly at the back without the slightest ripple, as if everything was supposed to be like this. Although Chu Zili was not as good as Jiang Taie, he was also a top genius of the sword Dao, or else he wouldn't have brought him here to leave the mountain to ask about the sword. In his opinion, there would be no more than 5 people in Li Shan who could contend with Chu Zili. As for Kong Taia, the once-in-a-century sword Dao genius, the future chosen by the Lingxiao pavilion, Jiang Taie who had a chance to become the #1 sword cultivator in Dili, he would have no rivals. The chi of the Li Shan sword Dao has flourished for 1,000 years. It is the holy land of the sword Dao, and many magnificent sword cultivators have come out from generation to generation, but it is time for it to weaken. Since then, the world's sword path, only Lingxiao pavilion alone. Chapter 61, The True Inheritance. Above the Sword Valley, Li Fan's consciousness entered the Sword Valley. This time, there was a sword summoning Li Fan. A strange feeling arose in Li Fan's heart. How come there were several swords calling him at the same time? Previously, these Lei Shan ancestors in the Sword Valley were unwilling to bestow their swords. Is it because the mountain is in crisis? He didn't know what to choose for a moment. It was a completely different situation than before. Lu Kite seemed to sense something. He opened his eyes, only to see that in the Valley of Swords, many swords filled with sword chi, emitting a buzzing sound. She was a little surprised in her beautiful eyes, and looked towards Li Fan. It's him? At that moment, Li Fan suddenly sensed a sense of familiarity, as if something was calling him. His consciousness headed that way, coming to the stone wall at the farthest point in the middle of the Sword Valley. The sword on the stone wall made a soft chant. The sword intent formed a cyclone. Li Fan only felt like his consciousness was uncontrollable and was swallowed up by the vortex of sword chi formed by that sword chi. This feeling was extremely difficult to bear, and with a movement of his mind, he wanted to withdraw his consciousness, but it was too late, and the terrifying cyclone instantly swept his consciousness into it. Li Fan only felt like his head was going to explode, and his consciousness seemed to be separated from his physical body. When one cultivated to the out-of-body realm, they were able to do so, but he was only at the realm of refining the gods, and was forced to separate. Li Fan's physical body was still sitting on his knees, sword intent flowing through his body like a sculpture. His consciousness, on the other hand, was caught up in the middle of the stone wall. The consciousness shook violently, and in the next moment, Li Fan appeared in another space and time. The setting sun was dyed the color of blood, and the demons that roamed the sky wreaked havoc and slaughtered everywhere. This is, in the past, the most unpleasant memory in his mind. In the midst of those roiling demons, there was a boy. The boy looked like he had been possessed by a demon. A terrifying demonic aura gushed out from his body. Even his body appeared to be distorted, with demonic shadows filling out, transforming into demonic hands and feet. The boy rushed towards the human body. He was so hungry and wanted to eat, but he held back. He couldn't eat people. He's a human, not a demon. Boom! Li Fan's consciousness actually reunited with the boy, as if he had traveled through time and space, and he felt an extreme hunger, as if he would die if he didn't eat. At that moment, several silhouettes appeared in front of him. Li Fan looked over there with light in his eyes. His body instinctively rushed forward, as if there was another voice in his head compelling him. Eat them. The compelling voice affected his will like it had a magical power, but he still held on for dear life. He's a demon. Kill him. Kill him. Those people stared at Li Fan, their faces showing grimaces. Then, more and more faces appeared, and it was as if he had appeared on the leaving mountain. Seeing a face from the leaving mountain, and those people pointed at him and said fiercely, "He will turn into a demon. Kill him." Countless faces appeared, all staring at him ferociously, wanting to kill him. He was angry, twisted. Extreme hunger came over him, and the compelling voice in his head appeared again and again. Kill them. Killing intent welled up in his heart, wanting to kill them all. Li Fan writhed in agony. It was all too real for the consciousness to distinguish between the false illusions of the moment. It was as if he was on the edge of a choice now, with everyone trying to kill him and insulting him as a demon. The voice, on the other hand, had been compelling him to eat those who would kill him. He was angry, tyrannical, and his killing intent was getting stronger and stronger, with a fierce light in his eyes. Yet within him it was as if he was resisting, another voice reminding him that he was human. Van. At that moment, a gentle voice entered his mind, and then Li Fan saw a beautiful face. Senior sister. Li Fan was in some pain as he looked at the gentle face in front of him. You want to kill them? Yi Qinghuang's gentle gaze looked at him and opened her mouth to ask. Levant nodded painfully. He thought. Then pick up your sword. Yi Qinghuang said. Use your sword to kill them. You are a sword cultivator. You are not a demon. You are a human. Good. Li Fan nodded his head. His heart roared and growled as a sword intent spread out from him. His sword chopped out and tore those illusions apart. Li Fan recovered as usual. A sword appeared in his hand. He breathed violently. The appearance of his senior sister was the voice of his heart. He looked up ahead, then took a step toward the front. The scene in front of him changed. It was no longer the previous scene, but a passageway appeared, and in the depths of that passageway, Li Fan once again felt that sense of familiarity, as if something was calling him. This reminded Li Fan of the old blind man's words. Get his sword. When he encounters it, he will naturally know. Could it be that? Inside this passage, is what the old blind man said. His sword? Li Fan traveled all the way to the end of the passageway, his heart pounding as he looked at what was in front of him. At this moment, he was in the middle of an ancient hall. Right in front of him, there was a bronze seat in the hall, and on it, a blurred figure was sitting there, holding a sword in both hands, thrusting it into the ground. That sense of familiarity grew stronger and stronger as Li Fan stared at the sword that permeated with a terrifying aura. It was the very sword that had summoned him and brought him here. My sword. A thought appeared in Li Fan's mind that this was what the old blind man had said, that he had come to Sword Valley for the purpose of the sword he wanted to take. No wonder the old blind man mentioned Sword Valley many times and made sure to send himself here. He remembered again what the old snake from the medicine washing lake had said earlier. That sword in Li Shan. Where is it? Is it this sword? At this time, Li Fan suddenly looked to the left and right direction, only to see that in the ancient hall, in addition to the figure on top of that throne, there were actually 8 statues in the direction of the lower head, lifelike, just like 8 figures. One of the statues looked like it had come to life, and a figure came out from the statue, which was tall and imposing, with an extremely domineering aura, gazing at Li Fan. Congratulations on passing the Ask the Sword and Ask the Heart to come here. The figure spoke to Li Fan. Ask the sword, ask the heart. Outside, it's Ask the Sword, and just now, it's Ask the Heart. That illusion just now, The voice of his senior sister that appeared at the end was a projection of his inner depths. "Senior, where is this?" Li Fan asked. "You have inherited the key to this place, but you don't know where it is?" The figure looked at Li Fan with interest and said, "However, over the years, there have been quite a few people who have walked here, all of them being the topmost sword Dao geniuses of the Leaving Mountain. However, no one has ever taken away this sword." "Whose sword is this?" Li Fan asked. "After passing us, you will naturally know whose sword this is." The tall figure slowly stepped out and walked towards Li Fan. Li Fan could feel that the other party had suppressed his realm and was the same as him, but every step he took gave him a powerful sense of oppression. And steeply, a white tiger silhouette appeared behind the other party, emitting the sound of a tiger whistle. Dharma phase or martial spirit. Li Fan sensed the aura on the other party. Martial prana was condensed by people of martial arts, capable of strengthening strength and martial arts will, while Dharma phase was owned by chi practitioners, increasing mana and attacking. Whether it's Dharma phase or martial spirit, it's just a cultivator's means. There's no need to care too much about it. You're a sword cultivator. Any means can only be supplemented by your sword, the tall figure said aloud. As his words fell, the huge sword in his hand was raised, and a terrifying killing sword intent roared out, as if he wanted to tear Li Fan apart. White Tiger, the main killer. The giant sword with its terrifying killing sword intent killed Li Fan, and the golden augur figure appeared behind Li Fan with sword intent flowing on his body. "Look carefully," the tall figure shouted. The giant sword killed. Li Fan only felt a ferocious white tiger beast pouncing on him. The horrifying killing sword intent was going to tear his body apart. Li Fan suddenly struck out his sword. His sword chi skyrocketed and his aura climbed in an instant. One word chop. The two swords collided, and the white tiger killing sword intent was actually torn out of the white tiger. But the terrifying power in killing sword intent still shook Li Fan's body and sent him flying out. The tall figure killed again. Killing sword intent enveloping Li Fan's body. The white tiger roaring. Sword after sword. Li Fan's body crashed against the side wall of the large hall, and the tall figure stared at him. "If this is the only strength you have, I would have sent you back by now." Li Fan gazed at the other party's onslaught of figures. He took a deep breath. Suddenly the sword intent flowed above his body, getting stronger and stronger. He entered the realm of forgetfulness. The chi and blood in his body roared. The essence was united, as if everything was integrated into the sword. Buzz. A terrifying sword intent filled out from his body. At this moment Li Fan transformed into a sword, and with a single thought, heaven and man united, entering the realm of the heavenly man of the sword Dao. Li Fan's eyes opened and closed, sharp to the extreme. At this time his mind had no distractions, only the sword. Kill the opponent. Kill. The aura on Li Fan's body climbed to the peak, as the opponent's huge sword chopped down and the white tiger roared. Li Fan's mind was not distracted. His will climbed to the extreme, and in an instant, he reached his peak state. Buzz. Li Fan's body rushed forward. The first sword of the 9 decays of celestials. Still a word chop. A beam of light sliced through space. Fast as a sword. The sword tore through the white tiger's shadow, shredding the opponent's sword intent, chopping through the opponent's body and slicing through the opponent's body. However, the tall figure did not dissipate, but stood in front of Li Fan and looked at him. "Not bad. It seems that all of you are his heirs." The tall figure looked at Li Fan and said, "My descendants from the Leaving Mountain have still appeared some amazingly talented sword cultivators." "Us?" Li Fan asked. "Is it my master?" Li Fan thought of what Master Gong had said to him. "He chose you?" So, back then, Shifu chose the old blind man, and the old blind man, in turn, chose him? This sword technique should have been created by your senior grandfather. He came here when he was young, but at that time, he had not yet realized this sword Dao, so he did not break through this level. The other party said. However, his sword Dao is still stunning when looking at the 1,000 years of history of Mount Li. Li Fan sighed in his heart, but the senior Gong was the one who entered the imperial city of Dili with a sword, and there, brought the senior Gong back to Mount Li. This kind of temperament would never be inferior even when compared to the predecessors who had left the mountain even earlier. There is another person behind your senior grandfather, who should be your master, and has also inherited your current sword Dao. The tall figure responded. He's a bit farther along than your senior grandfather, but he still hasn't fully gone through this level, and it's a bit of a shame that the realm you're in at this point can't be sustained. The 9 failures of celestials. Each sword was a sword of limits. So, you're afraid of the same. The tall figure slowly disappeared, but a statue next to him lit up, followed by a figure walking out from it. Li Fan looked at the figure that walked out, and a sense of determination flowed from his eyes. Master Gong, Master Z, Master Sister, and Master Brother and the rest of them. He's come this far because they went before and after him. Li Fan also finally understood how high the old blind man and the others held high expectations for himself. How could he let them down? Chapter 62, A Thousand-Year-Old Pact. The second figure that stepped out was calm and heavy, carrying a xuanwu, and an extremely strong sense of oppression struck him. This time, the other party didn't have any nonsense, and the heavy sword slashed down directly towards Li Fan. Bang! Li Fan swung his sword to resist, but his body was directly shaken out. The other party's sword was too heavy, and when the sword chopped out, it was like he was actually carrying a xuanwu giant beast on his back. Your martial spirit. Why can't you integrate it into your sword intent? The other party's voice was thick as he asked Li Fan. Li Fan pondered on the other party's words. The tall figure had also said before that both the Dharma phase and the martial spirit, both being sword cultivators, were aided by the sword. His Jiao Long martial spirit, his strong qi and blood, as well as his mana, were also supplemented by the sword. Li Fan behind the golden auger dragon figure surrounded. Sword intent filled. Gradually a heavy power breath. At this time, the other side of the figure once again shocked and came. Another sword slammed down. The xuanwu divine turtle with the sword to kill. Li Fan once again was shaken out. The opponent came with an onslaught again and again, and Li Fan fell down again and again. But he stood up each time, and that sword intent in him grew stronger and stronger. Li Fan once again swung out the sword in his hand. The golden scaly dragon's silhouette roared out and moved with the sword, colliding with the xuanwu giant beast. The two forces violently collided, and Li Fan's body slid back without falling. The heir chosen this time also cultivates martial arts? It's rather resistant to being punched. That xuanwu figure opened his mouth and rushed forward once again, and just as the opponent's sword chopped down, there was a shocking thunderbolt that blasted towards the opponent. But see, the xuanwu void stretched across the top of the head, resisting the shocking thunder. At the same time, a strand of golden lines toward the other side of the winding. Want to wrap the other hand of the sword. The mana is too weak, the opponent shouted, and the xuanwu heavy sword directly cut through the golden threads. But the moment the golden threads were cut through, Li Fan's mind moved, and a sword roared out, killing the opponent with thunder. The xuanwu figure's eyes showed a strange color as his sword slashed at the flying sword, making a dull sound. Buzz. The second sword killed, as fast as lightning. It was followed by the third sword and the fourth sword. Sword intent flowed on Li Fan's body, and the 9 swords surrounded him, killing him with a sword. The other party waved the xuanwu heavy sword, and even arranged a sword screen around his body. A huge xuanwu shadow appeared there. The 9 swords surrounded and cut, and blasted down again and again, but could not blast the other party's defense. Only at this moment, the 9 swords were side by side, simultaneously blasting towards one location, each sword incorporating a powerful sword Dao will, blasting on top of the sword curtain over and over again. At the same time, Li Fan's body moved, joining hands with the sword in his hand and stabbing at that point. The golden scaly dragon roared and roared, breaking open an opening as the golden scaly dragon broke through the xuanwu defense and tore through the xuanwu sword curtain. A silhouette retreated and collected his sword as he looked at Li Fan and spoke. Good understanding. Thank you, senior, for being merciful. Li Fan naturally understood that with the other party's realm, it would be easy to defeat him, and even if he suppressed his realm, his perception of the sword path was not something he could compare to. Therefore, the other party is actually suppressing the battle power to a certain extent in fighting with him. As to how much to suppress, whether it is all up to the other party's mind, the vermilion bird can't be messed with, so be careful. The other party's words fell and returned to the statue, and then a woman's statue lit up, carrying the vermilion bird Dharma on her back as a blazing air current swept over. The woman's eyes were sharp. A vermilion bird divine sword appeared in front of her and slowly floated in the air. The blazing airflow flowed towards Li Fan, who clearly felt a dangerous aura. I'm only going to make one sword. Vermilion bird spoke. As the words fell, a long chirp occurred from the vermilion bird and the vermilion bird divine sword drooped down, killing Li Fan. Li Fan looked at the falling vermilion bird divine sword. He did not dodge. Sword cultivators, one way or another. Sword cultivators, there is no retreat. Bang! With a single step forward, a single thought entered the realm of the heavenly person of the sword Dao. His breath instantly climbing to the peak realm, his body and will burning. The fire of the vermilion bird reflected in his eyes. Li Fan out of the sword. Only one sword. One sword. One sword to decide the winner. The golden dragon shadow and the fiery red vermilion bird collided together. A searing hot sword Dao airflow impacted, but Li Fan acted as if he didn't feel it in the slightest. The vermilion bird divine sword was gradually torn to pieces, turning into a roaring flame that dissipated, and the woman's gaze gazed at Li Fan without speaking, directly disappearing without a trace. Li Fan took a deep breath as his breath rapidly weakened. At the same time, a fourth statue lit up, bearing a green dragon. Good willpower. The green dragon figure was extremely domineering as he looked at Li Fan and said, "Next, you're afraid that you won't be able to go down." Li Fan gazed at the other party. He was somewhat able to understand why his master was defeated back then. The 9 weaknesses of celestial beings, with each sword, drained the essence, and opponents, one after the other. And those who cultivate have limits. He has twice entered the Sword Dao celestial realm to use the 9 decays of the celestials. Only at this moment, the green dragon figure's palm stretched out, and immediately a sword stretched across the sky, and the green dragon surrounded behind the other party, domineering to the extreme. Go! The opponent's palm pressed towards Li Fan, and in an instant a sword exploded down. Surrounded by true dragons, Li Fan's body chi and blood felt like it was burning. His palm slapped towards the sword. The scaly dragon roared and growled, trying to grab the sword of the true dragon, but the sword of the true dragon directly crushed the scaly dragon's shadow, suppressing it all the way down. Thumbing, the green dragon divine sword tore the auger dragon a little bit, and Li Fan struggled to support it, but he saw that the green dragon figure coldly grunted, and another sword came down to crush the auger dragon. The sword intent around Li Fan turned into a sword and tried to block it, but it was still useless. The green dragon divine sword that came down to kill him wanted to devour him. At this moment, many figures emerged in Li Fan's mind. The senior sister, the old blind man, the youngest senior brother. If he fell, would all the efforts of sister and old blindy and the others go down the drain? He thought of the old blind man dragging his tired body back again and again to bring him good things to make up for his health. He remembered his elder sister holding him, going to beg the villagers to take care of him, and targeting away from the mountain over and over again for him. He remembered the days and nights in the mountain wilderness when his youngest brother had taken him. He thought of the people in his village, the butcher who treated him to meat every day, and Grandpa Samuel who cut the fruit that grew on his body for him to eat. He is able to stand here, not because of his efforts alone, but because of the many people who have lifted him above their heads. A sword intent filled out from his body. His already weakened aura climbed again, getting stronger and stronger. His will was burning, and the chi and blood in his body were also burning. The pupils of his eyes turned golden, and a roaring sound came out from his body. The sound of a dragon's roar emanated from his torso as Li Fan's sword intent flowed throughout his body, 3 times entering the realm of the heavenly man of the Sword Dao. A sword was birthed, sharp to the extreme, and a golden auger dragon surrounded the sword, roaring at the green dragon above. Kill! Li Fan raised his eyes and the sword tore through everything and killed the green dragon, actually tearing open an opening. But just as the sword killed the domineering figure carrying the green dragon on its back, the other party's eyes flashed with a flash of sternness and said, "It's not enough," only to see the sword that stretched across the sky above Li Fan's head killing down at the same time. The brilliant to the extreme sword light surrounded and flew around, like a killing sword array. In that, a green dragon surrounded, bombarded on Li Fan's sword and pressed downward towards the bottom. The sword power flowed against the current. The destructive sword intent fell on Li Fan's body to tear his body to pieces. Isn't that enough? Li Fan's breath was weakening. The 9 decays of the celestials, each sword, was the limit. I put out my sword in despair, seeking hope. What is a sword cultivator? When the sword is in the hand, there is no fear, no other, no self. Many voices echoed in Li Fan's head. Master Shikung's 9 failures of the celestials can cut out 9 swords. Only 1 sword? It's not enough. So let's have another sword. Li Fan's life seemed to be on fire. His sword intent rushed to the sky. It was as if he and the sword became one, killing towards the green dragon in the sky above. And in the limit, he used the 9 decays of the celestial being to come out with the second sword of separation hatred. The 2 sword powers fused together and became even more powerful, tearing apart the green dragon, breaking through the sword formation, and piercing into the opponent's body. The figure with the green dragon on his back returned to his original position. His eyes looked at Li Fan, only to see that Li Fan was still maintaining the Sword Dao celestial realm, as if he was burning his ego. As he stared at the other few statues, he didn't know how far he would be able to go, only that he knew that he had to keep moving forward. Congratulations on passing the test, the green dragon figure spoke. Li Fan froze. It was only 4 statues. This level tests willpower, whether you can break through and transcend yourself under oppression, which is also an ability that top sword cultivators must possess. The green dragon figure continued. The breath on Li Fan's body weakened rapidly after hearing this, and he only felt exhausted. As it turned out, when Master Gong was passing down his Sword Dao, he was in fact already making preparations for him to come here. Thinking of the old man who had swords into the imperial city, although he had only met him once, he had left an indelible impression on him. Master Gong taught him what a true sword cultivator was. Go! The green dragon figure turned to look at the sword on the throne as he himself returned to the statue. Li Fan stepped forward step by step, and that sense of familiarity grew stronger and stronger, as if it was his destiny to pick up this sword. Li Fan walked to the throne, his heart thumping as he reached out his hand and gripped the hilt of the sword. But the sword did not move. Run the technique you have practiced to awaken it. A reminder voice came. Li Fan ran the method of invoking the sword taught by his master, and immediately a ray of light from the sword path fell on the sword in his hand, and the sword grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, Li Fan's consciousness seemed to merge with the sword, and countless images flooded into his mind, which were extremely chaotic, as if he saw the world in turmoil, an era of chaos. In that chaotic memory, Li Fan saw that in a chaotic era, a sword cultivator had a strange encounter and walked the world. This sword cultivator traveled widely, met many people, cut down the demons and removed the devils, and aspired to make the world peaceful. He had many followers around him, several of whom followed him to cultivate swords and gradually became great sword cultivators. They are in the chaos of the world. The sword cultivator started the clan, absorbed the talent. That sword cultivator also know many like-minded friends, which has a close friend, outstanding talent, for the atmosphere, extraordinary strength. They practiced together, cut down the demons and eliminated the devils together, and their strength continued to become stronger and stronger, and the clan grew stronger and stronger. This clan grew to become a great clan in the world and swept away the demons. At this time, the two best friends also had a difference of opinion. In the end, parted ways, that sword cultivator with his followers as well as some of the people of the clan to return to their homes. But there were also some people who followed his best friend, Lishan's sect, Lishan and Dali. Li Fan endeavored to absorb and digest these memories, and the clan in his memory, Lishan's sect, was taken from the meaning of the people of Lishan, which was the lie of the great lie, not the current Lishan of Lishan. This is a memory from 1,000 years ago, the sword ancestor of Li Shan and Emperor Taizu of the Dili dynasty. They were, at one time, close friends. Now that the world has been settled, we need a bright lord to set the world in order. So why don't you be the lord of the community? I aspire to no such thing. Temple power corrupts the heart. The sharpest sword in the world is in your hands. If you don't take charge of the world, who will? Won't the world be in chaos again? If you have the will, go and do what you want to do. I will go back to my hermitage with the sword. If the world is peaceful, I will not ask about the world. But if you are in charge of the world, if the gods of the earth and grain are corrupted, what should be done? You will hold the sword and change the day. Good. The two made a pact. Chapter 63, Swordway Wizard. Those chaos remained, and Li Fan suddenly sensed what looked like a life awakening in the sword. The screen then changed, and Li Fan actually saw the scene above the Sword Valley at the top of Lei Mountain. Between the Sword Valley, a mountain peak, above the Sword Peak of the Leaving Mountain, there were many people gathered there, and some people were asking for swords at the top of the Leaving Mountain. All of it was clearly presented in the middle of his mind. At the top of the Li Mountain, a group of heroes gathered, as they watched one disciple after another from Mount Li fall and be defeated. The people around them wore cold smiles on their faces. Li Shan's 1,000 years of qi, 1,000 years of prosperity, now finally not work. The Ling Xiao Pavilion, as a latecomer to the Sword Dao forces, has now asked for the throne to take its place. Moreover, the Ling Xiao Pavilion had originally had such ambitions, so they had come to the top of Mount Li, asking for the sword to leave the mountain. This questioning of the sword is a symbolic event. The Ling Xiao Pavilion will use this questioning of the sword to tell the world that from today onwards, the Dili Sword Dao, the Ling Xiao Pavilion is the first. The Ling Xiao Pavilion had brought two of its most outstanding juniors, Zhang Taiye and Chu Zili, but until now, Zhang Taiye had yet to make a move. Chu Zili, on his own, had won multiple matches in a row, and no one was able to compete with him. Moreover, that Dili's youngest fifth realm sword cultivator, Wan Ruyu, was slow to show up. Could it be that he was avoiding the battle? Especially visible, the Li Shan sword Dao Qi is completely weakened, from top to bottom, are not working. However, this was normal, and soon, Li Shan would be removed from Dili. I'll do it. Only at this time, a figure walked towards the battlefield, and the gazes of the Li Shan disciples all fell on him. Thanks Silkworm. This caused a look of anticipation to flow from the eyes of the Leaving Mountain disciples, and the CS Silkworms came. This battle asks the sword to contain a crisis. Chu Zili's hand is vicious. In the previous battle, there have been two Lei Mountain disciples' life fall. There are several serious injuries. Therefore, the elders of MT Li did not deliberately require the disciples of MT Li to go to ask for the sword, but everything was based on their own volition. Now that the genius of Sword Peak, Xia Silkworm, was willing to step out, the departing disciples were naturally excited. Among the disciples within the out-of-body realm in this generation of Li Shan, Xia Silkworm's strength was probably only inferior to Lu Kite. Chu Zili raised his eyes to look at Xia Silkworm, only to see the sword intent flowing from the other party. However, Xia Silkworm's gaze did not look at Chu Zili, but rather at Zhang Taiye. Up to this moment, Zhang Taiye hadn't even made a move. This made Li Shan lose face. A disciple of Mount Li is not worthy of Zhang Taiye's sword? I challenge Kong Taiya. Xia Silkworm spoke aloud. He took a step towards the front. Immediately a sword intent enveloped his body. Above his clothes, sword chi flowed, turning into a sword screen. His entire person was wrapped in the sword Dao chi flow. Humph! Chu Zili snorted coldly, challenging Zhang Taiye? Beat him first. Zili, let Taiya go into battle. Behind the two, Wang Daoxian spoke. He could naturally see that this Xia Silkworm was very strong, and even if Chu Zili could win, he was afraid that it wouldn't be too easy to thwart Li Shan. But it's different when Zhang Taiye strikes. What's more, until now, Zhang Taiye hadn't made a move. Perhaps there were no disciples in today's generation of Mount Li who were worthy of Zhang Taiye's hand, but even so, he would let Li Shan, let the people of this great Lai world, see his Lingxiao Pavilion Zhang Taiye's sword. This time, at the top of Mount Li, the battle of the sword Dao will surely spread to the upper echelons of Dili. This battle was Zhang Taiye's battle of fame and created momentum for his future. Although Zhang Taiye's sword talent was unrivaled, he was young after all, and there was still a long way to go in the future if he wanted to take charge of the Lingxiao Pavilion. Yes, although Chu Zili was proud, he still had the utmost respect for Wang Daoyuan and didn't dare to disobey him in the slightest. He knew very well how terrifying Wang Daoyuan was. Even he, the old ancestor of the Chu clan, could not suppress Wang Daoxian. Taiya, go, Wang Daoxian said to Zhang Taiye, his voice soft. Everyone in the Lingxiao Pavilion feared him, but only to Zhang Taiye. He was truly caring, as if he was his own heir. At his age, when he could see such a good seedling, he naturally paid 100 times more attention. According to seniority, he shouldn't have been the one to teach Zhang Taiye, but he made an exception and allowed Zhang Taiye to directly worship under him. Thus Zhang Taiye's seniority in the Lingxiao Pavilion was also very high. Yes, master. Zhang Taiye bowed and then stepped into the middle of the battlefield, looking towards the Xia Silkworm who was covered in sword intent. His eyes were extraordinarily calm and his heart was like still water. Sword cultivators, no matter what opponent they face, their mind should be smooth. When the mind is in turmoil, the sword is in turmoil. When Xia Silkworm saw Zhang Taiye walk out, his eyes danced with excitement as he took one step forward towards Zhang Taiye, and with every step he took, the sword intent on his body became a few points stronger. When Xia Silkworm walked to 20 paces away from Zhang Taiye, a storm of sword chi blew around him, and before he could strike, his sword intent had already arrived, and that storm of sword chi fell on Zhang Taiye's body as if it were a sharp blade. Zhang Taiye calmly stood there, his clothes blowing on his body. Steeply, a sword intent exploded, only to see that behind Zhang Taiye, a sword ring appeared, a golden divine sword revolving around the sword ring, gulping bright golden sword aura, dazzling. As soon as the sword ring came out, the entire Li Mountain seemed to quiet down, and those Li Mountain disciples each had their gazes fixed on the image in front of them, inwardly shocked. What's this? Is the realm of God refining capable of doing this? Zhang Taiye's sword seemed to have exceeded their perceptions. Even the leaving mountain elder's heart rippled slightly when he saw the scene. It seems that the chi of the Li Shan sword Dao is indeed not working. Lingxiao Pavilion, to have produced such a young man. This is the sword Dao vision. The scene in front of him shouldn't have appeared on a teenager at the realm of God refining, but it did. No wonder it was said that the Lingxiao Pavilion had produced a once-in-a-century sword Dao wizard. It seems that this statement is true. Thanks to the silkworms, there's no chance. Leaving the mountain. I'm afraid I won't have a chance. Xia Silkworm saw the scene in front of him, pupils contracted. The excitement in his eyes disappeared and became extremely grave. But the sword had been born. It was impossible for him to retreat. Sword cultivators, there is no retreat. Buzz. The Xia Silkworm moved, and the sound of a sword whistling came out of the air. And listened to the wind. The elder of Li Shan looked at Xia Silkworm's sword in front of him. The sound of the sword whistling and the sound of the wind mixed together, like a beam of light. As fast as lightning, the disciples of Li Shan could barely see the sword. They could only see a beam of light. Even Chu Zili narrowed his eyes. What a fast sword! But Zhang Taiye remained quiet as he pointed his finger forward. And instantly a golden sharp sword in the spinning sword ring behind him instantly killed out as a beam of golden light. The two lights intersected in the air, and that golden divine sword actually seemed to strike on top of the sword light at just the right time, instantly causing Xia Silkworm's sword to annihilate, and even causing Xia Silkworm's sword momentum to be impeded. So much so that he hesitated for a split second before chopping out the second sword. Another beam of golden sword light fell like lightning. similarly aptly sealing CS Silkworm's sword momentum. Moreover, the two golden divine swords were still suspended in the air, straddling in front of CS Silkworm, gulping golden sword auras. CS Silkworm's sword momentum was continuously blocked, and a wisp of change appeared in his state of mind. But he didn't stop there. His feet were facing forward, and he was just about to make a move when he saw another golden divine light explode. Bang! Golden sword light gulped and came, and the third sword fell, interrupting CS Silkworm's rising momentum. What a strong understanding of the sword Dao. Gu Qingyang stared at the images in the battlefield. Every year of that teenager's was actually just right, stabbing at the vitals, causing CS Silkworm to be hindered in his steps, unable to even enter his peak state. This teenager's perception of the sword was terrifying. Then, the fourth sword, the fifth sword. When the seventh sword fell, CS Silkworm's sword momentum completely collapsed. 7 swords stretched out in front of his body, spitting out golden sword awnings. CS Silkworm roared, waved his sword and chopped out, but he saw that the 7 swords circled around and rotated, just like a sword array, spitting out killing sword awnings. CS Silkworm swung his sword to block in front of him and danced the sword screen. Zhang Taiye raised his arm and pushed his palm towards the front, and immediately the sword formation formed by the 7 swords killed and engulfed CS Silkworm's sword. CS Silkworm's body was sent flying out, spitting blood from his mouth. The 7 swords crossed above his head, clanging and ringing. Zhang Taiye moved with his mind, and instantly the 7 swords flew back, not killing him. Sijin. Zhang Taiye made a sword salute to the fallen CS Silkworm. Still so courteous, 14 or 15 years old, has become the weather. Ling Xiao Pavilion, to produce an amazing great sword cultivator. The surrounding crowd watching the battle secretly said in their hearts, it seems that the Ling Xiao Pavilion's questioning has been unstoppable. The group of elders in Lishan looked at the teenager, and even though they were rivals, they had to admit it. He left the mountain without this teenager. It seems that the Lishan sword Dao's luck has come to an end. Thousands of years of prosperity, now in decline. CS Silkworm got up and bowed to Zhang Taiye. He was extremely conceited, but in this battle, the other party was at ease, and he had already lost before he even reached the peak. Yet he did not disobey, knowing that he was not as skilled as he could be. Off the top of the mountain, it was actually quiet, with only the sound of the wind blowing. The disciples of Lei Shan, silenced, the young Zhang Taiye, made them feel despair. Who can fight? Lu Kite, where is she? Li Shan, is there anyone else to fight? Seeing that the disciples of Leaving Mountain were quiet, Yi Chaozong, the helmsman of the Lingxiao Pavilion, opened his mouth and asked. No one of the disciples from the mountain stepped out and remained quiet. If there is no one in Mount Li, why don't we give up the Mount Li Sword Valley? My Lingxiao Pavilion has always admired the name of the Mount Li Sacred Ground, and I want to go to the Mount Li Sacred Ground to pay a visit to the Mount Li forefathers. Wang Daxian opened his mouth and said, seemingly, stating the purpose of this trip. The departure mountain was about to collapse, but those cultivation resources of the departure mountain were still there. Where is the legendary sword of the legendary mountain? This time to ask the sword. Li Shan actually failed to win. The name of the holy land of the Sword Way has not lived up to its name. Should be abdicated to give way to the virtuous? How about open the Sword Valley? The surrounding forces also spoke up at this moment, bringing the victory of the sword questioning and pressuring Li Shan. All the people on the mountain were angry, but they did, indeed, not win a single battle. Looking at the picture in front of him, Gu Qingyang sighed in his heart, leaving the mountain, decaying in his hands. The group of elders from the Leafy Mountain were silent and speechless, their hearts saddened. Leaving the mountain, is finally gone. A single teenager has covered up 1,000 years of glory in Lishan. Sad, sad. At this time, in the stone wall of the Sword Valley, Li Fan's hand holding a sharp sword, away from the top of the mountain sword peak of the picture, clearly reflected in the eyes, the teenager's heart, surging in impulse. The sword seemed to sense his emotions and said, you want to go? Li Fan responded, his chest hot with blood. Then go. The voice from the sword came again, defeat him and come back for the sword.